Welcome, dear friends, to this tranquil corner of storytelling. I invite you to snuggle up in your coziest spot, let go of the day's worries, and allow the gentle narration to carry you away to a realm of imagination and peace. Thank you for choosing to spend your precious time here with us. Your presence is a gift, and we're so grateful to share these moments together. As you embark on this journey, I wish you a wonderful start to your upcoming day, filled with joy and serenity. These stories are crafted to transport you to magical and peaceful places, where dreams are sweet and the mind can rest easy. Remember, relaxation is the key to sweet dreams. Let each word, each scene wrap around you like a warm blanket, inviting a deep and restful night's sleep. Sweet dreams, dear friend. Story 1. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a young woman named Ailana. Her home was a cozy little cottage, its walls woven with ivy and its windows glowing warmly with the soft light of the hearth. The village was known for its deep-rooted traditions, and every year the villagers held a festival to celebrate their heritage, a celebration Ailana had always found enchanting, yet somewhat distant. One autumn evening, as the trees wore their golden crowns and the air carried the scent of wood smoke and crisp leaves, Ailana's grandmother called her to the fireside. The old woman's eyes were bright, reflecting the dancing flames in the hearth, and her hands were gentle as she cradled a small, intricately carved wooden box. "This," her grandmother said, her voice as soft as velvet, "is a gift from our ancestors. It holds the key to our past, and perhaps a guide for your future." Ailana's heart fluttered with curiosity as she carefully opened the box. Inside, she found a delicate silver pendant shaped like an ancient tree, its branches etched with symbols she did not recognize. Nestled alongside it was a parchment, its edges frayed with time, inscribed with a map leading to a place called the Grove of Whispers. Her grandmother explained that the pendant was a talisman passed down through generations, and that the Grove of Whispers was a sacred place where their ancestors had once gathered to share stories and wisdom. The map, she said, was a guide to rediscovering their legacy. The next morning, with the first light of dawn painting the sky in hues of rose and gold, Ailana set out on her journey. The air was crisp, and as she walked through the forest, the leaves crunched underfoot, filling the silence with a gentle symphony. The forest was alive with the songs of birds and the rustling of small creatures, each note a warm reminder that she was not alone. The path led her to a serene glade, where sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting gentle shadows that danced with the breeze. In the center stood an ancient oak, its roots like gnarled fingers embracing the earth. Ailana felt a pull, a sense of belonging, as if the tree itself was welcoming her home. As she approached, the pendant around her neck began to glow softly, and she heard a faint, melodious whisper carried by the wind. It was the voices of her ancestors, sharing stories of courage, kindness, and the wisdom they had garnered from their own journeys. Each tale was like a thread, weaving a tapestry of their shared history, a history that now included her. Sitting beneath the oak, Ailana closed her eyes and listened. The voices spoke of the importance of understanding one's roots, of cherishing the connections to the past, while also forging one's own path. They spoke of resilience and the gentle strength found in unity and love. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in twilight hues, Ailana felt a profound sense of peace and belonging. She understood now that her journey was not just about uncovering her heritage, but about embracing it and carrying it forward in her own unique way. With a heart full of newfound wisdom, Ailana returned to her village, the pendant glowing softly against her chest, a beacon of her connection to the past and a guide for her future. The festival that year was more vibrant than ever, not just a celebration of history, but a tapestry of stories, old and new, woven together with love and understanding. As Ailana shared her journey with the villagers, she realized that the true legacy of her ancestors was not just the stories or the pendant, but the enduring spirit of unity and kindness. And as the fires of the festival crackled under the starlit sky, she knew that she had found her place within that legacy, a place of belonging, wisdom, and love. Story 2. In the far reaches of the galaxy, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds across the velvet blackness of space, there existed a small, bustling interplanetary station known as Starhaven. It was a place where travelers from countless worlds would meet, share stories, and rest before continuing their journeys across the cosmos. Within this lively hub, two very different beings found themselves standing side by side, gazing out at the endless expanse of stars. One was a creature of light and color, a shimmering being known as Lyra from the planet Lumora, where the inhabitants were known for their radiant forms and gentle, musical voices. Beside her stood a creature of earth and stone, a sturdy being called Torvin, from the rugged planet of Terax, where life thrived in the dense, mineral-rich landscapes. Lyra and Torvin had both arrived at Starhaven due to a peculiar circumstance. A navigational glitch had rerouted their respective ships to the station, leaving them stranded until repairs could be made. Their initial meeting was marked by a series of misunderstandings, for on Lumora, communication was a symphony of light and sound, while on Terax it was conveyed through deep, resonant vibrations. Lyra's voice, although melodic, was a cascade of colors and tones that bewildered Torvin, whose language was a rumble that shook the ground beneath them. Yet there was a curiosity in their eyes as they watched one another, a silent understanding that transcended their differences. Their first shared challenge arose when a sudden solar storm swept through the sector, causing a temporary power outage across Starhaven. Lights flickered and alarms wailed, casting the station into a state of mild chaos. In the darkness, Lyra's luminous form glowed softly, providing a comforting source of light, while Torvin's solid presence offered a reassuring strength. Together, they navigated the dim corridors, Lyra guiding the way with her gentle light, and Torvin clearing obstacles with his formidable strength. As they worked together, they began to communicate in a language of gestures and shared intent, bridging the gap between their worlds. Through their cooperation, they discovered a deeper understanding of one another. Lyra learned that beneath Torvin's stony exterior lay a heart as warm as any sun, while Torvin discovered that Lyra's radiant brilliance was matched by a kindness that could illuminate the darkest of spaces. As the storm passed and power was restored, the two found themselves in the station's central garden, a peaceful oasis filled with lush, alien flora and softly bubbling fountains. Here, beneath the canopy of vibrant leaves, they shared stories of their worlds. Lyra painted pictures of Lumora with her words, describing a realm where colors danced in the sky and music flowed through every breeze. Torvin, in turn, spoke of Terax, where mountains sang and rivers carved symphonies through the land. As they shared these tales, they discovered a mutual admiration for the beauty that existed in their differences. In the days that followed, Lyra and Torvin became inseparable companions. They explored the station together, learning from each other and growing in friendship. When a misunderstanding arose, they approached it with patience and humor, knowing that each misstep was an opportunity to deepen their bond. Their final challenge came when a stranded cargo ship requested assistance. The ship, caught in the gravitational pull of a nearby planet, needed a delicate balance of strength and finesse to be freed. Lyra's light was crucial in directing the rescue, while Torvin's strength provided the necessary force to set the ship free. As the cargo ship sailed safely away, its crew waved their thanks, and Lyra and Torvin stood side by side, their hearts filled with a shared sense of accomplishment. It was in that moment they realized the true meaning of their journey, not just to overcome challenges, but to find friendship in the most unexpected places. As the time came for them to part ways, with their ships finally repaired and ready to continue their separate journeys, Lyra and Torvin exchanged gifts. Lyra gave Torvin a small crystal from Lumora, which glowed with a warm inner light, while Torvin gifted Lyra a stone from Terax, as solid and enduring as their friendship. With promises to meet again, they set off into the stars, their hearts forever illuminated by the warmth of their unlikely companionship. And though they traveled far and wide, the bond they forged at Starhaven remained a beacon of light and strength, guiding them through the vastness of the universe. Story 3. Once upon a time, nestled in a quaint village surrounded by whispering woods and fields of wildflowers, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her hair was the color of autumn leaves, and her smile was as warm as the golden sun that kissed the earth each morning. Lila was known for her gentle nature and curious spirit, often found wandering the meadows with her beloved cat, Whiskers, who followed her like a shadow. One crisp autumn day, as Lila wandered further than usual, she stumbled upon an old, gnarled tree at the edge of the woods. Its bark was twisted and ancient, and it seemed to hum with a life of its own. As she explored the base of the tree, her fingers brushed against something cool and metallic. Digging carefully through the soft earth, she unearthed a small, tarnished key, unlike any she had seen before. It was intricately carved with swirling patterns that shimmered even in the dim light that filtered through the canopy above. Intrigued, Lila slipped the key into her pocket and continued her walk, feeling a strange warmth emanating from it. That evening, as the village settled under a blanket of twinkling stars, Lila sat by the fireplace, turning the key over in her hands. Whiskers purred contentedly at her feet, and the crackling fire filled the room with a cozy glow. As Lila's eyes grew heavy, she could almost hear the key whispering secrets, tales of forgotten times and hidden wonders. The next morning, Lila awoke with a sense of purpose. She knew somehow that the key was meant to unlock something special, something magical. With Whiskers by her side, she set off on a journey to discover what secrets the key held. Her first stop was the village library, a treasure trove of dusty tomes and ancient maps. There, she met the kind-hearted librarian, Mr. Thistlewood, whose spectacles perched precariously on the end of his nose. Mr. Thistlewood was delighted by Lila's discovery and, after examining the key with great interest, he suggested they consult the oldest book in the library, the Chronicles of Whispering Woods. Together, they pored over its yellowed pages, which spoke of a hidden glade deep within the forest. It was said that those who found the glade and unlocked its secrets would gain wisdom beyond measure. With the map etched into her memory, Lila thanked Mr. Thistlewood and set off towards the forest. As she walked, the trees seemed to lean in, offering their encouragement. The path was winding and overgrown, but Lila's heart was light, filled with the promise of adventure. Along the way, she met a wise old owl named Oliver, who perched on a low branch, his feathers ruffled and eyes full of gentle wisdom. "Where are you headed, young one?" asked Oliver, his voice like the rustle of leaves in the wind. "I'm searching for a hidden glade," Lila replied, holding up the key. "I believe this will unlock its secrets." Oliver nodded sagely. "The journey to the glade is not one of haste, but of heart. Listen to the forest, and it will guide you." With Oliver's words echoing in her mind, Lila pressed on. The forest was alive with sounds. The gentle babble of a brook, the soft rustle of leaves underfoot, the distant call of a nightingale. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, painting the world in shades of amber and rose, Lila finally arrived at the glade. It was a place of enchanting beauty, where the light danced through the leaves in a kaleidoscope of colors, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle. In the center stood an ancient stone pedestal, its surface smooth and inviting. With a deep breath, Lila placed the key into the lock at the center of the pedestal and turned it gently. The ground beneath her feet trembled slightly, and a soft, golden light began to emanate from the pedestal, casting a warm glow over the glade. Suddenly, Lila found herself surrounded by shimmering figures, the spirits of the forest, who bowed gracefully in greeting. "Welcome, young seeker," one of the spirits spoke, their voice like a gentle breeze. "You have unlocked the heart of the forest, and with it, the wisdom of ages. What is it you wish to know?" Lila thought for a moment, her mind swirling with questions, but there was one that lingered above all others. "How can I help my village live in harmony with the forest?" she asked, her heart full of hope. The spirits smiled, their light flickering softly. "The answer lies not in force, but in understanding. Teach your people to listen to the whispers of the woods, to respect the balance of life. In doing so, you will find harmony." With their message delivered, the spirits began to fade, leaving Lila standing in the tranquil glade, the wisdom of the forest resting gently in her heart. As she made her way home, the stars began to twinkle overhead, and Lila felt a deep sense of peace, knowing she had found the key not just to the glade, but to a brighter future for her village. When Lila returned, she shared her newfound wisdom with the villagers, who listened with open hearts and minds. Together, they learned to cherish the forest, planting trees and caring for the land that provided for them. The village thrived in harmony, becoming a place of beauty and serenity. And so, as the seasons turned and the years rolled on, Lila's journey became a cherished tale. A reminder of the magic that lies in understanding and the extraordinary secrets held by the most ordinary of objects. And every night, as Lila sat by the fireplace, whiskers curled in her lap, she knew that the warmth of the key's magic would forever light her way. Story 4. In the heart of the ancient forest, where shadows danced with the light and the air shimmered with whispers of old magic, the creatures of the wood lived in a harmony so profound it was as if the trees themselves sang of it. This was a place where the boundaries between the real world and the fantastical were as thin as a spider's silk, where the rustle of leaves could be the language of the tree spirits, or simply the wind's gentle caress. The first blush of dawn spilled across the forest floor, painting everything in hues of gold and green. Dewdrops clung to the blades of grass like tiny jewels, reflecting the early morning light. In a grove encircled by towering oaks, a family of deer silently grazed, their ears twitching at the soft symphony of the waking woods. Nearby, a squirrel scrambled up a tree trunk, its bushy tail flicking with excitement as it chased after breakfast. In this enchanted realm, creatures both ordinary and magical lived side by side. Among them was a wise old owl named Torin, whose feathers were the color of moonlight. Torin had seen many seasons come and go from his perch high in a gnarled oak, watching over the forest with eyes that held the secrets of centuries. His nights were filled with the soft rustle of wings and the occasional murmur of stars, and he carried the tales of the forest in the depths of his gaze. As the sun climbed higher, warming the earth and stirring the scent of pine and moss into the air, a gentle breeze whispered through the trees. This breeze was no ordinary wind. It was the breath of the forest itself, a magical current that carried messages and secrets from one creature to another. It wound its way through branches and burrows, brushing past Torin and ruffling his feathers with a promise of change. Torin blinked his large, thoughtful eyes and spread his wings, feeling the pulse of the forest through his bones. He knew that the time had come for the creatures of the wood to gather at the great clearing, a sacred place where they would share wisdom and prepare for the changes the new season would bring. The call of the forest was heeded by all. From the tiny field mouse scurrying through the underbrush to the majestic stag stepping regally through the trees, each creature made its way to the heart of the forest. They traveled along hidden paths lined with wildflowers and beneath canopies where sunlight flickered like golden rain. As the animals assembled, the great clearing buzzed with a hushed yet vibrant energy. The air was filled with the sweet smell of wildflowers and the earthy scent of the forest floor. Above, the sky was a brilliant canvas of blue, dotted with fluffy clouds that seemed to drift lazily in time with the gentle humming of bees. In the midst of this gathering stood a large, ancient tree known as the elderwood, its branches stretching wide and its bark etched with the stories of countless years. It was here that the creatures gathered to listen to Torin, who perched on a low-hanging branch, his eyes twinkling like stars. "My dear friends," Torin began, his voice a soothing melody that wrapped around the listeners like a comforting blanket. "As the seasons change, so must we adapt and embrace the gifts they bring. This is the time of renewal, where life flourishes and the forest sings in harmony." A soft murmur of agreement rippled through the crowd. The creatures knew that with each season came different challenges and opportunities. The squirrels would gather acorns, the bees would sip nectar from blossoming flowers, and the deer would find new pastures to graze. "But remember," Torin continued, "it is our duty to protect the balance of this forest. We must ensure that we live in harmony with all that surrounds us, each plant, each creature, each breath of wind." A wise old tortoise named Eldertide, who had seen as many winters as Torin, nodded slowly. "We have heard the whispers of our ancestors," Eldertide said in a voice as deep and ancient as the forest itself. "They teach us to cherish and nurture this land, for it is our home and the home of those who will come after us." As the creatures listened, the forest seemed to lean in closer, the very leaves holding their breath. The lessons of harmony and respect were passed down like a treasured gift, a reminder that every creature, no matter how small, played a part in the grand tapestry of life. The gathering continued with tales and laughter, stories of bravery and kindness, and the shared wisdom of generations. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky with streaks of pink and orange, the creatures slowly made their way back to their homes, their hearts filled with a renewed sense of purpose and connection. As night fell, the forest was bathed in the gentle glow of moonlight. Torin, returning to his perch, gazed out over the sleeping woods. A gentle rain began to fall, each drop a soft patter against the leaves, mingling with the distant murmur of the stream. The rain was a blessing, a gentle reminder of the cycle of life and the nurturing embrace of the earth. It was as if the forest itself was singing a lullaby, a soothing melody that promised peace and rest. And so, under the watchful eyes of the moon and the stars, the ancient forest dreamed, cradled in the arms of nature's timeless balance. It was a place where every creature, from the smallest insect to the mightiest oak, found its place in the world, a world where wisdom was a shared gift and harmony was the song of the land. Story 5. In a quaint little village nestled amidst rolling hills and vibrant meadows, there was a small curio shop that seemed to have stood there since time immemorial. The shop was filled with trinkets and treasures, each with its own tale, whispered about by the villagers who passed by. The shopkeeper, a gentle soul named Mr. Withers, had a knack for finding the most peculiar of items, and it was said he had a story for every object that lined his dusty shelves. One brisk autumn morning, a young girl named Clara wandered into the shop. She was an inquisitive child, with eyes that sparkled like the morning dew and a heart that was open to the wonders of the world. Clara loved nothing more than exploring, and the curio shop was her favorite place to unearth the mysterious and the magical. As she meandered through the narrow aisles, her eyes fell upon a curious-looking mirror, no larger than the size of her hand. Its frame was carved out of an unfamiliar wood, with intricate designs that seemed to dance under the dim light of the shop. The mirror's surface was so polished that it held a peculiar glow, as if reflecting not just her image, but something beyond. Intrigued, Clara picked up the mirror and turned to Mr. Withers, who was busy rearranging a shelf of old books. "Mr. Withers, what story does this mirror have to tell?" she asked, her voice a gentle whisper, as if afraid to break the spell the mirror cast. Mr. Withers looked up, his eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 tales. "Ah, the Mirror of Paths," he began, leaning on his cane as he made his way over to Clara. "It is said that this mirror holds the power to reveal the hidden paths within our hearts, paths that lead us to our true desires and the wisdom we hold within." Clara's curiosity was piqued, and with a gentle nod from Mr. Withers, she was encouraged to take the mirror home, with a promise to return and share her discoveries. As she stepped out of the shop, a cool breeze rustled through her hair, carrying with it the scent of fallen leaves and the promise of something new. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the village, Clara sat by her window and held the mirror up to the fading light. She gazed into its depths, expecting nothing more than her own reflection. But soon, the mirror's surface began to shimmer, and before her eyes, a vision unfolded. Clara found herself in a lush forest, the trees towering above like ancient guardians. The air was filled with the melodious chirping of birds and the gentle rustling of leaves. She felt neither fear nor confusion, only a gentle pull towards a path that wound its way through the forest. Compelled by an unseen force, Clara began to walk down the path, her heart beating with anticipation. As she journeyed deeper into the forest, she came upon a clearing bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. In the center of the clearing stood an owl, its feathers as white as snow and eyes as deep and wise as the night sky. "Welcome, Clara," hooted the owl in a voice that was both soothing and ancient. "I am Alwyn, the keeper of the forest's wisdom. You have been chosen to discover the path of your heart." Clara felt a warmth spread through her as she approached Alwyn. "What must I do?" she asked, her voice steady and filled with determination. Alwyn ruffled his feathers, considering the question with great care. "You must find the 3 stones of insight, hidden within this forest. Each stone will reveal a truth about yourself and guide you on your journey. But beware, for only with a gentle heart and an open mind can these stones be found. With these words, Clara understood that her journey was not a test of strength or courage, but one of wisdom and understanding. She thanked Alwyn and set off into the forest, her heart light and her spirit eager. The first stone Clara found nestled beneath a sparkling brook, its surface smooth and cool to the touch. As she held it, a gentle warmth spread through her fingers, and a vision appeared in her mind's eye, a memory of her grandmother's garden where she had spent countless afternoons listening to stories and planting seeds. The stone spoke to her of the importance of roots, of understanding where she came from, and cherishing the bonds of family and friendship. With a newfound appreciation, Clara continued her journey, the forest guiding her steps with whispers of encouragement. The second stone lay hidden within a patch of wildflowers, its color as vibrant as the petals surrounding it. When Clara picked it up, she was filled with the sensation of joy and creativity, reminding her of the happiness and fulfillment she found in her art and music. It taught her to embrace her passions and let them guide her towards a life filled with purpose and delight. The final stone was the most elusive, nestled high atop a hill where the trees parted to reveal a breathtaking view of the horizon. As Clara reached the summit, she felt the cool breeze kiss her cheeks, and she marveled at the world spread out before her, a tapestry of life and possibility. The stone in her hand vibrated with a gentle energy, filling her with peace and clarity. It whispered to her the importance of vision, of looking beyond the immediate and understanding the interconnectedness of all things. With all three stones in hand, Clara returned to the clearing where Alwyn awaited her. She felt a deep sense of accomplishment and gratitude, for she had not only discovered the stones but had also uncovered the hidden paths within her own heart. "Well done, Clara," Alwyn hooted softly, his eyes filled with pride. "You have learned the wisdom of roots, passion, and vision. Remember these truths, and they will guide you wherever your journey takes you." As the moonlight bathed the clearing in its gentle glow, Clara felt a wave of warmth and love wash over her. She thanked Alwyn and promised to cherish the lessons she had learned. With a soft breath, Clara found herself back in her room, the mirror in her hands. She looked out of the window, where the stars twinkled like tiny beacons of light. She knew that her journey was just beginning, and the world was filled with endless paths waiting to be discovered. And so, Clara drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams filled with the gentle wisdom of the forest, the comforting presence of Alwyn, and the knowledge that she would always have the guidance of the mirror of paths to light her way. As the village lay quiet under the blanket of night, a sense of calm and comfort enveloped the world, and all was well. Story 6. In a secluded corner of the world, nestled among towering emerald trees and verdant undergrowth, lay the Whispering Wood, a realm where time seemed to meander at its own gentle pace. Here, the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of pine needles and earth, and the dappled sunlight danced through the canopy, painting the forest floor with flickering patches of gold. Within this enchanted forest lived creatures both ordinary and extraordinary, their lives woven into the very fabric of the land. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Tavi, whose shell bore the intricate markings of countless years spent wandering the forest paths. Tavi was a guardian of the forest's secrets, a silent observer of the delicate balance that allowed the Whispering Wood to thrive. One crisp autumn morning, as the first frost glistened like tiny diamonds upon the fallen leaves, Tavi awoke to a peculiar sensation. The forest, usually filled with the gentle rustlings of life, birds chirping, leaves whispering, the soft patter of paws on the earth, was oddly still. It was as if the forest held its breath, waiting for something unknown. Tavi decided to investigate, setting off with slow but purposeful steps along the winding trails that he knew so well. As he moved, he listened to the stories the forest had to tell. Each rustle of leaves, each creak of branches, spoke in a language of their own, a language Tavi had spent a lifetime learning. He soon encountered a graceful deer named Nissa, her coat a soft blend of browns and whites, like a patchwork quilt sewn by nature itself. Nissa had noticed the silence too, and her gentle eyes were filled with concern. "Tavi," she said, her voice as soft as the breeze, "something is amiss. The forest feels different, as though a shadow has fallen upon it. Tavi nodded, his wise eyes surveying the familiar terrain. You are right, dear Nissa. Let us seek the counsel of the elder tree. It has stood here longer than any of us, and may know what troubles the wood. Together they made their way to the heart of the forest, where the elder tree towered above all else. Its trunk was wide enough to shelter a dozen creatures, and its branches spread out like the arms of a protective guardian. The elder tree's bark was etched with the grooves and lines of centuries, a testament to its long vigil over the forest. As they approached, a soft glow emanated from the elder tree, a warm light that pulsed gently, as if in rhythm with the heartbeat of the earth. Tavi and Nissa settled at its base, feeling the comforting presence of the ancient tree envelop them. "What brings you to me, dear friends?" the elder tree asked, its voice a deep, resonant hum that seemed to come from the very earth itself. "The forest is quiet," Tavi replied. "We sense a change, but its nature eludes us." The elder tree pondered for a moment, its branches swaying slightly as if considering the winds of time. "There is a balance to all things," it finally said. "The forest is a tapestry woven with the threads of life and change. Each season brings its own magic, its own challenges and gifts, but sometimes the weave becomes tangled." Nissa's eyes widened with understanding. "Is there a way to restore balance?" she asked. "Indeed," the elder tree answered, its voice carrying the weight of ancient wisdom. "You must seek the firefly glade, where the light of 1,000 tiny stars dances in the dark. There you will find the keeper of seasons. She holds the key to harmonizing the forest's rhythms." With gratitude in their hearts, Tavi and Nissa set off once more, their path lit by the golden rays of the descending sun. The journey to the firefly glade was long, but the forest seemed to guide them, its paths opening gently before their feet. Night had fallen by the time they reached the glade, a hidden sanctuary where the air was alive with the soft, shimmering glow of countless fireflies. Their light flickered like tiny lanterns, casting a gentle, otherworldly glow upon the scene. In the center of the glade stood the Keeper of Seasons, an ethereal figure whose presence was as fluid and changeable as the seasons themselves. Her hair flowed like autumn leaves caught in a gentle breeze, and her eyes held the deep blue of a summer sky. "Welcome, travelers," she greeted, her voice like the rustle of leaves on a still night. "I have been expecting you." Tavi and Nissa bowed respectfully. "Keeper of Seasons, the forest is troubled, and we seek your guidance to restore its harmony." The keeper smiled, a serene and knowing smile that spoke of ages past and those yet to come. "The balance of the forest is a delicate dance, one that requires both strength and grace. Sometimes it is the smallest change that holds the greatest power." She gestured to the fireflies around them. "These creatures, tiny as they are, carry the light of the stars within them. They dance through the darkness, reminding us that even the smallest of us can light the way." With a gentle wave of her hand, the fireflies began to swirl in a beautiful, intricate pattern, their light weaving a tapestry of shimmering threads that reached into the depths of the forest. The air hummed with energy, a soft, harmonious song that resonated with the very soul of the whispering wood. "The fireflies will guide you," the Keeper of Seasons said. "Follow their dance, and you will find the thread that must be woven anew." Tavi and Nissa watched in awe as the fireflies formed a luminous path. With a renewed sense of purpose, they followed the glowing trail deeper into the forest. The path led them to a secluded grove, where a small stream bubbled merrily over smooth stones, its waters clear and cool. The grove was bathed in the gentle light of the fireflies, and in its center stood a sapling, young and vibrant, its leaves shimmering with a silvery sheen. "This sapling," Tavi murmured, his voice filled with wonder, "it holds the essence of the forest's renewal." Nissa nodded, her heart swelling with hope. "We must nurture it, protect it, help it grow strong." Together they set to work, gathering fallen leaves to insulate the sapling's roots, guiding the stream's waters to nourish its thirsty soil. As they worked, the forest seemed to awaken around them, responding to their efforts with a gentle rustle of approval. Days turned to weeks, and the sapling grew, its branches reaching upward, its leaves unfurling to embrace the sun. The forest, once silent and still, began to hum with life once more. Birds sang from the treetops, their melodies weaving through the air. The gentle patter of rain nourished the earth, each drop a note in the symphony of renewal. And as the seasons turned, the balance of the whispering wood was restored, the threads of life woven together in a tapestry of harmony and peace. The keeper of seasons returned to the glade, her eyes shining with gratitude. "You have done well, dear friends. The forest is whole once more, thanks to your kindness and wisdom." Tavi and Nissa smiled, their hearts full of contentment. They knew that the forest's harmony was not something to be taken for granted, but a treasure to be nurtured and cherished with each passing day. And so, in the heart of the whispering wood, the creatures of the forest continued their gentle dance through life, guided by the light of 1,000 fireflies and the timeless wisdom of the trees. The forest remained a haven of peace and wonder, a testament to the beauty and magic of nature's eternal balance. Story 7. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy of towering trees painted the world with filtered sunlight, a secret life thrived beneath the whispering leaves. The air was cool and fragrant, carrying the earthy scent of moss and the sweet aroma of wildflowers that danced gently in the breeze. This forest was home to a myriad of creatures, each as vital to the forest's harmony as the next. Among these creatures was a wise old tortoise named Thistle, whose shell bore the stories of centuries with its intricate patterns. Thistle had lived through countless seasons, watching the forest change its cloak from the lush greens of spring to the fiery hues of autumn, and then to the serene whites of winter. His eyes, deep and knowing, hid tales of times long past and wisdom that had been passed down through generations. Thistle spent his days moving slowly and deliberately through the underbrush, each step a testament to patience and presence. His companions, a merry band of forest dwellers, included a curious squirrel named Bramble with fur as soft as thistledown, a pair of gentle deer named Willow and Rowan, and a family of chirping sparrows who called the ancient oak home. One crisp morning, as the first hints of autumn began to brush the forest with amber strokes, Bramble scampered up to Thistle, his eyes wide with excitement. "Thistle! Thistle!" he chattered, his bushy tail flicking with energy. "Have you seen the colors? The leaves are whispering of change." Thistle chuckled, a sound like the rustling of dry leaves. "Ah, Bramble," he said, his voice smooth and calming, "the forest is preparing for the great dance of autumn. It is a time of balance and transition. Each leaf that falls has a story to tell." As the days went by, Thistle's band of friends noticed something unusual. The rains, which normally arrived to quench the thirst of the forest, were delayed. The brook that babbled happily through the woods had grown silent, its pebbled bed exposed to the sun's warmth. The trees, though still vibrant, whispered quietly among themselves, their leaves trembling with concern. It was Willow who first spoke of the imbalance. Her eyes, soft and kind, reflected the worry she felt. "Thistle," she said gently, "the forest is anxious. The rains have not come, and the earth grows weary." Rowan nodded in agreement, his antlers casting intricate shadows on the forest floor. "What can we do, Thistle? How do we restore the balance?" Thistle, ever the keeper of knowledge, closed his eyes and listened to the forest's heart. He remembered the tales told by his ancestors, stories of a hidden grove deep within the forest, where the spirit of the seasons dwelled. It was said that in this grove, the balance of nature could be felt most keenly, and the wisdom of the ages could be sought. "We must visit the Grove of Seasons," Thistle decided, opening his eyes. "There we may find guidance." With determination and a shared sense of purpose, Thistle and his friends set out on their journey. The path was gentle, leading them through a tapestry of rustling leaves and the occasional call of a distant owl. The forest seemed to hold its breath, watching their progress with silent anticipation. As they traveled, Thistle shared stories of the past, of how the forest had faced challenges before, and how, through unity and understanding, balance had always been restored. His words were a soothing balm to his companions, filling them with hope and courage. After a day's journey, they arrived at the Grove of Seasons. It was a place of profound beauty, where the trees formed a perfect circle around a small, clear pond. The air was tinged with magic, shimmering softly like a dream just out of reach. Here the light danced with a golden hue, and the whispers of the forest were as gentle as a lullaby. In the center of the grove stood an ancient tree, older than any other in the forest. Its bark was silvered with age, and its branches were adorned with leaves of every season, green, gold, crimson, and white. This was the Tree of Seasons, the guardian of the forest's harmony. Thistle approached the tree with reverence. His friends gathered around him. As he laid a gentle paw upon its trunk, a soft breeze stirred the leaves, carrying a voice that was both ancient and kind. "Welcome, Thistle," the voice whispered. "What seeks you and your companions in this sacred grove?" Thistle bowed his head slightly, speaking on behalf of his friends. "Great Tree of Seasons, the rains have not come, and the forest is uneasy. We seek your guidance to restore the balance." The tree's leaves rustled softly, like a distant memory returning to the present. "Balance is a dance, young ones. It requires the steps of all creatures, great and small. Look within, and you will find the answer." With these words, the companions pondered. It was Bramble who first spoke, his voice thoughtful. "Perhaps it is the stories we share, the connections we hold, that strengthen the forest." Willow nodded, understanding dawning in her eyes. "And the kindness we show, the respect we give to each part of the forest." Rowan added, "We must remember that we are all part of this tapestry, each thread essential." Thistle smiled, his heart warm with pride. "Yes, my friends, it is the harmony within us that reflects in the world around us." With renewed purpose, they returned to the forest, carrying the wisdom of the Grove of Seasons within their hearts. They shared their insights with their fellow creatures, encouraging everyone to work together, to care for each other and the land they called home. Slowly, the forest responded. The sparrows sang songs of hope, their melodies weaving through the branches. The deer tended to the tender shoots, nurturing them with gentle care. Bramble and his fellow squirrels spread seeds, ensuring the growth of new life. And one morning, as the sun rose over the horizon, a gentle rain began to fall. The forest sighed with relief, the earth drinking deeply of the precious water. The brook resumed its cheerful babble, and the trees, once anxious, stood tall and proud. The balance had been restored, not by magic alone, but by the wisdom and kindness of those who called the forest home. And as Thistle watched the rain dance upon the leaves, he felt a profound sense of peace, knowing that the lessons of the past would guide the forest into the future. As the seasons turned and the forest continued its eternal cycle, the story of Thistle and his friends became part of the tapestry of tales shared by the forest's creatures. It was a story of unity, of harmony, and of the gentle strength found in friendship and wisdom. And each time it was told, it carried with it the soothing promise of balance and peace, echoing softly through the leaves like a lullaby from the heart of the ancient forest. Story 8. In the heart of the sprawling, ancient forest of whispering pines, where the air was thick with the scent of pine needles and the gentle murmur of a nearby brook, lay a hidden world that only the most observant eyes could discover. This forest, kissed by the first rays of dawn and serenaded by the evening's gentle breezes, cradled secrets as old as time itself. Underneath the emerald canopy, where sunlight danced in playful patterns on the forest floor, there was a small, unassuming clearing. In this clearing stood a peculiar oak tree, its bark gnarled and twisted like the wise visage of an elder. It was beneath this tree that the story of young Finn began. Finn was a boy of 12, with hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes as bright as the morning sky. He lived in a quaint village nestled at the edge of the forest, a village where stories of magic and mystery were as common as the chirping of crickets at dusk. Finn had always been captivated by these tales, particularly those told by Old Man Cedric, the village storyteller, whose voice was like a gentle breeze carrying the scent of forgotten dreams. One crisp autumn afternoon, as Finn wandered deeper into the forest than he ever had before, he stumbled upon the peculiar oak tree. There was something undeniably enchanting about it, as if it whispered secrets only the trees could understand. As Finn approached, he noticed a small, shimmering object nestled in the roots of the tree. It was a locket, intricately crafted from silver and adorned with delicate engravings of vines and stars. The locket seemed to pulse with a gentle, inviting light, as if it held within it the heart of the forest itself. With a mix of trepidation and curiosity, Finn reached down and picked it up. The locket was warm to the touch, and as his fingers closed around it, he felt a peculiar sensation, like the soft flutter of wings inside his chest. As Finn turned the locket over in his hands, he noticed an inscription on the back. "To those who seek with an open heart, the world shall reveal its wonders." The words resonated deep within him, and he felt an inexplicable connection to the locket, as if it had been waiting for him all along. With the locket clutched in his hand, Finn felt a strange pull, urging him to explore further into the forest. The trees seemed to part for him, guiding his path as he ventured deeper into the unknown. The air was filled with the scent of damp earth and moss, and the soft rustle of leaves underfoot was the only sound that accompanied his journey. As he walked, the forest around him began to change. The trees grew taller, their trunks wider and more majestic than any he'd seen before. The light filtering through the canopy took on a golden hue, casting a warm glow over everything it touched. Finn felt as though he had stepped into another world, a world where magic was as real as the earth beneath his feet. Eventually, Finn emerged into another clearing, larger and more vibrant than the one before. In the center of this clearing stood a magnificent stone archway, entwined with ivy and flowers that glowed with a soft luminescence. It was a portal, Finn realized, leading to a place beyond the realm of ordinary sight. With a heart full of wonder and a mind alight with possibilities, Finn stepped through the archway. Immediately, he felt a gentle shift, as if the air itself was alive with anticipation. On the other side, he found himself in a realm unlike any he had imagined. This hidden world was a tapestry of vibrant colors and sounds, where the sky shimmered with hues of lavender and gold, and the air was filled with the melodious songs of creatures unseen. The trees here were like living sculptures, their branches twisting into artful shapes, and the ground was carpeted with flowers that seemed to hum with a life of their own. As Finn took in the breathtaking beauty around him, he noticed a figure approaching from among the trees. It was a girl, no older than himself, with hair as dark as midnight and eyes that sparkled like the stars. She moved with a grace that seemed to belong to the forest itself, and when she spoke, her voice was as gentle as the whispering wind. "Welcome, traveler," she said, a warm smile lighting up her face. "I am Leora, guardian of this realm. You have found the heart of the forest." Finn introduced himself and explained how he had come to find the locket. Leora listened intently, her eyes filled with understanding and kindness. "The locket you hold is a key," she explained. "It opens the door to the wonders of this world, a world hidden from those who cannot see with their hearts as well as their eyes. You have been chosen to be its keeper, to learn from it, and to protect its secrets." Finn felt a swell of pride and responsibility at her words. He had always dreamed of adventures and magic, and now it seemed he was living in the heart of one. Over the following days, Leora became both a guide and a friend to Finn. She taught him about the hidden world, its creatures, and its ancient lore. Together, they explored enchanted glades where butterflies danced in kaleidoscopic swarms, and streams where the water sang as it flowed over smooth stones. In this world, Finn discovered an array of magical abilities he never knew he possessed. With Leora's guidance, he learned to listen to the whispers of the trees, to understand the language of the wind, and to find paths that only the heart could navigate. One day, as they rested by a serene lake that mirrored the sky, Leora shared a tale of an ancient challenge that awaited those who sought to be true guardians of the realm. It was a journey that required courage, wisdom, and a heart open to the unknown. "The journey will test you," Leora said softly, her gaze steady. "But it will also change you, teaching you the true meaning of friendship and the strength that lies within." Finn knew in his heart that he was ready. With Leora by his side and the lock as his guide, he set out on this new journey. Their path led them through dense forests, over rolling hills, and into valleys where the air shimmered with magic. As they traveled, Finn encountered creatures he had only dreamed of, gentle giants who towered like ancient oaks, and tiny sprites whose laughter was like the tinkling of bells. Each encounter taught him something new, not just about the world around him, but about himself as well. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, Finn and Leora arrived at the base of a towering mountain. It was the final challenge, Leora explained, a climb to the summit where the heart of the realm awaited. The climb was arduous, the path steep and treacherous. But with each step, Finn felt a growing sense of purpose and determination. Leora was a constant source of encouragement, her presence a soothing balm against the fatigue and uncertainty. At long last, they reached the summit as the first stars began to twinkle in the indigo sky. There, nestled among the rocks, was a small, glowing crystal that pulsed with a steady, gentle light. It was the heart of the realm, the source of its magic and wonder. Finn approached the crystal with reverence, placing the locket beside it. As he did, a warm, golden light enveloped him, filling his heart with a profound sense of connection and belonging. In that moment, he understood the true nature of the magic that bound the realm together. It was the magic of friendship and love, of understanding and acceptance. It was a magic that flowed through all things, seen and unseen, connecting every heart with an unbreakable bond. With the journey complete, Finn and Leora made their way back down the mountain, their hearts light and their spirits renewed. Finn knew that he had been forever changed by his experiences, by the friends he had made and the lessons he had learned. As they returned to the village, Finn realized that the hidden world was not so far from his own. It was there, in the rustling leaves and the whispering winds, in the stories told by Old Man Cedric and the dreams that danced on the edge of sleep. From that day forward, Finn carried the locket with him, a constant reminder of the wonders he had discovered and the friendships he had forged. And though he returned to his village, his heart remained open to the magic of the world, always ready for the next adventure that awaited just beyond the horizon. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient forest and the twinkling stars above, Finn's story became a part of the tapestry of Whispering Pines, a tale of friendship, magic, and the endless possibilities that lay within an open heart. Story 9. In the vast expanse of the heliosphere cluster, where stars twinkled like scattered jewels against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, unassuming planetoid named Solara. Solara was known for its ethereal beauty, with skies that shimmered in hues of lavender and gold during its long twilight hours. It was here that two unlikely companions would find their paths entwined. Jara, a nimble creature from the forested moon of Verdantia, had eyes like emeralds and a heart full of curiosity. Her people were known for their deep connection to nature, able to communicate with flora and fauna alike. She found herself on Solara as part of a cultural exchange program, eager to learn about the diverse life forms that inhabited the cluster. On the other side of this celestial meeting was Zephyr, a tall, crystalline being from the icy rings of Glacium. Zephyr's people, the Glacians, were known for their stoic demeanor and logical minds. His body glistened with interlocking facets that caught the light in dazzling displays. Zephyr had come to Solara to study its unique atmospheric properties, a pursuit driven by his unending quest for knowledge. The two met quite by accident on the shores of Solara's only ocean, the Opaline Sea. Jara, enchanted by the sparkling waters, had wandered far from her group, while Zephyr, engrossed in collecting data, had not noticed her approach. Their first encounter was marked by a mutual misunderstanding. Jara, in her eagerness to introduce herself, had startled Zephyr, causing him to drop his delicate instruments into the lapping waves. "Oh dear, I'm so sorry," Jara exclaimed, her voice as soft as the rustling leaves of her home moon. She rushed to retrieve the fallen devices, her nimble fingers plucking them from the water. Zephyr, initially flustered by the disruption, was taken aback by her genuine concern. "It is quite all right," he replied, his voice resonating like a gentle breeze through chimes. "I did not expect company." As they conversed, their differences became apparent. Jara spoke with warmth and emotion, her words flowing like a melody, while Zephyr's speech was precise and measured, each word carefully chosen. Despite this, a seed of understanding began to root itself between them. Days turned into weeks as Jara and Zephyr found themselves drawn to the same serene spots on Solara. They shared moments of laughter and quiet reflection, their friendship growing like a delicate flower amidst the starlit nights. Their bond was truly tested when an unexpected solar storm swept across the cluster, threatening to disrupt the delicate balance of Solara's ecosystem. The indigenous creatures, sensitive to the solar winds, began to fall ill, their vibrant colors fading to a dull gray. Jara, with her deep affinity for living things, was distraught. "We must do something to help them," she pleaded, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Zephyr, though less attuned to the emotional plight of the creatures, understood the gravity of the situation. "Together we can devise a solution," he assured her, his crystalline form reflecting her determination. Combining Jara's empathy and Zephyr's analytical prowess, they devised a plan to shield the creatures from the harsh effects of the storm. Jara communicated with the plants, encouraging them to create a protective canopy, while Zephyr used his knowledge to adjust the frequency of the protective barriers they erected. Through long days and longer nights, they worked side by side, their efforts a harmonious blend of heart and mind. As the last wave of the storm passed, the creatures of Solara began to recover, their colors returning with a renewed vibrancy. In the aftermath of the storm, as they rested by the opaline sea, Jara turned to Zephyr with a newfound understanding. "I never thought someone so different from me could become such a dear friend," she admitted softly. Zephyr nodded, his crystalline face softening with a rare smile. "Our differences have become our strength," he replied. "You have taught me the beauty of feeling, and I hope I have shown you the clarity of thought." Their friendship, forged in the trials of uncertainty and bound by mutual respect and care, became a beacon of hope and unity for all who lived in the heliosphere cluster. From them, others learned that true friendship transcended boundaries of species and origin, embracing the richness of diversity. As they gazed at the swirling galaxies above, Jara and Zephyr knew they had discovered something precious, a bond that would endure the tests of time and space, as enduring as the stars that watched over them. And so, on that gentle twilight of Solara, with the world around them settling into a peaceful slumber, they sat side by side, content in the knowledge that they would face whatever came next together, as friends. Story 10. In the heart of a verdant valley cradled by whispering winds and rustling leaves, there lay a quaint village known as Mistwood Hollow. Nestled between towering moss-draped trees, the village was cloaked in a perpetual mist that caressed the ground like a soft, silken veil. It was here, in a little stone cottage with a thatched roof and blooming ivy climbing its walls, that a young woman named Marin lived. Marin was known throughout Mistwood Hollow for her gentle spirit and kind heart, yet she carried within her an unease that often shadowed her bright demeanor. She felt out of place, like a puzzle piece that didn't quite fit. Change was coming. She could feel it in the air, in the way the mist seemed to swirl around her as if whispering secrets only she could hear. But change was a daunting prospect, and Marin found herself caught between longing for transformation and fearing the unknown. Every morning, as the sun stretched its golden fingers through the trees, Marin would wander into the forest where the mist was thickest. She would sit by the babbling brook, its waters clear as crystal and cool as the morning dew, watching the droplets dance over stones smoothed by time. It was here that she often found solace, where the forest seemed to hum a melody of tranquility that eased her troubled mind. One day, as Marin sat by the brook, she noticed something unusual. A tiny, luminescent butterfly fluttered towards her, its wings shimmering with hues of lavender and silver. It alighted softly on her hand, its touch like a whisper against her skin. Marin watched in awe as the butterfly seemed to pulse with light, a gentle glow that mirrored the warmth spreading in her chest. The butterfly spoke, not with words but with a feeling, a gentle nudge in her mind. It was an invitation to change, to embrace the transformation she both feared and desired. Marin felt a stir of excitement mixed with apprehension, like the first note of a song yet to be sung. As the days passed, Marin found herself visited by the butterfly often. It would lead her deeper into the forest, where the trees grew taller and the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth. In these secret places, she uncovered hidden wonders, a glade where moonlight spilled like liquid silver, a grove where flowers bloomed in a riot of colors, each petal a masterpiece painted by nature's hand. Marin's heart began to open like the blossoms she discovered, each petal unfurling with a newfound understanding. She realized that change, though daunting, was also a part of life's beautiful dance. The forest, with its ever-shifting seasons and resilient creatures, taught her that transformation was not to be feared but embraced. Her dear friend Tom, the village storyteller, noticed the change in Marin. He was an elderly man with a smile like sunshine on a winter's day and eyes that twinkled with mischief. Tom had long seen the potential in Marin, the spark within her waiting to ignite. "You're like the forest, Marin," Tom said one afternoon as they sat beneath the sprawling branches of an ancient oak. "Ever changing, ever growing, trust in the journey." Marin took his words to heart, letting them settle within her like seeds ready to sprout. She began to listen more closely to the whispers of the wind, the songs of the birds, and the stories of the trees, finding wisdom in their ancient voices. The butterfly continued to visit, becoming a constant companion in her explorations. With each new discovery, Marin felt herself changing, gaining confidence, shedding her fears like autumn leaves. She learned to weave the lessons of the forest into her daily life, finding balance and harmony. The villagers soon noticed the change in Marin. She walked with a lighter step, her eyes bright with newfound joy. She shared her discoveries with them, teaching the children how to listen to the forest's secrets and showing them the hidden beauty in their own backyard. One evening, as the village gathered around a crackling bonfire, Marin stood up to speak. The flames danced in her eyes, reflecting the transformation within her. "I have learned that change is like the seasons," she said, her voice steady and warm. "It comes whether we wish it or not, bringing with it the promise of new beginnings. It is through change that we grow, that we find who we are meant to be." Her words, like seeds, took root in the hearts of those who listened. They understood that Marin's journey was a reflection of their own, that they too could embrace the changes life brought with grace and courage. As the fire burned low and the stars twinkled overhead, Marin felt a deep sense of peace. The butterfly visited her one last time, resting gently on her shoulder. It was a goodbye and a promise, a reminder that she was never alone in her journey. In the quiet of the night, with the forest as her witness, Marin knew she had found her place, not as a puzzle piece in someone else's picture, but as a vibrant brushstroke in the ever-changing masterpiece of life. And so, with the mist curling softly around her, she closed her eyes and breathed in the cool, fragrant air, content in the knowledge that she was exactly where she was meant to be. Story 11. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whisper of the wind seemed to speak in tongues of enchantment, and the canopy above formed a mosaic of emerald and gold, there lived a gentle creature named Nettle. Nettle was a small, unassuming hedgehog with quills that shimmered like bronzed leaves under the dappled sunlight. This particular forest was not just any forest. It was a place where the lines between the natural world and the mystical blurred, a realm where the hidden lives of its inhabitants thrived amidst the symphony of nature's harmony. As the first rays of dawn kissed the forest floor, a delicate mist rose from the earth, weaving through the trees like a silken ribbon. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth, mingled with the faint sweetness of blooming wildflowers. Here, every creature played its part in the grand tapestry of life, a delicate dance of balance and harmony. Nettle had always been fascinated by the magical phenomena that graced the forest with each changing season. It was said that the forest itself was a living entity, its heartbeat pulsing in rhythm with the cycle of the seasons. In the spring, the forest awoke with a gentle sigh, unfurling vibrant green leaves and coaxing delicate blossoms to life. Summer brought with it the warmth of golden sunlight, casting playful shadows on the ground and filling the air with the hum of busy insects. Autumn was a riot of color, as leaves turned to fiery hues and danced in the breeze, while winter cloaked the world in a serene, snowy blanket, the silence broken only by the soft crunch of footsteps on frozen ground. In this enchanted forest, every creature held a tale, and Nettle was no exception. He lived in a cozy burrow beneath the roots of an ancient oak, its gnarled bark a testament to the wisdom it had gathered over countless years. The oak had seen generations of creatures come and go, and its branches whispered stories of old to those who would listen. Nettle often spent his days exploring the forest, learning from its many inhabitants. He had become friends with a wise old owl named Bramble, whose eyes were like amber lanterns in the night. Bramble had lived through many seasons and had stories to tell, stories filled with lessons passed down through generations. One chilly autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, Nettle snuggled close to Bramble on a low-hanging branch. The night was still, the world hushed in anticipation, as if the forest itself were holding its breath. "Tell me a story, Bramble," Nettle asked softly, his eyes wide with curiosity. Bramble fluffed his feathers and blinked slowly, as if sifting through the library of his memories. "Ah, there is a tale my grandmother used to tell," he began, his voice a soothing melody in the cool air. "It is about the wind and the willow, and how they taught the forest about balance and harmony." Nettle leaned in closer, eager to hear more. "Long ago," Bramble continued, "when the world was young and the forest still finding its place, the wind was a wild spirit, racing through the trees with no care for the chaos it left in its wake. The willow, on the other hand, was a gentle soul, her branches swaying gracefully to the rhythm of the earth. She watched the wind with a mixture of awe and concern, for while the wind was beautiful in its freedom, it was also reckless. The willow knew that for the forest to thrive, there had to be balance, so she reached out to the wind, her voice as soft as a lullaby. "Dear wind," she said, "your spirit is wondrous, but your path is tangled. Let us dance together, you and I, and find a way to weave harmony into the fabric of this place." The wind, intrigued by the willow's gentle wisdom, agreed. Together, they began a dance that taught the wind to temper its speed, to caress rather than to uproot. In turn, the willow learned to sway with more vigor, her branches reaching out to embrace the sky. Together, they found a rhythm, a balance that allowed the forest to flourish. Bramble paused, his eyes reflecting the starlight. "And so it is with all things, dear Nettle. Balance is the key to harmony, and it is through understanding and friendship that we find our way." Nettle nodded, the lesson settling in his heart like a warm ember. The forest around them was a testament to this truth, its beauty a result of countless threads woven together by time and nature's wisdom. As the night deepened, the moon rose high above, casting a silver glow over the forest. Nettle fell asleep under the watchful eyes of Bramble, his dreams filled with the gentle dance of the wind and the willow. And in that peaceful slumber, he understood that he, too, was a part of this intricate web of life, a small but vital piece of the forest's eternal song. In the days that followed, Nettle carried the tale with him, sharing it with other creatures he met along his way. The story of the wind and the willow became a beacon of wisdom, reminding all who heard it of the importance of balance and the power of friendship. And as the seasons continued their eternal cycle, the forest remained a place of wonder and magic, a sanctuary where harmony reigned supreme and the hidden lives of its inhabitants thrived in peace. Story 12. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a gentle young girl named Lila. Her days were spent wandering the lush meadows and sun-dappled woods, where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers and the songs of cheerful birds. Lila had a heart as kind as the summer breeze and a curiosity that sparkled like the morning dew. One crisp autumn morning, as amber leaves danced in the cool breeze, Lila decided to explore the forest that bordered her village. She had always heard tales of the enchanted woods, where sunlight filtered through the canopy like golden rain, and every rustle could be the whisper of an ancient secret. With a soft hum on her lips, she ventured deeper than she ever had before, her footsteps muffled by the carpet of fallen leaves. As she wandered further into the heart of the forest, she noticed an unusual glimmer beneath a towering oak. Kneeling down, she brushed aside the leaves to reveal an ornate silver key. It was unlike anything she had ever seen, with intricate engravings that seemed to shimmer with a light of their own. Curiosity piqued, Lila tucked the key into her pocket, feeling a strange warmth emanating from it. Continuing her journey, Lila soon encountered an elderly fox with fur as silver as moonlight. His eyes twinkled with wisdom, and he introduced himself as Thistle, the guardian of the forest's secrets. Thistle, noticing the key, raised an eyebrow and said in a voice as smooth as a trickling stream, "Ah, you have found the key to the hidden sanctuary. Not many stumble upon such a treasure." "The hidden sanctuary?" Lila repeated, her voice a soft whisper of wonder. "Yes," replied Thistle. It is a place where the heart's deepest desires and truths reveal themselves. But be mindful, young one, for the sanctuary opens only to those who seek with pure intent. Intrigued and a little apprehensive, Lila asked, "How do I find this sanctuary?" With a knowing smile, Thistle replied, "Follow the path where the sunlight dances upon the leaves, and listen for the song of the forest. Trust your heart, and it will lead you." Thanking Thistle, Lila set off, her heart alight with anticipation. As she walked, she tuned her senses to the forest around her. She noticed how the sun cast playful patterns on the ground, and how the leaves seemed to sway in time with a melody only they could hear. The air was filled with a gentle symphony of rustling leaves and distant bird calls. After what felt like both moments and hours, Lila found herself standing before a grove bathed in golden light. In the center stood an ancient oak, its trunk twisted and gnarled with age. A small door, barely noticeable, was etched into the bark, with a keyhole that matched the size of the silver key. With a deep breath, Lila inserted the key and turned it slowly. The door creaked open, revealing a world beyond that shimmered with magic and tranquility. Stepping inside, Lila felt a serene calm wash over her, as if she had been enveloped in a warm embrace. The sanctuary was a garden of wonders, where flowers of every hue bloomed in harmony and gentle streams wove through the glade. The air was filled with the fragrance of lavender and honeysuckle, and the sky above was a blanket of soft twilight. In the heart of this magical place stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a crystal orb. Lila approached it, feeling its gentle pull. As she gazed into the orb, images began to form, memories of her happiest moments, the faces of those she loved, and dreams she held dear. But there were also glimpses of her fears, her uncertainties, and the challenges she faced. Understanding washed over her like a soothing wave. The hidden sanctuary was not just a place to fulfill desires, but a mirror to one's soul, reflecting both light and shadow. It offered insight and clarity, urging one to embrace their whole self with kindness and acceptance. With newfound wisdom, Lila realized that her journey was not just about discovery, but about understanding and growth. She knew that every challenge she faced could be met with patience and love, and that true strength lay in compassion and empathy. As she left the sanctuary, the silver key glowed softly in her hand, a reminder of the magic within and around her. Lila returned to her village, her heart a little fuller and her spirit a little brighter. In the days that followed, she shared her newfound wisdom with those around her, planting seeds of kindness and hope. The village of Willowbrook flourished, not just with the beauty of nature, but with the warmth of community. And so Lila's gentle journey became a tale passed down through generations, a reminder that the truest magic lies not in grand gestures or hidden treasures, but in the simple, enduring power of love, understanding, and friendship. And with that, the village of Willowbrook nestled in for the night, the stars twinkling above like 1,000 tiny lanterns, as the world drifted into a peaceful slumber. Story 13. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the morning mist lingered like a silken veil, and the scent of earth and pine was as rich as a secret, there was a place where time seemed to flow differently. This was a grove known only to those who had the wisdom to listen to the whispers of the wind, and the patience to watch the dance of shadows and light. Here, nature's creatures lived in exquisite harmony, their lives woven together like the intricate patterns of a spider's web. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned from verdant green to fiery shades of amber and crimson, the inhabitants of this hidden world were awakening. The air was cool and carried the faintest hint of wood smoke, a comforting reminder of the approaching winter. Beneath a canopy of interlaced branches, where sunlight dappled the forest floor in golden patches, the creatures began their day. Among them was a wise old turtle named Thistle, whose shell bore the markings of countless years. Thistle was a revered elder in the forest, known for his gentle demeanor and deep understanding of the land's rhythms. As he slowly made his way to a sun-warmed rock, he was accompanied by a small robin named Pippin, who flitted from branch to branch, her feathers a brilliant splash of color in the autumn landscape. "Good morning, Thistle," chirped Pippin, alighting beside him. "The forest is especially beautiful today, isn't it?" "Indeed it is," replied Thistle, his voice as calm and steady as a river's flow. The forest is preparing for the great sleep of winter, and each creature has a role to play in this grand cycle. As Thistle and Pippin conversed, the forest around them was alive with activity. Squirrels scurried about, gathering acorns and storing them in secret caches. A family of deer grazed peacefully in a nearby clearing, their eyes soft and gentle. Overhead, the canopy rustled with the comings and goings of birds, each adding its voice to the symphony of nature. Yet, not all was as serene as it seemed. The balance of the forest was threatened by an unusual phenomenon. The rains that typically graced the land had not come, and the streams were beginning to dry. The leaves, though vibrant, were brittle, and the air carried an unfamiliar dryness. Recognizing the signs, Thistle summoned a council of the forest's wisest creatures. Under the moonlit sky, they gathered in a circle, a council of owls with eyes like pools of wisdom, a pair of foxes known for their cleverness, and a gentle stag whose antlers were crowned with lichen and moss. "The forest is thirsty," Thistle began, his voice filled with concern. "We must find a way to restore the balance before winter arrives." The council murmured in agreement, each creature feeling the weight of the challenge ahead. It was then that a young rabbit named Willow, her fur as soft as dandelion fluff, timidly stepped forward. "I have heard stories," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, "of an ancient spring deep within the forest, a place where the rains are born." The mention of the spring sent a ripple of excitement through the gathering. According to legend, this spring was a source of magic, its waters capable of awakening the sleeping clouds and calling the rains back to the land. "We must find this spring," declared the stag, his deep voice resonating with hope. "If it truly exists, it may hold the key to restoring the forest's harmony." And so, a quest was set in motion. Thistle, despite his age, volunteered to lead, his wisdom and experience invaluable. Pippin, with her keen eyes and swift flight, eagerly joined, along with Willow, whose youthful curiosity and courage would prove essential. As dawn broke the following day, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, the small band set off into the heart of the forest. Their journey took them through groves where ancient trees stood like sentinels, their bark gnarled and twisted with age. They traveled across meadows where wildflowers bloomed in defiance of the dry spell, their colors a tapestry of nature's resilience. The air was filled with the earthy aroma of fallen leaves, and the sound of their footsteps was a gentle rustle against the forest floor. Along the way they encountered other creatures who offered guidance and encouragement. A wise old owl, perched high in an oak, pointed them toward the hidden paths that only the most knowledgeable knew. A family of otters, frolicking in a dwindling stream, shared tales of forgotten trails that wound through the forest's deepest reaches. As the sun reached its zenith, they arrived at a place unlike any they had ever seen. It was a glade bathed in ethereal light, where the air shimmered with a faint, otherworldly glow. At its center was a pool of water, so clear and still that it mirrored the sky above perfectly. "This must be the spring," breathed Willow, her eyes wide with wonder. The spring's magic was palpable, the air around it charged with a gentle energy that seemed to hum with the heartbeat of the earth itself. Thistle approached the water's edge and with great reverence spoke the words passed down through generations, a prayer to the spirits of nature, asking for their aid in restoring balance. As his voice faded, a miraculous transformation began. The water shimmered with a luminescent glow, and from its depths rose a mist that curled and twisted into the sky. The clouds, as if awakened from a long slumber, began to gather, their soft gray forms knitting together until they blanketed the sky. A gentle rain began to fall, each drop a tiny jewel that kissed the earth with life. The forest seemed to sigh in relief, the parched leaves drinking deeply, the streams swelling with renewed vigor. The creatures of the forest, witnessing this renewal, rejoiced. Their songs filled the air, a melody of gratitude and joy that echoed through the trees. Thistle, his heart full, turned to his companions. "We have done it," he said, his voice a blend of awe and satisfaction. As the rain continued to fall, the small band made their way back to their home, the forest now vibrant and alive with promise. Pippin flitted from tree to tree, her song a bright, cheerful note in the gentle symphony of the rain. Willow hopped alongside Thistle, her eyes shining with the knowledge that she had played a part in something truly magical. The forest had been saved, and with it, the delicate balance of life that depended on its bounty. As the seasons turned and winter finally arrived, blanketing the land in a peaceful white hush, the creatures nestled into their homes, secure in the knowledge that spring would come again, bringing with it the renewal and abundance of life. And in the heart of the forest, the ancient spring lay quiet once more, its magic a silent guardian of the harmony that had been restored. The wisdom of the forest continued to flow through its waters, a timeless reminder of the power of unity and the enduring strength of nature's gentle magic. As the fire burned low, casting a warm glow that danced across the faces of those who listened, the storyteller's voice softened. And so, they concluded, the forest thrived, a testament to the courage and friendship that can overcome even the greatest of challenges. Let us remember this tale and carry its wisdom in our hearts, for the forest's song is our own. With that, the tale was complete, and the listeners drifted into dreams filled with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft patter of rain, comforted by the knowledge that in the world of nature, balance and harmony would always prevail. Story 14. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a spirited young girl named Marigold. Her hair was a cascade of golden curls, and her eyes shimmered with the curiosity of 1,000 unasked questions. Every morning, she would gaze out of her small window, dreaming of adventures beyond the familiar fields and streams. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced to the ground in shades of amber and russet, Marigold discovered a curious map tucked inside a book in her grandmother's attic. The map was unlike any she had seen before, with swirling paths and glimmering symbols that seemed to invite her on a journey. At the very edge of the map was a place called the Enchanted Glade, a name that sparked a flutter of excitement in her heart. With a small satchel filled with apples and a warm cloak wrapped around her shoulders, Marigold set off toward the unknown. The path was lined with towering trees whose branches formed a canopy, filtering the sunlight into a mosaic of gold and green. The air was rich with the scent of pine and the distant hum of a brook, a melody that guided her steps forward. As she ventured deeper into the forest, Marigold encountered her first whimsical creature, a tiny, iridescent butterfly with wings that shimmered like liquid sapphire. It flitted around her, leading her along a narrow trail that wound through the trees. The butterfly's gentle presence filled Marigold with a sense of companionship, as though the forest itself was welcoming her with open arms. The path soon opened into a clearing where mushrooms glowed with an ethereal light, casting a soft luminescence over the surrounding ferns. Here, Marigold met a family of gentle round creatures with fur as soft as dandelion fluff. They chirped in delight at her arrival, their eyes twinkling with kindness. The creatures, known as whiffles, communicated with Marigold through gestures and melodic hums, inviting her to share in their evening feast of berries and nuts. As night began to fall, the forest transformed into a realm of wonder. The trees twinkled with fireflies, their glow reflecting in the still pools of water scattered across the glade. Marigold and her new friends gathered around a small, crackling fire, their laughter mingling with the sound of crickets and the occasional hoot of an owl. During her time in the Enchanted Glade, Marigold faced gentle challenges that tested her courage and wit. When a sudden rainstorm threatened to dampen their spirits, she devised a clever way to weave leaves into shelters, keeping her and the whiffles dry and warm. And when the path back seemed to disappear under a blanket of mist, it was her unwavering trust in her instincts and the forest's gentle whispers that led her safely home. Through these challenges, Marigold discovered a strength within herself, a quiet resilience that blossomed with every step she took into the unknown. The Enchanted Glade, with its magical creatures and serene beauty, had shown her that courage is not the absence of fear, but the triumph over it, a lesson softly taught by the forest's embrace. When it was time to return to her village, Marigold carried with her more than just memories of an adventure. She returned with a heart full of gratitude and a newfound appreciation for the world around her. The map, now etched in her mind, had become a symbol of the wonder that awaits those who dare to explore beyond the horizon. On the final evening of her journey, Marigold sat by the fireplace in her cozy home, the warmth of the flames mirroring the comfort she felt inside. As she drifted into a peaceful sleep, the forest seemed to whisper a gentle lullaby through her window, a promise that the enchanted glade would always be there, a magical haven for those who seek its wonders with a brave and open heart. Once upon a time, in a village nestled at the edge of a sprawling ancient forest, there lived a gentle girl named Lyra. The villagers loved to tell tales of the mysterious happenings deep within the woods, where sunlight filtered through the canopy like golden rain, and the air was always alive with the whisper of leaves and the songs of unseen birds. Lyra had always felt a quiet pull towards the forest, a place where the ordinary world seemed to slumber, and the extraordinary could unfold with a breath. Her best friend was a wise old squirrel named Whiskers, who often perched on her shoulder, his bushy tail tickling her cheek as they wandered through the village. Whiskers had lived in the forest for many years and knew every secret path and hidden nook. One crisp autumn morning, as the first chill of winter laced the air, Lyra and Whiskers decided to venture deeper into the forest than they had ever gone before. The leaves crunched beneath their feet, a symphony of sound that accompanied their every step. As they walked, a mist began to rise from the forest floor, swirling in ethereal patterns around them. "There's a place I want to show you," Whiskers chattered excitedly. His eyes sparkled with a secret he had kept for a long time. Lyra felt her heart quicken with anticipation. "Lead the way, dear Whiskers," she replied, her voice soft as the rustle of the wind through the branches. They journeyed for what seemed like hours, the forest growing denser, the light softer and more muted. The air was sweet with the scent of pine and earth, and Lyra felt a deep peace settle over her, as if she were walking through a dream. At last, they arrived at a small, hidden glade. In its center stood an ancient oak tree, its branches spread wide like welcoming arms. Nestled among its roots was a small, moss-covered door, almost invisible to the untrained eye. "This is the doorway to the hidden world," Whiskers explained, his voice a gentle murmur, "a place where magic lives and breathes." Lyra's eyes widened in wonder. She reached out and touched the door, feeling the hum of magic beneath her fingertips. "Can we go inside?" she asked, her voice barely more than a whisper. Whiskers nodded, and with a flick of his tail, the door swung open to reveal a world unlike anything Lyra had ever imagined. The air shimmered with colors, vivid and ever-changing. Flowers bloomed in impossible shades, and the trees seemed to sing with a life all their own. As they stepped into this hidden world, Lyra felt a profound sense of belonging, as if she had found a home she never knew she was missing. Whispers of laughter and music floated through the air, and creatures of all kinds peered out from behind trees and bushes, curious and welcoming. Lyra and Whiskers explored this magical realm, meeting creatures who told stories of ancient times and shared secrets of the forest. There was a wise old tortoise who spoke of the stars, a family of foxes who wove tales of adventure, and a mischievous rabbit who delighted in riddles. In the heart of this world stood a glimmering pond, its surface like liquid silver. Lyra felt drawn to it, sensing that it held a mystery waiting to be uncovered. As she knelt by its edge, the water began to glow softly, and an image appeared, a vision of the village, but something was amiss. The crops were withering, and the villagers wore expressions of worry and fear. Lyra's heart ached at the sight. She turned to Whiskers, her voice trembling. "What does this mean?" Whiskers looked thoughtful, his eyes reflecting the light of the pond. "The village is in trouble, dear Lyra. The balance of magic has been disturbed, and it's affecting the world beyond this hidden realm." Lyra knew then that her journey had a purpose. She must find a way to restore the balance and save her village. With resolve burning bright in her heart, she turned to the creatures of the hidden world for guidance. The wise tortoise spoke first, his voice like the rustle of leaves. "To restore balance, you must find the Heartstone, a gem of pure magic hidden deep within the forest. It holds the power to heal and renew." "But the path to the Heartstone is fraught with challenges," added the foxes, their eyes gleaming with mischief. "You will need courage, wisdom, and friendship to succeed." Lyra felt a surge of determination. "I will find the Heartstone," she promised, her voice strong and sure. "I will do whatever it takes to save my village." With Whiskers by her side and the blessings of the hidden world guiding her, Lyra set out on her quest. The forest seemed to change as they journeyed, the trees growing taller and the shadows deeper. Yet she felt no fear, for she carried the warmth of her newfound friends and the light of hope within her. Along the way, they encountered many challenges. There were tangled vines that blocked their path, but Lyra used her nimble fingers and quick wit to untangle them. There were wide rivers with swift currents, but Whiskers found hidden stepping stones that carried them safely across. As they journeyed, Lyra found herself changing, growing stronger and more confident with each step. She learned to listen to the whispers of the forest, to trust in her instincts and the friendships she had forged. Finally, after many days and nights, they reached the heart of the forest, where the air was thick with magic and the light danced in shimmering waves. There, nestled among the roots of a towering tree, lay the Heartstone, its surface glowing with a pure, radiant light. Lyra approached it with reverence, her heart filled with gratitude and awe. As she touched the Heartstone, she felt a powerful surge of magic flow through her, a warmth that filled her with peace and joy. With the Heartstone in hand, Lyra and Whiskers began their journey back to the village. The forest seemed to part before them, as if guiding them home. As they walked, the world around them began to change. The trees stood taller and prouder, the flowers bloomed brighter, and the air was filled with the sweet song of the forest. When they finally emerged from the forest, the village lay before them, bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun. Lyra held the Heartstone high, its light spreading across the land, filling the fields with life and color. The villagers gathered around, their faces alight with wonder and relief. They thanked Lyra and Whiskers for their bravery and wisdom, their hearts full of gratitude and joy. As the village celebrated, Lyra felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. She knew that her journey had changed her, had taught her the true power of friendship and the magic that lay within her own heart. And so, as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Lyra and Whiskers returned to the edge of the forest, where the hidden world awaited. There, beneath the ancient oak tree, they sat together, their hearts light and their spirits at ease. The forest whispered around them, a gentle lullaby that carried them into dreams of wonder and magic. And as they drifted into sleep, they knew that the hidden world would always be there, a place of endless possibility and endless friendship. And so, wrapped in the warmth of the hearth and the glow of the Heartstone, they slept, their hearts forever intertwined with the magic of the forest and the love of their friends. Story 16, title, The Whispering Woods. In the gentle embrace of a crescent moon, the small village of Thistlebrook lay quiet, cradled by the lush arms of the Whispering Woods. It was a place Twime seemed to weave an intricate tapestry of dreams and reality, and where the air carried the scent of pine and the distant murmur of a hidden world. On this particular evening, as the villagers drifted into slumber, a young girl named Lyra lay in her bed, her mind alight with possibilities. Lyra was a curious soul, her heart full of wonder and a spirit as untamed as the wildflowers that danced in the meadows around Thistlebrook. Her nights were often filled with dreams of adventure, of lands beyond the horizon, and of secrets whispered by the stars. But on this night, her dreams were interrupted by a soft, persistent glow that filtered through her window, bathing her room in an ethereal light. Rubbing sleep from her eyes, Lyra sat up and peered outside. There, just beyond the edge of the woods, she saw a glimmering object nestled amongst the trees. It pulsed with a gentle luminescence that seemed to call to her, inviting her to uncover its mystery. Without a second thought, Lyra slipped from her bed, dressed quickly, and tiptoed past her sleeping family, her heart fluttering with excitement. The night air was cool against her skin as she made her way toward the woods. The path was familiar, yet under the moon's silvery gaze, it felt transformed, as if the forest itself was alive and watching her. The leaves rustled softly, whispering secrets she could almost understand, and the scent of earth and moss filled her senses, grounding her in the moment. As she neared the source of the light, Lyra's breath caught in her throat. Before her lay a small, intricately carved box made of a wood she could not recognize. It was adorned with delicate patterns that seemed to shift and dance when touched by the moonlight. Gently, she reached out and lifted the box, feeling an unexpected warmth radiating from it. With a soft click, the lid opened, revealing a shimmering crystal nestled within. It was unlike anything she had ever seen, a multifaceted gem that seemed to contain the very essence of the night sky, swirling with stars and the deep, comforting shadows of twilight. As Lyra gazed into its depths, a voice, as soft as a whisper and as clear as a bell, spoke in her mind. "Guardian of the Whispering Woods, your journey begins." Startled, Lyra looked around, but she was alone. The voice, however, felt like an old friend, familiar and kind. She closed the box, feeling the weight of the crystal as a promise of the unknown. What journey awaited her, and why was she chosen? Tucking the box under her arm, Lyra turned back toward the village, her mind buzzing with questions and her heart thrumming with anticipation. The following morning, as the sun painted the sky with hues of gold and rose, Lyra sat on the porch, the box resting on her lap. She traced the patterns on its surface, pondering the words she had heard. Her thoughts were interrupted by the arrival of her closest friend, Finn, a boy with a heart as big as the sky and a spirit as bright as the sun. "Morning, Lyra," Finn called, his voice carrying the warmth of a summer breeze. "What's that you've got there?" Lyra hesitated for a moment, then decided to share her discovery. "I found it last night, just inside the woods," she explained, opening the box to show him the crystal. Finn's eyes widened with awe. "It's beautiful," he breathed. "But what does it do?" "I'm not sure," Lyra admitted, "but I heard a voice. It said, I'm the guardian of the Whispering Woods, and that my journey begins." Finn's eyes sparkled with excitement. "A journey! Can I come with you?" Lyra smiled, grateful for his unwavering friendship. "Of course, I wouldn't want to do this without you." And so their adventure began. With the box securely in Lyra's satchel, the two friends ventured into the woods, guided by the crystal's ethereal glow. As they walked, the forest seemed to come alive around them. Branches arched overhead like cathedral ceilings, and shafts of sunlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating the path with golden light. The deeper they went, the more the woods revealed their secrets. They discovered hidden groves where flowers bloomed in colors they'd never seen, and streams that sang with a melody that resonated in their very bones. The air was filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle and the soft rustle of creatures unseen, moving in harmony with the symphony of the forest. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and indigo, they came upon a clearing where the crystal's glow intensified. There, nestled among the roots of an ancient oak, lay an inscription etched into stone. Lyra knelt to read it, the words resonating with the same voice that had spoken to her. To unlock the magic of the Whispering Woods, the heart must be pure, and the bond of friendship strong. Lyra and Finn exchanged a glance, understanding dawning between them. Whatever lay ahead, they knew they would face it together. With a deep breath, Lyra placed the crystal into a hollow in the stone. Instantly, the ground beneath them trembled ever so slightly, and a soft, melodic hum filled the air. The forest around them seemed to sigh, a gentle breeze stirring the leaves as if in approval. Before their eyes, the clearing transformed, revealing a hidden world that had been waiting for them. Trees glowed with an inner light, their branches woven with strands of luminous silk. Flowers bloomed in iridescent hues, their petals shimmering like the wings of butterflies. At the center of this enchanted realm stood a magnificent tree, its trunk gnarled and ancient, yet pulsing with life. A path of stepping stones led to its base, where a small door beckoned, inviting them to enter. Taking Finn's hand, Lyra stepped forward, her heart a mix of courage and curiosity. Inside, they found themselves in a cozy chamber filled with the scent of cedar and the warmth of a crackling hearth. Shelves lined the walls, filled with books and trinkets that spoke of a world Lyra yearned to know. In the center of the room stood a table, upon which lay a map etched with trails and symbols that seemed to shimmer with a life of their own. As they examined the map, the voice returned, gentle and reassuring. "This is the heart of the Whispering Woods, a place of magic and mystery. Your journey is one of discovery and protection. Learn the secrets of the forest, and you shall find the strength within." Lyra and Finn spent the following days exploring the hidden world within the woods, each step revealing new wonders. They learned to listen to the whispers of the leaves, to read the stories written in the patterns of the stars, and to understand the language of the creatures that called the forest home. Through their adventures, they met many kind-hearted beings, a wise old owl who guided them with riddles, a playful fox who led them to hidden groves, and a gentle deer who taught them the art of stillness. Each encounter enriched their understanding, not only of the forest but of themselves and their bond. One afternoon, as they rested by a crystal-clear stream, Finn turned to Lyra, his expression thoughtful. "Do you think we'll ever be able to go back to how things were before we found the crystal?" Lyra considered his question, the gentle burble of the stream soothing her thoughts. "I don't think we can, Finn. We've changed, and the world feels different now. But maybe that's the point. Maybe we're meant to grow and learn, to see things as they truly are." Finn nodded, the understanding settling between them like a warm blanket. "I'm glad we're doing this together," he said, his voice filled with sincerity. "Me too," Lyra replied, grateful for his friendship and the journey that had brought them closer. As the days turned into weeks, their bond grew stronger, and the forest's secrets became part of them. They learned to harness the crystal's magic, using it to heal the land and nurture the creatures within. With each challenge they faced, they discovered new strengths and insights, their hearts and minds open to the wisdom of the woods. But even in this enchanted world, not all was peaceful. A shadow loomed on the horizon, a presence that sought to disrupt the harmony of the whispering woods. It began as a faint unease, a chill that crept into the air and dimmed the light of the crystal. One night, as the stars glittered like diamonds in a velvet sky, the voice spoke again, its tone urgent yet gentle. "A darkness stirs, threatening to unravel the balance. To protect the heart of the forest, you must confront the shadow and restore the light." Lyra and Finn felt the weight of this new challenge, yet they knew they were not alone. The forest had become their ally, its magic intertwined with their own. Together they set out to face the unknown, guided by the crystal's unwavering light. Their journey led them deeper into the woods, to a place where the trees grew dense and the shadows stretched long. It was here that they encountered the source of the darkness, a twisted figure, cloaked in shadows and malice, its presence a blight upon the land. The figure spoke, its voice a hiss that echoed with ancient bitterness. "You dare to challenge my dominion? This forest belongs to me, and I shall see it fall to ruin." Lyra stood firm, the crystal clutched in her hand, its light a beacon of hope. "The forest belongs to no one. It is a place of life and light, and we will protect it." Finn stepped beside her, his determination unwavering. "We stand together, and we will not let you destroy what we love." The figure laughed, a cold, hollow sound that sent shivers down their spines. "You are but children, armed with nothing but dreams." But Lyra knew better. Dreams were powerful, and friendship was a force that could overcome even the darkest of shadows. With a deep breath, she focused on the crystal's light, letting it fill her heart and mind with warmth. Together, she and Finn reached out, their hands clasped around the crystal, and they called upon the magic of the whispering woods. The forest responded, its energy surging through them, weaving a tapestry of light and life that wrapped around the darkness. The figure recoiled, its form unraveling like mist in the morning sun. With a final, anguished cry, it dissipated into nothingness, its hold on the forest broken. In the aftermath, the forest sighed with relief, the air clearing as the shadows retreated. The crystal's light dimmed, settling into a gentle glow that spoke of peace and balance restored. Lyra and Finn stood in the clearing, their hearts filled with gratitude and awe. They had faced the darkness and emerged stronger, their bond a testament to the power of friendship and the magic of the whispering woods. As they made their way back to the heart of the forest, the voice returned, its tone filled with pride. "You have done well, guardians of the whispering woods. The balance is restored, and the forest is safe once more. Remember the lessons you have learned, and carry them with you always." With a sense of fulfillment, Lyra and Finn knew that their journey had changed them in ways they could scarcely comprehend. They had discovered the strength within, the power of friendship, and the magic that resided in the world around them. As they returned to Thistlebrook, the village welcomed them with open arms, unaware of the adventures that had unfolded in the depths of the forest. But Lyra and Finn knew that the magic of the Whispering Woods was not meant for the world to see. It was a gift, a secret that they would cherish and protect. In the years that followed, Lyra and Finn grew, their lives intertwined with the forest and its mysteries. They became the keepers of its secrets, guardians of its magic, and stewards of its balance. And though the world around them continued to change, the Whispering Woods remained a sanctuary of light and life, its heart beating in harmony with the dreams and hopes of those who loved it. Story 17. In a secluded glen deep within the ancient evergreen forest, a peculiar sight unfolded each night as the sun dipped below the horizon. A luminous sprite, no larger than a firefly, would emerge from a gnarled oak tree and flit about the clearing, trailing stardust in its wake. This enchanting creature was known as Zephyr, the guardian of dreams. Zephyr's task was to collect the hopes and wishes that children made upon the first evening star, carefully storing them within a glittering crystal vial. Under the veil of night, she would then weave these dreams into captivating tales, bringing them to life for those who had drifted off to sleep. On this particular evening, Zephyr fluttered from flower to flower, gathering the sparkling whispers that hung in the air like a fragrant mist. As she worked, her gossamer wings caught the fading rays of the sun, casting a warm, golden glow across the woodland glade. Suddenly, a faint voice reached her delicate ears, carried upon the gentle breeze. It was the wish of a young boy named Liam, who yearned for a grand adventure, a journey that would take him to wondrous, unexplored realms. Zephyr's heart swelled with joy, for she knew just the tale to spin for him. With a twinkle of stardust, she slipped into the dreamscape, a realm where imagination reigned supreme. Here, she could shape the very fabric of reality, weaving landscapes and characters from the threads of Liam's deepest desires. Zephyr conjured a vast, untamed forest, its towering trees reaching towards a canopy of ever-shifting colors. Within this verdant expanse, hidden pathways wound their way between ancient trunks, beckoning travelers to uncover their secrets. It was along one of these paths that Liam found himself, wide-eyed and filled with a sense of wonder. He marveled at the vibrant hues that danced across the sky, the melodic trills of exotic birds, and the rich earthy scents that permeated the air. As he ventured deeper into the forest, Liam stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a glimmering stone, half buried in the loamy soil. Curiosity piqued. He brushed away the fallen leaves to reveal a smooth, oval-shaped crystal that seemed to pulse with an inner radiance. Upon touching the stone, a warm tingle coursed through Liam's fingertips, and he found himself filled with a newfound sense of courage and determination. This, he realized, was no ordinary crystal. It was a talisman imbued with ancient magic, a guide that would light his path through the challenges that lay ahead. Clutching the talisman tightly, Liam pressed on, his steps growing surer with each passing moment. He traversed winding trails, scaled moss-covered boulders, and forded gurgling streams, all the while following the subtle pull of the crystal's power. Along the way, he encountered a menagerie of fantastic creatures, playful sprites that darted through the dappled sunlight, wise old trants whose bark held the secrets of the ages, and majestic winged beasts that soared high above the forest canopy. With each encounter, Liam learned valuable lessons of friendship, courage, and the importance of respecting the natural world around him. And through it all, the talisman remained his steadfast companion, glowing brighter whenever he faced adversity, as if offering reassurance and guidance. At last, after what seemed like an eternity of adventure, Liam emerged from the forest's embrace, blinking in the brilliant sunlight. Before him stretched a vast, shimmering expanse, a crystal-clear lake that mirrored the azure sky above. As he approached the water's edge, Liam's reflection shimmered and rippled, transforming into a vision of his future self, a courageous explorer, his eyes alight with wisdom and his heart filled with a profound appreciation for the wonders of the world. In that moment, Liam understood the true power of the talisman. It was not merely a tool for navigation, but a symbol of the strength that had been within him all along. The strength to face his fears, to forge lasting bonds of friendship, and to embrace the transformative journey that lay ahead. With a contented smile, Liam slipped the talisman into his pocket, knowing that its magic would forever remain a part of him, guiding him on the countless adventures that awaited. As dawn's first rays crept across the horizon, Zephyr watched from afar, her gossamer wings fluttering with pride. She had woven a tale of courage, friendship, and self-discovery, a story that would linger in Liam's heart long after he had awoken from his slumber. For Zephyr knew that the true magic of dreams lay not in the fantastical realms they created, but in the lessons they imparted, the hope they inspired, and the lasting impact they had on the dreamers themselves. And so, with a sprinkle of stardust, she bid farewell to the dreamscape, already eagerly anticipating the next wish that would carry her off to new and wondrous adventures. Story 18. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the sunlight dappled the forest floor in warm golden patches, there lay a hidden world teeming with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft whispers of nature's secret language. This was a place where the air carried the sweet scent of pine and moss, and the ground was carpeted in a lush tapestry of ferns and wildflowers, their colors a soothing blend of greens and soft pastels. Here, the boundary between the mundane and the magical was as thin as a spider's silk. In this serene haven, a community of creatures lived in harmonious balance, each playing their part in the intricate ballet of life. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Thistle, who carried the stories of generations etched in the lines of his ancient shell. Thistle's eyes sparkled with the wisdom of the ages, and his slow, deliberate movements were a testament to the patience and understanding that only time could bestow. As the seasons cycled in their eternal dance, the creatures of the forest knew that the world around them was woven with threads of magic. Each season brought its own enchantment, a gentle snowfall that blanketed the forest in a hushed, crystalline silence, the vibrant burst of spring that painted the world anew, summer's golden warmth that wrapped the earth in a comforting embrace, and the fiery hues of autumn leaves that whispered of transformation. One crisp autumn morning, as the mist hung low and the air was tinged with the scent of falling leaves, a young squirrel named Willow scampered along the branches of a grand oak tree. Willow was curious and sprightly, her fur the color of cinnamon, and her eyes bright with the wonder of youth. She had heard tales from her elders of a magical phenomenon that occurred only once every 100 years, the dance of the northern lights, when the night sky would be painted with ribbons of shimmering colors, a gift from the stars themselves. Determined to witness this marvel, Willow approached Thistle, who was nestled comfortably beneath a canopy of ferns. The tortoise listened patiently as Willow shared her desire, nodding slowly with understanding. "Ah, the dance of the northern lights," Thistle mused, his voice a soft rumble, like distant thunder. "It is indeed a rare and beautiful sight, but reaching the place where it can be seen is a journey of both distance and spirit." Thistle explained that the journey would take Willow to the highest peak of the forest, where the sky stretched out like an endless canvas. It was a place where the whispers of the wind carried the songs of the ancients, and the stars seemed close enough to touch. Emboldened by Thistle's words, Willow set off on her quest, her heart filled with anticipation. Along the way, she was joined by a gentle deer named Fern, whose graceful steps were as quiet as the falling leaves. Fern was wise in the ways of the forest, and knew the paths that wound through the trees like veins of life. Together, they ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, where the light filtered through the trees in soft, dappled patterns, and the air was alive with the chatter of birds and the hum of insects. As they traveled, the friends encountered a family of foxes, their russet coats blending seamlessly with the autumn landscape. The foxes spoke of the balance that must be maintained, of how every creature and plant was a note in the symphony of nature. They shared stories of how the forest had thrived for centuries, each generation learning from the one before, passing down the wisdom that ensured harmony. Willow and Fern listened with rapt attention, their journey enriched by the tales of those they met. Each story was a thread in the tapestry of life, weaving a picture of unity and respect for the world around them. And as they traveled, the forest itself seemed to guide them, each rustling leaf and murmuring brook a gentle nudge in the right direction. At last, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and gold, Willow and Fern reached the foot of the great mountain. The air was crisp and invigorating, carrying with it the scent of pine and the promise of adventure. Together, they began their ascent, the stars beginning to twinkle above them like 1,000 tiny lanterns. As they climbed higher, the world below became a tapestry of shadows and moonlight, the forest a dark sea stretching towards infinity. The peak awaited them, bathed in the silver glow of the moon, a place where the earth met the sky in a gentle embrace. Finally, breathless but filled with awe, Willow and Fern reached the summit. The night was clear and cold, the stars a brilliant canopy overhead. They settled down to wait, their breaths forming soft clouds in the chill air. And then, as if summoned by some ancient call, the northern lights began their dance. Ribbons of light unfurled across the sky, shifting and swirling in a symphony of color. Greens and purples, blues and pinks, all wove together in a mesmerizing display that seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of the universe. Willow and Fern watched in silence, their hearts swelling with the beauty of the moment. It was a sight that transcended words, a reminder of the magic that lay within the world around them and within themselves. The dance of the northern lights was a testament to the balance and harmony that nature thrived upon, a silent promise that as long as creatures like Willow and Fern cherished and respected their world, the magic would endure. As the night deepened and the lights began to fade, Willow turned to Fern, her eyes reflecting the lingering glow. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice barely more than a breath, "for sharing this journey with me." Fern smiled, a gentle warmth in her gaze. "We are never truly alone when we walk in harmony with our world," she replied, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars, Willow and Fern began their descent, carrying with them the light and wisdom of the northern lights. They returned to their forest home, where the leaves whispered their welcome, and the gentle murmur of the brook sang them to sleep. In the days that followed, Willow shared her tale with the creatures of the forest, each word a spark that ignited the imaginations and spirits of those who listened. Her story became another thread in the tapestry of the forest's history, a reminder of the beauty that lay in the balance and harmony of nature. And as the seasons continued their eternal dance, the creatures of the forest lived in gentle concord, their lives a testament to the wisdom passed down through the ages. Each day was a celebration of the world they cherished, a world where magic and reality blurred in the golden light of the sun and the silver glow of the moon. In this ancient forest, where the boundary between the ordinary and the extraordinary was as thin as a whisper, the magic of harmony endured, a bright, unwavering light in the heart of the world. Story 19. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between lush rolling hills and a whispering forest, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her days were filled with delight, from picking wildflowers in the sun-dappled meadows to skipping stones across the tranquil pond that mirrored the sky. But what truly captured Lila's imagination was the old, dusty attic of her grandmother's cottage, a treasure trove of forgotten relics and whispered secrets. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the scent of wood smoke curled through the air and leaves danced in a gentle breeze, Lila decided to explore the attic once more. With each creaky step up the narrow staircase, her excitement grew. The attic was a tapestry of forgotten times, where motes of dust floated lazily in golden sunbeams, and the wooden floorboards whispered tales of yesteryears. As Lila sifted through boxes of yellowed letters and faded photographs, her fingers brushed against something cool and metallic. She pulled it out to reveal an ornate silver pocket watch. Its surface was intricately engraved with swirling vines and a tiny, curious inscription that read, "Time holds more than moments, it holds dreams." Intrigued, Lila gently wound the watch, and to her amazement, the hands began to spin backward, faster and faster, until they stopped with a soft chime. The attic seemed to shimmer, and Lila found herself enveloped in a warm, golden glow. As the light faded, she realized she was no longer alone. Standing before her was a small, sprightly creature with eyes that sparkled like morning dew. His clothes were woven from leaves and bark, and he wore a pointed cap adorned with acorns. "Greetings, young dreamer," he chirped, his voice as light as a breeze. "I am Whistle, keeper of the time watch. You have awakened its magic." Lila's eyes widened in wonder. "Magic?" she echoed, her voice a blend of excitement and disbelief. Indeed, Whistle nodded, his smile wide and mischievous. This watch allows one to journey through the tapestry of time's dreams, to visit moments woven from wishes and wonder. Curious and eager, Lila asked, "What must I do?" Whistle clasped his hands together with glee. "Simply think of a place or time you wish to see, and the watch will guide you. But remember, the journey is as much about discovery as it is about seeing." With a heart full of anticipation, Lila closed her eyes and thought of the stories her grandmother told, of a time when the forest was filled with the song of mythical creatures and the air was alive with magic. As the watch chimed once more, she felt a gentle tug and opened her eyes to find herself standing at the edge of an ancient glade, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. The forest was alive with a symphony of sounds, the rustle of leaves, the gentle babble of a brook, and the distant call of an owl. As Lila took in the scene, she noticed two creatures approaching. A wise old turtle named Elderstone, his shell etched with the passage of time, and a lively squirrel named Nutters, whose bushy tail twitched with boundless energy. "Welcome, traveler," Elderstone rumbled, his voice deep and soothing. "We have awaited your arrival." Nutters, with a gleeful hop, added, "Aye! We need your help, dear Lila. The heart of the forest is in peril, and only one with a pure heart and keen mind can save it." Lila listened intently as Whistle explained that the heart of the forest, a mystical tree that nurtured the balance of all living things, had become entangled in a web of shadows spun by doubt and fear. The creatures of the forest had tried in vain to free it, but the shadows only tightened their grip. Feeling a surge of determination, Lila asked, "How can I help?" "It is not strength that will free the heart," Elderstone advised, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom, "but understanding and compassion. You must journey to the Tree of Echoes, where whispers of wisdom are carried on the wind." With Whistle, Nutters, and Elderstone as her guides, Lila embarked on her quest. The path wound through the heart of the forest, where the air was sweet with the scent of pine, and the ground was carpeted with soft moss. Along the way, they encountered a myriad of creatures, each offering a piece of advice or a word of encouragement. The journey was not without its challenges. At one point, they came upon a swift, bubbling stream with no bridge to cross. Lila paused, contemplating how to reach the other side. It was then that she noticed the rocks beneath the surface, each one gleaming with a faint, silvery light. "Look closely," Whistle urged softly. "Sometimes the path is hidden until you truly see." Taking a deep breath, Lila stepped carefully from one stone to the next, feeling the cool, refreshing water brush against her ankles. With each step, her confidence grew, and soon the group was safely across. Finally, they arrived at the Tree of Echoes, an ancient, towering oak whose branches stretched towards the heavens like welcoming arms. As Lila approached, she placed her hand upon the bark, feeling its strength and vitality. Closing her eyes, she listened to the whispers that danced on the breeze. They spoke of harmony and balance, of the strength found in unity and the power of believing in oneself and others. With each hushed word, Lila's heart swelled with understanding. When she opened her eyes, she knew what needed to be done. Returning to the heart of the forest, Lila approached the tree, her footsteps light and purposeful. She reached out, her fingers grazing the cool, dark shadows, and whispered words of hope and love. To her amazement, the shadows began to dissolve, unraveling like a tapestry of mist caught in the morning sun. The heart of the forest shimmered with renewed life, its branches swaying gently in the breeze. The forest erupted in a chorus of jubilation, the creatures rejoicing as the balance was restored. Elderstone nodded approvingly, and Nutters danced with delight. Whistle beamed, his eyes sparkling with pride. "You have done it, dear Lila. You have saved the heart with your wisdom and kindness." Lila smiled, her heart full of joy and gratitude. "Thank you, my friends, for guiding me," she said warmly. As the golden light of dawn began to peek through the trees, Lila felt the gentle pull of the time watch once more. She closed her eyes, letting the warmth envelop her, and when she opened them again, she was back in the attic, the watch resting peacefully in her palm. The journey had changed her, filling her with a newfound sense of wonder and understanding. As she descended the stairs, the familiar scent of her grandmother's baking wafted through the air, and Lila knew she had a story to share, a tale of magic, friendship, and the power of a gentle heart. And so, with the pocket watch safely tucked away, Lila embraced the new day, her heart alight with the knowledge that the world was full of extraordinary secrets waiting to be discovered by those who dared to dream. Story 20. In the heart of the Andromeda cluster, there lay a shimmering blue planet named Zephyra, known for its vast skies painted with swirling clouds of lavender and gold. The planet was home to the Zephyrians, gentle beings with translucent wings and luminous skin that glimmered under the twin suns. Not far from Zephyra, on a small, rugged moon named Kor, lived the Korians, sturdy creatures with skins like polished stone and eyes that glowed like embers. One sunny afternoon, a young Zephyrian named Ailana fluttered through the sky, her wings catching the light like prisms. She was on her way to the annual Star Festival, a celebration of unity and peace among the cosmic neighbors. Her heart was light, filled with anticipation for the meeting of different species and the exchange of stories and laughter. As Ailana soared over the lush fields, a sudden gust of wind caught her wings, sending her spinning off course. She tumbled through the air, finally landing softly in a patch of starflowers. Dazed but unharmed, she gathered herself, only to find a pair of curious orange eyes watching her from the shadows of the trees. It was a Korian named Tharn, who had traveled to Zephyra to attend the festival as well. Tharn was intrigued by the Zephyrians' graceful presence, but was hesitant. The Korians were known for their stoic natures, often misunderstood by others who saw them as cold and unapproachable. "Are you all right?" Tharn's voice rumbled like distant thunder, yet there was a gentleness in his tone. Ailana, brushing the flowers from her wings, smiled brightly despite her startled state. "Yes, thank you," she replied, her voice as light as a breeze. "I just lost my way for a moment." Tharn nodded, stepping from the shadows. "I'm Tharn from Kor. It's my first time visiting Zephyra." "And I am Ailana," she replied, her eyes sparkling with warmth. "Welcome to our world. Would you like to join me? I could use a companion to guide me back to the festival." Tharn hesitated, unused to such an open invitation, yet something in Ailana's kind smile melted his reserve. As they traveled together, the landscape shifted from vibrant fields to dense forests, the air filled with the scent of sweet blossoms and the soft hum of life. They spoke of their homes, their lives, and their dreams. Ailana shared tales of flying high above the clouds, feeling the freedom of the wind, while Tharn spoke of the steady rhythms of Kor, the comfort found in the heartbeats of the stones. Their journey wasn't without its challenges. At one point, they reached a river that had swollen with recent rains, its waters rushing fiercely. Ailana looked at Tharn, her delicate wings quivering with uncertainty. Tharn, sensing her hesitation, stepped forward. "Let me help," he said gently, kneeling so she could climb onto his sturdy back. With careful, deliberate steps, he waded into the river, feeling the current tug at his legs. Ailana held on, her trust in him unwavering as they made their way across. On the other side, she fluttered down, her heart full of gratitude. "Thank you, Tharn. I couldn't have crossed without you." Tharn shrugged, though his eyes shone with pride. "Together we are stronger," he said simply, words that resonated deeply with both of them. As the sun began to set, casting the sky in hues of rose and amber, they finally reached the festival. Laughter and music filled the air, a tapestry of sounds that welcomed them warmly. Creatures from many worlds mingled in harmony, their differences celebrated rather than feared. Ailana and Tharn looked at one another, a silent understanding passing between them. They had started their journey as strangers, each carrying the weight of their worlds. Yet through shared challenges and moments of mutual support, they had discovered a profound friendship. As the night wore on, they danced under the stars, their hearts light and their spirits intertwined. Ailana's wings sparkled in the starlight, while Tharn's eyes glowed with a warmth that matched the embers of the festival fires. In the gentle embrace of the universe, they realized that friendship knew no boundaries, no worlds, no species. It was a bond forged in understanding, strengthened by trust, and illuminated by the simple joy of being together. And so, as the festival came to a close, Ailana and Tharn stood side by side, knowing that wherever their journeys might lead, they would always have a friend in each other. As they gazed up at the cosmos, they felt a comforting sense of belonging, knowing they were part of something much greater than themselves. Together, they had discovered the true meaning of friendship, a lesson as timeless as the stars themselves. Once upon a time, in a secluded valley nestled deep within the ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her life was forever changed on the eve of her 10th birthday when a curious event unfolded beneath the light of the full moon. Willow had always felt a special connection to the towering trees and whispering streams that surrounded her humble cottage. She would often slip away into the woods, finding solace and wonder in the natural world. On this particular night, as she wandered amongst the ferns and wildflowers, she stumbled upon a glimmering object half buried in the soft earth. Brushing aside the fallen leaves, Willow revealed a beautifully carved wooden box, its surface etched with intricate patterns of vines and woodland creatures. Curiosity piqued, she gently lifted the lid and gasped in delight at what she found within. Nestled amidst a bed of moss lay a pendant crafted from a single, iridescent feather. It shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, casting a warm, ethereal glow upon Willow's face. As she reached out to touch it, a voice as soft as the evening breeze whispered in her ear. "This is no ordinary feather, dear child. It holds the power to reveal the hidden wonders that exist all around us, if you have the courage to embrace its magic." Willow's heart raced with excitement and a touch of apprehension. She had always sensed there was something extraordinary about the forest, but had never dared to imagine the secrets it might conceal. With trembling fingers, she lifted the feather pendant and slipped it over her head. Immediately, the world around her began to shift and transform. The trees seemed to sway and bend as if awakening from a deep slumber, their branches unfurling like great outstretched arms. The babbling brook nearby sparkled with a newfound radiance, its waters dancing with flashes of light like 1,000 tiny gems. Willow gasped in wonder as a glittering trail of flickering lights materialized before her, beckoning her deeper into the forest. Without a moment's hesitation, she followed the enchanted path, her heart pounding with exhilaration. As she ventured further, the ordinary sights and sounds of the forest gave way to a realm of pure magic. Towering mushrooms with caps larger than Willow's cottage sprouted from the earth, their stems twisted into whimsical shapes. Luminous flowers bloomed in vibrant hues she had never seen before, their petals unfurling and closing in mesmerizing patterns. Tiny winged creatures darted playfully through the air, leaving trails of shimmering dust in their wake. Willow giggled as they circled her head, their delicate laughter like the tinkling of silver bells. In a sunlit clearing, she encountered a majestic stag with antlers that seemed to be woven from threads of pure moonlight. It regarded her with wise, ancient eyes before inclining its noble head in a gesture of welcome. Willow's journey had only just begun, and with each step, she felt herself changing, shedding the doubts and fears that had once held her back. The magic of the forest filled her with a sense of wonder and possibility she had never known. As the path wound ever deeper, Willow found herself in a secluded glade where a crystalline pool shimmered amidst a grove of willows. The water seemed to beckon her, and without hesitation she waded in, marveling at the way the liquid light danced across her skin. Submerging herself completely, she emerged transformed, her eyes shining with newfound clarity and purpose. The feather pendant had awakened something profound within her, a connection to the very essence of nature itself. From that day forward, Willow embarked on a journey unlike any other, guided by the wisdom of the forest and the extraordinary creatures that called it home. She learned the secrets of healing herbs and the language of the animals, becoming a trusted friend to all who dwelled in this enchanted realm. Her bravery and compassion were tested time and again, but Willow faced every challenge with unwavering courage, her heart fortified by the magic that flowed through her veins. On one perilous adventure, she ventured into the heart of an ancient oak tree, following a trail of glowing mushrooms to uncover a forgotten kingdom of woodland sprites. These mischievous yet kind-hearted beings had become trapped in their subterranean home, their magic waning with each passing year. Willow's arrival was heralded as a sign of hope, and she worked tirelessly to aid the sprites, using her newfound powers to restore the delicate balance of nature that sustained their realm. In the process, she formed an unbreakable bond with a young sprite named Thistle, whose unwavering loyalty and quick wit proved invaluable on more than one occasion. Together they faced treacherous pitfalls and cunning adversaries, including a jealous sorcerer who sought to harness the magic of the forest for his own selfish gain. Through courage, ingenuity, and the power of their friendship, Willow and Thistle ultimately triumphed, banishing the sorcerer's darkness and ushering in a new era of harmony. As the years passed, Willow's legend grew, her name whispered with reverence by all who called the forest home. She became a guardian, a protector, and a trusted confidant, her wisdom and compassion touching the lives of countless beings. Yet through it all she remained humble and grounded, finding joy in the simple pleasures of nature, the fragrance of wildflowers, the gentle patter of rain on the canopy, the songs of birds welcoming each new dawn. And when the time came for her to pass on the mantle of her guardianship, she did so with a heart full of gratitude for the extraordinary journey she had been privileged to undertake. As she lay beneath the ancient boughs of the great oak tree, surrounded by the creatures who had become her dearest friends, Willow smiled. The magic of the forest would endure, its wonders ever unfolding for those brave enough to open their eyes and hearts to its enchantment. With a contented sigh, she closed her eyes, knowing that her spirit would forever be woven into the tapestry of this magical realm, a testament to the transformative power of courage, friendship, and an unwavering connection to the natural world. Story 22. Once upon a time, nestled in the quiet embrace of a verdant valley, lay the quaint village of Willowmere. This village, with its cobblestone streets and flower-filled meadows, was a place where time seemed to slow, and the air was perpetually sweetened by the scent of honeysuckle and fresh-baked bread. The people of Willowmere were as warm and welcoming as the landscape itself, and none more so than young Finn, a kind-hearted boy with a head full of dreams and wide, curious eyes. Finn lived with his grandmother in a cozy thatched cottage at the edge of the village. The cottage was a treasure trove of delightful oddities, each with a story waiting to be told. Among these, in a dusty corner of the attic, Finn stumbled upon an old, ornate mirror. Its frame was intricately carved with vines and leaves, and though the surface was veiled in layers of dust, it seemed to shimmer with a mysterious light. One rainy afternoon, as droplets tapped a gentle rhythm on the roof, Finn's curiosity got the better of him. He took a soft cloth and began to polish the mirror. As he worked, the room gradually filled with a soft, golden glow. To his amazement, the image staring back at him was not his own reflection, but a vast, wondrous landscape, an endless forest bathed in twilight with fireflies flickering like stars. "Hello, Finn," a voice sang from the depths of the mirror. It was soft and melodic, like the rustle of leaves in a summer breeze. "I am the guardian of the mirror realm, and I have been waiting for you." Finn's heart fluttered with a mixture of wonder and trepidation. "Waiting for me?" he asked, his voice a whisper. "Yes," the voice replied warmly. "You have been chosen to embark on a journey that will reveal the secrets of this world and perhaps teach you something about yourself as well." With a gentle nod, Finn agreed to the adventure. As he stepped closer, the mirror's surface rippled like the surface of a pond kissed by a breeze, and he felt himself being drawn in. A sensation of lightness enveloped him, and suddenly he was standing at the edge of the vast, enchanted forest he had glimpsed moments before. The air was alive with the scent of pine and the distant sound of a babbling brook. As he took his first hesitant steps, two figures emerged from the trees. One was a nimble, silver-furred fox named Lyra, with eyes that sparkled with mischief and kindness. The other was a wise old owl named Ori, whose feathers glistened in shades of moonlight and whose gaze held centuries of wisdom. "We will be your guides," Lyra chirped, her voice as lively as the chime of bells. "There are many wonders to see and secrets to uncover." "And challenges to face," Ori added, his tone gentle yet firm. "But fear not, for true strength lies not in force, but in understanding and heart." With his new friends by his side, Finn's journey began. They traversed lush meadows where flowers sang in the breeze and crossed bridges woven from rainbows that arched over crystal-clear streams. Everywhere they went, the world was alive with magic and beauty, each sight more wondrous than the last. Their path was not without its challenges, however. Deep within the heart of the forest, they encountered a mighty oak, its branches twisted and gnarled, blocking their way. The oak was ancient and wise, but it was also stubborn, refusing passage to anyone who could not answer its riddle. With a thoughtful hum, Ori spoke softly to Finn. Remember, wisdom is often found in the simplest of truths. Finn pondered for a moment, recalling the tales his grandmother used to tell him by the fireside, stories of courage and kindness. Then, with a smile, he stepped forward and shared the answer that sprang from his heart, one that spoke of friendship and trust, the very essence of his journey. The great oak, satisfied with Finn's answer, gently moved its branches aside, revealing a path that led deeper into the forest. Beyond it lay a clearing bathed in moonlight, where the air was filled with the soothing melody of 1,000 nightingales. As they reached the clearing, the guardian of the mirror realm appeared once more. "You have done well, Finn," the voice praised, resonating with warmth and pride. "You have discovered the magic within and learned the true power of wisdom and friendship." With a gentle nod, Finn felt a sense of peace wash over him. He realized that this journey, though magical and filled with wonder, was also a reflection of the journey of life itself, a path where understanding and compassion were the greatest treasures of all. As the first light of dawn began to gild the horizon, Finn felt a gentle tug, drawing him back to the world he knew. He awoke in his grandmother's attic, the mirror once again an ordinary dusty relic. Yet the magic lingered in his heart, a warm glow that promised new adventures and boundless possibilities. From that day forward, Finn cherished the lessons of the mirror realm, sharing tales of wonder and wisdom with all who would listen. And though the mirror remained silent, its secrets forever sealed, the world around him was forever changed, vibrant with the colors of friendship and the light of newfound understanding. And so, in the heart of Willowmere, where magic danced in the air and stories wove the fabric of dreams, Finn's journey continued, a testament to the power of kindness and the enduring magic of the heart. As the gentle lull of evening settled over Willowmere, the village seemed to breathe in unison with the rhythmic song of the crickets. Finn, now back in the comforting familiarity of his grandmother's cottage, was filled with a sense of warmth and contentment. The journey had not only expanded his world, but had also deepened his appreciation for the simple joys of life, the laughter of friends, the beauty of nature, and the comforting embrace of home. His grandmother, wise and nurturing, noticed the sparkle in Finn's eyes as they sat together by the fire, the flames dancing and crackling softly. She smiled, sensing that her grandson had discovered something profound, something that would guide him through the tapestry of life's adventures. "Tell me about your day, dear Finn," she encouraged, her voice a soothing balm to the day's excitement. Finn, cradling a steaming mug of cocoa, began to recount his tale. His words painted vibrant pictures of the mirror realm, of Lyra's playful antics, and Ori's sagely advice. As he spoke, his grandmother listened intently, her eyes twinkling with understanding and pride. "And what did you learn from your journey, my dear?" she asked gently, her voice imbued with wisdom. Finn paused, reflecting on the essence of his adventure. "I learned that true magic lies not in the wonders we see, but in the kindness we share and the understanding we gain," he replied thoughtfully, "and that every challenge is an opportunity to grow, to become something more than we were before." His grandmother nodded, her heart swelling with love for the boy who had grown so much in spirit and heart. "Indeed, my dear Finn, you have discovered a truth that many seek, yet few truly find." As the fire's glow enveloped them, Finn felt a deep sense of gratitude for the journey he had undertaken and for the loved ones who surrounded him. He knew that the world was filled with endless possibilities, each day a new chapter waiting to be written. Outside, the night sky was a tapestry of stars, each twinkling light a reminder of the wonders that lay beyond. Finn closed his eyes, imagining the adventures yet to come, the friends he had yet to meet, and the stories he would one day tell. And so, with the gentle lull of the fire and the warmth of his grandmother's embrace, Finn drifted into a peaceful slumber, his dreams filled with the magic of the mirror realm and the comforting knowledge that he was never truly alone. In the heart of Willowmere, where every sunrise heralded a new beginning, Finn's tale became a cherished story, passed down through generations. It was a story of discovery, of kindness and courage, and of the unbreakable bonds of friendship. And as each new day dawned, the village of Willowmere continued to thrive, a testament to the enduring magic of the heart and the stories that connect us all. And so, dear listener, as the night gently cradles you in its embrace, may you too find the magic within and the wisdom that guides you on your own journey. For in the world of dreams, anything is possible, and every ending is but a new beginning. Sleep well and dream of wonders yet to come. Story 23. In the heart of the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there stood an old bookshop that seemed to breathe stories. Its door chimed softly with the melody of old bells whenever someone entered, and the air inside was thick with the scent of aged paper and ink, mingling with the faint aroma of cinnamon from the nearby bakery. The bookshop was owned by a gentle old man named Mr. Whittle, whose eyes sparkled with the mischief of 1,000 tales. His snow-white hair and beard gave him the appearance of a kindly wizard, though he insisted he was nothing more than a humble keeper of stories. This shop was a haven for dreamers, and among them was a young girl named Marin. Marin was a curious soul, with eyes like deep pools of starlit water and a heart that beat to the rhythm of wonder. She spent countless afternoons perched on a stool in the bookshop, her fingers tracing the spines of books as if they were magical tomes. Her favorite spot was near the window where light cascaded in golden streams, painting everything it touched with warmth. One misty afternoon, as the gentle drizzle painted the village in shades of gray and green, Marin stumbled upon a book she had never noticed before. It was tucked away on a shelf that seemed to shimmer slightly in the dim light. The cover was a deep, midnight blue, adorned with intricate silver patterns that danced like moonlight on water. Curiosity piqued, Marin pulled the book down, feeling a slight tingle at her fingertips. The title read, "The Whispers of the Forgotten." As she opened it, a soft breeze seemed to waft from its pages, carrying with it the scent of night-blooming jasmine and the distant sound of a babbling brook. "Marin," Mr. Whittle's voice floated over from behind the counter, "you've found quite a special one there. Be gentle with its secrets." Intrigued, Marin began to read, and as she did, she felt a strange sensation, as though the words were lifting off the page and surrounding her, wrapping her in their ethereal embrace. The book told of a magical quill hidden within the village, capable of bringing stories to life with the stroke of its feathered tip. The tale spoke of dreams and hopes, captured and set free, and of a journey that could only be embarked upon by one with a heart pure enough to see the unseen. Marin's heart fluttered with excitement and trepidation. She knew she had to find this quill. The next morning, the world awoke to a fresh blanket of dew, sparkling like a sea of diamonds under the sun's gentle gaze. Marin set out on her quest, her satchel filled with essentials, a flask of warm cocoa, a notebook, and a pencil, just in case the quill needed guidance. As she wandered through the village, she was joined by a peculiar assembly of companions. First was Pip, a sprightly squirrel with eyes that twinkled with mischief and a tail that flicked with boundless energy. He had a knack for finding acorns and hidden pathways alike. Then there was Lila, a wise old owl who perched gracefully upon Marin's shoulder, her feathers a soft blend of browns and creams. Lila spoke in soft hoots, her voice like the rustling of leaves, offering counsel and comfort as they journeyed. Together, they ventured into the ancient woods that bordered Willowbrook, where sunlight trickled through leaves like liquid gold. The air was alive with the songs of birds and the rustle of small creatures scurrying through the underbrush. Their path led them to the heart of the forest, where an ancient oak tree stood, its branches stretching wide like welcoming arms. Beneath its boughs, the ground was carpeted with soft moss and tiny wildflowers that danced in the breeze. It was there that Marin paused, feeling the whispers of the forest guiding her. As she closed her eyes, she listened, not just with her ears, but with her heart. She heard the gentle murmur of the brook nearby, the soft sigh of the wind, and beneath it all, the quiet hum of magic. "Do you hear that, Lila?" Marin whispered, her voice barely a breath. Lila nodded, her wise eyes gleaming. "The forest speaks to those who choose to listen." With newfound resolve, Marin followed the brook, its waters laughing and leaping over smooth stones. Pip scampered ahead, his tail ablur, leading them with an intuition that only a creature of the forest could possess. Finally, they arrived at a glen where the brook widened into a small pool, its surface like glass reflecting the sky's azure embrace. At the edge of the pool, nestled among the roots of a willow tree, lay the quill, a delicate feather shimmering with hues of silver and gold. Marin approached it with reverence, her fingers brushing its soft plumage. As she held it, she felt a warmth spreading through her, a connection to the stories waiting to be told. But as she reached for her notebook, a shadow flickered across the water. A gentle voice, like the susurrus of the wind, spoke from the willow's branches. "Child, this quill is not a tool for power, but for sharing the beauty of dreams. Are your intentions pure?" Marin nodded earnestly. "I wish to bring joy and wonder, to share the stories that live within us all." The willow's branches swayed, as if nodding in approval. "Then let the quill be yours, to write the tales that unite hearts and kindle imaginations." With the quill in hand, Marin returned to Willowbrook, her heart singing with possibilities. She found a cozy spot beneath the shop's window, where sunlight danced playfully through the glass, and began to write. As she wrote, the quill moved gracefully, its strokes weaving colors and shapes in the air. The villagers gathered, drawn by the magic unfurling before their eyes, and together they watched as Marin's stories came to life, a tapestry of dreams and wonders, painting the town in hues of hope and joy. From that day on, Willowbrook became a place where stories were not just heard, but lived. Marin's tales brought the village closer, teaching them the beauty of kindness, the strength found in friendship, and the magic that dwells in a heart open to wonder. And every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world in a gentle twilight glow, Marin would sit by the crackling fire, her voice a lullaby, sharing her stories with all who wished to listen. And in that cozy bookshop, where the walls seemed to hum with the echoes of 1,000 tales, the villagers found peace and comfort, knowing that their own stories were woven into the very fabric of this magical place. Story 24, The Whispering Shell. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between the gentle slopes of the Whispering Woods and the shimmering shores of the Azure Sea, there lived a young girl named Leora. The village was known for its vibrant festivals and the daily bustle of fishermen, traders, and artisans. Yet, Leora often found herself drawn away from the lively streets, seeking solace in the quiet embrace of nature. Leora's favorite spot was a secluded cove, hidden by the towering cliffs that shielded it from prying eyes. It was a place where the sea met the land in a gentle dance, waves caressing the sand in a rhythmic lullaby. Here she would sit for hours, listening to the symphony of the sea and letting her thoughts drift like leaves on the wind. One particularly serene afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky and painted the horizon with hues of gold and pink, Leora found something curious half buried in the sand. It was a shell unlike any she had ever seen. Its surface shimmered with iridescent colors, and as she held it to her ear, expecting to hear the ocean's familiar roar, she heard something entirely different, a soft, melodic whisper. Intrigued, Leora listened intently. The voice was gentle, like the sound of a breeze rustling through leaves, and it spoke of a hidden world beneath the waves, a world of enchantment and wonder. The shell, it seemed, was not just a trinket of the sea, but a magical object with the ability to reveal secrets of the ocean depths. Leora's heart swelled with curiosity and a longing for adventure. The shell had called her, and she felt an undeniable pull to uncover the mysteries it whispered of. With a sense of purpose, she decided to embark on a journey to discover this hidden realm. The next morning, Leora packed a small satchel with essentials, some bread and cheese, a flask of water, and a warm cloak, and set out towards the cove. As she approached the shoreline, she noticed an old sailor, Captain Marlin, who was known for his tales of the sea. His eyes twinkled with the wisdom of many voyages and a deep connection to the ocean's mysteries. "Heading out to sea, are you?" he asked, his voice a gravelly baritone that carried the weight of countless stories. Leora nodded, holding up the shell. "I found this, and it spoke to me of a world beneath the waves. I need to see it for myself." Captain Marlin chuckled, a sound like rolling thunder. "Ah, the call of the sea is strong in you, lass. But remember, The ocean is as wise as it is vast. Listen to it, and it will guide you. With his words echoing in her mind, Leora stepped into a small rowboat, the shell securely in her pocket. She rowed steadily, her eyes on the horizon, feeling a sense of anticipation mingled with trepidation. As the boat glided over the crystalline waters, the shell hummed softly, guiding her towards a place where the sea seemed to shimmer more brightly. It was as if the water itself was alive, pulsing with a rhythm that matched the beating of her heart. Finally, she reached a point where the shell's whispers intensified, urging her to dive beneath the waves. Taking a deep breath, Leora plunged into the cool embrace of the sea, feeling the water envelop her like a silken cloak. To her astonishment, she found herself not in an endless expanse of blue, but in a vibrant underwater world teeming with life. The colors were more intense, the sea creatures more vivid than she had ever imagined. Schools of fish darted about in a synchronized ballet, while coral reefs bloomed in a riot of colors. In the heart of this magical world stood a grand palace, its walls constructed from the finest coral, and its towers sparkling with pearls. It was a sight of unparalleled beauty, a testament to the wonders that lay hidden beneath the surface. As Leora swam closer, she was greeted by friendly sea creatures, playful dolphins, curious turtles, and a wise old octopus who seemed to know all the secrets of the ocean. They guided her towards the palace, where she was welcomed by the Sea King, a majestic figure with a crown of shells and a voice that resonated like the deep rumble of the ocean. "Welcome, Leora," he said, his eyes kind and knowing. "The shell has chosen you for a reason. Our world is in need of a friend from the surface, someone with a heart pure and courageous." Leora listened, her mind racing with possibilities. The Sea King explained that the balance of their world was threatened by a mysterious shadow, a force that drained the life from the ocean's heart. Only someone from above, with the wisdom and kindness of the land, could help them restore harmony. Moved by their plight, Leora agreed to assist them. She learned that the source of the shadow lay deep within the Twilight Trench, a place shrouded in mystery and guarded by ancient magic. With the guidance of her new friends, she set out on her quest, determined to bring light back to the ocean depths. The journey through the underwater realm was filled with challenges and wonders. Leora encountered creatures she had only dreamed of, glowing jellyfish that lit her path, wise sea turtles that offered counsel, and mischievous dolphins that brought laughter to her heart. Along the way, she discovered the power of friendship and the importance of trust. Her companions, though different from any she had known, became her allies and her confidants. Together, they navigated the treacherous currents and overcame the obstacles that lay in their path. As they drew closer to the Twilight Trench, the waters grew darker and colder, the weight of the shadow pressing down upon them. Yet, Leora's resolve did not waver. With each step, she felt herself growing stronger, more assured in her purpose. Finally, they reached the entrance to the trench, a yawning chasm that seemed to swallow all light. Leora took a deep breath, feeling the warmth of the shell against her heart, a reminder of the village she had left behind and the promise she had made. With her friends by her side, she descended into the depths, guided by the shell's gentle glow. The trench was a place of eerie beauty, where time seemed to stand still and the only sound was the steady pulse of the ocean. At the heart of the trench, they found the source of the shadow, a dark crystal, pulsing with a malevolent energy. It was a force of greed and despair, feeding on the life of the ocean and threatening to consume it entirely. Leora knew what she had to do. With a courage she hadn't known she possessed, she reached out, her hand wrapping around the crystal. It felt cold and heavy, a weight of darkness that threatened to drag her down. But then she remembered the words of Captain Marlin, the wisdom of the sea, and the warmth of her friendships. Drawing strength from these, she focused on the light within her, the kindness and hope that had guided her on this journey. The crystal began to change, its dark surface cracking, light pouring from within. With a final, determined effort, Leora shattered the crystal, releasing a burst of pure energy that swept through the trench, banishing the shadow and restoring life to the ocean. As the waters brightened and the sea creatures rejoiced, Leora felt a sense of peace and fulfillment. She had found her place in this world, a bridge between the land and the sea, a guardian of harmony and balance. Returning to the palace, she was greeted with joy and gratitude. The Sea King thanked her, his voice filled with pride. "You have done more than restore the balance, Leora. You have reminded us of the power of friendship and the strength that comes from unity." With the shell still in her pocket, a symbol of her journey and the bond she had forged, Leora returned to the surface, her heart full of the ocean's songs. Back in the village, she was welcomed as a hero, her story inspiring others to see the world with new eyes, to cherish the bonds of friendship and the wonders of nature. And so Leora's tale became a legend, a reminder that even in the smallest of corners, in the quiet whispers of the sea, there is magic waiting to be discovered, and that with courage and kindness, anything is possible. As the years passed, Leora continued to visit the cove, her heart forever tied to the ocean's depths. She would sit by the shore, the whispering shell in her lap, listening to the stories of the sea and dreaming of the adventures yet to come. And the sea, in turn, would sing to her, a lullaby of waves and wonder, a promise of endless possibilities and the unbreakable bond between the world above and the world below. For in the heart of every whisper, in the depths of every dream, there lies a world of magic and friendship, waiting to be discovered by those brave enough to listen. And so, as the sun set over the azure sea, painting the sky with colors of hope and renewal, Leora's story continued, a beacon of light and love, a testament to the power of dreams and the enduring magic of the sea. The end. Story 25. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, where the air was always tinged with the sweet scent of blooming lavender, lived a curious young girl named Amara. She had a heart full of wonder and eyes that sparkled with dreams of distant lands. Her home was a charming cottage nestled at the edge of the village, surrounded by fields of wildflowers that danced with the wind. Every night, as the sky deepened into a velvety blue and stars peeked out like tiny lanterns, Amara would sit by the window, imagining what lay beyond the gentle hills that cradled her village like a protective embrace. One crisp autumn morning, with leaves crunching underfoot and a gentle breeze whispering secrets, Amara decided it was time to discover what lay beyond those hills. She packed a small satchel with a loaf of freshly baked bread, a flask of warm tea, and her favorite woolen scarf knitted by her grandmother, setting off with a heart full of bravery and excitement. As she climbed the hill, the village slowly disappeared from view, replaced by a vast expanse of golden meadows that undulated like the waves of a sunlit sea. The air was crisp and filled with the earthy aroma of fallen leaves. Amara's heart fluttered with excitement as she ventured further than she ever had before. At the top of the hill, she found herself gazing at an enchanting forest, its trees towering like ancient guardians with leaves shimmering in hues of emerald and gold. The sunlight trickled through the canopy, casting playful patterns on the forest floor. Here the air was filled with the soft melody of birdsong and the gentle rustle of leaves. As Amara stepped into the forest, she noticed the ground was carpeted with soft moss and dotted with tiny, luminescent mushrooms that glowed like stars fallen to earth. The forest seemed alive, whispering stories of old times to those who cared to listen. As she wandered deeper, she encountered a gentle brook, its waters sparkling like liquid crystal, meandering through the trees with a soothing murmur. Here, by the brook, Amara met her first whimsical creature. A small, fluffy creature with fur as white as snow and eyes as bright as the moon's glow emerged from behind a rock. It was a moonlit hare, a creature said to bring luck and guidance to lost travelers. The hare blinked at her curiously, and then, with a playful hop, beckoned for Amara to follow. Intrigued and delighted, Amara followed the moonlit hare, who led her through winding paths and over quaint wooden bridges. Along the way, they encountered a grove where the trees bore fruit that shimmered like jewels. The air here was sweet with the scent of ripe berries, and Amara picked a few, savoring their honeyed taste. As they continued, Amara noticed a gentle glow ahead. They arrived at a clearing bathed in the soft light of dusk, where fireflies danced in the air, weaving a tapestry of light. In the center of the clearing stood a magnificent stone archway entwined with ivy and flowers that seemed to bloom in every color imaginable. The moonlit hare paused by the archway, nodding toward it, as if to say, This is where your courage and curiosity have brought you. Amara stepped forward, feeling a gentle warmth spreading through her chest, a sense of accomplishment and wonder at the unknown she dared to explore. With a deep breath, she passed through the archway and found herself in a meadow that felt like a piece of heaven. The grass was soft beneath her feet, and the air was filled with the gentle hum of bees and the fragrance of blossoms. In the distance, a majestic waterfall cascaded into a serene pool, its waters shimmering with the colors of the rainbow. Here, where the world seemed to hold its breath in serene beauty, Amara sat down to rest. The moonlit hair nestled beside her, and together they watched the sunset paint the sky in hues of pink and gold. As the stars began to twinkle above, Amara realized that her journey had shown her the beauty of the unknown and the courage within her to embrace it. With her heart full of peace and her spirit aglow with newfound wisdom, Amara knew it was time to return home. But now, she carried with her the magic of the forest and the knowledge that every step into the unknown was a step toward discovering the wonders of the world and herself. As she retraced her steps, the moonlit hare accompanied her to the edge of the forest, where it paused, offering a gentle nudge as if to say, "Until next time." Amara smiled, her heart brimming with gratitude. She turned back toward the village, the path home illuminated by the moon's gentle light. When she arrived back at her cozy cottage, the village was quiet, and the night was deep. Amara slipped inside, her heart light and her mind filled with dreams of her next adventure. She curled up by the fireplace, where the embers glowed warmly, and drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with enchanted forests and shimmering stars. And so, in the village of Willowbrook, a young girl named Amara learned that courage and curiosity could lead to the most wondrous of journeys, and that sometimes the greatest adventures began with a single step into the unknown. Story 26. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees rustled with secrets and the streams giggled over smooth stones, lay the quaint village of Elderglen. Nestled in a valley of perpetual spring, Elderglen was a place where magic wove through everyday life as naturally as the morning mist. The villagers went about their days with gentle smiles, always greeting each other warmly, for Elderglen was a place where kindness thrived. The village was home to a number of delightful characters, but none more beloved than young Finn, a curious lad with eyes like two polished stones, forever sparkling with wonder. Finn possessed an insatiable curiosity and had a knack for noticing the small, peculiar details that others might overlook. His best friend was a fluffy tabby cat named Whiskers, who often accompanied him on his adventures, her green eyes glinting with mischief. One crisp morning, as the sun bathed Elderglen in a soft golden light, Finn noticed something unusual. As he strolled through the cobblestone streets, he found that the usually bustling marketplace was eerily quiet. The stalls, typically overflowing with vibrant produce and handmade goods, stood empty. The air, typically filled with the chatter and laughter of merchants and customers, was replaced by an odd, hushed silence. Puzzled, Finn turned to Whiskers, who flicked her tail thoughtfully. "Something's amiss," Finn mused, gently scratching Whiskers behind the ears as they continued down the lane. As they ventured deeper into the village, they encountered the baker, Mr. Hobbs, standing outside his shop with a perplexed expression. His flour-dusted hands were planted on his hips, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Good morning, Mr. Hobbs," Finn called out, his voice cheerful despite the unusual circumstances. "Why is the market so quiet today?" Mr. Hobbs sighed, a cloud of flour puffing from his apron. "Ah, Finn, something strange is afoot. All of the bread I baked last night has vanished without a crumb left behind." Finn's brow knitted in thought. "That's peculiar indeed. Have you noticed anything else unusual?" Mr. Hobbs nodded, leaning closer as if sharing a secret. "The same thing happened to the dairy. Every drop of milk disappeared overnight, and the cheese wheel is nowhere to be found." Thanking Mr. Hobbs, Finn and Whiskers decided to investigate further. They visited the apothecary, where they found the herbalist, Miss Myrtle, standing among her empty shelves, shaking her head in disbelief. "All my potions and herbs, gone!" she exclaimed, wringing her hands. "It's as if they vanished into thin air." Finn listened carefully, piecing together the puzzle. Something or someone was taking the village's goods, but why? And how? Determined to uncover the mystery, Finn and Whiskers headed toward the edge of the village, where the wise old owl, Eldwin, lived in the hollow of a grand, ancient oak. Eldwin was known for his vast knowledge and keen insight, and if anyone could provide guidance, it was he. The path to Eldwin's tree was lined with wildflowers that danced in the gentle breeze, their sweet fragrance mingling with the earthy scent of the forest. As Finn approached, Eldwin appeared in the entrance of his hollow, his feathers a rich tapestry of browns and grays, his eyes like two golden lamps. "Ah, young Finn," Eldwin greeted, his voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves. "What brings you to my abode on such a fine morning?" Finn explained the mysterious disappearances, watching as Eldwin listened intently, occasionally nodding his wise head. "Indeed, a curious conundrum," Eldwin mused, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully. "But fear not, for the forest holds many secrets, and sometimes it is the smallest creatures who know the greatest truths." With this cryptic advice, Finn and Whiskers set off deeper into the forest, guided by an instinctual pull. They followed a narrow path that wound through the trees until they reached a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. In the center stood a large, ancient stone, its surface covered in intricate carvings that shimmered with a faint magical glow. As Finn approached the stone, he noticed a group of tiny creatures peering out from behind its base. They were little folk, no taller than a daisy, with wings as delicate as spider silk and eyes bright with curiosity. "Hello there," Finn greeted, crouching down to their level. "Do you know anything about the missing goods from Elderglen?" The little folk exchanged glances before one of them, with a voice as light as a breeze, spoke up. "We did not take them, but we saw strange shadows moving through the village at night. They were carrying sacks, much too large for their size." Intrigued, Finn asked, "Where did these shadows go?" "They ventured toward the old wishing well," another tiny voice chimed in, pointing a tiny finger toward a path leading further into the forest. Thanking the little folk, Finn and Whiskers hurried along the path, the anticipation of discovery quickening their steps. The path twisted and turned, leading them to a secluded grove where the old wishing well stood, its stones covered in moss and ivy. As they approached, Finn noticed something peculiar. Around the well were scattered crumbs of bread, droplets of milk, and the faintest scent of herbs. Kneeling beside the well, Finn peered into its depths, where he caught a glimpse of movement. Out of the shadows emerged a small, rather sheepish-looking creature. It was a wisp, a mischievous spirit known for its playful nature, but not typically for thievery. The wisp seemed to sense Finn's presence and floated up to meet him, its form flickering like a candle flame. "Ah, you found me," the wisp said, its voice a soft melody. "I didn't mean any harm, truly. I was just borrowing." Finn smiled gently, sensing the wisp's sincerity. "Why did you take the villagers' goods?" The wisp twirled in the air, casting shimmering lights across the grove. "I was trying to create a grand feast for my friends, to celebrate the turning of the seasons, but I got carried away, and before I knew it, I had taken too much." Understanding dawned on Finn. The wisp's intentions were not malicious, merely misguided. "Perhaps we can help you," he suggested kindly. "If we work together, we can create a feast without taking from others." The wisp's eyes glowed with gratitude. That would be wonderful. With a plan in mind, Finn and Whiskers returned to Elderglen, where they explained the situation to the villagers. Rather than being upset, the villagers were charmed by the wisp's innocence and eager to help. Together, they gathered ingredients from their own stores, each contributing a little so that no one was left lacking. As the sun began to set, the villagers and the wisp worked side by side, preparing a feast under the open sky. The air was filled with the rich aromas of freshly baked bread, sweet honey, and spiced cider. As the stars twinkled above, the villagers spread blankets and sat together, sharing stories and laughter. The wisp, now surrounded by new friends, danced joyfully in the moonlight, its happiness infectious and bright. Eldwin, who had joined the gathering, watched with a satisfied nod. "You see, dear Finn," he said, his voice a soft rumble, "sometimes the answers we seek are found in understanding and kindness." Finn smiled, feeling the warmth of the fire and the joy of the community around him. He knew that the mystery had been solved not just through cleverness, but through empathy and friendship. As the night deepened, Finn lay back on the soft grass, whiskers curled up contentedly beside him. The gentle hum of the forest lulled him into a peaceful slumber, the stars above whispering secrets of their own. And so, in the heart of the whispering woods, where magic and wonder danced hand in hand, the village of Elderglen drifted into a tranquil sleep, the mystery resolved, and a new tale added to the timeless stories of their enchanted home. Story 27. Once upon a time, in a serene little valley nestled between whispering forests and shimmering streams, there lay the quaint village of Willowbark. Willowbark was a place where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and where the pathways were lined with lanterns that glowed softly like friendly fireflies. In the heart of this enchanting village lived a gentle soul named Alden. Alden was known throughout Willowbark for his kind eyes and ever-curious mind. He tended to the village library, a cozy haven filled with ancient tomes and the comforting rustle of pages turning. It was a place where stories of old mingled with the dreams of those who sought them. One crisp autumn morning, as the first golden leaves began to dance down from the trees, Alden noticed something peculiar. Several books, usually tucked neatly on their shelves, had been found scattered across the library floor. Not just any books, but those containing tales of the village's history and its magical creatures. Alden, with a thoughtful furrow in his brow, decided to uncover the mystery behind these strange occurrences. As he set about his day, Alden shared his puzzlement with his dear friend, Marigold, a wise old owl who often perched on the library's windowsill. Marigold's feathers were as soft as the morning mist, and her eyes held the wisdom of many years. "Hoo-hoo," Marigold hooted softly, tilting her head. "Perhaps there is a story within these stories that wishes to be told." Alden nodded, feeling the warmth of Marigold's suggestion settle in his heart like a gentle breeze. Determined to unravel the mystery, Alden decided to seek guidance from the village's oldest resident, a kind and twinkling-eyed tortoise named Thistle. Thistle lived in a cozy burrow beneath a great willow tree at the edge of the village. The tree's branches swayed like a lullaby above the burrow, and the ground was soft with moss and dappled with sunlight. When Alden arrived, he found Thistle basking in a patch of sun, his shell etched with patterns that seemed to tell a story of their own. "Ah, Alden, my young friend," Thistle greeted, his voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves. "What brings you to my humble home?" Alden explained the curious case of the displaced books, and Thistle listened intently, nodding slowly as he absorbed every detail. "It sounds to me, dear Alden, that perhaps the books are being moved by a spirit of curiosity," Thistle mused, "a spirit that seeks to share something important with you and our village." Intrigued by this possibility, Alden returned to the library with renewed purpose. He decided to observe the library after dusk, when the village was wrapped in a quilt of stars, and the lanterns glowed even softer, casting a warm and welcoming light. As the night unfolded, Alden nestled into a comfortable armchair, a steaming mug of chamomile tea cradled in his hands. The library was quiet, save for the occasional rustling of pages, as if the books were whispering secrets to one another. Just as the moonlight draped itself across the library floor, Alden noticed a faint shimmer in the air. He watched, eyes wide with wonder, as tiny, glowing creatures began to appear, pixies, no larger than a thumb, flitting about like sparks of gentle light. The pixies danced around the scattered books, their laughter like the tinkling of distant bells. Alden's heart swelled with awe and understanding. He realized that the pixies, drawn to the stories of magic and history, had been moving the books in their playful exploration. With a soft smile, Alden spoke to the pixies, his voice a gentle murmur. "Dear pixies, I see now that you're curious about our stories. Perhaps you could join me in arranging them, so we can all enjoy their tales together." The pixies paused in their dance, hovering like fireflies caught in a summer evening. Then, with a collective giggle, they nodded in agreement. Together with Alden, they carefully returned the books to their rightful places, each one glowing with the pixie's touch. From that night on, the library became a place where pixies and villagers alike gathered to share stories. Alden would read aloud the tales of Willowbark, his voice weaving a tapestry of wonder that filled the room. The pixies in turn shared their own magical stories, adding to the rich tapestry of the village's history. And so, through observation and kindness, Alden had solved the mystery of the scattered books. With the help of wise mentors and magical friends, he had not only uncovered the truth, but also enriched the lives of everyone in Willowbark. As the seasons turned and the village continued to thrive, the library remained a sanctuary of stories, where the past and present met in harmony. Alden, Marigold, Thistle, and the Pixies all played their part in keeping the magic alive, ensuring that Willowbark was forever a place where curiosity and kindness flourished hand in hand. And on nights when the wind whispered through the trees and the stars twinkled like old friends, one could hear the soft laughter of pixies mingling with the rustle of turning pages, a gentle reminder that every story, no matter how small, is a gift waiting to be shared. Story 28. In the serene village of Willowbrook, nestled at the edge of an ancient forest where the trees whispered old tales, there was a peculiar sense of tranquility. The sun, a gentle orb of gold, cast its warm glow over the cobblestone paths and quaint cottages, each with chimneys that puffed lazy curls of smoke into the crisp evening sky. The villagers were fond of their peaceful life. They tended to their gardens, shared stories over steaming cups of tea, and waved friendly greetings to one another. Yet as the leaves began to turn fiery shades of amber and russet, a series of unusual events began to unfold, casting a veil of curiosity over the village. It all started with the bells. Every morning, the church bells would ring at dawn, their melodious peals echoing through the valley. But one morning, they rang at midnight instead, startling the slumbering villagers from their dreams. They chimed with an urgency that felt almost like a summons, leaving everyone puzzled. The next day, the baker, a kindly man named Harold, discovered that his flour sacks had been mysteriously rearranged into the shape of a large arrow, pointing toward the forest. In the days that followed, more strange occurrences unfolded. A peculiar melodic humming could be heard near the well, and luminous mushrooms began to appear, forming a path through the woods. Concerned but intrigued, the villagers sought the advice of their wisest elder, a gentle old woman known as Malus. Her hair was as white as the snow-capped mountains, and her eyes sparkled with the wisdom of ages. She lived in a cozy cottage at the forest's edge, surrounded by herbs and flowers that gave off a sweet, calming scent. Malus listened intently as the villagers recounted the strange happenings. With a serene smile, she assured them that there was no cause for alarm. "These are not mere coincidences," she said softly, her voice like a lullaby. "The forest speaks, and it is asking for our attention." Intrigued by the mystery and encouraged by Malus's words, a small group of villagers, led by young Clara and her best friend Thomas, decided to follow the trail of luminous mushrooms into the forest. Clara, with her keen eyes and curious spirit, and Thomas, with his quick wit and gentle heart, made a perfect team for unraveling mysteries. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the air grew thick with the scent of pine and earth. The soft, glowing path led them to a clearing bathed in moonlight, where a gentle stream sang a soothing melody. There, perched on a moss-covered rock, was a creature unlike any they had ever seen, a tiny, shimmering sprite with wings that glimmered like the morning dew. The sprite introduced itself as Leora, a guardian of the forest. "I am sorry for the disturbances," Leora said, her voice as delicate as a breeze. "We needed help, and the bells were our call." Curious and compassionate, Clara and Thomas listened as Leora explained that the forest's harmony had been disrupted by a misplaced magical artifact, a crystal that belonged to the river nymphs. Without it, the balance of magic in the forest was disturbed, causing the strange events in Willowbrook. The sprite's eyes shone with hope as she added, "We need someone with a pure heart and sharp mind to find and return the crystal. Will you help us?" Clara and Thomas exchanged a glance and nodded, their resolve as firm as the ancient oaks around them. Together, guided by Leora, they embarked on a quest to find the missing crystal. They followed the clues hidden in the forest's whispers and the patterns of the stars, using their keen observation and clever deduction to navigate the magical realm. Through trials that tested their courage and friendship, they finally found the crystal nestled in a secret grove, hidden beneath the roots of a giant oak. Its light was soft but captivating, pulsating with the gentle rhythm of the earth's heartbeat. With care, they returned the crystal to the river nymphs, who thanked them with songs as sweet as the morning light. The forest, now restored to its harmonious balance, hummed with gratitude, and the strange occurrences ceased as mysteriously as they had begun. Back in Willowbrook, the villagers celebrated the return of their peaceful life. The bell chimed once more at dawn, a sound that now carried an extra note of warmth and familiarity. Malus, with a knowing smile, praised Clara and Thomas for their bravery and kindness, reminding everyone that sometimes the greatest magic lies in the bonds of friendship and the courage to listen to the world around us. As the village settled back into its gentle rhythms, Clara and Thomas sat by the fireplace in Malus's cottage, sipping hot cocoa and sharing tales of their adventure. The flames danced merrily, casting a cozy glow that wrapped around them like a comforting embrace. And so, under the twinkling stars and the watchful eyes of the forest, the village of Willowbrook nestled into a peaceful sleep, its heart forever touched by the mystery that brought them closer to the enchanting world around them. Story 29. In a galaxy where stars twinkled like scattered jewels across an indigo velvet sky, two planets danced in their orbits, each unaware of the other's existence, until fate decided to weave their stories together. The first planet, Luminara, was a world of shimmering light and luminescent flora. Its inhabitants, the Lumens, were gentle beings who glided through the air with wings that flashed in hues of azure and gold. They communicated through melodies that resonated like wind chimes in a gentle breeze. Among them was Lyra, a curious lumen with wings that glowed a little brighter than the rest. Her heart brimmed with a desire to explore beyond the familiar glow of her homeland. Meanwhile, on the neighboring planet of Valoria, the terrain was a tapestry of lush emerald forests and serene lakes. Here lived the Valorians, sturdy creatures with bark-like skin and eyes that shimmered like emeralds. They spoke in deep, resonant tones that echoed through the groves. Among them was Arlo, a compassionate Valorian whose heart was as vast as the forests he called home. He often found himself pondering the mysteries of the universe, gazing at the starlit sky with wonder and longing. One peaceful evening, as Lyra flitted through the luminous gardens of Luminara, a shimmering comet streaked across the sky, leaving a trail of stardust. Drawn by its brilliance, she followed its path until she found herself at the edge of her world, where the light met the shadowy unknown. Simultaneously, Arlo wandered through the forest, his mind alight with curiosity. The same comet had caught his eye, and he followed its luminescent path until he reached the border of his own world, where the trees whispered secrets to the sky. As the comet's brilliant tail faded, it left behind a bridge of stardust connecting the two planets, a celestial invitation to explore the unknown. Lyra and Arlo, each fueled by their own sense of wonder, stepped onto the bridge, their hearts filled with both trepidation and excitement. They met at the midpoint, where the stardust shimmered brightest. The initial encounter was tinged with misunderstanding, as the Lumen's melodies and the Valorians' resonant tones clashed like discordant notes. Lyra's song seemed to startle Arlo, while his deep voice rumbled through Lyra's delicate being, vibrating her wings in unexpected ways. Feeling misunderstood, Lyra's glow dimmed momentarily, while Arlo's sturdy form seemed to shrink with uncertainty. Yet beneath the surface, both felt an inexplicable pull, a sense that this meeting was meant to be. Determined not to let their differences drive them apart, they attempted to communicate through gestures and expressions. Lyra fluttered her wings in a graceful dance, while Arlo used his hands to depict the shapes of the towering trees and gentle lakes of Valoria. Slowly, understanding began to blossom between them. Lyra realized that Arlo's deep voice could be soothing, like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. Arlo found that Lyra's melodies were not just sounds, but emotions woven into the air, painting pictures of her world. As they continued their journey along the Stardust Bridge, they encountered challenges that tested their newfound friendship. A sudden solar storm swept across the celestial path, shaking the bridge with gusts of cosmic wind. Lyra's wings struggled against the force, and Arlo's footing became precarious. In that moment of trial, their differences became their strengths. Lyra's light illuminated the path through the storm, guiding Arlo with her gentle glow. In turn, Arlo's steadfast presence provided a grounding force, his strong hands steadying Lyra as they moved forward together. their bond deepened with each shared challenge. They discovered that friendship was not about being the same, but about embracing each other's uniqueness and supporting one another through the unknown. The misunderstandings that had once seemed insurmountable faded into the background, replaced by a profound understanding and appreciation. As they reached the end of the Stardust Bridge, where the two worlds met, Lyra and Arlo paused to take in the beauty of their surroundings. The light of Luminara mingled with the rich greens of Valoria, creating a harmonious tapestry that reflected their journey and their friendship. With a newfound sense of belonging, they realized that their worlds, though different, were connected by the same stars that had guided them to each other. In that moment, they understood the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcends boundaries and differences, a connection that brings warmth and light to even the darkest corners of the universe. And so, Lyra and Arlo returned to their respective worlds, forever changed by their journey. Their hearts carried the songs and stories of their adventure, a testament to the power of friendship and the beauty of embracing the unknown with an open heart. As they gazed at the night sky, each saw the other's planet twinkling like a distant star, a comforting reminder that they were never truly apart. And in their hearts, they knew that the Bridge of Stardust was always there, ready to guide them back to each other whenever they wished to reunite and share the joys of their worlds. With a gentle sigh, the universe continued its eternal dance, cradling Lyra and Arlo's friendship like a precious star in its vast expanse. Once upon a time, nestled in a quiet corner of the world, there was a little village named Willowbrook. The village was surrounded by lush, rolling hills, and the air was always filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers. On the edge of this village, there stood an ancient, towering oak tree with branches that reached toward the sky like welcoming arms. Beneath this tree lay the entrance to a mysterious grove known only as the Whispering Glade. The Whispering Glade was a place of wonder and enchantment. Few dared to venture inside, for it was said that the glade could only be seen by those with a truly curious heart. One such heart belonged to a young girl named Lila. With hair like spun gold and eyes that sparkled with the curiosity of the stars, Lila was known in the village for her adventurous spirit. One balmy evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of pink and purple, Lila felt an irresistible pull toward the ancient oak. As she approached, the soft rustling of leaves seemed to whisper her name, inviting her into the glade. Taking a deep breath, Lila stepped forward, her heart pounding with excitement and a hint of trepidation. The moment Lila entered the Whispering Glade, the world around her transformed. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of moss and earth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor that danced like gentle spirits. As she walked, the soft crunch of leaves beneath her feet mingled with the distant song of a brook. Just a few steps in, Lila was greeted by the first of many wonders. A cluster of luminous mushrooms glowed with a soft, shimmering light, casting a halo of gentle colors around them. As she bent down to get a better look, a tiny voice piped up, "Hello there!" Startled, Lila looked around and spotted a little creature perched atop one of the mushrooms. It was a flutterby, a creature as delicate as its name suggested, with wings that shimmered like gossamer in the light. "Welcome to the Whispering Glade," the flutterby chirped with a cheerful flutter. "Thank you," Lila replied, her voice filled with awe. "I've heard stories, but I never knew it was this beautiful." The flutterby twinkled its wings, sending a spray of soft light into the air. "There's much to see here, and many friends to meet," it said. "Follow the path, and you'll find wonders beyond your imagination." With a grateful nod, Lila continued deeper into the glade. As she walked, she marveled at the sights around her. She passed a grove of trees whose leaves hummed melodious tunes, and a field of wildflowers that shimmered with every color imaginable. Each step revealed a new wonder, and each wonder filled her heart with joy and curiosity. After a while, Lila came across a peculiar sight, a bridge made entirely of woven vines, arching gracefully over a crystal-clear stream. As she approached, the vines seemed to shift and sway, as if inviting her to cross. With a deep breath, Lila stepped onto the bridge, feeling it sway gently under her weight. The water below gurgled a merry tune, and she couldn't help but laugh at the delightful sensation. On the other side of the bridge, Lila discovered a small gathering of woodland creatures, all engaged in a lively game of leaf skipping. At the center was a wise old tortoise named Terence, who, despite his slow movements, was the reigning champion. His shell was adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to tell stories of old, and his eyes, though aged, glimmered with youthful mischief. "Would you like to join us, young traveler?" Terence asked, his voice like the gentle rumble of distant thunder. Lila hesitated, unsure if she could match the skill of the others, but the friendly smiles and encouraging nods of the creatures gave her courage. "I'd love to," she said, stepping forward to take her turn. With each leap, Lila discovered her own rhythm and grace. She quickly learned that the secret to success was not speed, but the joy of the moment and the trust in her own abilities. As she skipped her leaf across the stream, laughter bubbled up inside her, and she felt a sense of belonging and camaraderie with her newfound friends. When the game came to an end, Terence nodded approvingly. "You have a brave heart, young one," he said. "Never lose your sense of wonder, and you will always find your way." Thanking the tortoise and her new friends, Lila continued her journey. As the path wound further into the glade, she came upon a clearing where the moonlight bathed everything in a silvery glow. In the center stood a majestic silver stag, its antlers adorned with twinkling lights like stars in the night sky. The stag gazed at Lila with eyes that held the wisdom of ages. "You have journeyed far, young traveler," the stag spoke, its voice a gentle echo in the stillness. "Your courage has brought you to the heart of the glade, where dreams and reality dance together." Lila approached the stag, feeling a deep reverence. "Thank you," she said softly. "I never imagined such wonders existed." The stag bowed its head, and the lights on its antlers shimmered like falling stars. "Remember, the world is full of mysteries waiting to be discovered. Sometimes it takes a brave heart to see them. Trust in yourself, and you will always find the way." With those words, the stag turned and leapt into the shadows of the forest, leaving a trail of starlight in its wake. Lila watched it disappear, her heart brimming with a sense of peace and fulfillment. As she made her way back to the village, the path seemed to glow with a newfound light. The whispering glade had shared its secrets with her, and she felt a deep connection to the world around her. The challenges she had faced had revealed strengths she never knew she had, and the friendships she had formed filled her heart with warmth. When Lila finally stepped out from beneath the ancient oak, the sky was painted with the first light of dawn. She looked back at the glade, feeling a gentle whisper of gratitude in the breeze. With a smile, she turned toward home, knowing that the wonders of the whispering glade would always be a part of her heart. And so, with the sun rising to greet a new day, Lila returned to Willowbrook, her spirit alight with the magic of courage and exploration. She knew that the world was vast and full of mysteries, and she was ready to embrace them all, one step at a time. As she settled into her cozy bed that night, Lila drifted off to sleep with dreams of shimmering groves and starlit stags, her heart forever touched by the enchanting adventure into the unknown. And in her dreams, the gentle whispers of the glade sang her to sleep, a lullaby of courage and wonder that would stay with her always. And thus, the tale of Lila's journey into the whispering glade ended as all good stories should, with the promise of more adventures to come and a heart full of dreams. Story 31. In the heart of a small, sleepy village where the rooftops wore blankets of moss and chimney smoke curled lazily toward the sky, there lived a young dreamer named Finn. Finn had bright eyes full of wonder and a heart that beat with the rhythm of adventure. Every evening, after the sun dipped below the horizon and the stars began their twinkling dance, Finn would sit by the window, gazing at the mysterious forest that bordered the village, the enchanted glade. The enchanted glade was a place wrapped in whispers and legends, said to be filled with wonders that only the bravest could behold. Its towering trees, with trunks as wide as 4 villagers standing arm in arm, reached up to tickle the clouds. Their leaves shimmered with a silvery hue under the moonlight, and an ethereal luminescence danced along the forest floor, casting a soft glow that seemed to beckon the curious. One night, as the moon hung full and golden in the sky, Finn felt a gentle tug at his heart, a call to venture beyond the familiar cobblestone streets and into the mysteries of the glade. With a sense of excitement and a hint of trepidation, he packed a small satchel with a loaf of warm bread, a flask of sweet berry juice, and a woolen scarf knitted by his grandmother, then set off into the night. As Finn stepped into the forest, the air was sweet with the scent of blooming night flowers, their petals opening like tiny stars scattered among the underbrush. The sounds of the village faded away, replaced by the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft hoots of owls nestled high in the branches. Finn's footsteps were accompanied by the gentle crunch of twigs and the occasional snap of a curious branch. Deeper and deeper into the glade he ventured, until he came upon a clearing bathed in moonlight, where the ground was carpeted with soft, velvety moss. In the center of the clearing stood a peculiar sight, a circle of mushrooms, each cap painted with spirals of brilliant colors that seemed to shift and change with every blink of the eye. As Finn watched, the air shimmered, and from the circle emerged a creature unlike any he had ever imagined. It was a sprite, no taller than a kitten, with wings that sparkled like dewdrops in the sun and a face that radiated kindness. The sprite's voice was like the chime of distant bells as it spoke. "Welcome, young traveler. I am Lumina, guardian of the glade. What brings you to our hidden realm?" Finn, though startled, was not afraid. He felt a warmth in the sprite's presence and replied, "I have always dreamed of exploring this wondrous place. I seek to understand its secrets and learn from its beauty." Lumina fluttered closer, her wings leaving trails of light in the air. "Then you must meet the heart of the glade," she said, her eyes twinkling. "But to reach it, you must first complete 3 gentle tasks, each revealing a part of your own heart." The first task led Finn to the Whispering Brook, where the water sang with the voices of the forest. Here, he was to help a family of turtles, their shells covered in intricate patterns, cross to the other side. With patience and care, Finn placed each turtle in his satchel and gently carried them across the pebbled bottom, feeling the cool water lap at his ankles. As he watched them waddle safely to the other bank, Finn felt a warmth spread through him, a quiet joy at having helped another. Next, Lumina guided Finn to the grove of ancient trees, their bark etched with stories of old. Here he found a cluster of fireflies, their lights dim and flickering. Finn gathered wildflowers and crafted a cozy nest, inviting the fireflies to rest and regain their glow. As they nestled into the petals, their lights grew brighter, filling the grove with a warm, pulsing light. Finn's heart swelled with a gentle pride, knowing he had rekindled a small part of the forest's magic. The final task brought Finn to the edge of a tranquil pond, its surface as smooth as glass, reflecting the moon's luminous face. A small boat, woven from reeds, awaited him. Lumina, perched on his shoulder, whispered, "You must row to the island at the center, where the heart of the glade awaits." With steady hands, Finn paddled across the pond, each stroke sending ripples of moonlight across the water. As he reached the island, he was greeted by a magnificent tree, its branches heavy with blossoms that glowed softly in the night. At its base lay a stone, carved with symbols that seemed to pulse with life. "The heart of the glade is not just a place," Lumina explained, "but a feeling that resides within all who visit. It is the courage to explore, the kindness to help, and the wisdom to see beauty in all things." Finn sat beneath the great tree, feeling a deep sense of peace wash over him. He realized that his journey had unlocked parts of himself he had never known, each task a reflection of his own strengths and the simple, profound magic of the forest. As dawn's first light crept over the horizon, Finn knew it was time to return. Lumina, now a dear friend, promised that the glade would always welcome him. With a heart full of gratitude and wonder, Finn made his way back to the village, where the world awaited his newfound wisdom. And so, under a sky painted with the colors of dawn, Finn returned home, forever changed by the mysteries of the enchanted glade. His journey, like a gentle breeze, had taught him that true courage is found in the quiet moments, and that the greatest adventures often begin with the simplest of steps. And as he lay down to sleep, the whispers of the forest echoed in his dreams, a lullaby of courage and discovery that would stay with him always. Story 32. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled at the edge of a serene forest, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her hair was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled like the morning dew on a spider's web. Lila loved nothing more than exploring the meadows and woods that surrounded her home. She was a gentle soul, full of curiosity and courage, with a heart as warm as the sunlit glades she so often wandered. One misty morning, as the village slept under a quilt of fog, Lila set out on a new adventure. Her bare feet padded silently over the dewy grass, leaving tiny footprints that glistened in the early light. Today, she was drawn to a place she had never dared to explore before, the Whispering Woods. The Whispering Woods were shrouded in mystery and wonder. The villagers spoke of its towering trees with canopies like emerald sails and paths that twisted and turned like a river of dreams. It was said that the woods held secrets known only to the wind and the stars, and that if one listened closely, they could hear tales as old as time itself. As Lila stepped into the woods, the air grew thick with the scent of pine and earth, a rich, comforting aroma that wrapped around her like a soft blanket. The trees loomed above, their leaves whispering secrets to each other in a language only they understood. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, painting the forest floor in dapples of gold and green. Lila's heart danced with excitement and a hint of trepidation. She knew the woods were enchanted, and she could feel their magic in every rustle and breath. As she wandered deeper, she came upon a clearing where the light pooled like honey, and in the center stood a peculiar tree with silvery bark that shimmered like moonlight. Intrigued, Lila approached the tree and noticed a small door carved into its trunk. It was barely taller than her knee, with intricate patterns of vines and stars etched into the wood. As she knelt to inspect it, the door creaked open, and out stepped a creature unlike any she had ever seen. It was a tiny being, no larger than Lila's hand, with wings that sparkled like morning frost and eyes that twinkled with mischief and kindness. "Hello," chirped the creature in a voice as soft as the flutter of butterfly wings. "I am Pippin, a guardian of the Whispering Woods. What brings you to our realm?" Lila, her curiosity piqued, replied, "I wanted to explore the woods and discover their secrets. They call to me like a song I cannot ignore." Pippin nodded, understanding the pull of adventure. "Then you have come to the right place. But beware, young explorer, for the woods are full of wonders and challenges. It takes courage to walk these paths, and wit to navigate their twists and turns." With a flutter of his wings, Pippin beckoned Lila to follow. Together, they ventured deeper into the woods, where the trees whispered and the air buzzed with unseen magic. They came upon a brook that sang as it flowed over stones worn smooth by time, and a meadow where flowers danced to a melody only they could hear. As they journeyed, Lila encountered many whimsical creatures, a family of hedgehogs with hats made of leaves, a wise old owl who told stories of the moon, and a band of squirrels who played acorn drums. Each encounter filled Lila's heart with joy and wonder, and she learned from each creature a little more about the woods and herself. But the woods were not without their challenges. At one point they reached a bridge of woven vines that swung gently over a sparkling ravine. Lila hesitated, her heart pounding like a distant drum. The bridge seemed fragile, and the drop below was dizzying. Sensing her fear, Pippin fluttered to her side. "Remember, Lila, courage is not the absence of fear, but the strength to move forward despite it." Taking a deep breath, Lila stepped onto the bridge. The vines creaked softly beneath her feet, swaying with each step. With Pippin's gentle encouragement, she focused on the path ahead, her heart steadying with each stride. Soon, the other side was before her, and as she stepped off the bridge, her spirit soared with newfound confidence. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of rose and lavender, Lila and Pippin found themselves back at the shimmering tree. The woods were growing quiet, the creatures settling in for the night, and the air was filled with the soothing lullaby of the forest. Pippin turned to Lila, his eyes twinkling in the fading light. "You have done well, brave explorer. The woods have shared their secrets with you, and you have shown them your heart. Remember the lessons of courage and friendship you have learned here today." Lila smiled, her heart full of gratitude. "Thank you, Pippin, for guiding me and sharing the magic of the Whispering Woods. I will carry these memories with me always." With a gentle nod, Pippin fluttered back to his tree, and the door closed softly behind him. Lila turned toward the village, the path before her aglow with the gentle light of fireflies leading the way. As she walked home under the canopy of stars, Lila felt the warmth of the day's adventures settle around her like a comforting embrace. The woods had taught her that courage was not just facing the unknown, but embracing it with an open heart and a curious spirit. And so, with a heart full of wonder and a soul touched by magic, Lila returned to her village. She knew that the Whispering Woods would always be there, waiting to share their secrets with those brave enough to listen. And she fell asleep that night with a smile on her lips and dreams of enchanted forests weaving through her dreams. And so, dear listener, may you too find courage in your adventures, and may the magic of the world always whisper its secrets to your heart. Good night. Story 33 title, The Whispering Lantern. On the edge of the gentle hills of Windermere, where the emerald fields met the ancient forest, there lay the quaint village of Waverley. It was a place where every pebble on the path had its own story, where the air was perpetually filled with the scent of blooming jasmine, and the winds seemed to carry secrets from far-off lands. The villagers lived simple lives, but just beneath the surface of their everyday routines, magic wove its intricate tapestry. In a cozy little cottage on the outskirts of the village lived a young girl named Mira. With hair the color of sunlit honey and eyes like two shimmering pools of sapphire, Mira was known for her insatiable curiosity and her kind heart. She was a friend to every creature of the forest, from the smallest ladybug to the wise old owls that perched in the towering oaks. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves pirouetted to the ground, Mira set off on her daily wander through the woods, a place she considered her second home. The forest was alive with the soft rustling of leaves and the occasional call of a distant bird. As Mira strolled deeper into the woods, she stumbled upon something quite peculiar, a lantern, nestled beneath a cluster of ferns. It was unlike any lantern she had ever seen. Its glass was etched with swirling patterns that seemed to dance in the dappled sunlight, and its metal frame was adorned with tiny, intricate carvings that resembled smiling faces. Curious, Mira picked up the lantern. As her fingers wrapped around its handle, she felt a warm sensation, as if the lantern itself was greeting her. She marveled at its craftsmanship, wondering who might have left such a beautiful object in the heart of the forest. "Hello there," she whispered, half expecting the lantern to respond. And to her surprise it did. A soft, melodic voice emanated from the lantern, gentle and soothing like a lullaby. "Greetings, kind soul. I am the Whispering Lantern, and I have been waiting for someone like you." Mira's eyes widened in astonishment. "You can talk!" she exclaimed, glancing around to make sure she was alone. "Indeed, I can, and not only do I speak, but I also hold the secrets of the world within my glow," the lantern replied with a hint of playful mystery. Mira was intrigued. "What kind of secrets?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. "The kind that can guide you on a journey of discovery," the lantern explained. "But first you must trust me and follow where I lead." With a heart full of excitement and a spirit eager for adventure, Mira agreed. She lifted the lantern, and as she did, its light shimmered and expanded, casting a path of golden luminescence through the trees. The forest, once familiar, now seemed to transform into a wonderland, where every shadow hinted at hidden realms and every rustle promised an untold tale. They traveled deep into the forest, where the trees grew taller and the air grew cooler. The lantern's light never faltered, guiding Mira through twisting paths and across babbling brooks. They eventually arrived at a clearing Mira had never seen before. In the center stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching toward the sky like calligraphic strokes against the canvas of the heavens. "Here we are," the lantern chimed, its light twinkling like starlight. "This is the heart of the Whispering Woods." Mira gazed up at the grand oak, feeling a sense of reverence and awe. "What makes this place so special?" she asked softly. "This tree holds the stories of the forest," the lantern explained, "and beneath its roots lies a world hidden from the eyes of many, a world where magic thrives and mysteries unfold." Mira felt a thrill of anticipation. She placed the lantern gently at the base of the tree, and as she did, a gentle breeze stirred the leaves, whispering in a language she could almost understand. The ground beneath her feet seemed to hum with energy. "Close your eyes, Mira, and listen with your heart," the lantern instructed. With a deep breath, Mira closed her eyes. The sounds of the forest enveloped her, the rustling leaves, the distant chirping of crickets, and the soft murmur of the wind. Slowly, these sounds melded into a harmonious melody, a song of the earth itself. And within that song, Mira heard the whispers of the tree, telling her of a hidden world beneath the roots, a place where dreams and reality intertwined. When she opened her eyes, the world around her had shifted. The clearing was the same, but there was a new vibrancy to it, as if every color was more vivid, every scent more fragrant. She could feel the pulse of magic in the air, a gentle thrum that resonated with her very being. The lantern's light flickered warmly. "Welcome to the Hidden Grove," it announced with a smile in its voice, "a sanctuary of wonders and wisdom, where those with pure hearts can find what they seek." Mira felt a flood of emotions. Wonder, joy, and a deep sense of belonging. She knew she had discovered something extraordinary, something that would change her forever. And with the whispering lantern by her side, she was ready to explore this enchanted realm, to learn its secrets, and uncover the mysteries it held. As the days turned into weeks, Mira spent her time between her village and the hidden grove. She met creatures of all kinds, fairies with wings like stained glass, gentle giants with eyes full of kindness, and talking foxes with tales as old as time. Each encounter taught her something new, a lesson wrapped in a story, a nugget of wisdom hidden within a jest. One day, as she sat beneath the ancient oak, the lantern beside her, she reflected on all she had learned. She realized that every creature, every story, was a thread in the grand tapestry of life, and she was a part of it. The forest had taught her that wisdom and friendship were the keys to overcoming any challenge, that kindness and curiosity were the paths to understanding. As Mira pondered these thoughts, the lantern spoke once more. "You have grown, Mira. Your journey has transformed you, as it was meant to." Mira nodded, a gentle smile playing on her lips. "Thank you for guiding me here, for showing me this world." The lantern's light glowed warmly in response. "You were the one who chose to see, who chose to listen. The magic was always within you." With the lantern's words echoing in her heart, Mira knew it was time to return to her village, to share the stories and the wisdom she had gathered. She would carry the magic of the hidden grove with her, a spark of light to guide her and those she loved. As she made her way home, the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose. The village lay ahead, its lights twinkling like stars against the deepening dusk. Mira felt a sense of peace, a quiet contentment that wrapped around her like a warm blanket. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and the gentle whisper of the wind, Mira returned to Waverly, her heart full of stories, her spirit alight with the magic of the forest. She knew that life was a journey, ever unfolding, ever changing, and she was ready to embrace it all, with wisdom, kindness, and the light of the whispering lantern to guide her way. The end. Story 34. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets of old and the winds carried the scent of pine and fresh earth, there lay a small, unassuming village named Elder Grove. The villagers lived simple lives, tending to their gardens and crafting goods from the forest's bounty. But it was no ordinary forest. Elder Grove bordered the enchanted thicket, a place brimming with magic and mystery. Our story begins with a gentle soul named Leora, a young woman with hair as dark as a raven's wing and eyes that gleamed like polished amber. Leora lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who spoke of the world beyond the trees and taught Leora about the magic that flowed through the forest. Her grandmother often spoke of a hidden world within the enchanted thicket, a realm accessible only to those who believed in the impossible. It was a crisp autumn day, the air tinged with the scent of fallen leaves and the promise of winter. Leora, wrapped in a cloak of deep green, ventured into the forest to gather herbs and berries for her grandmother's remedies. The forest sang its usual melody, a chorus of rustling leaves and chirping birds, as Leora carefully filled her basket. As she wandered deeper into the woods, Leora's attention was caught by a glimmer of light dancing between the trees. Intrigued, she followed the glow, her heart beating with a mix of excitement and trepidation. The light led her to a clearing, where a small pond lay nestled among the trees. The surface of the water shimmered like liquid silver, reflecting the golden hues of the sun. Kneeling by the pond, Leora peered into its depths and gasped. Instead of her own reflection, she saw a world unlike any other, a world of vibrant colors and ethereal creatures. It was the hidden realm her grandmother had spoken of, a place where dreams and reality intertwined. Drawn to the beauty of the scene, Leora reached out a tentative hand, her fingers brushing the surface of the water. As she did, a soft, melodious voice echoed in her mind. Leora, seeker of the unseen, you have found the gateway to the hidden veil. Step through and discover the magic within. The voice, gentle yet compelling, filled Leora with a sense of wonder. She hesitated for a moment, thinking of her grandmother and the village that lay beyond the trees. But curiosity and the call of adventure tugged at her heart. With a deep breath, she stepped into the pond, feeling the water embrace her like a gentle breeze. As she emerged on the other side, Leora found herself standing in a land of enchantment. The sky was a tapestry of swirling colors, and the air was alive with the scent of blooming flowers and sweet nectar. Creatures she had only heard of in stories flitted around her. Fairies with wings like stained glass, unicorns grazing in the meadows, and talking animals that greeted her with friendly nods. Among the magical beings was a fox with fur like burnished copper and eyes that twinkled with intelligence. He introduced himself as Fenwick, the guardian of the hidden veil. "Welcome, Leora," he said, his voice warm and welcoming. "Few find their way to our realm. You must possess a heart open to wonder and a spirit unbound by fear." Leora smiled, feeling a sense of belonging in this fantastical world. "It's beautiful here, Fenwick. I've always dreamed of places like this." Fenwick nodded, his gaze thoughtful. The hidden veil is a sanctuary for those who seek knowledge and friendship beyond the ordinary. But beware, for even in a realm of magic, challenges await. As Leora explored the hidden veil, she learned of its wonders and secrets. She discovered a grove where the trees sang songs of old, their leaves whispering tales of courage and love. She visited a meadow where the flowers glowed with an inner light, each blossom holding a story of its own. And she found a library carved into the trunk of an ancient oak, filled with books that held the wisdom of ages. But the most significant discovery came when Fenwick led her to a secluded glen, where a large, mysterious stone stood. Its surface was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. "This is the Heartstone," Fenwick explained. "It is the source of the veil's magic, a gift from the ancients. But it has been growing dim, and we fear its light will fade." Concerned, Leora asked, "What can be done to restore it?" Fenwick looked at her, his eyes filled with hope and trust. "The Heartstone thrives on the harmony and balance of our world, but discord has crept into the veil, and its magic wanes. We believe that you, with your open heart and clear vision, may help us restore the balance." Determined to help, Leora agreed to embark on a journey throughout the hidden veil, seeking to understand the source of the discord. Fenwick accompanied her, his presence a comforting guide as they ventured through enchanted forests and across shimmering rivers. Along their journey, Leora met many inhabitants of the Vale, each with their stories and struggles. She learned of a family of sprites whose laughter had dimmed, a group of gnomes whose gardens no longer bore fruit, and a wise old owl whose wisdom had been clouded by doubt. Through her kindness and empathy, Leora listened to their tales, offering comfort and solutions where she could. In time, Leora came to understand that the discord stemmed from a lack of connection and understanding among the Vale's inhabitants. Each creature had become so focused on their own worries that they had forgotten the power of unity and friendship. With this realization, Leora and Fenwick gathered the creatures of the Vale together. In a clearing bathed in moonlight, she spoke from her heart, sharing the stories she had heard and the lessons she had learned. "We are all part of this magical world," she said, her voice carrying the weight of truth. "Our differences should be celebrated and our strengths shared. Together we can restore the harmony that the Heartstone needs." Moved by her words, the creatures pledged to support one another and nurture the bonds of friendship. They shared their stories and dreams, finding common ground and new understanding. As they did, a warmth spread through the clearing, a glow that began to emanate from the Heartstone itself. Under the watchful gaze of the moon, the Heartstone pulsed with renewed light, its patterns shimmering with vibrant energy. The air hummed with magic, and the vale was filled with a sense of peace and joy. Leora watched in awe as the Heartstone's light washed over the land, restoring the magical realm to its former glory. She felt a deep sense of fulfillment, knowing that she had played a part in this transformation. As dawn broke, casting a golden glow over the vale, Fenwick turned to Leora, gratitude shining in his eyes. "You have brought new life to our world, Leora. Your journey here has changed not only us, but you as well." Leora nodded, feeling the truth of his words. The journey had taught her the value of empathy, the strength found in unity, and the magic of believing in the impossible. As she prepared to return to her own world, she knew she would carry these lessons with her, guiding her in the days to come. With a final farewell, Leora stepped back through the pond, the cool water embracing her once more. She emerged in the familiar forest of Elder Grove, the sun shining brightly overhead. Her heart was full, her spirit enriched by the journey she had undertaken. Returning to her grandmother's cottage, Leora shared her adventure, her eyes alight with wonder. Her grandmother listened with a knowing smile, embracing her with warmth and love. "The forest holds many secrets," she said softly, "but the greatest magic is found within us, in our ability to connect and care for one another." And so Leora's tale became a cherished story in Elder Grove, a reminder of the hidden magic within the world and the power of friendship and understanding. As the villagers gathered by the fireside to hear her story, the crackling flames and soothing warmth enveloped them, much like the magical realm Leora had visited. In the heart of the forest, where the enchanted thicket whispered its secrets, the hidden vale thrived, a testament to the enduring magic of unity and love. And Leora, with her open heart and wise spirit, continued to inspire those around her, a beacon of hope and wonder in a world that was anything but ordinary. As the stars twinkled above and the forest sang its lullaby, Leora lay in her bed, her mind alight with dreams of the hidden vale and its magic. She knew that, no matter where her path led, she would carry the light of the Heartstone with her, a guiding star in the tapestry of her life. And so her story ended, not with a farewell, but with a promise of new adventures, new friendships, and the unending magic of an open heart. Story 35. In a secluded corner of the world, nestled beneath the boughs of ancient oaks and whispering willows, there lay a hidden grove. This grove, cradled by the gentle curve of a babbling brook, was known only to the creatures who called it home. Here the boundaries between the tangible and the mystical blurred, creating a haven where nature's delicate balance was both celebrated and safeguarded. As dawn spilled its golden light across the forest floor, the air was alive with the chorus of morning birds. Their songs mingled with the soft rustle of leaves, dancing to the rhythm of a playful breeze. The scent of pine mingled with the sweet aroma of wildflowers, creating a fragrant tapestry that enveloped the glade. Beneath the canopy, a family of wise old owls resided within the hollow of a venerable oak. The elder owl, with feathers that shimmered like silver in the morning light, was named Orin. His eyes, deep and knowing, seemed to hold the history of the entire forest within them. Orin had seen many seasons, and with each one he had learned the secrets of the grove. One fine morning, as the sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Orin gathered his younger kin. They perched eagerly around him, their eyes wide with anticipation. "Today," Orin began, his voice as soothing as the murmur of the brook, "I will tell you about the circle of seasons and how it guides our lives and the world around us." The young owls nestled closer, their hearts alight with curiosity. "In the heart of our grove," Orin continued, "the magic of the seasons flows like an invisible river, turning the wheel of life. Each season gifts us with its own magic and wisdom, teaching us how to live in harmony with the world." He paused, allowing the rustling leaves to fill the silence, a soft, natural symphony. "Spring," Orin spoke, "is the time of rebirth. As the earth warms, life awakens from its slumber. The brook swells with melting snow, and the air hums with the promise of new beginnings." As Orin spoke, the owls could almost feel the gentle touch of spring rain, smell the earthy scent of newly turned soil, and see the vibrant green shoots pushing up through the forest floor. "Summer follows," said Orin, "bringing abundance. The sun shines brightly, and the days are long. This is when the forest is most alive, a bustling tapestry of color and sound. The young owls imagine the vibrant hues of summer flowers, the sweet taste of ripe berries, and the warm caress of the sun on their feathers. Then comes autumn, Orin continued, his voice taking on a contemplative tone, a time of reflection and preparation. The leaves turn to gold and crimson, a final burst of beauty before their gentle fall. We gather what we need to sustain us through the quieter days ahead. They could almost hear the crunch of fallen leaves beneath their talons, see the forest cloaked in a rich patchwork of colors, and feel the crispness of the autumn air. And finally, Orin said, winter arrives, wrapping the world in a blanket of snow. It is a time of rest and renewal, a reminder that even in stillness there is life. The owls imagined the serene beauty of a snow-covered forest, the quiet hush that winter brings, and the soft glow of moonlight on ice. Each season, Orin concluded, teaches us the importance of balance and patience. We must respect the rhythm of nature, for it is this harmony that sustains us all. Just as Orin's story was drawing to a close, a soft mist began to blanket the grove. The young owls watched in awe as the mist swirled and danced, a living tapestry of magic and mystery. It was said that this mist was the breath of the forest itself, a gift from the ancient trees to those who listened and learned. As the mist settled, the grove seemed to exhale a soft sigh, and the owls felt a deep sense of peace. They understood now that they were part of a larger story, one that had been woven through generations. With Orin's gentle wisdom echoing in their hearts, they knew they would carry these lessons forward, nurturing the balance that was so vital to their world. And so, under the watchful eyes of the ancient trees and the gentle embrace of the mist, the owls settled into their nest, feeling the warmth of their shared history, and drifted into a serene slumber. The grove, with all its secrets and wonders, continued to thrive, a testament to the harmony that bound all its inhabitants together. Story 36. Once upon a time, in the heart of a lush emerald-green forest, there was a quaint little village known as Moonlit Hollow. This village was nestled under the protective boughs of ancient oak trees, whose branches twisted and turned like the graceful arms of dancers. The villagers of Moonlit Hollow lived in perfect harmony with the magic that hummed through the air, a magic that glowed softly like the twinkling stars above. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and bathed the village in golden light, the villagers would gather in the town square. They would share stories, exchange laughter, and watch as the fireflies began their nightly dance. It was a place where mysteries were few and peace was plentiful. But one evening, something unusual began to happen. The gentle chime of the village bell, which usually rang out in a sweet, melodious tone, had started to sound different. It was a curious, tinkling melody that seemed to drift on the wind, echoing through the forest in a way that left everyone feeling puzzled and enchanted. The bell hung from the highest tower of the village meeting house, a place where villagers would come together to discuss important matters or celebrate joyous occasions. It was a cherished artifact, said to be imbued with the wisdom of the ages by the forest's ancient spirit, the great oak. The villagers were curious but not afraid, for they trusted the magic of the forest. However, they couldn't help but wonder what message the bell was trying to convey. Thus, it was decided that someone needed to unravel this gentle mystery. Among the villagers was a wise young girl named Marigold. Marigold had always been known for her keen observation skills and her ability to see the world in ways others could not. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, much like the stars that twinkled above Moonlit Hollow. She was beloved by the forest creatures, who often sought her companionship and shared their secrets with her. Marigold volunteered to investigate the strange melody of the village bell. "I'll find out what the bell is trying to tell us," she said with a reassuring smile, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. Her parents, the villagers, and even the forest creatures trusted her completely. As the moon rose high in the sky, casting a silver glow over the village, Marigold set off on her adventure. She carried with her a lantern that flickered with a warm, golden light, and tucked inside her satchel was a small notebook and a pencil for jotting down her observations. Her first stop was the base of the bell tower. As she stood beneath it, she could hear the faint tinkling of the bell, a melody that seemed to whisper secrets of the forest. She closed her eyes and listened intently, allowing the sound to wash over her like a gentle wave. Suddenly, a soft rustle in the nearby bushes caught her attention. Out from the shadows emerged a small, furry creature with bright, intelligent eyes and a bushy tail. It was a whispering squirrel, known for its ability to communicate with the enchanted elements of the forest. "Good evening, Marigold," the squirrel chattered in a friendly tone, its voice as light as the leaves rustling in the breeze. "I see you've come to understand the bell's song." "Indeed I have," Marigold replied, her voice filled with warmth. "Do you know what it means, dear friend?" The squirrel twitched its nose thoughtfully. "The bell's song is a message from the great oak, a gentle reminder of the balance of our world. It speaks of harmony and the need for us to be attentive to the changes around us." Marigold nodded, understanding that the bell was not a warning but an invitation to explore further. She thanked the squirrel and promised to share the message with the villagers. But first, she felt there was more to discover. With a heart full of wonder, she decided to visit the great oak itself, which stood proudly at the edge of the village, its roots deep in the earth and its branches reaching for the sky. As she walked through the forest, the night air was filled with the sweet scent of jasmine, and the soft crunch of leaves underfoot accompanied her like a gentle symphony. Upon arriving at the great oak, Marigold looked up at its towering form, feeling a sense of awe and respect. The tree's bark was textured like the pages of an ancient book, etched with the stories of time. She placed her hand against the trunk, feeling the gentle hum of its magic. "Great oak," she whispered softly, "I seek to understand the melody of the bell. What wisdom do you wish to share with us?" A gentle breeze rustled the leaves above, and Marigold felt the great oak's presence embrace her like a warm, protective cloak. "Dear child," a voice echoed in her mind, deep and resonant like the earth itself. "The melody is a reminder of the cycle of change. Just as the seasons turn, so too must we adapt and grow. Listen to the world around you and let your heart guide you." Marigold pondered these words, knowing that they held an important truth. The bell's song was a gentle nudge, urging the villagers to remain connected to the rhythms of nature and to be mindful of the changes within themselves and their surroundings. With newfound understanding, Marigold returned to the village, where the townsfolk had gathered in anticipation of her findings. She stood before them, her face illuminated by the golden glow of her lantern. "The bell's melody is a message from the great oak," Marigold announced, her voice carrying a serene confidence. "It reminds us to embrace change and to remain attuned to the world around us. We must listen with our hearts and allow ourselves to grow with the turning of the seasons." The villagers nodded, feeling the warmth of Marigold's words resonate within them. They understood that the bell was not an omen, but a gentle whisper from the forest, encouraging them to live in harmony with nature and one another. From that night on, the bell continued to ring its enchanting melody, a constant reminder of the balance and beauty of their world. The villagers of Moonlit Hollow lived each day with a renewed sense of wonder, guided by the wisdom of the forest and the gentle spirit of the great oak. And so, under the glow of the moon and the watchful eye of the stars, Marigold and her fellow villagers drifted into a peaceful slumber, knowing that they were part of a magical tapestry woven with friendship, understanding, and the ever-present song of the bell. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled amidst rolling meadows, there lived a young rabbit named Hazel. She was a gentle creature, content with her simple routines and the company of her dear friend, a wise old owl named Gwendolyn. One spring morning, as Hazel tended to her garden, she noticed a peculiar seedling sprouting nearby. Unlike the familiar flowers and plants she knew, this one seemed to shimmer with an ethereal glow. Intrigued, she leaned closer, and the seedling unfurled a delicate blossom of radiant hues she had never seen before. As the days passed, the mystical plant continued to grow and change, its petals shifting through a kaleidoscope of colors. Hazel couldn't help but feel a stirring within her, a longing for something more than the safe confines of her familiar world. Seeking counsel, she visited her friend Gwendolyn in the ancient oak tree where she resided. The owl listened patiently as Hazel poured out her heart, speaking of the strange yearnings that had taken root within her. "My dear Hazel," Gwendolyn said gently, "what you're experiencing is the call of growth and transformation. Just as the seasons change and the world around us evolves, so too must we embrace the journey of personal discovery. Hazel felt a flutter of excitement and trepidation. Change had always been unsettling, and she feared losing the comfort of her well-worn routines. As if sensing her friend's apprehension, Gwendolyn continued, "Fear not, little one. Growth is a natural part of life, and though the path may seem uncertain, it is often illuminated by the most wondrous of experiences." With Gwendolyn's encouragement, Hazel decided to embark on a journey of self-discovery, allowing the magical plant to be her guide. Each day, she tended to it with care, marveling at its ever-changing beauty and the profound lessons it seemed to whisper. Along the way, she encountered new friends who became cherished companions on her quest. There was Willow, a gentle fawn who taught her the joy of exploring unfamiliar paths, and Jasper, a curious squirrel whose boundless energy reminded Hazel to embrace life's adventures. As the seasons turned, Hazel found herself transformed. The once timid rabbit had blossomed into a confident, wise creature, her spirit enriched by the experiences she had embraced. The magical plant, too, had reached its full splendor, a breathtaking tapestry of colors and shapes that seemed to capture the very essence of growth and renewal. On a crisp autumn day, as the leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Hazel gathered her friends beneath the ancient oak tree. With Gwendolyn's guidance, they celebrated the journey they had all undertaken, honoring the beauty of personal discovery and the magic that had unfolded within each of them. As the warm glow of the setting sun bathed the meadow in a golden embrace, Hazel felt a profound sense of gratitude and contentment. She had learned that growth was not something to fear, but rather a wondrous adventure, one that opened the heart to new horizons and deeper connections with the world around her. From that day forward, Hazel carried the lessons of her journey close to her heart, sharing her wisdom with others who sought to embark on their own paths of transformation. And whenever she felt the stirrings of uncertainty, she would gaze upon the magnificent, ever-changing plant and remember the magic that bloomed when one embraced the courage to grow. Story 38. In a quaint village, nestled between rolling emerald hills and a sparkling sapphire lake, there was a place so serene that whispers of magic lingered in the air like a gentle breeze. This village, known as Willow Glen, was home to many kind-hearted folk who cherished the warmth of their hearths and the songs of the woodland thrush. In the heart of Willow Glen stood a little cottage with ivy-clad walls and a thatched roof, kissed by the sun. Here lived an inquisitive young girl named Mabel, who was known for her twinkling eyes and her insatiable curiosity. Mabel had a special knack for noticing things others might overlook, a talent that would soon become most useful. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves blushed in shades of amber and gold, Mabel noticed something peculiar. The air was filled with a soft, tinkling sound that seemed to drift from nowhere and everywhere all at once. It was as if the very breeze had learned to sing. Intrigued, Mabel decided to follow the melody, which danced through the village like a playful sprite. As she wandered, Mabel greeted familiar faces: the baker, whose loaves smelled of comfort and warmth, the blacksmith, whose hammer rang like a deep bell, and the seamstress, whose fingers moved like nimble birds over colorful fabrics. Each paused in their work, momentarily enchanted by the mysterious tune. Mabel's footsteps led her to the edge of the Whispering Woods, a place both enchanting and enigmatic, known for its ancient oaks and the gentle rustle of leaves that seemed to share secrets with the wind. Here the melody grew stronger and more distinct, drawing her deeper into the forest's embrace. Within the woods, Mabel met an unusual creature, a fox with fur as soft as moonlight and eyes that sparkled like the stars. This was Fen, a wise and gentle guardian of the forest. Fen blinked slowly, acknowledging Mabel's presence before speaking in a voice as smooth as a lullaby. "Ah, Mabel," Fen said, "you've heard the song of the Whispering Woods. It is a rare and wondrous thing, a melody that calls only to those with open hearts and curious minds." Mabel nodded, mesmerized by the fox's gentle voice. "What does it mean, Fen? Why now?" "The song," Fen explained, "is a message from the heart of the forest. It seeks a friend to unravel a mystery and restore harmony." With a sense of purpose, Mabel agreed to help. Fen led her through a winding path where sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor. They soon arrived at a clearing where a peculiar scene awaited. In the center stood a great tree, its trunk wide and ancient, with roots that intertwined like the fingers of old friends. At its base lay a shimmering pool of water, as clear as a polished mirror. Yet something was amiss. The water rippled with an unsettling energy, and the tree's branches seemed to shiver, though the air was still. Mabel knelt beside the pool, gazing into its depths. Within, she saw not only her reflection, but flickering images of the villagers going about their day. Yet each image was slightly askew, bread unbaked, the blacksmith's work unfinished, the seamstress's needle paused mid-stitch. Fen nudged Mabel gently. The pool shows a world out of balance, a reflection of what could be if harmony is not restored. But how? Mabel pondered aloud, her brow furrowing in thought. She closed her eyes, listening once more to the melody that had led her here, letting it weave through her mind like a tapestry of notes. Suddenly, an idea blossomed in Mabel's heart. The song. It's calling for unity, for each of us to understand our part in the greater harmony. We must work together like the notes in a melody, each adding its voice to the whole. Fen nodded, his eyes gleaming with approval. Indeed, Mabel, the song is a reminder that every creature and every task has its place in the symphony of life. With this newfound understanding, Mabel returned to the village, sharing her insights with the townspeople. She spoke of the song, the pool, and the need for each person to play their part in harmony with others. Inspired by her words, the villagers embraced the idea with open hearts. The baker began to teach others his craft, inviting neighbors into his kitchen to share in the joy of baking. The blacksmith opened his forge to apprentices, passing down his skills and stories. The seamstress invited children to sew alongside her, creating a quilt that told the tale of their village. As the villagers worked together, a gentle change swept through Willow Glen. The air grew sweeter, the sky more vivid, and the mysterious melody softened into the sounds of laughter and shared stories. The pool in the whispering woods gradually stilled, its surface smoothing like silk, and the great tree's branches swayed with a contented sigh. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Mabel returned to the clearing with Fen. The fox looked upon the tranquil pool and nodded with satisfaction. "You have done well, dear Mabel," Fen said softly. "Harmony has been restored and the forest sings a new song, a song of unity and friendship." Mabel smiled, her heart full and warm. She knew that the lesson of the song would linger in their lives, like the gentle glow of a hearth on a winter's night. And so, as the stars twinkled above and the village settled into a peaceful slumber, Mabel returned home, her spirit lightened by the knowledge that together they had created a melody of their own. A melody that would echo through the ages, a testament to the power of unity and the magic of friendship. Story 39. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the air was always thick with the scent of pine and the gentle murmur of leaves, there lay a hidden realm known only to those who listened with more than just their ears. This was the realm of the forest folk, a community of gentle creatures who lived beneath the green canopy, in perfect harmony with the world around them. Here, the forest floor was a tapestry of verdant mosses and vibrant ferns, woven with sunlight that danced through the branches above. Tiny streams wove silver threads through the underbrush, their songs mingling with the whispers of the wind. The forest folk, though unseen by most, were the guardians of this place, ensuring balance and peace reigned over their domain. Among them lived a wise old turtle named Thistle, whose shell bore the stories of ages past, etched like ancient runes. Thistle was the keeper of wisdom, a sage whose stories were as nourishing as the forest's own bounty. His eyes, deep and knowing, had watched countless seasons unfurl their colors across the land, and his heart beat in time with the rhythm of nature itself. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was fragrant with the spice of fallen leaves, and the sky was a dome of soft, buttery sunlight, Thistle felt a stirring in the earth. It was the kind of day when the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting for something wondrous to unfold. And indeed, change was afoot. A young squirrel named Pip, with fur the color of warm chestnuts and eyes bright as polished acorns, came scampering to Thistle's resting place by the great elder oak. Pip was full of youthful curiosity and the kind of energy that seemed to dance from twig to twig. "Thistle," Pip chirped, his voice a gentle breeze through the branches. "I heard the wind whispering last night. It spoke of a storm, unlike any we've known. The trees spoke of rain that sings and winds that dance. What does it mean?" Thistle closed his eyes, feeling the weight of the stories within him. "Ah, Pip," he began, his voice a slow, comforting roll like distant thunder. "What you heard is the Song of Seasons. It is a rare and wondrous event, a magical harmony that only graces the forest when the time is right." "But what is it?" Pip asked, his tail flicking with anticipation. "The Song of Seasons," Thistle explained, "is nature's way of renewing itself. It brings balance and harmony, a reminder that we are all connected. It is a chance for the forest to shed its old stories and embrace new beginnings." As the day wore on, creatures from all corners of the forest gathered beneath the elder oak, a place where the echoes of the past mingled with the hopes of the future. There were rabbits with ears that twitched at the slightest sound, birds whose feathers shimmered like jewels in the dappled sunlight, and even the shy deer, stepping lightly as if woven from the very mist itself. As twilight descended, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, the song began. The winds, gentle yet insistent, played through the branches like fingers on a harp. The rain fell softly, each drop a note in a melody that resonated with the soul of the forest. The creatures listened, their hearts in sync with the ancient rhythm. In this harmonious moment, Thistle shared the wisdom he had gathered over countless years. "Remember, dear friends," he said, "the forest thrives on balance. Each of us plays a part, no matter how small. It is our duty to cherish and protect this harmony." As the Song of Seasons enveloped them, the forest folk felt a profound peace. They understood that their lives, like the leaves in the canopy above, were part of a greater whole. They learned that wisdom was not merely in words, but in the way they lived, in the quiet gestures of kindness and the shared warmth of community. With the dawn of a new day, the forest awoke refreshed, its colors brighter, its songs sweeter. The creatures went about their lives, carrying with them the echoes of the song, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in unity and balance. And so, under the wise and watchful eyes of Thistle, the forest continued its timeless dance of seasons, a place where magic lingered in every leaf and every heartbeat in harmony with the earth. Story 40. In a galaxy far, far away, there lived a young Zarthian named Corey. Zarthians were known for their love of adventure and their bright purple skin that shimmered like 1,000 stars. Corey was no exception, always dreaming of exploring the vast cosmos beyond her tiny moon. One fateful day, her wish was granted when a malfunctioning spacecraft crash-landed near her home. Out stumbled a disheveled alien creature like none Corey had ever seen. He was tall and lanky, with deep green scales and 4 eyes that blinked at her in bewilderment. "Greetings, strange one," Corey said, cautiously approaching. "I am Corey of Zarth. Who are you and from whence do you hail?" The alien seemed equally puzzled by Corey's appearance. "I am Zix, a Larnian explorer from the twin planets of Loros," he replied in a deep, rumbling voice. "My ship was caught in a cosmic storm, and I fear I am terribly lost." Corey could scarcely believe her luck. A real explorer from the outer realms. But Zix did not seem to share her excitement. He eyed her warily, his tail twitching with unease. "Look, small one, I do not wish to seem rude," Zix said gruffly. "But I must find a way to repair my craft and be on my way. Your kind hospitality is appreciated, but surely you understand we are too different to be companions." Corey felt a pang of disappointment, but she refused to be deterred. "On the contrary, Zix of Loros, our differences are what make friendship so wondrous. Think of all we could learn from each other on our great journey together." Zeke scoffed, unconvinced. But with his ship in ruins and no means of signaling for help, he had little choice but to accept Corey's offer of shelter and guidance through the strange moon's craggy terrain. And so an unlikely duo was formed, the bright-eyed Zarthian and the gruff, skeptical Larnian. At first, their mismatched personalities led to constant bickering and misunderstandings. Zix was all hard edges and impatience, while Corey floated along in a dreamy haze, distracted by every new sight and sound. "Why must you dawdle and gawk at every rock formation?" Zix would growl. "At this rate, it will take 100 cycles to reach the nearest outpost. But Corey's infectious sense of wonder gradually chipped away at Zix's crusty exterior. Where he saw only obstacles, she marveled at the natural beauty surrounding them: jewel-toned valleys, shimmering crystal caves, psychedelic fungus forests. They faced their share of challenges too: precarious climbs, dense fogs that disorientated them, even a run-in with a cave-dwelling beast. But through it all, their friendship blossomed. Zix learned patience and an appreciation for the journey, not just the destination. And in turn, Corey discovered newfound courage and resilience under Zix's cantankerous mentorship. One night, as they huddled around a small fire, swapping tales of their wildly different upbringings, Zix let out a hearty laugh. "You know, it pains me to admit it, but you were right all along, little Corey," he said, fondly ruffling her wispy purple curls. "Our differences have made this voyage all the richer. I cannot imagine a better traveling mate nor a truer friend." Corey beamed, grateful for the adventure that had not only taken her to unseen places, but had opened her heart to someone so unlike herself. United by mutual understanding, they continued their quest with a renewed sense of appreciation for one another and the vast mysteries of the cosmos waiting to be unraveled, side by side. No matter how far Corey and Zix roamed, they knew the greatest treasure they had uncovered was the precious gift of friendship across the stars. And as the twin moons rose over the horizon, bathing them in ethereal light, the lost explorers felt truly at home. Story 41. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the enchanted woods, where the air was always tinged with the sweet scent of honeysuckle and the sky painted in the soft hues of twilight, there lived a young girl named Amara. Her days were filled with the gentle bustle of village life, and her nights were serenaded by the distant melodic calls of the nightingales. Amara was known for her insatiable curiosity and a heart as warm as the hearth in her grandmother's cozy cottage. Her grandmother, a wise woman with twinkling eyes and a voice like the rustling leaves, often spoke of the magic that wove through their world like threads in a tapestry. "Listen closely," she would say, as they sat by the fire sipping lavender tea. "The forest speaks in whispers, and the river carries stories on its currents." One crisp autumn morning, as the first golden leaves began to carpet the cobblestone paths, the villagers woke to find something peculiar. Overnight, the village clock tower, an ancient structure that stood proudly in the village square, had stopped ticking precisely at midnight. This was no ordinary clock. It was said to be enchanted, its pendulum swinging by the breath of the forest itself. The villagers were puzzled, for never had the clock ceased its gentle ticking, which marked the rhythm of their days and nights. Amara, with her ever-curious mind, decided she would unravel the mystery of the silent clock. She donned her warmest cloak, tucked a notebook into her satchel, and set out into the village, where the scent of freshly baked bread mingled with the crisp morning air. Her first stop was the blacksmith's forge, where old Master Herrick, with hands as strong as his heart was kind, hammered away at glowing metal. As sparks danced in the air, Amara asked him if he had noticed anything unusual. Master Herrick paused, wiping his brow, and mused. "Aye, lass, the air did feel lighter last night, as if a breeze had carried away the weight of time." With this cryptic clue in mind, Amara continued her journey to the edge of the enchanted woods. There, she sought the counsel of Ailana, the wise owl who nested in the old oak tree. Ailana, with feathers as soft as moonlight and eyes as deep as the forest itself, was known for her ancient wisdom. Amara shared her findings, and Ailana listened intently, her head bobbing thoughtfully. "The forest has been whispering of a restless spirit," Ailana hooted softly. "An old friend of time, lost in memories, may be the cause of your mysterious clock." Intrigued and a little bewildered, Amara thanked Ailana and made her way to the riverbank, where the gentle babble of water over stones sang a soothing melody. Here she met Eamon, the water sprite, whose laughter was as bright as the sunlit ripples. Eamon was a playful creature, but he held deep respect for the balance of nature. "Eamon," Amara called, "have you felt anything unusual in the waters?" Eamon floated gracefully to the surface, droplets gleaming like jewels in the morning light. "The river dreams of bygone days," he chimed. "I have seen shadows dancing beneath the moon, where the water meets the roots of the old willow." Armed with these clues, Amara pieced together the puzzle. She realized that the spirit affecting the clock was not malevolent, but rather a soul seeking solace, caught between past and present. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the stars began their celestial dance, Amara returned to the clock tower. With a gentle heart and a whisper of courage, she climbed to the top where the silent pendulum hung in stillness. There she spoke softly into the night, her voice tender and inviting. "Dear spirit, lost and forlorn, the village welcomes you. Share with us your story and find peace in our time." For a moment the world held its breath, and then from the shadows emerged a figure of shimmering light. The spirit was a young woman, her form delicate and ethereal, her eyes filled with the longing of ages past. She spoke of a time when she had been the clock's keeper, entrusted with its enchantment. But as years turned to centuries, she had faded into a memory, forgotten by the world yet bound to the clock's magic. Amara listened with compassion, understanding that the spirit yearned to be remembered, to be part of the world once more. With a gentle smile, Amara promised to carry her story forward, to honor the past even as the village moved into the future. The spirit, her heart lightened by Amara's kindness, nodded in gratitude. With a soft sigh, she let go of her earthly tether, her essence dissolving into the starlit sky. The clock, as if awakened from a long slumber, began to tick once more, its chimes resonating with a soothing melody that wrapped the village in a blanket of calm. The villagers, guided by Amara's example, embraced the memory of the spirit keeper, weaving her tale into their own lives. From that day forth, the village celebrated a festival of time, where stories of the past were shared, and new memories were forged under the watchful gaze of the clock tower. As Amara returned home, her heart full of peace, she knew that every whisper of the woods and every ripple of the river carried the echo of a story waiting to be heard. And so, nestled under her grandmother's quilt, she drifted into dreams filled with the gentle magic of her world, secure in the knowledge that love and understanding could bridge the gap between what was and what is yet to come. Story 42, The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Dreams. Once long ago, nestled between the rolling hills and the whispering winds, lay a quaint village named Willowbrook. The villagers lived in harmony with the land, their days filled with the gentle hum of nature's symphony. At the heart of this village perched a grand, ancient oak that the villagers believed to be as old as the world itself. Its massive branches stretched towards the heavens, and its roots delved deep into the earth, forming a bridge between the seen and unseen worlds. It was under this very oak that our story unfolds, a tale of magic, friendship, and transformation. In Willowbrook there lived a young girl named Ailana. She was a child of the forest, her heart beating in time with the rustling leaves and flowing streams. Her hair was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled like the morning dew. Ailana had a rare gift. She could hear the whisper of the woods. The trees would tell her secrets from afar, and the streams would sing to her tales of lands uncharted. Despite her gift, Ailana often felt alone, for not many understood the language of nature as she did. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and crimson, Ailana would wander to the great oak. It was her sanctuary, a place where she found solace and companionship. One such evening, as the cool breeze caressed her cheeks and the stars began to twinkle above, Ailana noticed something peculiar. Nestled within the roots of the mighty oak was a soft, ethereal glow, like a firefly's gentle light. Curious, she knelt down and carefully brushed aside the fallen leaves to reveal a small, luminous lantern. It was unlike anything she had ever seen. The lantern seemed to be made of silver moonlight, its surface etched with intricate patterns that shimmered with a life of their own. As she touched it, a warmth spread through her fingers, up her arm, and into her heart, filling her with a sense of wonder and tranquility. That night, Ailana cradled the lantern in her arms as she lay beneath the oak. As she drifted into slumber, the lantern began to glow brighter, casting a soft, comforting light around her. It seemed to sing a lullaby in a language she couldn't quite understand but felt deep within her soul. In her dreams she saw vast landscapes, hidden worlds within the forest, and creatures of light and shadow, all bound together by threads of magic and time. At dawn she awoke with a sense of purpose and newfound strength. The lantern, now dimmed to a gentle glow, rested beside her, its warmth still lingering. Ailana knew that this lantern was no ordinary object. It was a key, a guide to the hidden world she had glimpsed in her dreams. She felt a pull, a call from the depths of the whispering woods, urging her to embark on a journey that would change her forever. With a heart full of anticipation and a spirit eager for adventure, Ailana set off into the forest. The trees parted for her, their branches forming a canopy of emerald leaves that danced in the sunlight. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the songs of birds filled the air with a melody of hope and promise. As Ailana ventured deeper into the forest, she noticed subtle changes around her. The colors of the leaves grew more vibrant, the flowers more fragrant, and the air itself seemed to hum with an ancient energy. She followed the light of the lantern, which pulsed gently in her hand, guiding her through the winding paths and hidden glades. It wasn't long before she encountered her first companion. A small, timid creature emerged from the underbrush, its fur as white as snow and eyes as bright as sapphires. It was a fox, but not like any Ailana had ever seen. This fox was magical, its presence exuding a warmth and friendliness that immediately put her at ease. "Hello," Ailana greeted, her voice soft and inviting. "I am Ailana, and I believe we are meant to journey together." The fox nodded, as if understanding her every word, and with a flick of its bushy tail, it trotted alongside her. They traveled together, the lantern's light illuminating their path and the fox's instincts guiding them through the unknown. As the days turned into nights and nights into days, Ailana and the fox grew closer. They shared stories and laughter, their friendship blossoming like the flowers that lined their path. In the heart of the forest, they discovered a hidden glen, a place untouched by time and filled with an ethereal beauty that took their breath away. In this magical glen, they met other creatures, gentle deer with antlers woven with vines, birds with feathers that shimmered like rainbows, and rabbits that danced under the moonlit sky. Together, they formed a bond, a community of friends united by a shared purpose and a love for the forest. Guided by the lantern's light and the wisdom of their newfound friends, Ailana and the fox learned of the forest's secrets. They discovered that the Whispering Woods was not just a collection of trees and streams, but a living, breathing entity, a world within a world, bound by ancient magic and protected by the spirits of nature. But all was not well in this enchanted realm. A shadow had fallen over the forest, a darkness that threatened to consume its light and beauty. The creature spoke of a mysterious force, a being of shadow and sorrow, that sought to unravel the threads of magic that held the forest together. Ailana knew that she had been called to the forest for a reason. With her heart full of courage and her friends by her side, she vowed to confront the darkness and restore the balance of the Whispering Woods. The lantern, now shining with a radiant light, seemed to pulse in agreement, its magic intertwined with Ailana's resolve. Their journey took them to the heart of the forest, to a place where the shadows grew thick and the air was heavy with despair. It was here that they encountered the source of the darkness, a creature of shadow, its form shifting and twisting like smoke. Ailana stepped forward, her heart steady and her spirit unwavering. "I am Ailana," she declared, her voice echoing through the trees. "I come to bring light to the shadows and restore the balance of the forest." The shadow creature paused, its form flickering in the lantern's light. It was then that Ailana understood the truth. The creature was not evil, but lost, a being of sorrow and loneliness, trapped in its own darkness. With compassion in her heart, Ailana reached out, offering the lantern's light to the creature. The fox, standing by her side, added its warmth and friendship, and together they embraced the shadow with love and understanding. Slowly, the darkness began to dissolve, the shadows retreating as light filled the creature's form. It was no longer a being of shadow, but a spirit of the forest, its essence intertwined with Ailana's own. With the balance restored, the Whispering Woods returned to its former glory, a place of magic and wonder where all creatures lived in harmony. Ailana and her friends were hailed as heroes, their deeds celebrated by the forest and its inhabitants. Yet, Ailana knew that the true magic lay not in the lantern or the forest, but in the bonds of friendship and the power of love and understanding. She had learned that even in the darkest of times, light and hope could prevail, and that no creature was truly alone. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Ailana remained a guardian of the forest, her heart forever connected to the land and its creatures. The lantern, now a symbol of hope and friendship, continued to guide her, its light a reminder of the journey she had taken and the friends she had found. And so, under the watchful branches of the ancient oak, the whispering woods flourished, a haven of peace and beauty where all were welcome and the magic of friendship reigned supreme. Thus ends the tale of Ailana and the Lantern of Dreams, a story of courage, compassion, and the enduring power of friendship. A story that will be told for generations to come, as long as the stars shine and the winds whisper through the trees. Story 43. In a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and the edge of a whispering forest, there stood a small, thatched-roof cottage where a gentle young girl named Maribel lived with her grandmother. The village was known for its warm-hearted people and the soft glow of fireflies that danced in the twilight, creating an air of magic that was felt but seldom seen. Maribel was a curious soul, with eyes that sparkled like the morning dew and a heart that was open and kind. She spent her days helping her grandmother tend to their colorful garden, where wildflowers and herbs grew in harmonious disorder. It was in this garden that Maribel discovered an unexpected treasure, an old watering can, forgotten and rust-kissed, hidden amidst the tall lavender bushes. When Maribel picked up the watering can, she noticed something peculiar. It was surprisingly light, and when she tilted it, the water inside shimmered like liquid starlight. Intrigued, she decided to use it to water the flowers, and to her astonishment, as the water touched the petals, the flowers began to glow softly, their colors more vibrant than they had ever been before. Her grandmother, wise and gentle, noticed the change in the garden and smiled knowingly. She told Maribel that the watering can had belonged to her great-grandmother, a woman known for her deep understanding of nature's hidden wonders. The can, she explained, was said to possess a touch of magic, revealing beauty in everything it touched. With a newfound sense of wonder, Maribel felt a tug in her heart, a desire to explore beyond the garden and discover more of the world's hidden beauties. Encouraged by her grandmother's stories and gentle nudges, she decided to embark on a journey through the village and into the whispering forest, taking the magical watering can with her. As she wandered, Maribel met a cast of delightful characters who became her companions on this journey. First was Finn, a clever little squirrel with a bushy tail and a penchant for acorns. He scampered down from the tallest oak tree, offering Maribel directions through the forest paths in exchange for a promise to water his favorite oak with the magical can. Next, she encountered Lila, a soft-spoken dove with feathers as white as snowfall and eyes that held the wisdom of ages. Lila guided Maribel to a hidden clearing where the sunbeams danced upon a tranquil pond, telling her stories of the forest's history and the creatures that dwelled within. Together with Finn and Lila, Maribel ventured deeper into the forest, her heart swelling with the beauty around her. However, their journey was not without a challenge. The forest was home to an ancient oak known as the Keeper of Secrets, whose branches were gnarled and heavy with the weight of time. The villagers spoke of the oak with reverence, for it was said to guard the forest's most profound mysteries. Maribel and her companions arrived at the Keeper of Secrets, only to find it ailing. Its leaves were withered, and its bark was cracked, as if the essence of life was slowly slipping away. Maribel felt a pang of sadness and knew she had to help. She approached the tree with her magical watering can, but as she did, the tree's deep, rumbling voice filled the air. "Water alone cannot heal me, dear child," it said. "What I need is understanding, a touch of wisdom, and a heart that listens." Maribel paused, realizing that her journey had been preparing her for this moment. She remembered her grandmother's gentle teachings and the stories Lila had shared. Sitting beneath the mighty oak, she closed her eyes and listened, truly listened, to the whispers of the forest. The rustling leaves, the gentle breeze, the distant call of birds, all seemed to speak in a language of their own. With each breath, Maribel felt a connection growing, a tapestry of life weaving around her, and in that moment of stillness she understood what the keeper needed. Rising to her feet, she placed her hands on the tree's ancient trunk and spoke softly. "You are not alone. The forest thrives with life, and your roots touch them all. Remember your strength, your purpose, and let the love of this land fill you once more." As she spoke, the magic within her heart flowed through her fingertips, mingling with the essence of the watering can. A soft golden glow enveloped the tree, its leaves unfurling with new life, vibrant and full. The keeper of secrets sighed with relief, its voice now a gentle murmur of gratitude. Maribel and her friends watched in awe as the forest seemed to awaken anew, the magic touching every corner, every creature. Finn chirped happily, and Lila cooed softly, their hearts lifted by the transformation. With their task complete, Maribel returned to her village, her heart forever changed by the journey. She had discovered not just the magic in the world, but the magic within herself, the power of understanding, kindness, and the courage to listen with her heart. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the village, Maribel sat by the garden with her grandmother, the two sharing stories under the starlit sky. The watering can, now a cherished heirloom, rested beside them, a reminder of the wonders that lay in the most unexpected places. And so, as the village settled into the gentle embrace of night, Maribel's story became a whispered legend, passed down through generations. A tale of discovery, wonder, and the simple, profound magic of a kind heart. Story 44, The Whispering Grove. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between the rolling hills and the whispering woods, there lived a young boy named Finn. Finn was a curious lad, with eyes that sparkled like the stars shimmering in the night sky. His heart was full of wonder, and he often spent his days exploring the meadows and forests that stretched beyond his home. The village of Willowbrook was a place of simple pleasures, surrounded by fields of golden wheat and the gentle hum of honeybees. Finn loved the village, but he was especially fond of the forest. He would wander through the thick groves, his feet padding softly over the mossy ground, and listen to the symphony of rustling leaves and chirping birds. The forest was alive with secrets, and Finn was determined to uncover them all. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, Finn's grandmother, a wise woman with a voice as soothing as a lullaby, called him to her side. They sat together by the fireplace, its warm glow casting dancing shadows on the walls of their cozy cottage. "Finn," she began, her eyes twinkling with stories untold, "there is a legend about a hidden world within our forest, a place known as the Whispering Grove." "The Whispering Grove?" Finn echoed, his curiosity piqued. "Yes," his grandmother replied. "It is said to be a magical place where the trees speak, and the wind carries messages from the past. But it is hidden from the eyes of those who do not truly seek it. Only the pure of heart, who listen closely and tread lightly, can find their way there." Finn listened intently, his imagination painting a vivid picture of this enchanted place. He could almost hear the whispers of the trees calling out to him, beckoning him to uncover their secrets. "How do you find it, Grandma?" Finn asked, his voice a blend of excitement and wonder. "Ah, my dear," she chuckled softly, "the path to the Whispering Grove is not marked on any map. It is a journey of the heart. You must listen to the forest, trust in its guidance, and let your heart lead the way." Finn nodded, his mind already racing with possibilities. He promised himself that one day he would find the Whispering Grove and perhaps uncover the secrets that lay within. The next morning, as the first light of dawn crept over the hills, Finn set off on his adventure. The air was crisp, carrying with it the fresh scent of pine and earth. He walked through the forest, his senses alive with the beauty of the world around him. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their melodies weaving a delicate harmony that seemed to guide his steps. As he ventured deeper into the woods, Finn noticed something peculiar. The trees here were taller, their trunks twisted and gnarled, as if they held centuries of wisdom within their bark. The leaves rustled softly, creating a gentle murmur that seemed to carry words just beyond his understanding. He paused by a stream, its waters glistening under the dappled sunlight. As he knelt to drink, he heard a soft voice, as light as a breeze, whisper his name. "Finn!" Startled, he looked around, but there was no one in sight. The forest was still, save for the gentle babble of the stream and the distant call of a woodpecker. "Do not be afraid," the voice continued, its tone gentle and reassuring. "You are on the right path." Finn's heart raced with a blend of fear and excitement. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "I am a guardian of the Whispering Grove," the voice replied. "You have been chosen to hear our call and unravel the mystery that lies within." "But how do I find the grove?" Finn asked, his eyes scanning the forest for any sign of guidance. "Trust in your heart," the voice advised. "Listen to the whispers of the forest, and they will guide you." With renewed determination, Finn rose to his feet and continued his journey. The forest seemed to come alive around him, each rustle of leaves and sway of branches speaking in a language he was beginning to understand. It was as if the forest itself was guiding him, leading him toward a destination that lay just beyond the veil of the ordinary world. Hours passed as Finn wandered deeper into the woods. The sun climbed higher into the sky, casting playful patterns of light and shadow across the forest floor. Finn's heart was light, buoyed by the sense of adventure that coursed through his veins. And then, as if by magic, he found it. The trees parted to reveal a small clearing bathed in soft, golden light. At the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching toward the heavens like the arms of a wise sage. The air was filled with a gentle hum, a symphony of whispers that seemed to flow from the very heart of the grove. Finn approached the oak, his steps reverent and slow. As he placed his hand upon the rough bark, he felt a warmth spread through him, a connection that transcended time and space. The whispers grew louder, forming words that echoed in his mind. "Welcome, Finn," the grove seemed to say. "You have found the Whispering Grove. Here you will learn the secrets of the past and the wisdom that guides the future." Finn closed his eyes, letting the whispers wash over him like a gentle wave. Images danced before his mind's eye. A village long ago, the lives of those who walked these woods before him, and the promise of a future yet to come. "Listen closely, dear one," the grove continued, "for the lessons we share are those of kindness, friendship, and the strength that lies within a pure heart." As Finn stood there, enveloped in the warmth of the grove's embrace, he understood the true magic of the Whispering Grove. It was not a place to be found on a map, but a journey of the heart, a journey that taught him the value of listening, of trusting, and of opening one's heart to the beauty of the world. With a heart full of gratitude and a spirit renewed, Finn turned to leave the grove. The whispers followed him as he retraced his steps, leaving the enchanted place behind. Yet he knew that the lessons of the Whispering Grove would remain with him always, guiding him through life with the wisdom of the ages. As Finn emerged from the forest, the sun was setting once more, painting the sky in brilliant shades of orange and purple. The village lay before him, a tapestry of life and warmth, its lights twinkling like stars against the darkening sky. With a heart full of stories and a mind rich with knowledge, Finn returned home to his grandmother. He found her sitting by the fireplace, her eyes filled with warmth and love. "Grandma," he said, his voice brimming with excitement, "I found it. I found the Whispering Grove." His grandmother smiled, her eyes glistening with pride. "I knew you would, my dear. The forest chose well. Its secrets were meant for those like you, those who listen with their hearts." Finn sat beside her, sharing the tales of his journey, the whispers he had heard, and the lessons he had learned. As the fire crackled softly, casting a warm glow around them, Finn felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. And so, the story of Finn and the Whispering Grove became a cherished tale in the village of Willowbrook, passed down from generation to generation. It was a story of adventure and discovery, of friendship and wisdom, and of the magic that lies within the heart of those who dare to listen to the whispers of the world. As the years passed, Finn grew into a wise and kind-hearted young man. He often returned to the forest, drawn to its mysteries and the gentle wisdom that it offered. The grove became a place of solace and reflection, a sanctuary where he could escape the troubles of the world and find clarity in the whispers of nature. In time, Finn shared the story of the Whispering Grove with others in the village. Children gathered around him, their eyes wide with wonder, as he recounted the tale of his journey and the lessons he had learned. The grove became a symbol of hope and inspiration, a reminder that the world was filled with magic if only one chose to see it. As Finn shared his story, he noticed that the village began to change. people became more attuned to the beauty of the world around them. They listened to the rustling leaves and the songs of birds, finding joy in the simple wonders of nature. Friendships blossomed, and acts of kindness rippled through the community, creating a tapestry of warmth and love. One day, as the village celebrated the arrival of spring, Finn stood at the edge of the forest, watching the villagers gather in the meadows. Laughter and music filled the air, a testament to the spirit of unity and joy that had taken root in the hearts of those who called Willowbrook home. As he watched, Finn felt a gentle breeze brush against his skin, carrying with it the familiar whispers of the grove. He closed his eyes, listening to the soft murmur of the wind, and felt a deep sense of connection to the world around him. "You have done well, dear Finn," the grove whispered. "Your journey has touched the hearts of many, and the wisdom you have shared has brought light to the lives of others." Finn smiled, his heart swelling with gratitude. He knew that the journey had not ended, that the lessons of the grove would continue to guide him and those he loved. The forest had taught him that the world was a place of endless wonder, a tapestry of stories waiting to be discovered. With a heart full of hope and a spirit renewed, Finn turned back toward the village, ready to embrace the future and the adventures that awaited him. The Whispering Woods stood as a silent guardian, a reminder of the magic that lay within the heart of those who dared to listen to the whispers of the world. And so the story of Finn and the Whispering Grove lived on, a cherished tale of friendship, wisdom, and the enduring magic of the natural world. In the heart of the village of Willowbrook, where the hills rolled gently and the woods whispered their secrets, the legacy of the grove continued to inspire generations to come, weaving a tapestry of love, kindness, and wonder that would endure through the ages. Story 45. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where stars twinkled against the velvet backdrop of space like scattered diamonds, there existed a small and unassuming planet named Lunara. Known for its gentle rolling hills of lavender grass and skies that shimmered with the hues of dawn and dusk, Lunara was home to the Lunanites, a peaceful species of creatures who lived in harmony with their vibrant world. On one particularly tranquil evening, as the twin moons of Lunara began their ascent, casting a silver glow over the landscape, a curious event unfolded. A shimmering light streaked across the sky, arcing gracefully before descending beyond the distant hills. The Lunanites, with their natural curiosity, gathered at the edge of the hills, their luminescent eyes wide with wonder. From the sky, a small craft, sleek and smooth as a polished stone, had landed gently amidst a meadow of silver flowers. Out of the craft emerged a being unlike any the Lunanites had ever seen. Tall and slender, with skin that seemed to absorb the light around it, stood an Altruvian, a species known for their intellect and reserved demeanor. This Altruvian, named Caro, was a traveler of the stars, seeking knowledge and understanding of the universe's many wonders. The Lunanites, led by a gentle elder named Mira, approached Caro with a mix of caution and kindness. Mira, with her soothing voice, greeted the visitor. "Welcome, traveler. You have arrived at a place of peace. May we know what brings you to our humble world?" Caro, whose eyes flickered with a kaleidoscope of colors, responded, "I am Caro of Altruvius. My journey is one of discovery to learn from the diverse beings across the cosmos. Your world, Lunara, called to me with its beauty." As Caro spoke, the Lunanites noticed a subtle shift in the air, a ripple of misunderstanding. The Altruvian language, though translated through a universal device, carried nuances that sometimes eluded comprehension. Yet Mira, with her wisdom, sensed a heart beneath the words that sought connection. "We welcome your quest for knowledge," Mira replied gently. "Perhaps we can learn from one another." Thus began Caro's stay on Lunara, a time marked by both challenges and revelations. The Lunanites, with their open hearts, offered their companionship, while Caro, initially reserved, observed and learned from their harmonious way of life. One day, as Caro wandered through the lavender fields, accompanied by young Lunanites eager to share stories, a sudden storm swept across the sky. The winds howled, and the lavender grass bent under the force. The Lunanites, though used to such storms, were concerned for their guest. Caro, unfamiliar with Lunara's weather, initially felt a surge of panic, but then a small Lunanite named Pyrrha reached out, taking Caro's hand with a warmth that transcended words. "Follow us," Pyra urged, their voice a beacon of calm. Together, they hurried to a nearby cave, its entrance veiled by cascading vines. Inside, the air was cool and still, a sanctuary from the storm. Caro, touched by the Lunanites' kindness, realized that though their languages and customs might differ, the language of the heart was universal. As they waited for the storm to pass, Caro shared stories of Altruvius, of its luminescent cities and serene gardens. In return, the Lunanites sang songs of their ancestors, their voices rising and falling like a gentle breeze. Through these exchanges, they discovered shared values of peace, curiosity, and respect for all life. With each passing day, Caro and the Lunanites grew closer, their initial misunderstandings giving way to mutual respect and affection. They faced challenges together, from mending the Altruvian craft, which had been damaged in the storm, to exploring the mysteries of Lunara's hidden groves and shimmering lakes. In these shared endeavors, Caro learned the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcended differences, where support and understanding paved the way for growth and joy. The Lunanites, in turn, discovered that despite Caro's otherworldly origins, they were kindred spirits, united by a shared love of learning and wonder. As Caro prepared to depart, the Lunanites gathered at the meadow, where the silver flowers swayed gently in the breeze. Mira stepped forward, presenting Caro with a small, glowing crystal, a token of their time together. "May this remind you of our friendship and the beauty of Lunara," Mira said, her eyes reflecting the light of the twin moons. Caro accepted the gift with gratitude, their heart full of a warmth that would carry them through the vastness of space. "I will cherish this always," Caro replied, "and know that my journey has been forever enriched by your kindness." With a final farewell, Caro's craft ascended into the starlit sky, a beacon of light amidst the cosmos. As the Lunanites watched, a sense of peace and fulfillment settled over them. Though Caro's ship disappeared among the stars, the bond forged on Lunara remained, a testament to the power of friendship, a light that would guide both Caro and the Lunanites through all the journeys to come. And so, under the watchful gaze of the twin moons, the Lunanites returned to their peaceful lives, their hearts forever touched by the friendship that had blossomed amidst the lavender fields. As the gentle night enveloped Lunara, they knew that somewhere out there, Caro carried a piece of their world, just as they held a part of Caro's journey within their hearts. Story 46. In the heart of the ancient woodlands, where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the moonlight wove silver tapestries across the forest floor, there existed a world unseen by most. This hidden realm lay just beyond the grasp of ordinary perception, where magic thrummed like the pulse of the earth itself. It was here that a tale of wonder was destined to unfold, beginning with a single, enchanted object, a silver leaf that shimmered with an ethereal glow. The leaf, as delicate as a breath, was nestled within the gnarled roots of an ancient oak. It was said to be a creation of the forest spirits, imbued with the power to reveal the unseen. The leaf had remained hidden for centuries, waiting patiently for the one who would discover its secrets. And that one was a young girl named Leora. Leora had always been drawn to the forest, her heart thrumming in harmony with its wild, untamed beauty. She was a curious soul, with eyes the color of the sky after a storm, and hair that danced like flames in the sunlight. The villagers often spoke of her as the child of the woods, for she seemed to know its paths and creatures as if they were part of her very being. One crisp autumn morning, when the world was painted in shades of amber and gold, Leora set out on her usual wanderings. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of fallen leaves, and the forest seemed to sing with the promise of hidden wonders. As she walked, her feet tracing familiar trails, she felt a gentle pull, a whisper carried on the wind, guiding her deeper into the forest than she had ever ventured before. The path led her to the ancient oak, its immense trunk rising like a sentinel amidst the forest canopy. As Leora approached, she felt a tingling sensation, a warmth spreading through her fingertips as she reached out to touch the tree's rough bark. It was then that she noticed the silver leaf, half buried among the roots, its glow a beacon in the shadowed undergrowth. With a sense of awe, Leora carefully lifted the leaf from its resting place. As her fingers closed around it, a cascade of light enveloped her, painting the world in hues of wonder. The air shimmered, and the forest transformed before her eyes. Where once there had been only trees and shadows, now there was a world alive with magic. Tiny creatures, no larger than a whisper, flitted among the branches, their wings glistening like dewdrops in the morning sun. Flowers bloomed in vibrant colors, their petals singing sweet melodies that danced on the breeze. And in the heart of this enchanted realm stood a majestic stag, its antlers crowned with stars. The stag, wise and ancient, regarded Leora with eyes that held the depth of countless ages. "Welcome, child of the forest," it spoke, its voice a gentle rumble that resonated through the trees. "You have found the leaf of seeing, a gift of the forest spirits. With it you may glimpse the hidden wonders of our world." Leora's heart swelled with gratitude and wonder. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice barely audible above the symphony of the forest. "But why have I been chosen to see?" The stag lowered its great head, a gesture of respect and kindness. "Because your heart beats in harmony with the forest, and your spirit is as wild and free as the wind, you see not only with your eyes but with your soul." As the stag spoke, the forest around them seemed to hold its breath, listening to every word. The leaf grants vision, but it also carries a responsibility. There is a balance to be maintained, a harmony between the seen and unseen. Will you accept this task, to be a guardian of the forest's secrets? Leora felt the weight of the stag's words, a solemnity that settled over her like a mantle. Yet within her there was a spark, a light that burned with the promise of adventure and purpose. "I accept," she said, her voice steady and true. The stag nodded, a smile in its ancient eyes. "Then let us show you the way." With a graceful turn, the stag began to walk, its hooves barely touching the ground as it led Leora deeper into the heart of the forest. The path wound through groves of towering trees and across streams that sang with the laughter of hidden nymphs. Everywhere she looked, Leora saw the forest anew, its secrets unfolding like petals of a flower. As they journeyed, the stag spoke of the forest's history, of times long past when magic flowed freely through the world. It spoke of the bond between the forest and its guardians, a bond forged through love and understanding. "The leaf is a key," the stag explained, "a bridge between worlds. With it, you may speak with the spirits and learn their wisdom. But remember, young one, the greatest magic lies not in the leaf itself, but in the heart of the one who wields it." Leora listened, her heart swelling with the enormity of her new role. She felt a kinship with the forest, a sense of belonging that filled her with warmth and joy. As they walked, she began to understand the delicate balance that sustained this hidden world, and the part she was destined to play. Their journey led them to a glade bathed in golden light, where the air was thick with the scent of honeysuckle and the sound of a gentle stream. Here the stag paused, turning to face Leora once more. "This is where your journey begins," it said, its voice a soft echo of the wind. "The forest is vast, and there are many who would seek to harm it for their own gain. But you, Leora, have the heart of a guardian. You will protect the balance and ensure that the magic of the forest endures." With those words, the stag bowed its great head, a gesture of trust and farewell. Leora felt a surge of gratitude, a bond of friendship that transcended words. She watched as the stag turned and melted into the forest's embrace, its form dissolving into the dappled shadows. Left alone in the glade, Leora held the silver leaf close, feeling its warmth seep into her skin. She knew her journey was only beginning, that challenges awaited her in the days to come. But she also knew she was not alone. The forest was her ally, its magic a part of her very being. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in a tapestry of twilight hues, Leora sat by the stream, her heart filled with quiet resolve. The forest sang its lullaby, a melody of rustling leaves and murmuring waters, wrapping her in a cocoon of peace. In that moment, Leora understood the true gift of the leaf. It was not just a tool of magic, but a reminder of the beauty and wonder that lay in the unseen, in the spaces between the light and shadow. It was a call to adventure, to friendship, and to the endless possibilities of a world where magic was as real as the earth beneath her feet. And so, with the stars as her guide and the forest as her home, Leora embraced her new role, her heart aglow with the promise of the journey ahead. The days that followed were filled with discovery and learning. Leora roamed the forest, guided by the gentle whispers of the wind and the soft glow of the leaf. She met creatures both great and small, each with their own tales and wisdom to share. There were the mischievous sprites who danced in the moonlight, weaving dreams and laughter into the night. The wise old owl, whose eyes held the knowledge of 1,000 sunsets, became a trusted friend and advisor, offering guidance and insight when the path seemed unclear. Leora learned to listen to the rhythms of the forest, to understand the language of rustling leaves and flowing water. She discovered hidden groves where ancient trees stood as silent sentinels, their bark etched with the stories of ages past. In these sacred spaces, she felt the pulse of the earth, the heartbeat of the world, and she knew she was part of something greater than herself. Yet amid the beauty and wonder, there were whispers of a shadow stirring at the edges of the forest, a presence that threatened to disrupt the delicate balance Leora had sworn to protect. It was said that a sorcerer, driven by greed and a thirst for power, sought to claim the forest's magic for his own dark purposes. The sorcerer, known as Malakar, was a figure of fear and mystery, his name spoken only in hushed tones. He was a master of illusion and deception, a weaver of shadows who sought to bend the world to his will. His presence was felt in the chill that crept through the air, in the way the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. Leora knew she had to act, to find a way to protect the forest from Malakar's grasp. She consulted with the owl, whose wisdom was as deep as the night sky. The sorcerer's power lies in his ability to twist the truth, the owl advised, its voice a soft, soothing murmur. But truth, like the light, cannot be hidden forever. You must find the heart of his deception and reveal it for what it truly is. With the owl's words echoing in her mind, Leora set out on a new journey, one fraught with danger and uncertainty. The path led her to the farthest reaches of the forest, to a place where the trees grew twisted and gnarled, their branches clawing at the sky. Here, the air was thick with the scent of decay, and shadows danced in the corners of her vision. As she ventured deeper into this dark realm, Leora felt the presence of the sorcerer, a cold, malevolent force that sought to ensnare her in its grasp. But she held the silver leaf close, its light a beacon of hope and courage that guided her steps. In the heart of the darkness, she found Malakar's lair, a place of twisted beauty and hidden danger. The sorcerer stood before her, his form shrouded in shadow, his eyes gleaming with a hunger for power. "Ah, the guardian of the forest," he sneered, his voice a silken whisper that slithered through the air. "What brings you to my domain, child of the woods? Do you seek to challenge me, to stand against the tide of destiny?" Leora met his gaze, her heart steady and strong. "I seek to protect the forest and all who call it home," she replied, her voice clear and unwavering. "Your darkness has no place here, Malakar. The magic you seek to claim is not yours to take." The sorcerer laughed, a sound that echoed through the shadows like the tolling of a bell. "Foolish girl," he taunted. "Do you truly believe you can stand against my power? The forest is mine to command, its secrets mine to wield." But Leora was not afraid. She held the silver leaf aloft, its light piercing the darkness like a blade of truth. "Your power is built on lies and illusions," she said, her voice ringing with conviction. "But the truth cannot be hidden forever. The forest sees you for what you are, and it will not bow to your will." As the light of the leaf grew brighter, the shadows around Malakar began to waver and dissolve. The sorcerer snarled, his form flickering like a dying flame. "No," he cried, his voice filled with rage and desperation. "This cannot be." But it was. The truth, like the dawn, could not be denied. The forest, with Leora as its guardian, rejected the darkness, reclaiming its light and balance. The sorcerer's power crumbled, his illusions shattered by the brilliance of the leaf's glow. With a final, anguished wail, Malakar was consumed by his own shadows, his form unraveling into nothingness. The forest sighed, a breath of relief and renewal, as the darkness lifted and the light returned. Leora stood in the heart of the forest, the silver leaf in her hand, her spirit aglow with the triumph of truth and courage. She had faced the darkness and emerged victorious, her bond with the forest stronger than ever. In the days that followed, the forest thrived, its magic flowing freely once more. The creatures of the woods returned to their songs and dances, their laughter echoing through the trees. And Leora, the guardian of the forest, found herself not only a protector, but a beloved part of the hidden world she had come to cherish. The silver leaf, its glow now a gentle, steady light, remained with her, a symbol of her journey and the truth she had uncovered. It was a reminder that even in the darkest of times, light and truth would always prevail. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Leora's story became legend, a tale of friendship and courage, of the unseen wonders that lay within the heart of the forest. And through it all, the forest thrived, its magic a testament to the enduring power of love and light. And so, in the heart of the ancient woodlands, where the trees whispered secrets to the wind, and the moonlight wove silver tapestries across the forest floor, the hidden realm remained, a world of wonder and magic, where those with the heart to see could discover the beauty and truth that lay within. And in this world, Leora's legacy lived on, a beacon of hope and courage for all who sought to protect the magic of the forest and the delicate balance of the unseen world. For in the end, it was not just the magic of the leaf that had saved the forest, but the magic of a heart that beat in harmony with the world around it, a heart that saw not only with its eyes but with its soul. Story 47. In a forest that lay beyond the bustling cities and quiet villages, where the ancient trees stretched their arms toward the sky like sleepy giants, there existed a world known only to those who listened deeply to the whispers of the wind. This was the forest of Eldergrove, a place where the air was perpetually scented with the earthy aroma of pine and the tang of moss that carpeted the forest floor. The sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden shafts, painting dappled patterns of light and shadow on the ground, while the gentle murmuring of a nearby brook provided a soothing melody that harmonized with the songs of birds and the rustling leaves. In this enchanted forest, creatures lived lives interwoven with the rhythms of nature, unseen by those who hurried through life without stopping to notice. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Bramble, whose shell was speckled with shades of green and brown, camouflaging him perfectly against the forest floor. Bramble was the keeper of stories, his memory a vast archive of the forest's history, passed down through whispers from one generation to the next. As the seasons turned, the forest transformed in a display of magical phenomena. Spring brought an explosion of life, with blossoms unfurling their petals to greet the sun, while the air buzzed with the energy of renewal. Summer draped the forest in a verdant cloak, and the creatures reveled in the warmth, their hearts light and carefree. Autumn painted the leaves in hues of amber and crimson, the crisp air carrying the spicy scent of fallen leaves. And winter, though stark and cold, bestowed a quiet beauty upon the forest, its stillness broken only by the soft crunch of snow underfoot. One day, as the forest basked in the mellow glow of late summer, Bramble gathered the younger creatures for one of his storytelling sessions, a cherished tradition in Eldergrove. They gathered around him in a clearing, where the grass was soft and inviting, and the sunlight spilled like honey over their eager faces. There were squirrels with bushy tails, rabbits with twitching noses, and birds perched attentively on low-hanging branches. Bramble began with a story of balance and harmony, a tale as old as the forest itself. Long ago, he said, his voice rich and calming, when the world was still young, the creatures of the forest lived in perfect harmony with the land. They understood that every tree, every stream, and every gust of wind was part of a delicate balance that must be respected. As Bramble spoke, the creatures could almost see the story unfolding before their eyes. They imagined a time when the deer and the wolves moved in a dance of mutual respect, when the foxes and the hares understood the cycles of nature, and when the very earth seemed to sing with the joy of life. But there came a time, Bramble continued, when the balance began to shift. The creatures grew careless, taking more than they needed, forgetting the ancient wisdom that had guided them for generations. The forest began to wither, its magic fading like a dream at dawn. The young creatures listened intently, their hearts heavy with the weight of the lesson. Bramble paused, allowing the gravity of his words to settle over them like the gentle fall of a leaf. Yet, he said, his voice lifting with hope, all was not lost. A young fox named Thistle, wise beyond her years, noticed the changes and resolved to restore the balance. She spoke with the elders, learning the old ways and teaching them to others, Through her efforts, the creatures began to remember their place in the world, and slowly, the forest healed. As Bramble's story came to a close, the young creatures sighed with relief, their worries soothed by the promise of renewal and the power of wisdom shared. "Remember," Bramble told them, "the forest is a reflection of our actions. We must live with kindness and respect, for we are all part of this great tapestry of life." As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the forest, the creatures of Eldergrove dispersed, their hearts filled with the gentle lessons of the day. The forest held its breath in the twilight, the trees whispering softly to one another, their leaves rustling in a language older than time. Bramble watched them go, his heart swelling with pride and contentment. He knew that the stories he told would live on, carried by the wind and etched into the memory of the forest. And so the forest of Eldergrove continued to thrive, a testament to the enduring power of wisdom, friendship, and the timeless dance of nature's harmony. Story 48. In the quaint village of Willowbend, where the cobblestone streets wound like ribbons through fields of lavender and golden wheat, there stood an old ivy-clad bookstore named The Whispering Pages. It was a place where time seemed to slow, and the air was filled with the comforting scent of aged paper and ink. The shop was tended by a kindly old man named Mr. Thistle, whose eyes twinkled with the secrets of countless stories. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced down from the trees in a flurry of reds and golds, a curious young girl named Clara wandered into the store. Her eyes were wide with wonder, and her heart was open to the mysteries the world might offer. Clara was a dreamer, with a mind full of questions and a spirit eager for adventure. As she perused the shelves, her fingers brushing over the spines of books like a gentle breeze, Clara's gaze was drawn to a peculiar, dusty tome tucked away in a shadowy corner. The book was bound in deep blue velvet, with a silver clasp that glimmered like moonlight. It was titled, The Book of Echoing Whispers. Mr. Thistle noticed her interest and ambled over, a gentle smile on his face. "Ah, you found a special one," he murmured, his voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "This book is said to hold a magic all its own, but it only reveals its secrets to those with a pure heart and a curious mind." Clara's eyes sparkled with excitement. "May I read it?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Of course, my dear," Mr. Thistle replied, handing her the book with a nod of encouragement. As Clara settled into a cozy nook by the window, the sun casting a warm glow upon her, she opened the book. To her astonishment, the pages were blank. Confused but undeterred, she closed her eyes and concentrated, recalling the sound of the wind through the trees and the gentle babble of the brook near her home. Suddenly she heard a soft voice, like a distant echo, whispering tales of ancient lands and forgotten times. Each story unfolded in her mind, vivid and alive, as if she were there. The book revealed to Clara that she had a unique ability. She could hear the whispers of the past, the echoes of stories long forgotten. With this newfound magic, she embarked on a journey, not through distant lands, but through the tapestry of history and memory itself. Her first stop was the village square, where an old oak tree stood, its branches reaching for the sky like the arms of a gentle giant. Clara placed her hand on its rough bark and listened. The tree sighed and began to share its tale, a story of the village's founding, of laughter and tears, of trials and triumphs. Clara realized that every being, every object, held a story waiting to be heard. In her quest to learn more, Clara met a cast of delightful characters who became her companions. There was Pip, a lively squirrel with a penchant for mischief, whose quick wit and playful nature brought laughter to Clara's days. And there was Lilia, a wise and gentle dove, who knew the secrets of the winds and guided Clara with her calm wisdom. Together, they uncovered the stories of the village, tales of friendship and courage, of dreams and hopes. But Clara's heart was drawn to one story in particular, a tale of a young girl from long ago who had once lived in the village, much like Clara herself. This girl had possessed a similar gift, the ability to hear the echoes of the past, but her story had been lost to time, unfinished and forgotten. Determined to bring closure to the girl's tale, Clara and her friends set out to piece together the fragments of her life. They discovered that the girl had faced a challenge, a riddle spoken by the winds, one that required wisdom rather than force to solve. It was a riddle about the essence of time, of holding on to what is precious while letting go of what must pass. As Clara pondered the riddle, she realized that the answer lay in the understanding that every moment is a thread in the fabric of life, and that by cherishing the present, she could honor the past and shape the future. With this insight, the echoes of the girl's story whispered their thanks, and Clara felt a warm glow of fulfillment. Her journey had changed her, not by taking her to distant lands, but by deepening her understanding of the world around her. She had learned that every story, every life, was a treasure, and that her gift allowed her to keep those treasures alive. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Clara returned to the whispering pages. She placed the book back on its shelf, knowing that its magic would remain, waiting for the next curious soul to discover its secrets. With a heart full of stories and a spirit enriched by her journey, Clara bid farewell to Mr. Millen Thistle and stepped into the cool embrace of the evening. The village of Willowbend lay before her, a tapestry of whispers and echoes, each waiting to be heard, each ready to be cherished. And so, with Pip fluttering beside her and Lilia soaring overhead, Clara continued her journey, one whisper at a time, knowing that the magic of stories would always light her path, guiding her with their gentle glow. Story 49. In the tranquil village of Willow Grove, nestled between lush emerald hills and sparkling streams, a gentle breeze often carried the scent of blooming wildflowers, mingling with the soft whispers of the past. This village was known for its age-old tradition of storytelling, where every family held tales passed down through generations, like precious heirlooms. Amidst the cozy cottages and winding pathways lined with lavender and daisies lived a young woman named Leora. Her hair was as dark as midnight, cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, and her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of the sunlit brook that wound through the village. Yet despite the warmth and charm of her surroundings, Leora often felt a mysterious yearning, a longing to uncover the deeper roots of her heritage. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of gold and crimson, Leora sat by the hearth of her grandmother's cottage. The fire crackled softly, casting dancing shadows upon the walls. Her grandmother, a wise woman with silver hair and a smile as warm as a summer afternoon, beckoned her closer. "Leora, my dear," she began, her voice as soothing as a lullaby, "there is something I have long wished to share with you. It is time you learn of the legacy that flows through our veins." Her grandmother reached for a small, ornate box made of intricately carved oak, its surface gleaming with a patina of age. "This," she said, opening the box to reveal a delicate silver locket, "belonged to your great-grandmother. It is more than a mere trinket. It holds the key to understanding our family's journey." Leora gingerly picked up the locket, feeling its cool metal against her palm. The locket was adorned with an intricate engraving of a willow tree, its branches stretching outward like open arms. As she held it, a gentle warmth spread through her fingers, as if the locket itself was alive with stories untold. Her grandmother's eyes glimmered with a hint of mischief and wisdom. "Inside this locket is a map that will guide you to the heart of our family's past." Intrigued and eager to learn more, Leora carefully opened the locket. Inside she found a tiny parchment, aged and delicate, bearing a map of the village and its surrounding lands. At its center was a symbol she recognized, a willow tree, identical to the one engraved on the locket. With her grandmother's blessing and a heart full of anticipation, Leora set out the next morning. The village was bathed in the soft glow of dawn, and the air was filled with the melody of birds welcoming the new day. She followed the map through the village, past the babbling brook, and into the forest that bordered the village. As she walked, the forest enveloped her in its embrace. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, creating a mosaic of light and shadow on the forest floor. The scent of pine and earth was invigorating, and Leora felt a sense of peace wash over her, as if the trees themselves were guiding her steps. After a time, she reached a clearing, a hidden grove where a magnificent willow tree stood, its branches swaying gently in the breeze. The tree was ancient and majestic, its trunk wide and gnarled, yet full of life. Leora approached the tree, feeling an inexplicable connection to it. At the base of the tree, she noticed a small, weathered stone altar, overgrown with moss and wildflowers. Upon the altar lay another artifact, a beautifully woven tapestry, its colors vibrant despite the passage of time. The tapestry depicted scenes of her ancestors' lives, woven with threads of gold, green, and deep blue. As Leora studied the tapestry, she could almost hear the echoes of laughter and song, the voices of those who came before her. Each scene told a story of resilience, wisdom, and unity, a testament to the strength and spirit of her lineage. In that moment of quiet reflection, Leora understood the lesson her ancestors had imparted through their legacy. The willow tree, with its deep roots and graceful branches, symbolized the balance between holding on to one's heritage and embracing the future. It was a reminder that strength comes from knowing where one comes from, and courage is found in the bonds of community and family. With a newfound sense of belonging, Leora returned to the village, her heart full of gratitude and understanding. She shared her discoveries with her family and friends, enriching the tapestry of Willow Grove's history with her own threads of experience. As the years passed, Leora continued to honor her heritage, weaving stories of the past into the lives of those around her, ensuring that the legacy of the willow tree would endure for generations to come. And so, in the gentle embrace of Willow Grove, where the past and present danced together like the leaves of the willow in the breeze, Leora found her place, a legacy carried forward in love, wisdom, and the enduring magic of storytelling. Story 50. In a quaint village nestled between whispering forests and rolling hills, there lived a young woman named Leora. Her days were filled with familiar routines, tending her small garden and weaving at her loom by the window. Yet despite the peace around her, Leora felt a quiet discontent stirring within, like an autumn wind that rustles leaves but goes unnoticed amidst the vibrant colors. Leora often strolled through the nearby enchanted wood, where the air was always a fragrant mix of pine and dew. The villagers whispered tales of magic within those trees, where sunlight danced through the canopy and shadows played games beneath ancient boughs. It was here, under the watchful gaze of the forest, that Leora felt a pull towards something she could not name, a yearning for change she did not understand. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Leora wandered deeper into the woods than she ever had before. The forest seemed alive with a gentle hum, the kind of sound that soothed the soul and beckoned the weary heart. It was there, by a crystal-clear stream that sang softly over smooth stones, that she met an unexpected friend. Perched on a mossy log was Aiden, a kindly old man with a twinkle in his eye and a beard as white as the first snow. Despite his age, there was a sprightliness to him, a gentle energy that wrapped around Leora like a warm blanket. "Ah, a seeker of change," he said with a knowing smile, as if he could see the questions swirling in her heart. Leora hesitated, her voice barely a whisper above the stream's lullaby. "I feel the world shifting around me, yet I remain the same. How does one embrace change without losing oneself?" Aiden chuckled softly, his laughter like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Change is not a loss, dear child, but a transformation. Like the caterpillar who dreams of wings, or the seed that becomes a towering oak, it is within you, waiting patiently." With a wave of his hand, Aiden conjured a glowing orb that hovered between them, its light reflecting in Leora's wide eyes. "Take this," he instructed, placing the orb in her hands. "It will guide you should you decide to embrace the journey." And so, with the orb tucked safely in her pocket, Leora began her voyage of self-discovery. Each day she ventured into the forest, seeking the wisdom it offered. The trees whispered secrets of patience, the brook sang songs of resilience, and the flowers taught lessons in grace. With each lesson learned, the orb glowed brighter, a beacon of her inner transformation. Leora's path was not without challenges. There were moments of doubt when fear of the unknown clouded her mind like a thick fog, but whenever she stumbled, the forest offered comfort, and Aiden's gentle words echoed in her heart, reminding her of the strength she possessed. Along her journey, she met other forest dwellers, creatures both magical and mundane. There was Bramble, the mischievous fox with fur like autumn leaves, who taught her the importance of curiosity. And then there was Willow, the wise owl, whose silent flight through the night skies spoke of the power of perspective. Each encounter added a new thread to the tapestry of Leora's transformation. As the seasons changed, so did Leora. She grew more confident, her heart aligned with the rhythm of the world around her. She learned to listen to the whispers of her own soul, to trust in the process of becoming. One crisp winter morning, as snowflakes danced lightly in the air, Leora returned to the stream where it all began. Aiden was there, his eyes twinkling with warmth, as if he had been waiting just for her. "You have grown, dear one," he remarked, his voice filled with pride. Leora nodded, feeling a peace within her that she had never known before. The orb in her pocket was now a radiant sphere, pulsating with a golden light that mirrored the glow in her heart. "I have learned that change is not something to fear, but to embrace, for it is the essence of life itself." Aiden smiled, a smile that spoke of countless stories and ageless wisdom. "Indeed, you have found your wings, Leora. Fly with the wind, and never forget the magic that dwells within you." With a heart full of gratitude, Leora returned to her village, her spirit as light as the snowflakes that kissed her cheeks. The world seemed brighter, more alive, as if she were seeing it for the first time. Her garden flourished with new colors, her weaving told stories of dreams realized, and her days were filled with a joy that came from knowing herself. And so, in the gentle embrace of the enchanted wood and the wisdom of her friends, Leora discovered the beauty of transformation, the magic that lies in every heart willing to listen, learn, and grow. As she drifted off to sleep each night, the crackling of the fire a lullaby in the quiet room, she knew she was exactly where she was meant to be, at peace with the ever-turning wheel of change. Story 51. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight filtered through the dense canopy to dapple the forest floor in a mosaic of gold and green, a serene world thrived, known only to those creatures who called it home. The air was sweet with the scent of pine and earth, while the gentle rustle of leaves accompanied the symphony of birdsong that filled the tranquil woods. This forest, timeless and wise, was a sanctuary of natural balance, where every living thing played its part in the grand tapestry of life. Among the many creatures of this woodland realm was a wise old tortoise named Thistle. His shell, worn and rugged like the bark of an ancient oak, held the stories of many seasons. Thistle was a gentle soul who moved with the deliberate grace of someone who understood the importance of patience. As the keeper of the forest's lore, he carried with him the wisdom of countless generations, a beacon of knowledge for the younger creatures who often sought his guidance. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was cool and the leaves were painted in hues of amber and scarlet, Thistle set out on his daily journey to the great clearing. This was a sacred place where the forest's inhabitants gathered to share news and celebrate the turning of the seasons. As he made his way through the underbrush, the soft crunch of fallen leaves under his feet was accompanied by the distant murmur of a brook, its waters glistening like liquid silver. Along the path, Thistle encountered a curious young fox named Fern. Her fur was as fiery as the autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled with the joy of discovery. Fern was known for her adventurous spirit and insatiable curiosity, which often led her into delightful mischief. "Good morning, Thistle," Fern chirped, her voice as light as the breeze. "Are you heading to the great clearing?" "Indeed I am," Thistle replied, his voice warm and rumbled like the low notes of a cello. "Would you care to join me?" Fern nodded eagerly, her tail flicking with excitement. Together they continued along the winding path, Fern bounding ahead and then circling back, her energy a contrast to Thistle's measured pace. As they walked, the forest came alive around them. Squirrels scampered up towering trees, their bushy tails flicking as they chattered playfully. Birds winged overhead, their songs a harmonious blend that seemed to echo through the branches. The air was filled with the rich scents of moss and damp wood, mingling with the distant hint of wildflowers. When Thistle and Fern reached the great clearing, it was already abuzz with activity. Rabbits nibbled on clover, while deer grazed calmly on the lush grass. Overhead, the sky was a tapestry of soft, drifting clouds, and the sun shone warmly, casting a gentle glow over the gathering. At the center of the clearing stood a magnificent oak tree, its branches spreading wide like welcoming arms. Known as the elder oak, it was the heart of the forest, a living testament to the passage of time. Its leaves whispered secrets carried by the wind, and its roots delved deep into the earth, drawing wisdom from ages past. As the creatures assembled around the elder oak, Thistle raised his voice, soft yet commanding, to address them. Friends, as the seasons turn and the days grow shorter, we gather here to honor the cycle of life and the harmony that sustains us all. The forest listened, a silent audience attuned to Thistle's words. He spoke of the delicate balance that governed their world, where each creature, no matter how small, played a vital role. It was a lesson passed down through generations, a reminder that the forest's magic was woven from the threads of unity and respect. Fern listened intently, her heart swelling with admiration for the wise tortoise. She realized that the forest's beauty lay not only in its vibrant colors and enchanting sounds, but in the connection between its inhabitants. It was a lesson she vowed to carry with her as she explored the world beyond the clearing. With the gathering drawing to a close, a soft, melodic hum began to fill the air. The creatures turned their gaze skyward as delicate, shimmering lights began to dance among the branches of the elder oak. It was the aurora of autumn, a magical phenomenon that graced the forest each year, marking the transition into winter. The lights twirled and swirled, painting the clearing in a cascade of colors that mirrored the hues of the season. The creatures watched in awe, their hearts lifted by the beauty of the display. It was a moment of unity, a reminder of the magic that lay within the natural world. As the lights faded and the gathering dispersed, Thistle and Fern lingered beneath the elder oak. Fern looked up at the old tortoise, her eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Thistle, for sharing your wisdom with us. I feel so lucky to be a part of this world." Thistle smiled, his eyes crinkling with kindness. "And we are fortunate to have you, dear Fern. Remember, the forest's magic is in its harmony. Cherish it, nurture it, and it will always be with you." With that, they turned to leave the clearing, the path homeward bathed in the soft glow of twilight. The forest embraced them, its whispers a lullaby that promised peace and protection. As night fell, and the stars began to twinkle like diamonds across the velvet sky, the ancient forest settled into a gentle slumber. Its creatures nestled in their burrows and nests, comforted by the knowledge that they were part of something greater than themselves, a timeless dance of life, guided by wisdom and love. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the elder oak, the forest dreamed on, secure in its eternal harmony. Story 52. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the leaves murmured secrets to the wind, there lay a quaint village named Maple Hollow. The village was known for its warm, golden glow that seemed to emanate from every window, especially in the evenings when the lanterns were lit, casting buttery light upon cobblestone paths lined with cozy cottages. In Maple Hollow lived a young girl named Lila, who had a knack for noticing things others overlooked. Her auburn curls bounced as she skipped along the village paths, her eyes always alight with curiosity. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun stretched its golden rays through the canopy of the forest, Lila noticed something peculiar. The usually vibrant leaves that carpeted the forest floor had begun to shift and dance, as if alive, even without the touch of the wind. Intrigued, Lila decided to investigate. She donned her favorite knitted scarf, its colors as warm as the autumn leaves themselves, and set off towards the heart of the woods. As she wandered deeper, the air grew cooler, carrying the gentle scent of pine and earth. The forest seemed to hum with an energy she hadn't felt before, a gentle thrumming that resonated with her very soul. As Lila ventured further, she stumbled upon a small clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its bark a tapestry of moss and age. It was here that Lila met the first of her magical companions, a tiny, shimmering creature known as a fey sprite. Its wings glistened like dew-kissed spider silk, and its laughter tinkled like wind chimes. "Hello, little one," the sprite greeted, its voice a soft whisper on the breeze. "I see you've noticed the dance of the leaves. They're enchanted, you know." Lila's eyes widened with wonder. "Enchanted? How? And why are they moving on their own?" The sprite twinkled with mischief and joy. "A mystery indeed. But worry not, for with every question there lies the journey to an answer. Follow the trail of the golden leaves, and you might find the source of their magic." Eager to uncover the secret, Lila followed the path of swirling leaves. They led her deeper into the woods, where the light played in soft hues of amber and emerald. The air was filled with the gentle rustling of leaves and the occasional trill of a songbird, creating a symphony of nature. Suddenly, Lila came upon a babbling brook, its waters clear and cool. Perched upon a smooth stone was a wise old tortoise named Tiberius. His shell was etched with runes that glowed faintly in the dappled sunlight. Tiberius was known throughout the forest as a sage, offering guidance to those who sought it. "Greetings, young seeker," Tiberius rumbled, his voice deep and soothing. "I sense you're on a quest to unravel the mystery of the dancing leaves." "Yes," Lila replied, stepping closer to the brook. "Do you know why they're moving like that?" Tiberius closed his eyes, as if drawing upon centuries of knowledge. "There is an ancient magic that flows through these woods, like the brook beside us. It is said that when the forest wishes to communicate, it does so through the dance of the leaves. But lately, the magic has been restless, seeking something it has lost." Lila pondered this revelation. "What could the forest be missing, Tiberius?" "A song," the tortoise replied with a hint of wistfulness. "A melody that once kept the balance of this enchanted place. It was sung by a gentle soul who loved the forest dearly, but her voice has been silent for many years." Lila nodded thoughtfully, her mind swirling with ideas. "Then perhaps I can find this song and help restore the balance." With newfound determination, Lila thanked Tiberius and continued her journey. The path led her to the edge of the forest, where a small, vine-covered cottage nestled in the shade of towering pines. It was the home of the legendary minstrel, Arya, whose songs were said to weave magic into the very fabric of the world. Lila approached the cottage, her heart fluttering with anticipation. The door creaked open to reveal Arya herself, her silver hair cascading like a waterfall, eyes as bright as the morning sky. "Welcome, dear child," Arya said, her voice as melodic as the songs she once sang. "I've been expecting you." "You have?" Lila asked, surprised. "Yes," Arya smiled gently. "The forest speaks to those who listen, and it whispered of your coming. I no longer sing as I once did, but perhaps you can help me rekindle the magic." Together, they sat by the hearth, and Arya taught Lila the ancient melody, notes that flowed like the stream and soared like the wind through the trees. As Lila sang, her voice pure and sweet, the very air seemed to shimmer. The forest responded, the leaves swirling in joyous harmony. With each note, the magic suffused the woods, calming the restless energy. The leaves settled, the forest sighed in contentment, and a gentle peace enveloped Maple Hollow. As the last note faded into the twilight, Arya placed a gentle hand on Lila's shoulder. "Thank you, dear one. You've brought the forest back to life with your kindness and song." Lila smiled, warmth filling her heart. "I'm glad I could help." With the mystery of the dancing leaves resolved, Lila returned home, her spirit light and joyful. The village of Maple Hollow glowed warmly in the evening light, and the forest hummed with contentment, a melody of its own making. And so, under a sky dusted with stars, Lila drifted to sleep, her dreams filled with the gentle rustle of leaves and the sweet song of the forest. A reminder that wisdom and friendship could weave magic greater than any spell. Story 53. Once upon a time, in the heart of the Whispering Woods, there lay a quaint little village called Woodhaven. The village was nestled between towering pines and gentle streams, where the sun danced merrily on the leaves and the air was always sweetly perfumed with pine and wildflowers. Woodhaven was a place where magic mingled with the mundane, and where the everyday life of its inhabitants was gently touched by enchantment. The people of Woodhaven were kind, and lived harmoniously with the magical creatures that inhabited the forest. Every morning, the villagers would wake to the cheerful chirping of the songbirds, and every night they would rest under the twinkling stars, lulled to sleep by the soft murmur of the forest. One morning, as the first light of dawn crept into the village, something peculiar began to happen. The villagers awoke to find that the colors in the village had begun to fade. The vibrant hues of the flowers, the rich browns of the earth, and even the bright blues of the sky seemed to have lost their luster. The villagers were puzzled and concerned, for Woodhaven had always been so full of life and color. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, whose heart was as warm as her smile. Lila had always been curious and observant, with an eye for detail that others often overlooked. As the village gathered to discuss the strange occurrence, Lila listened carefully to the murmur of voices, her mind already whirring with possibilities. "We must seek the help of the wise ones," suggested the village elder, a kindly woman named Inara. "Perhaps they can shed light on this mystery." The wise ones were the guardians of the forest, ancient beings who were as much a part of the woods as the trees themselves. They were known for their wisdom and their gentle guidance, always willing to help those in need. Lila volunteered to seek out the wise ones. She set out with a small satchel filled with bread and fruit, her heart filled with determination and a touch of excitement. The path through the forest was dappled with sunlight, and the air was filled with the soft rustling of leaves and the distant chatter of squirrels. As Lila ventured deeper into the woods, she came across a small clearing where a gentle stream trickled over smooth stones. Here she met Peridot, a sprightly fairy with wings that shimmered like a rainbow. Peridot was known for her mischievous nature, but she was also a true friend to those who treated the forest with care. "Hello, Lila," Peridot chimed in her tinkling voice, flitting about like a dancing sunbeam. "What brings you to the heart of the forest today?" Lila explained the strange fading of colors in Woodhaven, and Peridot listened intently, her sparkling eyes thoughtful. "I've noticed something amiss as well," Peridot confessed. "The colors of my wings have been a touch less vibrant, and the flowers seem quieter than usual. Perhaps it is connected." With Peridot as her companion, Lila continued her journey. The two friends followed the winding path deeper into the forest, where the trees grew taller and the air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and rich soil. They soon arrived at the ancient oak, a grand tree whose branches stretched wide like welcoming arms. Nestled within the roots of the oak was a small door carved with intricate patterns. Lila knocked gently, and the door creaked open to reveal a cozy chamber filled with the faint glow of fireflies. Inside, the wise ones awaited, a trio of elder dryads with skin like bark and hair that flowed like leaves in the breeze. "Welcome, young Lila," said the eldest dryad, her voice as soothing as a summer breeze. "What brings you to our humble abode?" Lila and Peridot recounted the mystery of the fading colors, and the dryads listened with thoughtful expressions. "This is indeed a curious matter," mused the second dryad, tracing a finger along the patterns of an ancient tome. "Such occurrences often herald an imbalance in the magic that binds our world." The third dryad, whose eyes were as deep as the forest itself, nodded in agreement. "We must uncover the source of this imbalance. Perhaps it is a forgotten promise or a neglected friendship." Lila pondered these words, her mind sifting through the stories she had heard and the sights she had seen. Suddenly, a thought struck her. "Could it be the Silver Spring?" she asked, remembering the hidden pool where the villagers once gathered to give thanks to the forest. The dryads exchanged glances, and the eldest nodded slowly. "It is possible. The Silver Spring is a place of great magic, a nexus of life and color. If it has been neglected, the magic may have begun to wither." With renewed purpose, Lila and Peridot set out for the Silver Spring. The path was lined with whispering ferns and glowing mushrooms, guiding them through the forest's embrace. As they neared the spring, the air grew cooler, and the sound of gently flowing water filled the air. The Silver Spring was a sight to behold, even in its diminished state. The water shimmered like liquid moonlight, and the surrounding stones were veined with silver. But Lila noticed that the colors here, too, had faded, the vibrant flowers now pale and the once lush greenery subdued. Lila knelt by the water's edge, her reflection gazing back at her with a hint of sadness. Peridot hovered nearby, her wings dimmer than usual. "How can we restore the magic?" Lila wondered aloud, her voice soft as the rippling water. As if in response, a gentle breeze stirred the air, carrying with it the faintest scent of lavender and pine. Lila remembered the old tales her grandmother used to tell, stories of how love and gratitude could heal the deepest wounds. With a smile, Lila stood and took Peridot's hand. "We must remind the forest of our love for it," she said, her voice filled with hope. "Let us give thanks and renew our bond." Together, they began to sing a gentle melody, a song of gratitude and friendship. Their voices mingled with the sound of the stream, rising like a prayer to the sky. As they sang, the dryads appeared, joining their voices in a harmony that resonated through the woods. Slowly, color began to return to the silver spring. The flowers brightened, their petals unfurling in vibrant hues. The trees sighed with relief, their leaves shimmering in the sunlight. The water sparkled with newfound life, reflecting the joy that filled the air. The magic of the forest was restored, and with it the colors of Woodhaven returned as well. The villagers rejoiced, their hearts full of gratitude for the young girl and the fairy who had brought back their world of color. As the sun set over the whispering woods, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, Lila and Peridot returned to the village, their hearts aglow with the warmth of friendship and the joy of a mystery solved. The wise ones watched from afar, their hearts content, knowing that the balance had been restored. From that day forward, the villagers of Woodhaven never forgot to give thanks to the forest. They celebrated the beauty of their world with songs and laughter, ensuring that the magic of the Whispering Woods would never fade again. And so, under the twinkling stars and the gentle glow of fireflies, the village of Woodhaven found peace once more. The colors danced in the moonlight, and the forest whispered a lullaby to those who listened with open hearts. And in that cozy, magical world, everyone drifted into a gentle, dream-filled slumber, knowing that all was well. Story 54. In the heart of a quaint village, nestled among rolling green hills and whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Ava. Her days were spent exploring the winding paths and hidden nooks of her beloved home, where every corner seemed to hold a story waiting to be discovered. Ava had a curious mind and a heart full of dreams, often imagining that the world around her was brimming with magic. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves tumbled softly from the trees, and the air was tinged with the earthy scent of the season, Ava set out on one of her usual wanderings. She wandered past the familiar cobblestone streets and into the edge of the forest, where the trees stood tall and ancient, their branches swaying gently as if whispering secrets to one another. As she walked, Ava's eyes caught a glimmer of something unusual, half buried beneath a blanket of fallen leaves. Kneeling down, she brushed the leaves aside to reveal an ornate key, its surface adorned with intricate patterns that shimmered faintly in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, Ava picked up the key, feeling a soft warmth spread through her fingers, as though the key itself was alive with gentle energy. Curiosity piqued, Ava decided to find what this mysterious key might unlock. She followed a path she'd never noticed before, a narrow trail that wound deeper into the forest, where the light filtered down like liquid gold through the canopy above. The forest seemed to hum with an unspoken promise, each step drawing her into a world that felt both familiar and new. As Ava ventured further, she met a curious rabbit with fur as white as snow and eyes that twinkled with mischief. "Ah, young traveler," the rabbit greeted with a twitch of its nose. "I see you found the Key of Whispers. It has chosen you for a reason." Ava, though startled by the talking rabbit, felt a strange sense of comfort in its presence. "The Key of Whispers?" she repeated, her voice a blend of wonder and confusion. "Yes," the rabbit replied with a knowing smile. "It unlocks the hidden door to the enchanted glade, a place where time flows differently and secrets of the heart are revealed." Intrigued and eager to learn more, Ava journeyed on, with the rabbit hopping alongside her. As they walked, the forest grew denser, yet it seemed to welcome Ava, the leaves rustling softly in greeting. Birds with feathers like rainbows flitted between branches, their songs weaving a serene melody that accompanied her steps. Eventually, they reached a clearing where an ancient oak stood, its trunk wide and gnarled, and its roots spreading like the arms of an old friend. There, in its massive trunk, was a door, small and unobtrusive, yet undeniably there. Ava stepped forward, the key warm in her hand, fitting perfectly into the lock. With a gentle click, the door swung open, revealing a passage bathed in a soft, inviting glow. Inside, the enchanted glade unfolded like a dream. Flowers of every imaginable color bloomed in abundance, their fragrance mingling with the fresh scent of dew-drenched grass. A gentle stream wound through the glade, its waters sparkling like a cascade of diamonds under the sun's tender kiss. In the center of this magical place stood an elder willow, its branches swaying gracefully, leaves whispering secrets of the ages. Beneath it sat an owl, wise and serene, its eyes deep pools of knowledge. "Welcome, Ava," the owl hooted softly. "You have been chosen to learn and grow. The journey you take here will help you find the wisdom you seek." Ava sat beside the owl, feeling the peace of the glade seep into her bones. She shared with the owl her dreams and her fears, her hopes and her doubts. The owl listened patiently, offering gentle guidance and stories of old, tales of those who had come before and found their own paths through the forest of life. Days passed in the glade, yet it felt like only moments to Ava. Each encounter, each story, wove new threads into the tapestry of her understanding. She learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to read the patterns in the stars, and to see the beauty in the simplest of things. When it was time to leave, Ava felt a newfound sense of clarity and purpose. The rabbit, still her loyal companion, led her back through the forest, the path now familiar and welcoming. As they reached the edge of the woods, the rabbit paused, looking up at Ava with a twinkle in its eye. "Remember, the magic is always within you, Ava. It is not the key that holds power, but the heart that wields it." With a grateful heart, Ava returned to her village, the world around her now more vibrant and alive than ever before. The Key of Whispers remained a cherished keepsake, a reminder of her journey and the wisdom she had found. And so, as the sun set behind the hills, casting the village in a warm, golden glow, Ava knew that the true magic lay not in the key, but in the wonder and kindness she carried within her heart. Each day was a new adventure, a chance to discover the extraordinary within the ordinary, and to share the beauty of the world with those she loved. Thus, Ava's story became one of gentle strength and quiet wisdom, a tale of discovery and wonder that would be whispered by the fireside for generations to come. Story 55. Once upon a time, nestled in the gentle embrace of the whispering woods, a small village thrived under the watchful eyes of the stars. The village, known as Willowbrook, was a place where the air was always filled with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers and the gentle hum of the nearby brook. It was a village where time seemed to slow down, allowing the villagers to bask in the simple joys of life. In this quaint village, there lived a young boy named Finn. Finn was a curious and kind-hearted child, known for his wild curls and bright, inquisitive eyes that sparkled with the wonder of 1,000 dreams. He lived with his grandmother Maeve in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village. Maeve was the village storyteller, her voice a soothing melody that wrapped around the hearts of those who listened. She spun tales of magic and mystery, her stories weaving a tapestry of life lessons and gentle wisdom. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves danced their way to the ground, Finn awoke with a sense of anticipation. Today he was to accompany his grandmother on a journey into the heart of the whispering woods. Maeve had promised to show him something special, a secret she had kept for many years. Finn's excitement bubbled over as he quickly dressed in his warmest clothes, eager to step into the world beyond the village. As they ventured into the woods, the air was cool and crisp, carrying the earthy scent of damp leaves and pine. The sun filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows that danced along the forest floor. The whisper of the trees seemed to tell stories of their own, secrets shared only with those who truly listened. Maeve led Finn along a winding path, her steps sure and steady. She spoke of the forest's history, how it was said to be home to creatures of magic and wonder. Her voice was soft, yet filled with the power of the stories she carried. Finn listened intently, his heart beating in time with the gentle rustling of the leaves. Finally, they arrived at a small clearing, where the sunlight pooled like liquid gold. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching high into the sky. Maeve approached the tree with reverence, her hand gently brushing against its rough bark. "This," she whispered to Finn, "is the heartwood tree. It is said to be the guardian of the forest, a keeper of secrets and magic." Finn's eyes widened in awe as he gazed up at the majestic tree. He could feel a gentle warmth radiating from its trunk, as if it were alive with a quiet, ancient power. Maeve knelt beside the roots and beckoned Finn to join her. "Long ago," she began, her voice barely above a whisper, "the heartwood tree was given a gift, a magical object known as the Lumen Stone. It is said that the stone holds the power to reveal the hidden world within our own, a world where magic thrives and dreams take flight." Finn's heart fluttered with excitement. "Can we see it?" he asked eagerly. Maeve nodded, her eyes twinkling with a secret knowledge. She placed her hand upon the tree and whispered words in a language Finn did not understand. The air around them shimmered, and slowly a small compartment opened in the tree's trunk. Nestled within was the lumen stone, a beautiful, iridescent gem that seemed to pulse with its own light. As Finn reached out to touch the stone, a warmth spread through his fingertips, traveling up his arm and into his heart. In that moment, the world around him shifted. The forest seemed to come alive in vibrant colors, and he could see small creatures peeking out from behind the trees, their eyes filled with curiosity and wonder. Maeve watched her grandson with a gentle smile. The lumen stone allows us to see the magic that exists all around us, she explained. It is a reminder that we are never truly alone, that there is always more to the world than meets the eye. Finn's heart swelled with joy and gratitude. He understood now why his grandmother had brought him here, why she had shared this secret with him. It was a gift of perspective, a chance to see the world through the eyes of wonder and hope. As they made their way back to the village, Finn felt a renewed sense of purpose. He knew that he would carry this experience with him always, a reminder of the magic that lived within the whispering woods and within his own heart. Days turned into weeks, and the golden hues of autumn gave way to the crisp chill of winter. The village of Willowbrook was blanketed in a soft layer of snow, transforming it into a scene from a fairy tale. The villagers bustled about, preparing for the winter festival, a time of celebration and joyous gatherings. Finn, however, found himself drawn back to the whispering woods. He longed to share the wonders he had seen with his friends, to invite them into the magical world he had discovered. With Maeve's blessing, he set off one morning with his two closest companions, Lily and Jasper. Lily was a gentle soul with a heart as pure as the first snowflake of winter. Her laughter was a melody that brightened even the gloomiest of days. Jasper, on the other hand, was a spirited boy with boundless energy and a mischievous sparkle in his eye. Together, the three friends were an inseparable trio, united by their shared love of adventure and discovery. As they journeyed into the woods, Finn recounted the tale of the heartwood tree and the lumen stone. His friends listened with rapt attention, their eyes wide with wonder and anticipation. The forest was a familiar place, yet today it seemed to hold an air of mystery and promise, as if it were waiting to unveil its secrets. When they reached the clearing, Finn led his friends to the ancient oak tree. With a sense of reverence, he placed his hand on the trunk and whispered the words his grandmother had taught him. The compartment opened once more, revealing the lumen stone in all its radiant beauty. Lily and Jasper gasped in amazement, their faces alight with awe as they gazed upon the stone. Finn invited them to touch it, and as they did, their eyes widened with wonder. The forest around them transformed, revealing the hidden world of magic that lay just beyond the veil. Lily was enchanted by the sight of tiny fairies flitting through the trees, their wings shimmering like the frost on a winter morning. Jasper, meanwhile, was captivated by the sight of a majestic stag, its antlers adorned with delicate icicles that glistened in the soft light. The three friends stood in awe, their hearts filled with the beauty and magic of the forest. It was a moment of pure connection, a shared experience that bound them together in a way that words could not describe. As they made their way back to the village, Finn felt a sense of contentment and joy. He had shared the magic of the whispering woods with his friends, and in doing so, had deepened their bond. The experience had transformed them all, opening their eyes to the wonders of the world around them. The winter festival arrived, and the village was alive with music and laughter. Finn, Lily, and Jasper joined the festivities, their hearts light with the joy of the season. The villagers gathered in the square, their faces aglow with the warmth of the crackling fire and the spirit of togetherness. As the night wore on, Maeve took her place by the fireside, ready to share her stories with the eager crowd. Finn sat beside her, his heart filled with gratitude for the gift of her wisdom and the magic she had shared with him. As Maeve began to weave her tale, Finn felt a gentle warmth spread through him, much like the warmth of the lumen stone. He knew that the magic of the whispering woods would always be a part of him, a reminder of the beauty and wonder that lay just beyond the surface of everyday life. And so, as the stars twinkled in the night sky and the village of Willowbrook celebrated the joy of the season, Finn and his friends carried the magic of the forest within their hearts, ready to share it with the world. For in the end, it was not just the magic of the Lumenstone that had transformed them, but the magic of friendship, of shared experiences, and the simple joy of being together. And that, they knew, was the greatest magic of all. As the festival drew to a close, Finn found himself reflecting on the journey he had undertaken. It had been a journey of discovery, not just of the hidden world within the Whispering Woods, but of his own heart and the connections that bound him to those he loved. He realized that the true magic of the Lumenstone was not in its ability to reveal the hidden world, but in its power to open the eyes and hearts of those who touched it. It was a reminder that magic was not limited to the mystical creatures and enchanted forests, but was present in the everyday moments of kindness, friendship, and love. With this newfound understanding, Finn felt a sense of peace and fulfillment. He knew that he would carry the lessons of the Whispering Woods with him always, guiding him as he grew and faced the challenges of life. And as he lay in his warm bed that night, the soft glow of the moonlight filtering through his window, Finn drifted off to sleep with a smile on his face. He dreamed of the wonders of the forest, the laughter of his friends, and the gentle wisdom of his grandmother. For in his heart, Finn knew that the magic of the Whispering Woods was not just a memory, but a living, breathing part of him, a source of strength and inspiration that would guide him through all the adventures yet to come. And so the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, its people connected by the magic of the forest and the bonds of friendship. The Whispering Woods stood as a testament to the wonders that lay beyond the surface of the everyday world, waiting to be discovered by those with eyes and hearts open to its magic. And as the seasons turned and the years passed, the stories of the Heartwood Tree and the Lumenstone were passed down from generation to generation, a legacy of wonder and wisdom that would never fade. For in the end, it was the stories we shared, the connections we made, and the love we gave that truly defined the magic of life. And in the village of Willowbrook, nestled in the gentle embrace of the Whispering Woods, that magic would live on forever. Story 56. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. Though her life seemed ordinary, she had a special gift, the ability to hear the whispers of inanimate objects. To others, these were mere trinkets and tools, but to Willow, they held secrets waiting to be uncovered. One crisp autumn morning, Willow awoke to the faint murmurs of her grandmother's rocking chair. "Listen closely, dear child," it creaked. "I have a tale to share, a story of wonder and magic." Willow's eyes widened with curiosity as the chair continued. "Long ago, I was crafted from the branch of an ancient oak tree, a tree imbued with the wisdom of the forest. Within my wood lies a seed of that magic, dormant until awakened by a pure heart." Entranced, Willow leaned closer, her fingers tracing the chair's intricate carvings. As if sensing her touch, the chair trembled, and a tiny acorn fell into her palm, glowing with a warm amber light. "This acorn holds the key to a wondrous journey," the chair whispered. "But be warned, the path will not be easy. You must seek the counsel of those who dwell in nature's embrace." And so began Willow's quest, a journey that would change her forever. With the acorn nestled safely in her pocket, she ventured into the forest, the trees whispering greetings as she passed. Her first encounter was with a wise old oak, its branches creaking like ancient bones. "Ah, fellow listener," it rumbled. "To unlock the acorn's magic, you must first understand the language of the wind." Under the oak's guidance, Willow learned to decipher the wind's whispers, each gust carrying the secrets of the forest. As her understanding grew, so did the acorn's glow, pulsing with energy. Next, Willow met a playful stream, waters dancing over smooth stones. "The wind may speak, but water holds the rhythm of life," it babbled. "Let its flow guide your steps, and you shall find your way." Following the stream's gentle current, Willow traveled deeper into the forest, the acorn's light now a steady beacon in her palm. She crossed paths with a family of curious rabbits, who hopped alongside her, their twitching noses seeming to sniff out the magic in the air. At last, Willow reached a clearing where a majestic stag stood guard. "You have journeyed far, little one," he said, his voice deep and reverent. "Now, you must face your greatest challenge, to open your heart and trust in the magic within." Willow clutched the acorn tightly, its warmth spreading through her fingers. She thought of all she had learned, of the wind's whispers and the water's rhythm, of the forest's countless voices guiding her every step. With a deep breath, she released her grip, and the acorn burst forth in a brilliant shower of golden light. Before Willow's eyes, the clearing transformed into a wondrous glade, with towering trees adorned with glittering leaves and vibrant blossoms in every hue imaginable. The stag bowed his head. "Well done, young listener. You have proven yourself worthy of the forest's magic. This glade is a sanctuary, a place where nature's voices can be heard in perfect harmony." From that day on, Willow became the glade's keeper, sharing its wonders with all who had open hearts and listening ears. And whenever she felt the world's noise growing too loud, she would return to this magical place, surrounded by the comforting whispers of her truest friends, the wind, the water, and the ancient trees. Story 57. In the heart of a tranquil, whispering forest lay a quaint village known as Willow Glade. The village was cradled by ancient, towering trees whose leaves danced in the soft breezes, casting playful patterns of light and shadow upon the cobblestone paths. The air was perpetually infused with the soothing scents of pine and lavender, creating an atmosphere of serene enchantment. In this village lived a young woman named Arya, whose heart was as gentle as the morning mist that often blanketed the village. Arya had always been content with her life in Willow Glade, finding comfort in the familiar rhythms of her days. She tended to a small herb garden behind her cottage, where she cultivated a variety of plants known for their healing properties. Her life was simple, yet fulfilling, and she cherished the predictable serenity it afforded her. However, a quiet restlessness had begun to stir within Arya, much like a gentle ripple on the surface of a calm pond. She felt an inexplicable pull towards something beyond her understanding, a whisper of change that she couldn't quite ignore. It was as though the forest itself was calling to her, inviting her to embark on a journey of transformation. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves began their graceful descent to the earth, Arya set out on a walk deeper into the woods than she had ever ventured before. The forest was alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and chirping crickets, the sunlight filtering through the branches in a warm, dappled glow. As Arya wandered, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like the arms of a wise old guardian. Drawn by an invisible thread, Arya approached the tree. As she touched its rough bark, she felt a gentle warmth spread through her fingertips, as if the tree was sharing its ageless wisdom with her. Suddenly, she noticed a small, shimmering portal nestled among the roots. It pulsed with a soft, inviting light, like a beacon of possibilities. As curiosity mingled with apprehension, Arya stepped through the portal. She found herself in a realm both familiar and fantastical, where the air hummed with magic and the colors were more vivid than she had ever known. Here, the trees whispered secrets, and the flowers sang in harmonious melodies. In this enchanted land, Arya encountered a host of gentle, kind-hearted creatures, each with their own unique wisdom to share. There was Loomis, a wise old owl with feathers that sparkled like stars, who taught her the importance of listening to one's inner voice. Beside him was Sylvan, a playful fox with eyes that twinkled with mischief and kindness, who showed her the joy of embracing change with a light heart. Arya also met Zephyr, a gentle breeze personified, who guided her through the lessons of adaptability and patience. Zephyr's touch was cool and refreshing, like a gentle caress that soothed her spirit and encouraged her to let go of her fears. Through her interactions with these magical beings, Arya learned to see change not as something to fear, but as an opportunity for growth and discovery. She realized that just as the forest transformed with the seasons, so too must she embrace the shifts in her own life. As she journeyed through this magical realm, Arya felt a transformation taking place within her. Her heart, once weighed down by doubt and hesitation, began to blossom with newfound courage and understanding. She saw herself reflected in the vibrant, ever-changing landscape around her, and she knew that she was capable of becoming whatever she wished to be. When Arya finally returned to Willowglade, she carried with her the wisdom and strength she had gained. The village felt different now, not because it had changed, but because she had. She approached her garden with renewed enthusiasm, her hands weaving through the soil with a sense of purpose and joy. Arya's neighbors noticed the change in her, drawn to the warmth and light that seemed to emanate from her very being. They gathered around her, eager to hear tales of her journey and the lessons she had learned. In sharing her story, Arya inspired others to embrace their own transformations, to seek out the magic within themselves and the world around them. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient forest, Willowglade flourished with a newfound vibrancy. The village became a place where dreams were nurtured and transformations were celebrated, where the gentle hum of magic intertwined with the rhythms of everyday life. As the seasons continued their eternal dance, Arya lived each day with an open heart, grateful for the beauty of personal discovery and the magic of transformation. She had learned that change, when embraced with courage and kindness, could lead to the most wondrous of journeys, revealing the boundless possibilities that lay within. And so, as the stars twinkled in the night sky and the forest whispered its ancient lullabies, Willowglade slumbered in peace, cradled by the enduring magic of the world and the gentle wisdom of its people. Story 58. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy of towering trees whispered secrets to the wind, there lay a hidden glen untouched by time. Gentle shafts of sunlight pierced through the emerald leaves, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, where ferns unfurled like the pages of a forgotten book. It was a place where the very air shimmered with the magic of harmony, and every creature knew its role in the delicate dance of life. In this enchanted realm, the creatures of the forest lived in peaceful balance. The deer moved gracefully through the underbrush, their hooves barely making a sound on the carpet of fallen leaves. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving a melodious tapestry that celebrated the dawn. Even the streams gurgled with the joy of existence, their waters so clear that every pebble beneath seemed like a jewel. Among these creatures, there was a wise old owl named Orin, whose feathers were the color of moonlight. He was revered by all for his vast knowledge of the forest and the seasons. From his perch high in an ancient oak, Orin watched over the glen with eyes that had seen the passage of countless years. He knew the stories of the forest as if they were etched in his very soul, passed down to him by his forebears. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of pink and gold, a warm breeze rustled through the leaves, carrying with it whispers of change. It was the kind of breeze that heralded the turning of seasons. The animals gathered in the glen, drawn by an unspoken call to hear what Orin would say. Perched atop his oak, Orin cleared his throat, his voice a soothing murmur that blended with the rustling leaves. "Friends," he began, "the time has come for the great balance. As the seasons change, we must remember the lessons of our ancestors, for nature's harmony depends on us all." The creatures listened intently, their eyes reflecting the last light of the setting sun. They understood the importance of Orin's words, for each season brought its own magic and challenges. With the coming of autumn, the forest would prepare for its long winter slumber, and every being had its part to play. Under the guidance of Orin, the animals began their preparations. The squirrels busied themselves gathering nuts and seeds, tucking them away in secret caches. The bears feasted on berries, their fur soon to grow thick and warm for the cold months ahead. Even the smallest insects knew their roles, aerating the soil and pollinating the late-blooming flowers. As the days grew shorter and the air turned crisp, a peculiar phenomenon began to unfold. At night, the auroras danced across the sky, their colors a cascade of greens and purples that set the heavens alight. It was a spectacle that took the breath away and reminded every creature of the magic that flowed through their world. It was said that the auroras were the spirits of the forest, weaving their magic to ensure the balance of nature. With each passing day, the forest transformed. Leaves turned to gold and crimson, carpeting the ground in a vibrant tapestry. The streams slowed to a gentle trickle, their icy breath heralding the arrival of winter. And yet, the glen remained a sanctuary of peace, a place where the warmth of friendship and the wisdom of generations kept the chill at bay. As the first snowflakes began to fall, soft as whispers, the creatures gathered once more beneath Orin's oak. They huddled close, sharing warmth and companionship, while Orin spoke of the wonders that awaited with the return of spring. His tales were filled with the promise of renewal and the assurance that the great balance would always endure, as long as they remembered to care for one another and their world. And so, nestled in the heart of the ancient forest, surrounded by the beauty and magic of nature, the creatures drifted into a peaceful slumber. The auroras danced above, their ethereal glow a gentle lullaby, as the forest cradled its inhabitants in a tender embrace. In this secret glen, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, the hidden lives of natural creatures thrived in harmony, guided by the wisdom of their ancestors and the promise of new beginnings. As the fire of the auroras flickered and faded into the night, the forest stood as a testament to the enduring power of balance and friendship, a timeless tale written in the language of the earth. Story 59. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a soft-spoken girl named Lila. The village, with its cobblestone streets and charming thatched-roof cottages, was a place where time seemed to linger, allowing the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers to hang in the air a little longer. Lila, with her chestnut hair and curious hazel eyes, had a knack for finding beauty in the ordinary, and her gentle nature endeared her to all who knew her. One quiet afternoon, as the golden sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Lila decided to explore her grandmother's attic. The attic was a treasure trove of forgotten memories and whispered secrets, filled with dusty trunks and old wooden chests. As she climbed the creaky stairs, the air grew cooler, and a faint scent of cedar and lavender embraced her. Among the relics of time, Lila discovered a peculiar-looking lamp. It was unlike anything she had ever seen, with intricate carvings of swirling vines and tiny creatures dancing along its base. The lamp, though tarnished with age, seemed to pulse with a soft, inviting glow. Intrigued, Lila gently dusted it off and carried it downstairs, where the warm light of the hearth flickered invitingly. As she placed the lamp on the table beside her, a gentle breeze rustled through the room, and the flames in the fireplace seemed to dance with renewed vigor. Suddenly the lamp began to shimmer, casting a kaleidoscope of colors across the walls. To Lila's astonishment, a tiny figure emerged from the lamp, a sprite no taller than her hand, with wings that sparkled like morning dew on a spider's web. "Greetings, young one," chimed the sprite, her voice as melodious as a songbird's. "I am Sylphina, keeper of the lamp. You have awakened me from my slumber, and for that I am grateful." Lila, though surprised, felt no fear. The sprite's presence was warm and reassuring, like a gentle breeze on a summer's day. "Hello, Sylphina," she replied softly. "I didn't mean to disturb you. I was just curious." Sylphina fluttered her wings, sending a shower of shimmering light around the room. "Curiosity is a gift, dear Lila. It leads us to places we never knew existed. And now you have unlocked the secrets of the lamp." With Sylphina's guidance, Lila learned that the lamp held the power to reveal the hidden wonders of the world. It could unveil the beauty in the mundane and illuminate the magic in the everyday. But such power came with a responsibility, to use it wisely and to cherish the small, wondrous moments that life offered. Eager to explore this newfound magic, Lila embarked on a journey through her village with Sylphina by her side. Together, they discovered the secret lives of the creatures in the forest and the hidden beauty of the night sky. In the woods, they met a wise old owl named Orin, whose feathers were as soft as the moonlit mist. Orin spoke in riddles and shared his wisdom with those who listened with an open heart. "Not all that is hidden is meant to be found," Orin hooted softly, his eyes twinkling like stars. "Sometimes the true magic lies in the journey itself." As Lila continued her journey, she encountered a lively band of rabbits who danced beneath the moonlight, and a family of foxes who wove tales with their playful antics. Each creature she met had a story to tell, and through their tales, Lila learned the value of patience and the importance of seeing the world through different eyes. One evening, as the village prepared for the Harvest Moon Festival, a gentle rain began to fall, casting a silvery veil over the festivities. The villagers, disheartened by the weather, retreated indoors, leaving the village square empty and forlorn. Lila, with Sylphina perched upon her shoulder, decided to use the lamp's magic to lift their spirits. She placed the lamp at the heart of the village square and invited the villagers to gather around. As the lamp's light danced across the raindrops, it created a mesmerizing tapestry of colors that filled the night sky. The villagers watched in awe as the rain transformed into a symphony of light and sound, each drop reflecting a different hue. In that moment, Leela realized that the true magic of the lamp was not in its ability to conjure the extraordinary, but in its power to reveal the hidden beauty that existed all around them. The villagers, their hearts warmed by the spectacle, joined hands and began to sing, their voices rising in harmony with the rain. As the festival continued beneath the shimmering sky, Lila felt a deep sense of contentment. She had discovered that the greatest wonders were often hidden in the simplest of moments, and that true magic lay in the bonds of friendship and the wisdom of those who walked beside her. When the festival drew to a close, and the last echoes of laughter faded into the night, Lila returned home with the lamp in hand. She placed it gently back in the attic, knowing that its magic would always be there when she needed it. Sylphina, her mission fulfilled, returned to her slumber within the lamp, her presence a comforting reminder of the journey they had shared. And so, with the gentle glow of the hearth casting a warm embrace around her, Lila drifted into a peaceful slumber, her heart light with the knowledge that the world was a place of endless wonder, waiting to be discovered. And in the quiet stillness of the village, beneath the watchful gaze of the moon, the magic of the lamp lived on, a beacon of hope and joy for all who dared to dream. Story 60. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled at the foot of majestic, mist-covered mountains, there lived a gentle soul named Leora. The village was a tapestry of stone cottages with thatched roofs, surrounded by vibrant fields where wildflowers danced in the breeze. Cobblestone paths wound through the village, leading to a sprawling forest, its ancient trees whispering secrets of long ago. Leora, with her flaxen hair and curious eyes, had always felt a pull towards the forest, as if it held the key to a part of her she had yet to discover. Her grandmother, wise and warm, often spoke of their family's storied past, hinting at an ancient legacy hidden within the depths of the woods. On quiet nights, when the moon bathed the village in silver light, Leora would sit by the fireplace, listening intently to tales of valor and wisdom passed down through generations. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves painted the world in hues of amber and gold, Leora decided it was time to uncover the secrets of her heritage. Armed with nothing but a heart full of wonder and a small, intricately carved wooden box given to her by her grandmother, she set off towards the forest. The path was lined with maple and oak, their branches intertwining to form a canopy that filtered the sunlight into a gentle, dappled glow. The air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the distant song of a brook threading its way through the forest. As Leora walked, she felt a growing sense of belonging, as though the forest itself was welcoming her home. After an hour of wandering, she stumbled upon a clearing where the ground was carpeted with soft moss, and in the center stood a grand old tree, its trunk wide and gnarled with age. This was the heart of the forest, a place steeped in ancient magic. The tree's roots sprawled across the ground like the fingers of a guardian cradling the earth. Leora sat at the base of the tree, her pulse quickening with anticipation. She opened the wooden box her grandmother had given her. Inside lay a small, delicate pendant in the shape of a crescent moon, crafted from a metal that shimmered with an inner light. As she touched it, warmth spread through her fingers, and she felt a connection to those who had come before her, their whispers reaching her on the gentle breeze. Closing her eyes, Leora held the pendant tightly and listened. The forest sang a song of ages past, of ancestors who had once walked the same earth, who had learned from the moon and stars, and who had cherished the land with all their hearts. The pendant was more than a piece of jewelry. It was a key to understanding her roots, a symbol of the strength and wisdom that ran in her veins. In that moment, the lessons of the past began to unfurl like the petals of a blooming flower. She understood that true strength lay not in might, but in kindness and wisdom, in the ability to listen and learn from the world around her. The forest taught her that every tree, every leaf, and every creature was a part of the same intricate web of life, each one adding its own story to the grand tapestry of existence. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky in shades of pink and lavender, Leora rose to her feet, a newfound peace settling within her. She knew now that she was never truly alone, for the legacy of her ancestors lived on in her heart, guiding her every step. With the pendant resting warmly against her chest, Leora made her way back to the village, her spirit light and her heart full. The path seemed shorter now, as if the forest itself was gently escorting her home. As she emerged into the village, she was greeted by the familiar sight of smoke curling from chimneys and the sound of laughter drifting on the evening air. Her grandmother awaited her by the hearth, her eyes twinkling with knowing. Leora embraced her, feeling the strength of generations in that loving touch. She shared her adventure, describing the magic of the forest and the wisdom she had gained. Her grandmother listened, nodding in understanding, her heart swelling with pride. That night, as Leora lay in her cozy bed, the pendant glowing softly in the moonlight, she felt the embrace of her heritage, a comforting presence wrapping around her like a warm blanket. She drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with visions of the past and a future bright with promise. From that day forward, Leora carried the lessons of her ancestors with her, finding strength and guidance in their legacy. She understood that her roots were the foundation upon which her life was built, offering her a sense of belonging and a deeper connection to the world. And so, in the heart of the village, amidst the laughter and love of family and friends, Leora found her place, secure in the knowledge that she was a part of something greater, a timeless legacy of wisdom and kindness. And in that knowledge, she found peace. Story 61. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to hum gentle lullabies as the breeze wove through their branches, there lived a young girl named Leora. She was known for her silken hair that gleamed like spun gold in the sunlight, and eyes as deep and thoughtful as the forest itself. Yet, despite the beauty that surrounded her, Leora often felt a restless flutter, like a bird trapped within her ribcage, yearning for something she couldn't quite name. Each day, Leora would wander the woods, her feet crunching over the carpet of fallen leaves, her fingers brushing against the rough bark of ancient trees. The woods were her sanctuary, a place where the world seemed to fall away and leave only the whispers of nature to soothe her troubled heart. But lately, even the woods seemed to whisper of change, a shift in the very air that made her uneasy. One particularly crisp autumn morning, as the sun cast long golden rays through the forest canopy, Leora stumbled upon a curious sight. Hidden within a grove of silver birch trees, she found a circle of mushrooms, their caps glistening with morning dew like tiny jewels. In the center of this circle lay a stone, smooth and cool to the touch, with strange swirling patterns etched upon its surface. Leora felt a pull towards the stone, as if it were calling out to her. With a deep breath, she picked it up, feeling an unexpected warmth seep into her palms. As she held it, the air seemed to shimmer around her, and the woods grew still, as though the very forest were holding its breath. From behind a nearby tree, a figure emerged. It was a woman, her hair a wild cascade of silver curls, her eyes twinkling like starlit skies. She wore a cloak of deep emerald, and around her neck hung a chain from which dangled a small glowing charm. "Greetings, child of the forest," the woman said, her voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "I am Serene, guardian of these woods. You have found the Stone of Becoming, a gift bestowed upon those ready to embrace change." Leora looked at the stone in her hands, then back at Serene, a mixture of curiosity and apprehension swirling within her. "But I don't know if I'm ready," she confessed, her voice a whisper. Serene smiled kindly, her eyes softening with understanding. "Change is never easy, dear one, but it is as natural as the turning of seasons, as the cycle of day into night. With the stone, you will discover not only the magic within this forest, but also the magic within yourself." Encouraged by Celine's gentle assurance, Leora tucked the stone into her pocket. From that day forward, she began to notice subtle changes in her surroundings. The leaves on the trees seemed to dance with an ethereal light, and the songs of the birds carried melodies she had never heard before. As Leora continued to explore the woods, she met others who called it home. There was Finn, the mischievous fox with fur like flame, whose laughter was as infectious as the babbling brook. He showed her hidden paths and secret glades, his eyes twinkling with the joy of discovery. Then there was Naira, the wise owl who watched over the forest from her perch high in the tallest oak. Her voice was a soft, soothing cadence that spoke of ancient wisdom and the interconnectedness of all living things. Naira taught Leora to listen, truly listen, to the whispers of the earth and the stories carried on the wind. Through their friendship, Leora learned to see the beauty in change, to embrace the unknown with an open heart. She realized that just as the forest transformed with each passing season, so too could she grow and evolve, shedding her fears like leaves in the autumn breeze. One day, as she sat beneath Naira's oak, the stone in her pocket began to glow with a warm, golden light. Leora felt a tingling sensation spread through her fingertips, and as she watched, the swirling patterns on the stone began to shift and change, reflecting her own journey of transformation. With the stone's magic, Leora found the courage to follow her heart, to trust in the path before her. She understood that change was not something to fear, but a dance to be embraced, a symphony of new beginnings. And so, with each new dawn, Leora walked through the whispering woods with a newfound sense of peace and purpose. The forest, once a place of solace, had become a canvas for her own story of becoming, a testament to the beauty of personal discovery. In the end, Leora learned that the magic of the stone was not in its power to change the world around her, but in its ability to change her perspective, to awaken her to the wonders of life and the endless possibilities that lay within her. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, Leora sat by the crackling fire, her heart full and her spirit light. She knew that with each new day she would continue to grow, to transform, and to embrace the magic of change with open arms. And as the stars began to twinkle overhead, Leora smiled, grateful for the journey that had brought her here, to the heart of the whispering woods, where she had found not only herself, but the wonder of the world. Story 62. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed gentle lullabies, and the air was laced with the sweet scent of blooming moonflowers, lay the quaint village of Willowshade. It was a place where magic drifted as naturally as the morning mist. The villagers, a mix of humans and magical creatures, lived in harmony, guided by the wisdom of the ancient oak, Aegis, who stood at the village center, his branches stretching protectively over the cobblestone paths. On a particularly serene evening, a peculiar event stirred the tranquility of Willowshade. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, casting a golden hue over the village, a series of dim, flickering lights began to dance across the night sky. They twinkled not like stars, but with an erratic rhythm that piqued the curiosity of all who saw them. The villagers gathered beneath Aegis, murmuring in wonderment and a touch of unease. Among the crowd was Lyra, a young girl with eyes as bright as the summer sky and a mind as sharp as the chill of autumn's first frost. Lyra had always been fascinated by the mysteries of the world, her heart attuned to its subtle whispers. She stood beside her best friend, Rowan, a gentle fawn with a knack for crafting melodies from the wind. "What do you think it is, Lyra?" Rowan asked, his voice a soft melody itself. "I don't know," Lyra replied, her gaze fixed on the flickering lights, "but I intend to find out." As the villagers dispersed, Lyra and Rowan lingered beneath Aegis, whose leaves rustled softly in the evening breeze. "Perhaps the lights have a message for us," the old oak murmured, his voice like the creak of old wood. Lyra nodded thoughtfully. "We should follow them. Maybe they'll lead us to their source." The two friends set off, their path illuminated by the silvery glow of the moon. The gentle crunch of leaves underfoot and the distant hoot of an owl were the only sounds accompanying them as they ventured deeper into the woods. The lights, ever playful, seemed to beckon them onward, weaving a trail through the trees. As they journeyed, the forest revealed its secrets. They passed by a family of glowworms casting a warm, amber glow over a babbling brook and a chorus of crickets chirping in harmonious rhythm. The air was crisp and carried the earthy aroma of moss and dew-drenched bark. After some time, the lights led them to a clearing, where the ancient stones of an old circle stood solemnly against the night sky. Here the lights hovered, twinkling like a constellation come to earth. It was a place Lyra had heard of only in stories, the Circle of Whispers, where the boundaries between the mundane and magical worlds were thinnest. As they stepped into the circle, a soft voice floated on the breeze. "Welcome, seekers." Out of the shadows stepped a figure wrapped in a cloak of shimmering starlight. It was Morella, the village's wise enchantress, known for her deep knowledge and gentle spirit. "Morella," Lyra exclaimed, "do you know what these lights are?" The enchantress smiled, her eyes twinkling with the same light as the mysterious orbs. "These lights are the spirits of the forest, my dear. They appear only when the balance of magic is disrupted, seeking those who can help restore it." Rowan tilted his head. "But what has caused the imbalance?" Morella gestured to the stones of the circle. "An ancient spell lies here, protecting the harmony between our worlds. It seems the spell has weakened, and the spirits are calling for aid." Lyra knelt by the stones, observing the intricate runes etched into their surface. "Can we restore it?" "With understanding and unity, all things are possible," Morella replied. "The answer lies in the heart of the forest, where the oldest magic dwells." Determined, Lyra and Rowan, with Morella, set off once more, the spirits of the forest guiding their way. The path led them through groves of silver-barked trees and over streams that sang as they flowed. The forest seemed to hold its breath as they approached their destination, a grand, ancient tree, larger than any other, with roots that seemed to cradle the earth itself. "This is Yegora, the heart of the forest," Morella said reverently. "She holds the magic that binds our worlds." Lyra approached the tree, feeling the power thrumming beneath her fingertips. "How do we ask for her help?" Rowan, strumming a quiet tune on his ocarina, suggested. "Perhaps a song? Music has always been a bridge between realms." With a nod of agreement, Lyra joined Rowan, her voice rising in a gentle, hopeful melody. Morella added her own soft chant, weaving words of old magic into the harmony. The forest responded in kind, the leaves whispering and the air shimmering with unseen energy. As their song filled the clearing, the spirits of the forest danced around Yegora, their light merging with the ancient tree. Slowly, the runes on the stones of the Circle of Whispers began to glow anew, their power restored by the unity of song and spirit. With a final, harmonious note, the song ended. The clearing was bathed in a serene glow, the balance restored. Yegora's leaves rustled in a sound that was almost like a sigh of relief, and the spirits slowly ascended, their task complete. Morella smiled warmly at Lyra and Rowan. "You have done a great deed this night. The magic of Willowshade is strong again, thanks to your courage and friendship." Lyra, feeling a warmth spread through her heart, replied, "It was the spirits who showed us the way. We only listened." As they made their way back to the village, the first light of dawn began to paint the sky in hues of pink and gold. The villagers awoke to a new day, unaware of the gentle mystery that had unfolded in the heart of the forest. And though the flickering lights ceased their dance, Willowshade was left with a renewed sense of wonder, a reminder that even the smallest voices can carry the greatest magic. As Lyra and Rowan returned to their homes, the village settled back into its peaceful rhythm. And as the night embraced Willowshade once more, the gentle hum of the forest lulled all to sleep, cradled in the timeless embrace of magic and friendship. Story 63. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the air was rich with the scent of pine and the ground was soft with layers of fallen leaves, there existed a secret world hidden from most eyes. This was a place where whispering winds carried stories of old, and the sunlight trickled through the canopy like streams of liquid gold, creating patterns that danced upon the forest floor. Here, in this realm of serenity, lived creatures of both ordinary and extraordinary nature. Among them was a wise elder owl named Thistle, whose feathers shimmered silver in the moonlight. Thistle had seen countless seasons pass and had learned the language of the forest, a symphony of rustling leaves and babbling brooks that spoke of harmony and balance. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest donned its cloak of vibrant reds and oranges, a gentle mist rolled in, carrying with it the scent of earth and rain. It was on this morning that a gathering was called beneath the great elder tree, whose branches stretched wide, providing shelter and wisdom to all who sought it. Among the gathering were creatures of every kind, the playful squirrels with their bushy tails, the shy deer who moved with the grace of a breeze, and the industrious beavers whose dam building kept the forest streams flowing. They convened to discuss a matter of great importance, the magical phenomenon that occurred once every 100 years, known as the Whispering Aurora. The Whispering Aurora was a dazzling display of lights that danced across the sky, weaving colors into the night and infusing the forest with a magic that could renew and restore the balance of nature. It was a time when the veil between the worlds was thinnest, and creatures from all walks of life came together to witness its beauty. However, the forest was facing a challenge. A creeping shadow had begun to mar the harmony of their world. The rains had become sparse, and the streams, once lively with water, whispered of thirst. The creatures were concerned that if the balance was not restored, the Whispering Aurora might not appear, and the magic might fade. Thistle, with eyes as deep as the night sky, spoke in a voice that was both gentle and strong. "We must remember the wisdom passed down through generations," he began, his words wrapping around the gathering like a warm blanket. "Our ancestors have shown us that unity and respect for each other and our environment are the keys to harmony." A young fox named Fern, whose curiosity was as boundless as her spirit, stepped forward. "But how do we restore the balance, Elder Thistle?" she asked, her eyes wide with both concern and determination. Thistle nodded, his gaze thoughtful. "We must listen to the forest and act with kindness and consideration. Let us each play our part in nurturing the land and each other. The beavers will ensure the streams flow freely, the birds will carry seeds to new places, and the rest of us will tend to the fallen leaves, turning them into rich soil." As the creatures murmured in agreement, a soft breeze rustled through the leaves, carrying with it the sweet scent of possibility. Together, they set about their tasks, each contributing in their unique way to the health of their shared home. The beavers worked tirelessly to clear the debris from the streams, their strong teeth gnawing through fallen branches, allowing the water to flow with renewed vigor. The birds, with feathers like jewels, flitted from tree to tree, sowing seeds that would sprout into new life come spring. The foxes and other ground dwellers tended to the earth, turning the fallen leaves into a nourishing blanket for the soil. Days turned into weeks, and slowly the forest began to hum with vitality once more. The streams gurgled happily, the trees stood tall and proud, and the air was filled with the harmonious chorus of life. Then, one clear evening as the first stars began to twinkle in the sky, a hush fell over the forest. Creatures gathered once more under the great elder tree, their eyes turned skyward with hopeful anticipation. The sky, dark as velvet, suddenly shimmered with the first hues of the Whispering Aurora. Colors of every shade unfurled across the night sky, cascading waves of light that danced and twirled like spirits in joyous celebration. The forest was bathed in an ethereal glow, and the magic seeped into every rock, tree, and creature, knitting them together in a tapestry of unity and peace. As the aurora whispered its secrets to those who would listen, Thistle closed his eyes, feeling the ancient wisdom of the forest settle around him like a gentle embrace. The balance had been restored, and with it, a renewed promise of harmony. Fern, standing beside Thistle, watched the colors with her heart full of wonder. "We did it," she whispered, her voice barely louder than a breath. "Indeed," Thistle replied, his voice soft as a lullaby. "Together we have ensured that the beauty of the Whispering Aurora will continue to grace our skies, reminding us of the power of unity and the importance of caring for our world." And so, under the shimmering lights of the aurora, the creatures of the forest celebrated their triumph. They had learned that even the smallest actions, when combined, could create waves of change, nurturing the environment and each other. As the first light of dawn began to paint the sky with hues of pink and gold, the forest sighed with contentment. The creatures returned to their homes, their hearts warm with the knowledge that they were part of something grand and beautiful. In the heart of the ancient forest, where magic and reality intertwined, peace reigned once more. The Whispering Aurora had spoken, and its message was clear. harmony was possible, and the bonds of friendship and respect were the greatest magic of all. And thus, with the forest cradled in the gentle arms of a new day, the creatures slumbered, comforted by the knowledge that they were guardians of a world where balance and beauty would always find a way to flourish. Story 64. Once upon a dreamlike eve, when the forest breathed deeply with the first crisp winds of autumn, a young doe named Lumi ventured out from her thicket. Her soft amber eyes blinked in wonder at the golden leaves drifting down like tiny embers from the canopy above. As Lumi meandered through the twilight glade, she discovered a most peculiar sight, a trail of glowing mushroom caps peeking through the mossy undergrowth. Their gentle radiance pulsed like tiny lanterns, guiding her hooves deeper into the ancient woods. The shadowy boughs soon gave way to a sunlit clearing, where the forest seemed to exhale a vibrant tapestry of scarlet and amber hues. At the center stood a majestic willow, its drooping tendrils shimmering with dew like strings of crystal beads. Nestled within its gnarled roots sat a wizened old badger, Cedric, whose eyes sparkled with the wisdom of countless seasons. "Greetings, young Lumi." Cedric's gruff voice echoed through the hollow. "I've been expecting you." Lumi dipped her head respectfully, entranced by the badger's calm presence amidst the magic that seemed to permeate the air. "I followed the trail of glowing mushrooms," she explained. "There's something enchanting about this clearing." Cedric chuckled, a deep rumble that shook the dried leaves at his feet. "Ah, yes, the everbloom mushrooms, gifts from the forest itself, marking the arrival of the autumnal equinox. Once a year, when day and night are in perfect balance, this glade comes alive with the changing colors and the whispers of those who came before us." As if on cue, a gentle breeze stirred the willow's branches, and Lumi gasped as thousands of glittering spores danced through the amber shafts of sunlight. They swirled and coalesced into ethereal shapes, a soaring falcon, a leaping salmon, a meandering stream, each one a fleeting glimpse into the stories of the forest's ancient denizens. "This is where we gather to honor the great cycle of life," Cedric continued solemnly. "The turning of the seasons, the ebb and flow of nature's rhythms, all connected in a delicate balance. We are but humble guests in this wondrous realm, and it is our sacred duty to listen and learn from those who walk this path before us." Lumi nodded thoughtfully, captivated by the shimmering visions unfolding before her. A magnificent stag appeared, its antlers adorned with vines and wildflowers, reminding her of the abundance that springs forth after the thawing snows of winter. As the sun began to dip below the treetops, the spores gradually faded, leaving only the gentle pulsing of the everbloom mushrooms to illuminate the glade. Lumi turned to Cedric, her eyes shining with newfound reverence. "Thank you for sharing this sacred place with me," she whispered. "I will carry these lessons in my heart and pass them on to the next generation, so that we may forever walk in harmony with the forest's eternal dance." Cedric smiled warmly, his whiskers twitching with quiet contentment. As Lumi retraced her steps back through the darkening woods, she knew that the magic of the autumnal equinox would forever burn brightly within her, a constant reminder of nature's delicate balance and the unbreakable ties that bind all living beings together. Story 65, The Whispering Woods, a tale of friendship and transformation. In a quiet corner of the world, nestled between rolling hills and sun-dappled meadows, lay the village of Willowbrook. This quaint settlement was a place where time seemed to linger, where the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the brook provided a soothing soundtrack to the lives of its inhabitants. Here the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming flowers, and the sky was a canvas of ever-changing hues, painted anew each dawn and dusk. At the edge of Willowbrook, where the village paths gave way to the embrace of the ancient whispering woods, lived a young girl named Lila. Lila was a curious soul, with hair the color of ripe wheat and eyes bright as the morning sky. She had a heart that danced to the rhythm of adventure, and it was well known in the village that where Lila went, stories soon followed. Lila's home was a cozy cottage, its walls adorned with ivy and its windowsills brimming with pots of herbs and wildflowers. The cottage stood at the threshold of the Whispering Woods, a forest steeped in legend and mystery. It was said that the trees of these woods held secrets whispered by the winds, secrets that only those with the purest hearts could hear. One golden afternoon, as the sun cast long shadows through the trees, Lila set out on her favorite path into the woods. She carried a small satchel, inside which nestled a journal and a piece of charcoal, ready to capture the wonders she might encounter. Her steps were light, her spirit buoyed by the promise of discovery. As Lila wandered deeper into the woods, the air grew cooler, and the earth beneath her feet softened with layers of fallen leaves. The forest was alive with the sounds of nature, a symphony of chirping crickets, the gentle rustle of branches, and the occasional call of a distant owl. Lila paused by an ancient oak, its trunk wide enough to hide a dozen children. She placed her hand upon its bark, feeling the rough texture against her skin, and closed her eyes. It was then she heard it, a soft, melodic whisper like the notes of a lullaby carried on the breeze. Her eyes flew open, and she glanced around, searching for the source. The whisper seemed to beckon her, drawing her deeper into the heart of the woods. Intrigued and unafraid, Lila followed. The path led to a small clearing bathed in sunlight, where a peculiar sight awaited her. At the center stood a shimmering pool, its waters so clear and still they reflected the sky above like a mirror. At the edge of the pool sat a creature unlike any Lila had ever seen, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes the color of emeralds. The fox gazed at Lila with an intelligence that belied its animal form, and she felt an inexplicable pull towards this creature. As she stepped closer, the fox tilted its head as if in greeting. "Hello," Lila ventured softly, her voice barely above a whisper. To her astonishment, the fox nodded, its gaze unwavering. Without speaking, it seemed to communicate a sense of welcome and camaraderie. Lila found herself sitting at the pool's edge, her reflection mingling with the fox's in the water. "Are you the one who whispers?" she asked, half believing she might be dreaming. The fox blinked slowly, and in the span of that moment, Lila felt an understanding blossom within her. The creature was indeed the source of the whispers, a guardian of the forest's secrets, and Lila had been chosen to hear its tales. For hours, Lila and the fox remained by the pool, the world around them fading into a tranquil silence. The fox shared stories of the forest, of the time when it was young and the woods were filled with laughter and magic. It spoke of the hidden world beneath the canopy, where creatures of wonder danced in moonlit glades and streams sang songs of ancient days. As twilight descended, painting the sky with shades of lavender and gold, Lila felt a warmth spread through her chest, a profound connection to the forest and its guardian. She realized that the Whispering Woods held a magic beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk, a magic that thrived on harmony and respect for all living things. When the first stars appeared, the fox rose to its feet, signaling the end of their meeting. Lila stood as well, a sense of gratitude swelling within her. As she prepared to leave, the fox gestured towards a stone near the pool's edge. Upon it lay a pendant, a delicate silver leaf strung on a slender chain. Lila picked it up, marveling at its beauty. The leaf seemed to glow with an inner light, a tangible piece of the forest's enchantment. The fox nodded once more, a silent assurance that the pendant was meant for her. With the pendant clasped around her neck, Lila made her way back through the woods, the fox watching her retreat until she disappeared from view. As she walked, she felt a change within herself, a newfound peace and a deep sense of belonging to the world around her. Over the following days, Lila carried the pendant close to her heart, and with it, a piece of the fox's wisdom. She found herself more attuned to the subtleties of nature, the rustle of leaves, the songs of birds, and the gentle whispers of the wind. Her bond with the forest deepened, and she became a bridge between the village and the woods, sharing the stories and lessons she had learned. The villagers noticed the change in Lila, sensing a quiet strength and wisdom in her that belied her years. They often sought her counsel, and she became a source of comfort and inspiration to many. Through her tales, they too learned to appreciate the magic and beauty of the world around them. As seasons turned and years passed, Lila grew into a wise and beloved figure in Willowbrook. The fox of the Whispering Woods remained her steadfast friend, their bond unbroken by the passage of time. Together, they safeguarded the harmony of the forest, ensuring that its whispers would continue to be heard by those with open hearts. And so, the story of Lila and the fox became legend. A tale of friendship that defied expectations and a journey that transformed a curious girl into a guardian of ancient secrets. It was a story passed down through generations, a reminder of the magic that exists in the world for those willing to listen and learn. As the fireside embers glowed warmly in the hearth, the village children would gather close, eager to hear the tale once more. And as they drifted to sleep, lulled by the gentle cadence of the storyteller's voice, they dreamed of whispering woods and a fox with emerald eyes, knowing that magic was never far away. In the heart of the whispering woods, beneath the watchful eyes of the ancient trees, the fox sat by the shimmering pool. The night air was cool, and the stars above twinkled like 1,000 tiny lanterns. The fox listened to the wind as it rustled through the leaves, carrying with it the soft echoes of laughter and love, a testament to the enduring bond between a girl and the guardian of the forest. And so the world continued to turn, cradled in the gentle embrace of nature's magic, where every whisper held a story waiting to be told. Story 66. In the heart of a lush, whispering forest, where the trees bent low to share secrets with the wind, lay the quaint village of Willow Hollow. This was a place where the sunbeams danced merrily through emerald leaves, and the air always carried a hint of sweet honeysuckle. The villagers, a kind-hearted folk, lived in charming cottages with thatched roofs and chimneys that puffed out the scent of wood smoke and cinnamon. But lately, the villagers had noticed something peculiar. Each morning, as the first light painted the sky with soft hues of lavender and rose, the village square would shimmer with a light dusting of sparkling golden dust. Everyone wondered where it came from, for no one had seen such a thing before. It wasn't quite like snow, nor was it sand, and it left a faint melodic hum in the air, like a lullaby sung by the forest itself. Intrigued and slightly baffled, the villagers turned to the wisest creature in Willow Hollow, an ancient owl named Thistle. Thistle had feathers that gleamed like moonlight and eyes as deep as a midnight sky. Perched in his grand oak tree, Thistle was known for his vast knowledge of the forest and its many mysteries. One crisp evening, as the stars began their nightly dance, a group of villagers gathered around Thistle's oak. The owl listened patiently as they spoke of the golden dust, nodding sagely from his perch. After a moment of thoughtful silence, he hooted, "Ah, the golden dust of Willow Hollow. It seems the forest spirits are trying to tell us something." The villagers exchanged curious glances. Forest spirits were rarely seen, but their presence was always felt, especially by those who listened with their hearts. Thistle continued, "To uncover the mystery, you must seek the guidance of the forest's gentle guardians." And so a small party was formed, led by a young villager named Finn, known for his courage and open heart. Alongside him were Lila, a clever girl with eyes like the forest canopy, and Bram, a gentle giant of a man whose laughter could brighten the gloomiest of days. Together they ventured deeper into the forest, where the trees stood tall and proud, their leaves rustling like soft whispers. As they walked, the air grew thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the golden dust seemed to glimmer more brightly. It wasn't long before they encountered their first guide, a family of fireflies dancing in the twilight. Their soft, warm glow formed a path through the undergrowth, and the adventurers followed, their spirits lifted by the fireflies' gentle light. The fireflies led them to a clearing, where the ground was carpeted with moss as soft as velvet. In the center stood a circle of mushrooms, their caps painted with hues of crimson and cream. From within this circle emerged a tiny figure, no taller than a blade of grass. It was a fairy, her wings like gossamer petals, shimmering with every color of the rainbow. "Welcome, friends of the forest," the fairy chimed, her voice as musical as a babbling brook. "I am Lyra, keeper of the fairy rings. We have been leaving the golden dust as a sign." Finn knelt to speak with Lyra, his eyes wide with wonder. "A sign of what, dear Lyra?" Lyra fluttered her wings, a thoughtful look on her delicate face. "A sign that something is amiss. The balance of our beloved forest is shifting. We need your help to restore it." Lila, ever observant, asked, "How can we help, Lyra? We are but simple village folk." Lyra smiled, a gesture so radiant it seemed to light up the entire clearing. "It is the heart that matters, not the size of the task. In the heart of the forest lies an ancient well, guarded by the wise old turtle, Corwin. He holds the secret to restoring balance. But first, you must solve the riddle of the forest. With that, Lyra sprinkled a handful of golden dust into the air, forming a shimmering map that guided them deeper into the woods. The forest grew denser, the trees older and more majestic, until they found themselves at the edge of a tranquil pond. There, basking in the moonlight, was Corwin, his shell etched with patterns that seemed to tell the story of the world. Corwin opened his eyes slowly, as if waking from a dream. "Ah, visitors! It has been many moons since I last had company," he rumbled in a voice like distant thunder. Bram stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "Wise Corwin, we seek your counsel. The fairies spoke of a riddle that must be solved to restore balance to our forest." Corwin nodded, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "Indeed, the riddle is simple yet profound. I speak without a mouth and hear without ears. I have no body, but I come alive with the wind. What am I?" The three friends pondered the riddle, the answer just beyond their grasp. They sat by the pond's edge, listening to the gentle lapping of water against the shore. It was Lila who first noticed something, a pattern in the ripples, like the rhythm of a song carried by the breeze. "The answer is an echo," Lila whispered, her voice filled with wonder. "An echo speaks without a mouth and hears without ears. It lives in the wind, carried by the forest's breath." Corwin smiled, a slow, knowing smile. "You have the heart of a true listener," he said. "With this understanding, you may now take from the well that which will restore balance." The well stood nearby, a simple stone structure covered in moss and ivy. As they peered into its depths, they saw a soft, golden light emanating from the water. Finn carefully dipped a small wooden cup into the well, bringing it to the surface filled with shimmering liquid. "Pour this where the golden dust first appeared," Corwin instructed, "and the forest will sing once more." With grateful hearts, the friends made their way back to Willow Hollow. As the first light of dawn kissed the village with its gentle glow, they poured the magical water upon the square. Instantly, the golden dust rose into the air, transforming into a warm, radiant mist that enveloped the village in a comforting embrace. The villagers awoke to the sound of bird song and the sight of the forest shimmering with renewed life. The balance had been restored, and with it, a deeper connection to the magic of their home. Thistle watched from his oak, a satisfied smile on his wise old face. "Sometimes the greatest mysteries are solved not with the mind alone, but with the heart," he murmured softly to himself. And so, the village of Willow Hollow continued to thrive, its people and the forest forever intertwined in a dance of harmony and understanding. The golden dust never appeared again, but the memory of its magic lingered, a gentle reminder of the power found in friendship, wisdom, and the whispers of the forest. Story 67. Once upon a time, nestled between the rolling hills of the Whispering Woods and the shimmering streams of Stardust Springs, there was a quaint little village known as Twinkleton. This village was unlike any other, for it was home to an assortment of quirky, endearing characters, each with their own unique traits. In the heart of Twinkleton lived a jovial gnome named Nibblenook, who was famous for his twinkling blue eyes and a hat that seemed to change colors with his mood. Nibblenook had a knack for baking the most delightful moonberry pies, which he often shared with his neighbors. His best friend was a fluttery sprite named Whimsy, whose wings sparkled like the morning dew, and who loved to tell stories that danced through the air like playful breezes. One sunny morning, as Nibblenook was tending to his garden of giggle flowers, he noticed something peculiar. His beloved moonberry bush, which usually bloomed with the softest silvery berries, had started to glow with a strange golden light. Nibblenook scratched his head, his hat turning a curious shade of lilac. "Well, this is certainly odd," he muttered to himself, reaching out to touch the berries. As his fingers brushed against them, they emitted a gentle chiming sound, like distant bells. Just then, Whimsy flitted over, her wings leaving a trail of sparkles in her wake. "Oh, Nibblenook, your moonberry bush looks quite enchanting today," she exclaimed, eyes wide with wonder. Nibblenook chuckled. "It seems our little bush has developed a magical personality of its own." As word spread through Twinkleton about the glowing, chiming moonberries, the villagers gathered around, their faces lit with curiosity and delight. Among them was Sir Snufflebottom, the village's resident hedgehog and amateur inventor, who always had bits of string and gears sticking out of his prickly quills. Mused Sir Snufflebottom, adjusting his spectacles. This is certainly a magical puzzle that requires a bit of creative thinking. Together, the villagers decided to investigate the mysterious transformation. They formed a merry band, with Nibblenook and Whimsy leading the way, followed by Sir Snufflebottom, the always smiling Mrs. Puddlemuck the duck, and young Pipkin, a rabbit who could hop higher than any other. The path led them through the whispering woods, where the trees hummed gentle lullabies and the sunlight danced through the leaves in playful patterns. As they walked, Whimsy shared a story about a time she once tickled a cloud into raining candy drops, which had everyone giggling and munching on imaginary sweets. Finally, they arrived at the edge of Stardust Springs, where the water glimmered like a sea of tiny stars. There, they found a peculiar sight, a shimmering portal hovering just above the ground, surrounded by fluttering moon moths with wings of gossamer. Sir Snufflebottom, ever the curious mind, peered closely at the portal. "I believe," he said, "that this portal leads to the source of our moonberry mystery." With a shared nod of agreement, the villagers stepped through the portal, finding themselves in a realm of pure enchantment. The air was filled with the scent of sugared violets, and the sky was a swirl of pastel colors, as if painted by an artist with a fondness for rainbows. In this magical realm, they met a delightful creature named Mirth, a giggly sprite with hair made of flowers and eyes like sparkling emeralds. Mirth explained that she had been experimenting with a bit of magic to create a new kind of berry, one that would bring joy and laughter to all who tasted it. "However," she admitted with a sheepish grin, "I may have sprinkled a tad too much whimsy on your moonberries." Nibblenook laughed heartily, his hat flashing a cheerful gold. "Fear not, dear Mirth. Your magic has brought us together on this wonderful adventure." Together, they brainstormed ideas on how to balance the whimsy in the moonberries. Sir Snufflebottom, inspired by the surroundings, suggested adding a sprinkle of stardust from the springs. Puddlemuck, always practical, recommended infusing them with the gentle hum of the whispering woods to mellow the magic. With everyone pitching in, they crafted a delightful concoction that harmonized the moonberries' glow and chime, creating a treat that was both magical and delicious. As a thank you, Mirth gave each villager a tiny vial of her giggle dust, ensuring they could always lighten their hearts on a cloudy day. Returning to Twinkleton, the villagers celebrated their successful adventure with a grand feast of moonberry pies, laughter echoing through the village like a joyful melody. Nibblenook's pies now had an extra touch of magic, each bite filling the eater with a warm, happy glow. As the sun set and the stars twinkled above, the villagers of Twinkleton drifted to sleep with smiles on their faces and dreams filled with adventure and friendship. And so, in the cozy comfort of their homes, they learned that sometimes the best solutions come from a sprinkle of magic, a dash of creativity, and a whole lot of friendship. And thus the story of the glowing moonberries and the whimsical adventure became a cherished tale in Twinkleton. A reminder that even the quirkiest of problems can lead to the most wonderful of journeys. Story 68. In the vast and shimmering stretch of the Andromeda sector, where stardust danced in spirals and nebulas painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, there was a small planet known as Luminara. Luminara was renowned for its gentle, eternal twilight and its fields of luminescent flora that glowed softly in the dim light. It was on this planet that our story begins. From the verdant woods of Luminara emerged Kiran, a being of ethereal grace with skin the color of the twilight sky and eyes like liquid silver. Kiran belonged to the Illimari species, known for their wisdom and deep connection to the natural world. Every step Kiran took left a trail of shimmering footprints, a testament to the light they carried within. On this particular evening, Kiran was tending to the moon lilies, flowers that opened only at dusk, when the air was cool and the stars began their nightly waltz. As Kiran hummed a gentle tune, a peculiar sound disrupted the symphony of the twilight, the low, thrumming hum of an alien engine. Peering skyward, Kiran watched as a small spacecraft descended, its metal hull gleaming under the soft glow of the planet's twin moons. The ship landed with a gentle thud in the clearing nearby, and from its door emerged a figure that appeared quite unlike any Kiran had encountered before. The figure was a saurian from the planet Draconis, a world of scorching sands and towering rock formations. His scales were a deep emerald, and his eyes glinted with an intelligent curiosity. His name was Zarek, and he had come to Luminara in search of solace, seeking a respite from the storms that ravaged his homeworld. Kiran approached cautiously, their light casting a gentle glow around them. "Welcome to Luminara," Kiran said, their voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I am Kiran of the Illumari." Zarek, instinctively guarded, nodded with a slight bow. "I am Zarek of Draconis. I seek refuge from the tempests of my land." Though their initial exchange was cordial, each felt a swell of uncertainty. Zarek found Kiran's luminescence overwhelming, while Kiran was puzzled by Zarek's reserved demeanor. Yet, the gentle rustling of the moon lilies seemed to whisper promises of understanding and companionship. Despite their differences, Kiran offered Zarek a place to rest and share stories. As they sat by a gnarled tree whose branches swayed like ancient dancers, Kiran shared tales of Luminara, of the whispering woods and the song of the stars. Zarek, in turn, spoke of Draconis, of its fiery sunsets and the great sandstorms that sang through the desolate canyons. Days turned into weeks, and though they enjoyed each other's company, misunderstandings arose. Kiran often spoke in riddles and metaphors, a poetic language of the Illumari, while Zarek preferred directness and practicality. This difference led to moments of confusion and frustration. One evening, as they attempted to navigate the dense thicket in search of nightshade berries, Kiran's poetic directions left Zarek bewildered and lost. "Why not just say left or right?" Zarek grumbled, his patience waning. Kiran paused, their expressions softening with realization. "I forget sometimes that not all see the world as I do," they admitted, their voice a gentle apology. In that moment, Zarek understood that Kiran's words were not meant to confuse, but to invite him into their world of wonder. "And I forget that straightforwardness is not always the only path," Zarek replied, a hint of a smile curling on his lips. Their misunderstanding became a turning point. They began to teach each other, sharing insights into their cultures and ways of seeing the universe. Kiran showed Zarek how to listen to the whispers of the wind, while Zarek taught Kiran the art of reading the stars, a skill honed under the clear skies of Draconis. As they grew closer, the challenges they faced seemed less daunting. They ventured across Luminara, exploring its hidden groves and crystal caves, each adventure deepening their bond. When Zarek fell ill from a strange pollen, Kiran stayed by his side, crafting remedies from the healing herbs of the forest. In turn, when Kiran was overwhelmed by a sudden storm, Zarek shielded them with his strong wings, guiding them to safety. Through these trials, they learned the true essence of friendship: trust, empathy, and the willingness to understand one another despite differences. Their companionship became a beacon of light in the serene twilight of Luminara, a testament to the power of unity and kindness. One evening, as they sat by the tranquil shores of a glassy lake, Kiran spoke softly. "Our journey together has taught me more than I could ever have learned alone," they said, their voice a melody of gratitude. Zarek nodded, his gaze fixed on the horizon where stars began to twinkle. "You have brought light to the shadows of my heart," he replied, his words carrying the warmth of newfound friendship. As the twin moons of Luminara rose high into the night sky, casting their gentle glow over the landscape, Kiran and Zarek knew that they had found something rare and beautiful in each other, a friendship that transcended worlds, a bond forged in the gentle twilight of an unlikely meeting. And so, under the watchful eyes of the cosmos, they sat together, two souls from different worlds, united by the simple, profound truth of friendship. In the comforting embrace of Luminara's eternal twilight, they found peace, knowing they would face whatever came next together as cherished companions. Story 69. Once upon a time, nestled in a serene village cradled by rolling emerald hills, there lived a gentle-hearted young girl named Clara. The village was a place where time seemed to linger, where each sunrise painted the sky with hues of gold and pink, and the evenings were serenaded by the soft rustle of leaves and distant chiming of bells from the sheep grazing in the fields. Clara lived in a quaint cottage at the edge of the village with her grandmother, who was known for her wisdom and warmth. Their home, with its thatched roof and ivy-clad walls, was filled with the comforting aroma of freshly baked bread and herbal teas. Every nook and cranny whispered tales of the past, and the hearth's fire crackled with a life of its own, casting a cozy glow in the evenings. One crisp autumn day, while helping her grandmother tidy the attic, Clara stumbled upon an old, dust-covered box. It was an unassuming wooden chest, its surface etched with delicate vine patterns. Curiosity piqued, Clara gently lifted the lid, revealing a peculiar item wrapped in faded velvet. It was a small, intricately carved wooden spool, unlike any she had seen before. As she turned it over in her hands, she noticed a faint, golden thread trailing out, shimmering softly in the afternoon light. Her grandmother, noticing Clara's fascination, joined her side. "Ah, the spool of endless wonder," she said with a knowing smile. "It has been in our family for generations, holding secrets and stories of its own." Clara's eyes widened. "What does it do, grandmother?" "It is said," her grandmother began, "that those who embark on a journey with the spool may find it reveals hidden paths and possibilities, if only they are willing to see with their hearts." Intrigued and filled with a newfound sense of adventure, Clara decided to follow the thread. With her grandmother's blessing and a satchel filled with provisions, she set off the very next morning. The thread led her out of the village, winding through the golden fields and into the whispering woods, where sunlight danced through the canopy, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. As she ventured deeper into the woods, Clara met her first companion, a wise old owl named Alwyn. Perched on an ancient oak, Alwyn had eyes that gleamed with kindness and intelligence. "I see you have found the spool, young one," he hooted softly. "Remember, the journey is as important as the destination. Listen to the whispers of the forest, for they will guide you." Clara nodded, feeling a growing sense of connection to the world around her. She continued along the thread, which seemed to weave through the landscape like a gentle melody. The path brought her to a babbling brook, where she encountered a playful otter named Finnegan. Finnegan had a knack for finding joy in the simplest of things, turning even the smallest pebble into a treasure. "Sometimes," he chirped while balancing a smooth stone on his nose, "the answers we seek are hidden in the laughter of the moment." With Olwen's wisdom and Finnegan's joy, Clara felt her heart lighten. She pressed on, the thread now guiding her to a meadow bathed in the soft glow of twilight. There, she met a gentle deer named Sylvie. Sylvie spoke little, but her presence was calming, and her eyes held a depth of understanding. She taught Clara the value of silence and the strength found in quiet reflection. As night fell, Clara found herself at the base of a towering hill. The thread continued upward, disappearing into the star-strewn sky. Taking a deep breath, she began her ascent, accompanied by the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant song of nightingales. Upon reaching the summit, Clara was greeted by a breathtaking view of the land below, a patchwork quilt of fields and forests, villages and valleys, all slumbering under a blanket of stars. Here, the thread coiled into a radiant circle, shimmering like a constellation all its own. In that moment of stillness, Clara realized the true magic of the spool. It was not the destination that mattered, but the journey itself and the lessons learned along the way. She had discovered friendship in the companions who had guided her, wisdom in the whispers of nature, and strength in her own heart. With a heart full of gratitude, Clara carefully gathered the thread back onto the spool. As she did, she felt a warm, gentle glow envelop her, as if the world was embracing her newfound understanding. When she returned to the village, the sun was just beginning to rise, painting the sky with the promise of a new day. Her grandmother welcomed her with open arms, her eyes twinkling with pride. "The spool has shown you its wonders, I see," she said softly. Clara nodded, her heart full of stories and lessons she would cherish forever. She knew that, much like the spool, life was a tapestry of endless wonders, woven with threads of kindness, wisdom, and friendship. And so, in the comfort of her grandmother's embrace and the warmth of their cozy cottage, Clara found her place in the world, a place where ordinary days could be extraordinary, filled with the magic of discovery and the gentle strength of a heart open to the wonders around it. As night fell once more and the village settled into the peaceful rhythm of sleep, The spool rested quietly on Clara's bedside table, its secrets now a part of her own story, whispering promises of adventures yet to come. Story 70. In a quaint village nestled within the embrace of a sprawling forest, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of pine and wildflowers, there lived a gentle soul named Miri. Miri had a heart as tender as the blooms that dotted the village meadows, yet she found herself struggling with the winds of change that seemed to swirl around her life like the autumn leaves. Miri had always found solace in the predictable rhythm of her days, tending to her garden, where rows of vibrant marigolds and daisies danced in the sunlight, and weaving tapestries that told stories of the forest's whispering secrets. Her world was one of color and texture, a tapestry of its own, woven with the threads of familiarity and routine. But as the seasons turned, whispering promises of new beginnings, Miri felt an unsettling stir deep within her. It was a longing she couldn't quite name, a yearning for something beyond the cobblestone paths and the comforting cadence of her village life. She was both thrilled and terrified by the prospect of change, for it was as unfamiliar as the farthest star in the night sky. One crisp morning, as the first frost kissed the earth and the world glimmered with a silvery sheen, Miri set out on her usual walk through the forest. The path wound its way through towering oaks and slender birches, their bare branches reaching skyward like silent sentinels. The air was crisp, carrying with it the faintest hint of wood smoke from distant chimneys. As she walked, her mind a tempest of thoughts, Miri stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. It was a circle of ancient stones, draped with lichen and moss, their surfaces etched with mysterious runes that spoke of forgotten times. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its trunk twisted and gnarled, yet imbued with a vitality that seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of the earth itself. Intrigued, Miri approached the tree, her fingers tracing the rough bark. As she did, a warm, tingling sensation spread through her, as if the tree's ancient wisdom was flowing into her very being. She closed her eyes, and in the silence of that sacred grove, a gentle voice whispered through her mind. "Change is the wind that carries the seeds of our dreams," the voice murmured, as soft as a lullaby. "Fear not the journey, for it is through transformation that we discover the true essence of our souls." Miri opened her eyes, her heart lighter, her mind clearer. She realized that the tree was not just a tree, but a guardian of the forest's magic, a symbol of the cycles of life and rebirth. It was as if the tree had awakened a dormant part of her, a part that was ready to embrace the unknown and the beauty of transformation. Determined to nurture this newfound courage, Miri decided to share her discovery with her dearest friends, Aiden and Leora. Aiden was a gentle giant of a man, with a laughter that could light up the darkest of nights, while Leora was as graceful as the moonlight, her spirit as free as the wind. Together, they formed a trio bound by friendship and love, a support network as strong as the roots of the forest itself. When Miri recounted her experience, her friends listened with rapt attention, their eyes shimmering with understanding. Aiden nodded thoughtfully, his voice rich and warm. "Change is often like the river, Miri. It can be daunting, but it carries us to places we never imagined we could reach." Leora smiled, her eyes twinkling like stars. "And remember, you are never alone on this journey. We are here every step of the way." Buoyed by their unwavering support, Miri felt a sense of peace settle over her like a soft, comforting blanket. She understood that change was not something to be feared, but embraced, for it held the promise of growth and self-discovery. With each passing day, Miri began to explore the world beyond her village. She ventured into the depths of the forest, where streams gurgled over pebbles and birds sang melodies that wove through the trees like golden threads. She found joy in the unexpected, in the shifting patterns of light and shadow, in the symphony of nature that played around her. As Miri embraced the changes within herself, she noticed a magical transformation in her surroundings as well. The garden she tended seemed more vibrant, the flowers blooming with an intensity of color she had never seen before. Her tapestries, once bound by the constraints of her own limitations, now danced with life and imagination, capturing the essence of her newfound freedom. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Miri found herself back at the clearing with the ancient tree. She stood before it, her heart full of gratitude for the journey she had embarked upon. The voice returned, a gentle caress in the evening breeze. You have discovered the magic within, Miri. It is the courage to change, the strength to grow, and the wisdom to embrace the unknown. With a heart full of peace, Miri whispered her thanks to the tree, to the forest, and to the friends who had walked beside her. She understood now that change was a gift, a catalyst for personal growth and magical transformation. It was through her journey that Miri had discovered the beauty of her own soul, a beauty that shone brighter than the stars above. And so, as the village settled into the quiet hush of night, Miri returned home, her spirit aglow with the warmth of newfound wisdom. She knew that whatever lay ahead, she would face it with courage and grace, for she had learned that the most magical transformations begin within the heart. Story 71. Once upon a time, in the quiet, windswept village of Bramblebrook, nestled between rolling green hills and the glistening stream known as the Whispering Waters, there lived a young girl named Lily. Her days were filled with the simple joys of life, picking wildflowers in the meadows, listening to the tales of the village elders, and wandering along the banks of the stream, where she loved to skip stones across the water. One afternoon, as the sun cast long golden shadows across the land, Lily ventured further along the stream than she ever had before. She was drawn by a peculiar glinting among the pebbles by the water's edge. As she approached, she discovered a small, curious object, a perfectly round, smooth stone, unlike any she had seen. It shimmered with a gentle, iridescent glow, as if capturing the essence of the sunlight itself. With a sense of wonder, Lily picked up the stone and felt a warmth spread through her fingers. It was as though the stone was alive, humming with a gentle energy. Intrigued, she decided to take it home, slipping it carefully into her pocket. That night, as she lay in bed, the stone resting on her bedside table, Lily found herself unable to sleep. Her mind buzzed with thoughts of the stone, and she felt a strange pull to understand its secrets. Just as her eyes were about to close in slumber, the stone began to glow softly, casting a warm, comforting light around the room. To her amazement, a tiny voice whispered from the stone, "Fear not, young Lily, for I am the Stone of Whispers, keeper of forgotten knowledge and hidden wonders." Startled yet unafraid, Lily whispered back, "What do you mean? What wonders do you hold?" The stone's glow flickered gently like a candle in the breeze. "Within me lies the power to reveal truths and guide you on a journey of discovery, but such knowledge is shared only with those who seek with a pure heart and a curious spirit." With newfound determination, Lily knew she could not embark on this journey alone. The very next day, she sought out her two closest friends, Oliver, a kind-hearted boy with a knack for solving puzzles, and Maeve, a spirited girl whose laughter could lift even the heaviest of hearts. They gathered around Lily's kitchen table, the Stone of Whispers set between them, its glow now a familiar presence. The stone whispered again, "To unlock the secrets I hold, you must first prove your wisdom. Venture into the enchanted woods, where the trees speak in riddles, and find the heart of the forest." Oliver, with curiosity sparkling in his eyes, said, "I've heard the elders speak of the enchanted woods. They say it's a place where time moves differently, and those who enter must listen carefully to the whispers of the leaves." Maeve nodded, her enthusiasm unmistakable. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's find this heart of the forest and uncover the secrets of the stone." And so, with the stone safely tucked away, the trio set off towards the enchanted woods, the sun rising high in the sky, casting a gentle warmth that promised adventure. The path to the woods was lined with wildflowers and the sweet scent of pine, guiding them like a gentle embrace. As they entered the woods, the world around them seemed to shift. The trees stood tall and majestic, their leaves rustling with a language all their own. The air was thick with the scent of moss and earth, and shafts of sunlight danced through the canopy, illuminating the path ahead. It wasn't long before they encountered their first challenge, a towering oak with branches twisted into the shape of a face, its bark etched with lines of wisdom. The tree regarded them with a knowing gaze, its deep voice resonating like the rumble of distant thunder. "To find the heart of the forest," the oak intoned, "you must answer my riddle. Tell me, what is it that travels the world while staying in a corner?" The friends exchanged thoughtful glances. Oliver, ever the puzzle solver, furrowed his brow in concentration. Maeve tapped her chin, her mind racing through possibilities. Then, with a spark of inspiration, Lily exclaimed, "A stamp! A stamp travels the world on letters, while staying in a corner." The oak's branches swayed in approval, and a path opened before them, lined with glowing mushrooms and the soft hum of unseen creatures. "Well done, young ones. Follow the light, and you shall find what you seek." Encouraged by their success, they journeyed deeper into the woods, the stone's gentle glow guiding them like a beacon. As they walked, they encountered more of the forest's inhabitants, a family of curious foxes with fur as red as flame, a wise old owl whose eyes gleamed with the light of 1,000 stars, and a babbling brook that sang the sweetest melodies. Each encounter brought new riddles and challenges, each solved through the combined wisdom and friendship of Lily, Oliver, and Maeve. The forest, once mysterious and daunting, became a place of wonder, where every leaf and shadow held a story waiting to be discovered. Finally, they arrived at the heart of the forest, a clearing bathed in ethereal light, where a great ancient tree stood, its roots intertwined with the very essence of the land. The air was filled with a sense of peace and timelessness, as if the forest itself held its breath in anticipation. The stone began to glow more brightly, and from within it a soft, melodic voice rose. "You have journeyed far and proven your worth. Now listen closely, for the secrets of the Stone of Whispers are yours to hear." In that sacred moment, the stone revealed its wonders, a tapestry of stories and wisdom from ages past, lessons of kindness, courage, and the beauty of the world shared through the whispers of the forest. Lily, Oliver, and Maeve listened in awe, their hearts swelling with gratitude and joy. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, the friends made their way back to Bramblebrook, their spirits aglow with the warmth of discovery. They carried with them not just the knowledge of the stone, but the magic of their journey, the strength of friendship, and the power of listening to the world around them. And so, under the twinkling stars and the watchful gaze of the moon, Lily, Oliver, and Maeve returned to their village, forever changed by the wonders they had uncovered. The Stone of Whispers, now a treasured companion, rested quietly in Lily's pocket, its secrets shared and its light a comforting presence. The villagers of Bramblebrook never knew the full tale of their adventure, but they saw the sparkle in the eyes of the three friends and knew that something extraordinary had taken place. And as Lily lay in bed that night, the stone once again by her side, she drifted into a peaceful sleep, dreaming of the endless possibilities that lay ahead, wrapped in the gentle magic of the world she had come to cherish. In the quiet of the night, the Stone of Whispers glowed softly, a guardian of dreams, and a reminder that the world is filled with wonder, waiting just beyond the edge of the known, ready to be discovered by those who dare to listen and seek with open hearts. Story 72. In a forest older than memory itself, where the whispering winds carried tales of times long past, there lay a hidden world teeming with life. This was no ordinary forest. It was a sanctuary where the elements of nature came together in perfect harmony, where every leaf, stone, and creature played a part in the symphony of life. In the heart of this magical woodland, the trees stood tall and proud, their trunks wrapped in thick, velvety moss. As the sun filtered through the canopy, it painted the forest floor with dapples of golden light, casting shadows that danced like playful sprites. The air was rich with the scent of pine and damp earth, a fragrance that spoke of growth and renewal. Beneath the leafy boughs, a gentle stream wove its way through the underbrush, its waters murmuring secrets to those who would listen. This stream was the lifeblood of the forest, nurturing all who resided there, from the smallest insects to the grandest of beasts. Its cool, clear waters were home to a myriad of creatures, each with its own tale to tell. Among the inhabitants of this enchanted realm was a wise old tortoise named Marius. With a shell as ancient as the stones themselves, and eyes that twinkled with the light of 1,000 stars, Marius had seen the cycles of the forest turn many times over. His leathery skin bore the marks of countless journeys, and his slow, deliberate movements were a testament to the patience and wisdom he carried within. Marius had a special bond with the forest, understanding its rhythms and secrets as few others could. He knew that the forest thrived because of the delicate balance between its inhabitants and the elements. His role was that of a guardian and a storyteller, passing on the ancient wisdom of the forest to those who would heed his words. One crisp autumn day, when the leaves had turned to fiery shades of red and gold, Marius embarked on a journey to share an important lesson. He was joined by a lively squirrel named Lyra, whose bushy tail and bright eyes reflected her boundless curiosity. Lyra had grown up listening to Marius's tales, and had taken it upon herself to learn more about the magic of the forest. "Marius," chirped Lyra, her voice as light as the breeze, "tell me again about the balance of the forest. How do all these creatures and plants live together in harmony?" Marius chuckled softly, the sound like the rustle of dry leaves. "Ah, dear Lyra," he began, "the forest is a tapestry woven from countless threads. Each creature, each plant, and even the seasons themselves play a role. To live in harmony, we must understand and respect the balance that binds us all." As they made their way through the forest, Marius and Lyra encountered a group of deer grazing peacefully in a meadow. The deer, with their gentle eyes and graceful movements, were a perfect example of the forest's balance. They nibbled on the lush grass, keeping it trimmed and healthy, while their presence ensured that the undergrowth did not overrun the land. Marius paused, allowing Lyra to observe the scene. "You see, Lyra," he explained, "the deer play their part by maintaining the meadow, and in turn, the meadow provides them with nourishment. This is the way of the forest, where giving and receiving flow in a never-ending cycle." Lyra nodded, her mind eager to absorb this wisdom. "And what about the seasons, Marius? How do they fit into the balance?" "Ah, the seasons," Marius mused, his eyes reflecting the colors of autumn. "Each season brings its own magic. They are the caretakers of change, ensuring that the forest is always in motion, yet always in balance." As they walked, the air grew cooler, and the gentle rustle of leaves became a symphony, signaling the arrival of autumn's embrace. Marius led Lyra to a secluded glen where the sunlight fell in soft pools, and the scent of fallen leaves mingled with the crisp breeze. "Autumn," Marius continued, "is a time of reflection and preparation. The trees shed their leaves, enriching the soil and preparing for the rest that winter brings. It is a reminder that letting go is a part of life's cycle, making way for new growth." Lyra listened intently, her heart warmed by the wisdom of her friend. "And what of winter? Does it not seem harsh and cold?" Marius nodded, a gentle smile playing on his lips. "Winter, dear Lyra, is a time of quiet and stillness. It is when the forest rests and gathers strength for the renewal of spring. The snow blankets the earth, protecting it and providing a moment of pause for all who dwell here." As if on cue, a chill wind swept through the glen, carrying with it the promise of winter's approach. Lyra shivered slightly, but the presence of Marius beside her was reassuring. "And spring," Lyra prompted, her voice full of anticipation. "Ah, spring," Marius said with a twinkle in his eye. "Spring is the season of awakening, when the forest shakes off its slumber and bursts forth with new life. It is a time of possibilities and beginnings, reminding us that no matter how long the night, the dawn will come." Lyra's heart soared with the imagery of spring, her mind painting visions of blooming flowers and chirping birds. She could almost feel the warmth of the sun returning to the forest, coaxing the world back to life. "And summer?" she asked finally, eager to complete the cycle. "Summer," Marius replied, "is the season of abundance and joy. The forest is in full bloom, and the creatures thrive in the warmth and light. It is a time of celebration, a reminder to cherish the bounty of life and to share it with others." Lyra smiled, her spirit lifted by the wisdom of the seasons. "Thank you, Marius," she said softly. "I see now how each part of the forest, each season, and each creature contributes to the balance." Marius nodded, his heart full of warmth for his young companion. "Remember, Lyra, the forest teaches us that we are all connected. In understanding and respecting these connections, we find harmony not just in the forest, but in our own lives as well." And so, the wise tortoise and the curious squirrel continued their journey through the forest, their hearts light with the knowledge that they were part of something greater, a world where magic and reality intertwined, and where the balance of life was a melody that played eternally. As the sun began its descent, casting the forest in hues of twilight, they returned to their homes, comforted by the gentle embrace of the forest's eternal wisdom. Story 73. In a forest as old as time itself, where the trees stretched their arms skyward and their roots danced with secrets beneath the soil, whispered tales of wonder floated through the air like the gentle songs of the wind. This was a place where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, and the hidden lives of its inhabitants were cradled in the heart of nature's embrace. As the morning sun began its ascent, casting a golden hue that dappled the forest floor, a gentle breeze carried the soft rustle of leaves. This breeze spoke of a world unseen by human eyes, a realm where creatures of the forest thrived in harmony, each playing a role in the tapestry of life. The air was sweet with the earthy scent of moss and the delicate perfume of wildflowers, creating a symphony of fragrances that danced lightly with the morning mist. In a secluded glade, where sunlight streamed through the canopy in luminous beams, lived an ancient tortoise named Thistle. Her shell, mottled with the greens and browns of the forest, mirrored the terrain she had traversed for centuries. Thistle was the keeper of the forest's lore, guardian of stories passed down through generations. Her eyes, wise and gentle, shone with a light that seemed to remember the whispers of the earth itself. It was said that Thistle could speak to the winds and listen to the songs of the river. She knew the secrets of the seasons, the magic that wove through the falling leaves of autumn and the blooming buds of spring. Her presence was a comfort to those who sought her wisdom, and many did, for Thistle's counsel was a beacon of guidance and peace. One crisp morning, as the frost began to lace the edges of leaves with delicate, crystalline patterns, a young squirrel named Pippin scampered into Thistle's glade. Pippin's fur was the color of rich cinnamon, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity and the eagerness of youth. Today, however, a shadow marred his usual exuberance. "Thistle," Pippin chattered, his voice a mixture of excitement and concern. "I heard the winds talk of a change. The birds are whispering of something amiss. Can you tell me what it means?" Thistle, with a slow, deliberate movement, lifted her gaze to meet Pippin's. "Ah, young Pippin," she said, her voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves, "the winds carry many tales. Come, sit with me, and we shall listen to what the forest has to say." Pippin settled down beside Thistle, his tiny paws clasped together in anticipation. The forest around them seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for Thistle's words to unfurl the mysteries of nature. In the quiet that followed, Thistle closed her eyes, feeling the pulse of the earth beneath her. "The forest speaks of balance," Thistle began, her voice weaving through the air like a gentle lullaby. "For every season, there is a purpose, a rhythm that guides the land. The autumn leaves fall to nourish the soil. The winter's chill protects the seeds that will one day burst forth in spring. Each creature, each element, plays a part in this delicate dance." Pippin nodded, his ears twitching as he absorbed Thistle's wisdom. "But what of the wind's warning?" he asked, his voice a soft whisper. "The winds tell of a disturbance," Thistle replied, her eyes opening to meet Pippin's earnest gaze. "A disruption in the balance that could ripple through the forest." Pippin's heart fluttered with a mixture of apprehension and determination. "What can we do, Thistle? How can we help restore the balance?" Thistle smiled, her expression a blend of pride and affection. "Ah, dear Pippin, we must remind the forest of its own strength, its own harmony. Seek out the elders of the trees, the ancient oaks and wise willows. They hold the knowledge of ages past and can guide us in mending the rift." With Thistle's guidance, Pippin set forth, his nimble feet carrying him through the forest with purpose. The air was alive with the scents of pine and damp earth, and the sound of his paws crunching on the fallen leaves was a gentle accompaniment to his thoughts. As he journeyed deeper into the forest, Pippin encountered other creatures, rabbits with coats as soft as the clouds, deer whose eyes mirrored the stillness of the lakes, and birds whose songs wove a tapestry of joy and sorrow. Each creature, in its own way, contributed to the harmony of the forest, and Pippin felt a kinship with them all. At last, Pippin reached the grove where the ancient trees stood like sentinels, their trunks thick and gnarled, their branches whispering secrets to the sky. The air here was rich with the scent of cedar and the sweetness of sap. Pippin approached the eldest oak, its bark rough beneath his touch. "Great oak," Pippin began, his voice reverent and hopeful, I seek your wisdom. The winds speak of a disruption, and I wish to help restore the balance." The great oak's branches swayed gently, a rustling that seemed to echo with laughter. "Ah, young one, the forest has chosen well in sending you. Listen closely, for the answer lies within the very roots of your inquiry." Pippin listened intently as the great oak spoke of the cycles of nature, the ebb and flow of life that sustained the forest. The oak's words painted a picture of interconnectedness, a reminder that every action, no matter how small, resonated throughout the ecosystem. "Remember, Pippin," the great oak continued, "harmony is a melody played by many instruments. It is the song of the rain and the whisper of the wind. It is the dance of the leaves and the stillness of the stones. To restore balance, one must understand and respect this symphony." With a heart full of newfound understanding, Pippin thanked the great oak and made his way back to Thistle. Along the path, he shared the oak's teachings with the creatures he met, spreading a message of unity and reverence for the natural world. When Pippin returned to the glade, Thistle was waiting, her eyes alight with knowing. "You have done well, dear Pippin," she said, her voice a balm to Pippin's soul. "The forest is a living entity, and its heart beats with the strength of those who cherish it." As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of lavender and rose, the forest began to hum with a gentle, harmonious energy. The winds, once fretful, now sang a lullaby of peace and renewal. The creatures of the forest, guided by Thistle's wisdom and Pippin's youthful courage, had come together to mend the rift and restore the balance. In the heart of the ancient forest, where reality and magic intertwined, Thistle and Pippin sat side by side, watching as the first stars twinkled into existence. The air was cool and refreshing, carrying the promise of a new day filled with hope and harmony. And so, the forest returned to its tranquil rhythm, a reminder that in the embrace of nature, even the smallest voices can make a world of difference. As sleep gently claimed the creatures of the forest, they dreamed of a future where balance was cherished and the wisdom of the earth would forever guide them home. Story 74. In the heart of a vast, verdant forest, where ancient trees stretched their limbs skyward and sunlight filtered through leaves like scattered gold, there existed a quaint village known as Willowbrook. Willowbrook was a place where time seemed to move at its own gentle pace, where the air was sweet with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and where the villagers lived in harmony with the world around them. Nestled at the edge of this village was a small cottage, its thatched roof dusted with moss, and its wooden walls entwined with ivy. Here lived a young girl named Lila, whose eyes sparkled like the morning dew on the grass. Lila was known throughout Willowbrook for her kind heart and insatiable curiosity, traits that endeared her to both young and old alike. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves painted the forest floor in shades of amber and scarlet, Lila set out on her daily walk. She loved these morning strolls, where every rustle in the underbrush spoke of hidden creatures, and every breeze whispered secrets of the trees. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she came upon a path she had never noticed before, partly obscured by a curtain of hanging vines. Intrigued, Lila parted the vines and stepped onto the path. It wound its way through the forest like a ribbon, leading her to a small, hidden glade she had never seen. In the center of this glade stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching out like welcoming arms. At the base of the tree, nestled among the roots, was a small, peculiar object that glinted in the dappled sunlight. Lila knelt down and brushed away the leaves to reveal a delicate golden compass. It was unlike any compass she had ever seen, for its needle spun not to the north, but rather danced in an unpredictable pattern, as if pointing to something unseen. Intrigued, Lila picked it up, feeling a strange warmth emanate from its surface. As she held the compass, a gentle voice seemed to whisper on the wind, "The journey is yours to take, the path is yours to find." Startled, Lila looked around, but saw no one. She tucked the compass into her pocket, feeling a thrill of excitement and mystery. Over the next few days, Lila couldn't stop thinking about the compass and the path it might lead her on. With a sense of destiny, she decided to follow wherever it might guide her. She packed a small satchel with provisions, including a loaf of fresh bread, a flask of water, and her favorite book of stories, then set out into the forest. With each step, The compass's needle twirled and twinkled, leading her deeper into the woods than she had ever ventured before. The forest seemed to change around her, the trees growing taller, the air more fragrant with the scent of pine and earth. Birds sang unfamiliar melodies, and the sunlight flickered through the canopy like a playful dance. As dusk approached, Lila came upon a clearing bathed in the soft glow of twilight. In the center stood a shimmering pond, its surface like a mirror reflecting the sky. She sat at the edge, dipping her fingers into the cool water, and contemplated the path she was on. It was then that she noticed the reflection of a small, curious face peering back at her from the other side. Startled, Lila looked up to see a creature unlike any she had encountered. It was a small woodland sprite, with skin like bark and eyes like gleaming acorns. The sprite watched her with a mixture of caution and curiosity. "Hello," Lila said softly, offering a smile. "I didn't mean to intrude." The sprite tilted its head, then spoke in a voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. "You carry the compass of heart's desire. Few have found it, and fewer still have followed its path." Lila touched the compass in her pocket. "I found it by an old oak tree," she explained. "I was curious where it might lead." The sprite nodded, stepping closer. "The compass leads not to places, but to what you seek within. It takes you on a journey of the heart to discover what truly matters." Intrigued and a little daunted, Lila asked, "But how will I know when I've found it?" "You will feel it," the sprite replied simply, "and you will know." The sprite then slipped into the shadows, leaving Lila with much to ponder. As night fell, she lay beneath a blanket of stars, listening to the symphony of the forest and wondering what her heart truly desired. The following morning, Lila continued her journey, guided by the compass's whimsical dance. She traveled through sunlit glens and shadowed groves, across babbling brooks and over moss-covered stones. Along the way she encountered many wondrous creatures, playful foxes, wise old owls, and even a family of deer who watched her with gentle eyes. Each encounter brought with it a lesson, a piece of wisdom whispered by the forest. The foxes taught her playfulness and the joy of living in the moment. The owls shared their patience and the importance of listening to one's inner voice. The deer showed her the strength in gentleness and the courage in vulnerability. As the days turned into weeks, Lila felt herself changing, growing more attuned to the world around her and to her own heart. She learned to trust the compass and the path it revealed, even when it led her through challenges and uncertainty. One misty morning, as she climbed a hill shrouded in fog, Lila found herself at the edge of a meadow unlike any she had seen. The air was cool and still, the grass wet with dew that sparkled like 1,000 tiny stars. In the center of the meadow stood a solitary tree, its branches reaching up to the sky as if in silent prayer. Drawn to the tree, Lila approached and saw a figure standing beneath its boughs. It was an old woman, her hair as white as snow, her eyes as bright as the morning sun. She smiled warmly at Lila, as if she had been expecting her. "Welcome, traveler," the old woman said, her voice like a gentle breeze. "You have come far on your journey." Lila nodded, feeling a sense of peace and recognition. "I have followed the compass, but I still do not know what my heart truly desires." The old woman gestured to the meadow around them. "Look closely, child. What do you see?" Lila gazed around, her heart open to the beauty and tranquility of the scene. She saw the way the light danced through the leaves, the way the grass swayed in the breeze, the way the world seemed to hold its breath in anticipation. Then she realized what the compass had been leading her to all along. It was not a destination, but a realization. Her heart's desire was not something to be found in the world, but a feeling, a state of being, a deep connection to the world and to herself. With tears of gratitude in her eyes, Lila turned to the old woman. "I understand now," she whispered. "The compass has shown me the way to my own heart." The old woman nodded, her eyes twinkling with wisdom. "Remember, dear one, that the journey is never truly over. Your heart will continue to guide you, as long as you listen." Lila thanked the old woman, and with a heart full of newfound peace and understanding, made her way back to Willowbrook. As she walked, she felt the compass's warmth in her pocket, a comforting reminder of the journey she had taken and the lessons she had learned. When she returned to her village, Lila shared her story with those she loved, not through words alone, but through her actions and the way she lived. She became a beacon of kindness and wisdom, her heart open to the world and all its wonders. And though she never forgot the magical compass, she knew that the true magic lay within her heart, guiding her always as she continued her journey through life. As the years passed, Lila's story became a cherished tale in Willowbrook, told by the fireside to children and travelers alike. Her journey, with its lessons of heart and soul, inspired many to seek their own paths, guided by the compass of their hearts. And so, in the gentle embrace of the forest and the warmth of the village, Lila found her place in the world, a place where she belonged, where her heart was at peace, and where her journey continued, ever onward, ever inward, ever true. Story 75. Once upon a time, nestled in a quaint village at the edge of the Whispering Woods, there lived a young boy named Finn. The village was a small cluster of thatched-roof cottages surrounded by rolling meadows and ancient oaks that seemed to touch the sky. The air was always filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers and the songs of cheerful sparrows. Finn was known to be a curious soul, with a heart as warm as the summer sun, and a mind brimming with questions about the world beyond the village. Finn had a special place he loved to visit, a hidden glen deep within the Whispering Woods. This glen was unlike any other part of the forest. It was a serene haven where sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting playful patterns on the mossy ground. The glen was always alive with the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant chime of a babbling brook. It was here that Finn felt a deep connection to something greater than himself, a connection he couldn't quite explain. One crisp autumn morning, as the first hints of gold painted the leaves, Finn set out for his beloved glen. The path wound through trees that whispered secrets to one another, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. Finn felt the cool earth beneath his feet, each step a soft crunch on the carpet of fallen leaves. He was excited, for he had a feeling that today would be special. As Finn approached the glen, he noticed something unusual. There, nestled between the roots of a grand old oak, was a shimmering object. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, the likes of which Finn had never seen before. The box seemed to glow with a soft, ethereal light, inviting him to take a closer look. With a sense of wonder, Finn knelt beside the box and gently lifted it into his hands. It was surprisingly light, and as he examined it, he saw that the carvings depicted scenes of nature, trees, rivers, and stars, all woven together in a beautiful tapestry. Finn's fingers traced the patterns, feeling the grooves and ridges beneath his touch. Curiosity piqued, Finn slowly opened the box. Inside he found a small, translucent stone, smooth and cool to the touch. It glinted in the sunlight, casting tiny rainbows that danced across the forest floor. As Finn held the stone, he felt a strange sensation, as if the world around him had shifted ever so slightly. Suddenly, the forest seemed to come alive in a way Finn had never experienced before. The rustling leaves spoke in gentle whispers, the brook sang a soothing melody, and the very air seemed to hum with magic. Finn realized that this stone was no ordinary object. It was imbued with a magical ability, one that allowed him to understand the language of the forest. With newfound clarity, Finn listened to the forest's tales. The trees spoke of the changing seasons, the brook shared stories of its journey from the mountains, and the birds sang songs of distant lands. Finn felt a deep sense of peace and belonging, as if he had been granted a rare gift, a glimpse into the hidden world that thrived around him. Eager to share this discovery, Finn decided to head back to the village. He carefully placed the stone back in the box, and as he did, he felt a gentle nudge at his side. Turning, he saw a small, curious squirrel with bright, inquisitive eyes. The squirrel chattered excitedly, and Finn, understanding its words, smiled warmly. "Hello, little friend," Finn said softly. "Would you like to join me on my journey?" The squirrel nodded eagerly, scampering up to perch on Finn's shoulder. Together, they set off towards the village, the forest's whispers guiding their way. As they walked, Finn thought about the magic of the stone and the responsibility that came with it. He knew he couldn't keep this to himself. The village had always lived in harmony with the forest, but understanding its language would strengthen that bond even further. It was a gift that could bring the community closer to the natural world, fostering a deeper respect and love for the environment they called home. Upon reaching the village, Finn gathered the villagers in the square, where the warm glow of the afternoon sun bathed everything in a golden light. He shared his tale, speaking of the magical stone and the voices of the forest. The villagers listened with wide eyes and open hearts, captivated by Finn's story and the squirrel's cheerful antics. An elder of the village, wise and gentle, stepped forward. Her eyes sparkled with the light of understanding. "Finn," she said, her voice as soft as the breeze, "you have been granted a rare gift. The ability to hear the forest is a blessing, one that can teach us all to live in greater harmony with nature." The villagers nodded in agreement, their hearts filled with gratitude and wonder. They understood that this was a chance to deepen their connection with the land, to learn from the wisdom of the trees and the songs of the streams. In the days that followed, the village embraced this newfound magic. Finn, with the squirrel always at his side, became a bridge between the people and the forest. He taught the villagers to listen, truly listen, to the world around them. They learned to recognize the rhythms of the seasons, the needs of the land, and the importance of nurturing the natural balance. The village thrived, blossoming in harmony with the forest. Gardens flourished, wildlife thrived, and the community grew closer, united by a shared respect and love for their environment. Finn's journey had transformed not only himself, but the entire village, creating a legacy that would endure for generations. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient oaks and the twinkling stars, Finn and his friends continued to explore the wonders of their world, their hearts forever bound to the magic of the forest, a magic that whispered of friendship, wisdom, and love. As the seasons turned and the years passed, the story of Finn and the magical stone became a cherished legend, passed down through the generations. Children grew up hearing tales of the young boy who listened to the whispers of the forest and the squirrel who became his steadfast companion. The villagers, inspired by Finn's journey, continued to live in harmony with nature, tending their gardens with care and respecting the delicate balance of the ecosystem. They celebrated the beauty of each season, understanding that every change in the environment carried its own wisdom and lessons. Finn, now older and wiser, often sat beneath the grand old oak in the glen, reflecting on the journey that had changed his life. The stone remained a treasured symbol of the bond between the village and the forest, a reminder of the magic that existed in the world if only one took the time to listen. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, Finn felt a familiar presence at his side. The squirrel, now a little older but just as lively, nuzzled against him, chattering softly. Finn smiled, his heart filled with gratitude. "We've come a long way, haven't we?" he murmured, gently stroking the squirrel's fur. The squirrel nodded, its eyes full of affection and understanding. Together they watched as the stars began to twinkle above, casting their gentle light over the glen. The world seemed to hold its breath, wrapped in a serene silence that spoke of peace and contentment. In that moment, Finn knew that the magic of the forest was not just in the stone, but in the connections he had forged with the land, the village, and his dear friends. It was in the laughter of children playing in the meadows, the songs of birds at dawn, and the stories shared around the hearth on winter nights. Finn's journey had taught him that true magic lay in the simple, everyday moments, in the love and kindness that bound people to each other and to the world around them. It was a lesson he cherished deeply, one that he hoped to pass on to future generations. And so, under the gentle glow of the moon, Finn and the squirrel drifted into a peaceful sleep, their hearts filled with the warmth of friendship and the timeless magic of the forest. A magic that whispered of dreams, hope, and the endless possibilities of tomorrow. As the years continued to unfold, Finn's story became an integral part of the village's heritage. The children grew up running through the meadows and playing beneath the ancient oaks, their imaginations fueled by the tales of the magical stone and the boy who could speak to the forest. They learned to cherish the natural world, guided by the wisdom and kindness that Finn had imparted. The village prospered, its gardens lush and vibrant, its people living in harmony with the land. The villagers often gathered in the square to celebrate the changing seasons, each festival a joyful tribute to the beauty and magic of the world around them. Finn, now a beloved elder, continued to share his stories with the younger generations. He spoke of the wonders of the forest, the lessons it had taught him, and the importance of listening with an open heart. His gentle words inspired a deep respect for nature and a desire to preserve the village's connection to the land. As the sun set on another day, casting a golden glow over the fields, Finn sat with the children beneath the grand old oak in the glen. The squirrel, now a venerable friend, rested comfortably in his lap, its eyes twinkling with wisdom and affection. Finn looked at the eager faces around him, filled with curiosity and wonder. "Remember," he said softly, "the magic of the forest is all around us. It's in the songs of the birds, the rustling of the leaves, and the stories we share. It's in the kindness we show one another and the love we have for our home." The children nodded, understanding the importance of Finn's words. They knew that the magic of the forest was a precious gift, one that needed to be cherished and protected for generations to come. As the stars began to twinkle overhead, Finn and the children sat in peaceful silence, listening to the gentle whispers of the forest. The world seemed to hold its breath, wrapped in the warmth of friendship and the timeless magic of the glen, a magic that promised hope, wonder, and the endless possibilities of tomorrow. In the years that followed, the village continued to thrive, its people living in harmony with the land and each other. The story of Finn and the magical stone was passed down through the generations, a cherished legend that inspired a deep respect for nature and a love for the world around them. As Finn watched the village flourish, he knew that his journey had been a gift, one that had transformed not only his life, but the lives of all those who called the village home. His heart was filled with gratitude for the magic of the forest and the love of his friends, a magic that would continue to whisper of dreams, hope, and the endless possibilities of tomorrow. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient oaks and the twinkling stars, the village remained a place of harmony, love, and wonder, a place where the magic of the forest and the bonds of friendship created a legacy that would endure for generations to come. Story 76. Once upon a time, in a realm where dreams danced with reality, there lived a young girl named Willow. She was a curious soul, forever seeking adventure in the most unexpected of places. Little did she know, her life was about to take an enchanting turn. One moonlit evening, as Willow wandered through the ancient oak forest near her home, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. Nestled among the gnarled roots of an ancient tree lay a glimmering object, its surface reflecting the starlight like 1,000 tiny mirrors. Drawn by its mystical allure, Willow reached out and grasped the object, only to gasp in awe as it transformed into a delicate silver key. As if guided by an unseen force, Willow found herself tracing the intricate patterns etched onto the key's surface. Suddenly, the forest around her shifted and swirled, and she found herself transported to a hidden realm, a world unlike anything she had ever imagined. The Wildwood, as this enchanted place was called, was a verdant wonderland where trees towered like ancient sentinels, their branches intertwining to form a canopy of emerald leaves. Crystalline streams trickled with waters that sparkled like liquid diamonds, and the very air seemed alive with the whispers of nature's secrets. Willow's heart raced with excitement and trepidation as she ventured deeper into this magical realm. She soon encountered a peculiar collection of creatures, each more captivating than the last. There were playful sprites who flitted among the wildflowers, leaving trails of glittering dust in their wake. Gentle doe-eyed fawns gazed at her with curiosity, their hooves making soft imprints on the mossy ground. And presiding over them all was the wise and benevolent Oak King, a towering figure whose bark seemed to ripple with the wisdom of the ages. As she explored the wildwood, Willow forged unexpected friendships with these enchanting beings. Fern, a sprightly sprite with a mischievous grin, became her constant companion, guiding her through the wonders of this hidden realm. Together, they embarked on countless adventures, unraveling the mysteries that lay beneath the wildwood's verdant surface. One such mystery centered around a long-forgotten legend that spoke of a powerful artifact, the Emerald Heart. According to the tales, this mystical gem held the power to heal the land and restore balance to nature. However, its whereabouts remained shrouded in secrecy, lost to the mists of time. Undeterred by the challenges that lay ahead, Willow and Fern embarked on a quest to uncover the Emerald Heart's location. Their journey took them through enchanted glades where luminous mushrooms glowed like beacons in the twilight. They navigated treacherous ravines, their paths illuminated by the twinkling lights of fireflies that danced in the night air. Along the way, they encountered both friends and foes. The mischievous Puck, a trickster spirit with a penchant for causing mayhem, delighted in leading them astray with his cunning riddles and pranks. Yet they also found allies in the most unexpected of places, such as Oakley, a wise old oak tree whose roots ran deep into the heart of the wildwood, and Ripple, a gentle stream nymph whose waters held the power of foresight. As their quest unfolded, Willow found herself changing in ways she never could have imagined. The wildwood's magic seeped into her very being, awakening a connection to nature that she had never known existed. She learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to understand the language of the trees, and to embrace the rhythms of the natural world. Finally, after many trials and tribulations, Willow and Fern uncovered the hidden location of the Emerald Heart. It lay nestled within the hollowed heart of an ancient willow tree, its faceted surface pulsing with a verdant radiance. As Willow's fingers brushed against the gem's surface, a surge of energy rippled through the wildwood, restoring its vibrant hues and filling the air with the sweet scents of blooming flowers. In that moment, Willow realized that her journey had not been about finding a mere artifact, but about discovering the true magic that lay within her own heart. She had grown from a wide-eyed dreamer into a guardian of nature, a protector of the wildwood's wonders. As the years passed, Willow became a bridge between the human world and the realm of the wildwood. She shared the wisdom she had gained with others, inspiring them to appreciate the beauty and fragility of the natural world. And whenever she felt the pull of the wildwood's enchantment, she would return, her silver key granting her passage into a realm where dreams and reality intertwined. For in the wildwood, magic was not a fleeting thing, but a constant presence that flowed through every leaf, every stream, and every beating heart. And Willow knew that as long as she carried the Emerald Heart's teachings within her, the wonders of this hidden realm would never fade. Story 77. Once upon a time, in a realm where enchantment danced through every breeze, there lived a young rabbit named Maple. Her fur was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Maple resided in the heart of the wildwood forest, a place where the trees whispered ancient secrets, and wondrous creatures roamed freely. One crisp morning, Maple awoke to a peculiar sight. The usually vibrant mushroom rings that dotted the forest floor had lost their brilliant hues, instead appearing dull and lifeless. Concerned, she set out to investigate, her soft paws leaving gentle imprints in the dewy grass. As she ventured deeper into the woods, Maple noticed other strange occurrences. The once melodious birdsong had grown faint, and the normally chatty squirrels seemed subdued. Even the air felt heavier, as if a veil of melancholy had draped itself over the forest. Perplexed, Maple sought the wisdom of her dear friend Willow, a kind-hearted tree nymph who had watched over the wildwood for centuries. Willow's ancient bark held the memories of countless seasons, and her leafy tresses swayed with the whispers of the wind. "Dear Maple," Willow said, her voice as soothing as the trickle of a forest stream, "the wildwood is under the influence of a powerful enchantment, one that has sapped the joy and vitality from our realm." Maple's eyes widened with concern. "But who could have cast such a spell, and why?" she asked, her small nose twitching. Willow's boughs rustled thoughtfully. Long ago, a disgruntled wizard named Grimlock sought to harness the magic of the wildwood for his own selfish purposes. When the forest refused to yield its secrets, he vowed to return and exact his revenge. Maple's heart raced at the thought of the once vibrant wildwood succumbing to Grimlock's dark magic. "What can we do to break the spell?" she implored. Willow smiled, her bark crinkling warmly. "The key lies within the heart of the forest, where the ancient wellspring flows. Its pure waters have the power to cleanse the land of Grimlock's enchantment, but only if we can retrieve the crystalline tear of a forest sprite." Maple's ears perked up. She had heard tales of the elusive sprites, mischievous yet kind-hearted beings who guarded the secrets of the wildwood. With renewed determination, she thanked Willow and set off on her quest. Along the way, Maple encountered a host of friendly creatures, each offering guidance and support. A wise old owl named Galen shared his keen eyesight, helping her spot the subtle trails left by the sprites. A family of industrious beavers showed her how to navigate the winding streams that crisscross the forest. Finally, after many twists and turns, Maple found herself in a secluded glade where the air shimmered with magic. A cluster of tiny glowing sprites danced among the ferns, their laughter like tinkling bells. Summoning her courage, Maple approached and explained her plight. To her surprise, the sprites were only too happy to help. They had sensed the dark enchantment weighing upon the wildwood and longed to see its beauty restored. With great reverence, the eldest sprite presented Maple with a shimmering tear caught in a delicate crystal vial. Clutching her precious cargo, Maple hurried back to the wellspring, guided by the gentle whispers of the forest. There she carefully added the sprite's tear to the crystal-clear waters and watched in wonder as ripples of pure, radiant energy pulsed outward. Gradually, the dull hues of the wildwood began to regain their vibrant luster. The mushroom rings blossomed with brilliant reds and golds, the birds resumed their joyful melodies, and the very air seemed to sparkle with renewed life. As the last traces of Grimlock's enchantment dissipated, Maple stood in awe, her heart swelling with gratitude for the wondrous creatures and wise mentors who had guided her on her journey. The wildwood forest had been restored to its former glory, and a newfound harmony resonated through every branch and brook. From that day forward, the tale of Maple's courage and the power of friendship became a cherished bedtime story, passed down through generations. And whenever the inhabitants of the wildwood felt the world grow heavy, they would remember the indomitable spirit of the young rabbit who had saved their realm from darkness, and find solace in the knowledge that even the smallest among them could make a profound difference. Story 78. In a distant galaxy, cradled by the gentle light of 1,000 stars, there existed a small, vibrant planet named Lumina. Its skies shimmered in hues of lavender and gold, while its lands were blanketed with fields of luminescent flowers that glowed softly under the night sky. Here, in the heart of this radiant world, lived a curious creature named Lyra. Lyra was a Lumian, a being whose skin glistened with iridescent patterns and whose eyes mirrored the glow of the cosmos. One evening, as the twin moons of Lumina danced across the heavens, Lyra was exploring the edge of the great glowing forest. The air was crisp, carrying the gentle hum of nocturnal insects and the sweet scent of moon blossoms. Lyra loved these moments where she felt most connected to the universe. Yet this night brought an unexpected change. As she wandered deeper into the forest, Lyra stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a small silver spacecraft, nestled awkwardly between the shimmering trees, its hull reflecting the soft luminescence of its surroundings. Cautiously she approached, her heart fluttering with both curiosity and trepidation. From the spacecraft emerged a figure unlike any she had ever seen. Standing before her was a being from a distant world, a traveler named Orion. Orion was a Galaxian, whose skin was a deep, starry blue and eyes like twin comets. His appearance was striking but gentle, and he seemed equally startled by Lyra's presence. "Greetings," Orion spoke, his voice a soothing melody in the cool night air. The words were strange, yet somehow Lyra understood them, as if they resonated with her very soul. "Welcome to Lumina," Lyra replied, her voice soft and welcoming, though her heart raced with the thrill of encountering an alien being. At first, their differences led to awkward misunderstandings. Orion was accustomed to a world where logic reigned supreme, while Lyra's world was one of emotion and intuition. When Lyra offered Orion a small, glowing fruit as a gesture of friendship, Orion hesitated, unsure if it was customary to accept such gifts, or if it might be a test. Noticing his uncertainty, Lyra chuckled, her laughter a gentle cascade of musical notes. "It's just a fruit," she reassured him, "a symbol of friendship here on Lumina." Orion, now understanding, accepted the fruit with a grateful nod. As he took a bite, the sweetness burst across his senses, and he couldn't help but smile, a gesture not common on his planet, but one that seemed to feel right in this moment. Days turned into weeks, and as the glow of Lumina's skies became a familiar comfort to Orion, their bond deepened. They faced challenges together, from navigating Lumina's shifting landscapes to decoding the mysteries of the ancient ruins that dotted the planet. Each challenge brought new lessons, and with each lesson their understanding of one another grew. One day, as they explored a crystal cave, a sudden tremor shook the ground. The cave walls shuddered, and a large shard of crystal threatened to fall. In that moment of danger, Orion's quick thinking and Lyra's intuitive guidance combined seamlessly. Orion calculated the trajectory of the falling shard, while Lyra used her knowledge of the cave's structure to guide them to safety. It was a shared triumph, born from mutual trust and respect. Later, as they sat at the mouth of the cave, watching the sky turn the soft colors of a luminous sunset, Orion spoke. "I've learned something precious here," he said, his voice filled with sincerity. "Friendship isn't just about understanding each other. It's about embracing our differences and growing together." Lyra nodded, her heart full. "And sometimes the most unlikely companions make the best of friends," she added, her voice a gentle whisper against the evening breeze. The days continued, and with each sunrise, Orion and Lyra discovered more about one another and themselves. They shared stories of their worlds, dreams, and hopes, forging a connection that transcended the vastness of space. Eventually, the time came for Orion to return to his home among the stars. As they stood at the edge of the forest where their journey had begun, Lyra gifted Orion a small vial of Lumina's glowing nectar, a token of their friendship and the light they had shared. "I will carry this light with me, always," Orion promised, his eyes reflecting the brilliance of the liquid. "And I will carry the warmth of your friendship," Lyra replied, her voice steady yet filled with emotion. With a final embrace, Orion boarded his spacecraft, the engines humming softly as it lifted into the sky. Lyra watched as the silver vessel soared into the heavens, becoming one with the stars. Though their paths had diverged, both Orion and Lyra knew that their bond would forever illuminate their lives, a testament to the power of friendship that had bridged worlds and hearts. And as the gentle light of Lumina continued to glow, so too did the memory of their time together, a beacon of hope and understanding in the vast universe. Story 79. On the edge of a quaint cobblestone village, nestled among rolling green hills, there was a little shop known as the Whimsical Wares. It was a delightful place filled with all manner of trinkets, from shimmering glass baubles to intricately carved wooden toys. The shop was run by an elderly man named Mr. Whitaker, whose kind eyes twinkled like stars behind round spectacles. One chilly autumn evening, as the wind whispered secrets through the leaves, a young boy named Oliver wandered into the shop. He was a curious soul, with hair the color of honey and a heart eager for adventure. Oliver loved exploring, and the Whimsical Wares was his favorite place to get lost among wonders. As he meandered through the aisles, Oliver's gaze was drawn to a peculiar object tucked away on a dusty shelf. It was a small, unassuming mirror, its frame made of polished silver that gleamed softly in the dim light. When Oliver picked it up, he felt a gentle warmth spread through his fingers, as if the mirror was greeting him like an old friend. "Ah, you found the Mirror of Mirth," Mr. Whitaker said, approaching with a slow, deliberate gait. "It's a special item, you know. It reflects not just your face, but your heart's deepest desires." Oliver's eyes widened with wonder. "Can I try it?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. Mr. Whitaker nodded, a knowing smile on his lips. "Of course, dear boy, but be mindful, what you see may lead you on a journey you never expected." With a mixture of excitement and apprehension, Oliver peered into the mirror. At first, he saw only his reflection, but then the glass shimmered, and images began to dance across its surface. He saw a beautiful forest, dappled with golden sunlight, and at its heart, a tree with leaves that sparkled like emeralds. Oliver's heart leapt with a longing he couldn't quite understand. He knew, somehow, that he needed to find that tree. With Mr. Whitaker's gentle encouragement, Oliver set off on his journey the very next morning, the mirror safely tucked in his satchel. The path leading out of the village wound through fields of swaying wildflowers and whispering brooks. As he walked, Oliver met many kind-hearted creatures who offered their companionship. There was Hazel, a wise old tortoise with a shell like a mosaic of earth tones who knew every secret trail in the forest, and Pip, a sprightly squirrel with a mischievous twinkle in his eye, who always seemed to know just where to find the juiciest acorns. Together they ventured deeper into the forest, where the air was perfumed with the scent of pine, and the song of birds created a gentle symphony. The journey was not without its challenges. They encountered a river too wide to cross, and a mountain path shrouded in fog. But with Hazel's wisdom and Pip's agility, they always found a way forward. As they traveled, Oliver learned the power of friendship and the importance of patience. Each challenge they faced taught him something new about himself and the world around him. The river, for instance, taught him to look beyond the surface, leading him to discover a series of stepping stones hidden just beneath the water. Finally, after many days and nights under the canopy of stars, they reached the heart of the forest. There stood the tree from the mirror, its leaves shimmering with an inner light that seemed to pulse with life itself. Oliver approached it with reverence, feeling the warmth from the mirror once again in his pocket. At the base of the tree, he discovered a small, intricately carved wooden box. Opening it, he found a note that read, "The greatest treasures are those found within." Inside the box was a tiny mirror, identical to the one he had carried all this way, but now it reflected not just his face, but his journey and the friends who had helped him along the way. Oliver understood then that the true magic of the mirror was not in its ability to show his desires, but in the journey it inspired him to take. He realized that the real treasure was the wisdom he had gained and the bonds he had formed. With a heart full of gratitude, Oliver and his friends made their way back to the village, the path now seeming shorter and the world a bit brighter. When he returned the mirror to Mr. Whitaker, the old man simply nodded, his eyes twinkling with the knowledge of another soul enriched by the journey. And so Oliver's days continued, filled with laughter and the warm glow of friendship. The lessons he learned stayed with him, guiding him through life's many adventures. Each night, as he drifted off to sleep, he dreamed not of treasures or distant lands, but of the joy found in the journey itself. And somewhere, deep in the heart of the forest, the tree with its emerald leaves continued to stand, a beacon of wonder and the promise of new adventures for those brave enough to seek them. Story 80. In a serene hamlet nestled between the whispering woods and silver-tipped mountains, there lived a young woman named Maribel. The village was forever wrapped in a gentle mist that clung to the cobblestone paths like a soft, comforting shawl. Maribel, with her chestnut curls and eyes the color of the twilight sky, was known for her cheerful spirit and kind heart. Yet beneath her bright smile, she carried a burden that had begun to weigh heavily on her soul. Maribel had always loved the familiar rhythms of her life, the way the village clock chimed gently at dusk, the comforting chatter of the market square, and the cozy warmth of her grandmother's cottage, where the scent of lavender and honey always hung in the air. However, for reasons she couldn't quite grasp, Maribel felt a stirring restlessness, as if a tune from a distant place was calling to her, urging her to change. Her grandmother, wise and gentle, noticed this change in her granddaughter. One afternoon, as they sat by the hearth where flames danced like joyful spirits, she spoke softly. "Change is not something to be feared, Maribel. It is as natural as the seasons turning or the river flowing. Perhaps it is time to listen to what your heart is telling you." Maribel nodded, though uncertainty wrapped around her like a thick fog. That night, as the moon cast its silver glow upon the village, Maribel lay in bed, her mind a flurry of thoughts. She closed her eyes, wishing for guidance, and drifted into a restless slumber. In her dreams, a wondrous scene unfolded. She found herself in an enchanted glen, where flowers of every hue sparkled with dew, and the air was alive with the sweet melody of birdsong. At the heart of this magical place stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk wide enough to shelter a dozen villagers. Its branches stretched towards the heavens, and nestled within its boughs was a door carved from the very wood of the tree itself. Drawn by an irresistible curiosity, Maribel stepped forward and gently pushed the door open. Inside she found a room bathed in golden light, where a small, flickering flame hovered in midair. The flame, though small, emanated a warmth that enveloped her, whispering secrets of transformation and growth. As Maribel reached out to touch the flame, it flared brightly, and she felt an unusual warmth spread through her body. When she awoke, the memory of the dream lingered, and with it, a newfound sense of courage. Determined to understand the meaning behind her dream, Maribel sought the advice of the village's elder, a gentle man with a long silver beard who was known for his wisdom. With a twinkle in his eye, he listened patiently as Maribel recounted her dream. "Ah, the flame of transformation," he mused. "It seems the forest spirits have chosen you for a journey of change. But remember, true transformation comes not from seeking to alter the world around you, but from embracing and understanding the change within yourself." Emboldened by the elder's words, Maribel began to explore the natural world around her village. She spent her days wandering the forest paths, listening to the rustling leaves and the songs of the streams. It was during one of these wanderings that she met a kindred spirit, a gentle deer with eyes as deep and wise as the forest itself. The deer, whom Maribel named Sylvan, seemed to sense her inner turmoil and became her steadfast companion. With Sylvan by her side, Maribel learned to see the beauty in change. She watched as the seasons painted the forest in hues of gold and crimson, then dressed it anew in the tender greens of spring. Each change brought its own beauty, its own lessons, and slowly Maribel began to notice something shifting within her. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in shades of rose and amber, Maribel stood by the ancient oak tree from her dream. She had come to think of this place as her sanctuary, where time seemed to stand still and the whispers of the forest sang with the promise of new beginnings. In that tranquil moment, Maribel realized that the change she had feared was not something to be resisted, but rather embraced. She understood that it was not about leaving behind the things she loved, but about growing and finding new paths that would lead her back to them with a deeper appreciation. As the stars began to twinkle in the sapphire sky, Maribel felt a peaceful resolve settle over her. She had found her own inner flame, a light that would guide her through the darkness and uncertainties of change. With Sylvan as her guide, she had learned that transformation was a journey, not a destination, and that each step along the path was a part of her story. Returning home that night, Maribel felt lighter, as if the burdens she had carried for so long had melted away, leaving only a sense of peace. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, and they sat by the fire, sharing stories and laughter, wrapped in the warmth of their love. And so, Maribel's story became one of gentle transformation, a tale of discovery and growth, where the magic of the forest and the wisdom of its creatures guided her to find her true self. In the heart of her village, where the mist kissed the cobblestones and the mountains stood sentinel, Maribel learned that change was not an end, but a beautiful beginning, woven into the tapestry of life. Story 81. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees murmured ancient secrets and the stars twinkled like scattered gems, there lay a quaint little village named Moonshadow Hollow. Nestled between rolling hills and shimmering streams, the village was a haven of warmth and enchantment. Its cobblestone paths wound through cottages with thatched roofs, their windows glowing softly with candlelight as evening descended. In one such cottage, with walls lined by books and a fireplace that crackled with a gentle, inviting warmth, lived a young girl named Ivy. She was known throughout Moonshadow Hollow for her keen curiosity and a heart as big as the forest itself. Ivy had a knack for solving puzzles, often finding herself in the midst of delightful adventures that the village offered. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves rustled like whispers in the wind, Ivy noticed something peculiar. The moon, usually bright and full, appeared to be missing a sliver of its silvery glow. It wasn't the first time this had happened, but it was the first time Ivy felt a tug of mystery in her heart. What could be causing the moon to dim? Determined to uncover the truth, Ivy donned her favorite knitted scarf, its soft wool comforting against the chill, and set out into the night. The air was filled with the scent of pine and earth, a crisp fragrance that danced around her as she walked. Her path was illuminated by the soft glow of fireflies, their tiny lights bobbing like little lanterns leading her way. As Ivy ventured deeper into the forest, she came upon a clearing where the ancient oaks stood tall and wise. At the center of this clearing was the heart of the Whispering Woods, a grand tree known as the Elder Elm. Its branches reached out like welcoming arms, and its bark was etched with patterns that told stories of old. Beneath its boughs, Ivy found her first clue. Resting on a bed of moss was a small, shimmering feather, unlike any she had ever seen. It glimmered with a light that seemed to hold a piece of the moon itself. Ivy picked it up gently, feeling a warmth spread through her fingers. A moon feather, she whispered to herself, recalling the tales of moonlit creatures that danced across the night sky. Just then, a soft rustling caught her attention, and from behind the elder elm stepped a peculiar creature. It was a moon hare, a rare guardian of the night, with fur as white as snow and eyes that sparkled like stars. Its presence was calm, exuding an aura of ancient wisdom. "Greetings, young Ivy," the moon hare spoke, its voice a gentle melody. "I see you've found a feather of our kin. The moon's light has been dimming, and we seek the one who can help restore its glow." Ivy, her eyes wide with wonder, replied, "I would be honored to help. What must I do?" The moon hare nodded, understanding her earnestness. "The moon's glow is captured by the dewdrop dragons, who collect the dew of dawn to craft the moon's light. But lately, their dew has been vanishing before they can gather it. We need to discover why." With a determined nod, Ivy agreed to help solve the mystery. She followed the moon hare through the forest, each step bringing her closer to the heart of the Whispering Woods' secrets. The path wound towards a glen where the dewdrop dragons were known to dwell. These creatures, delicate and shimmering with scales of silver and aquamarine, were often seen flitting about the meadow at dawn, gathering the dew in their tiny pouches. As they neared the glen, Ivy noticed something unusual. The grass was dry, lacking the usual sheen of morning dew. The dragons, their wings drooping, looked forlorn and weary. Ivy's heart ached at the sight, and she knew she had to find the cause quickly. She observed the surroundings, her eyes catching every detail, the way the grass bent, the direction of the wind, the pattern of the fallen leaves. Then she noticed a faint trail of sparkle leading away from the meadow, towards a hidden thicket. Following the trail, Ivy came upon a small, mischievous sprite named Bristle. He was known for his playful tricks, but had never meant any harm. Caught in his own game, Bristle had inadvertently woven a web of starlight that absorbed the morning dew, thinking it would make a wonderful play net. With gentle kindness, Ivy explained to Bristle the unintended consequence of his actions. His eyes widened with understanding and remorse. "Oh dear," he sighed, his voice a tinkling chime. "I never meant to cause such trouble." Together, Ivy and Bristle worked to unravel the web, releasing the dew back to the meadow. As the first light of dawn touched the sky, the dewdrop dragons flitted joyfully, collecting the dew that now glistened like diamonds in the morning light. With the dew restored, the moon hare thanked Ivy warmly. "You have brought back the balance, young one. The moon will shine bright again, thanks to your wisdom and kindness." As Ivy made her way back home, the sun began to rise, casting golden hues across the village of Moonshadow Hollow. The mystery had been solved, and the moon's glow was safe once more. Ivy felt a deep sense of fulfillment, knowing she had helped the magical creatures of the Whispering Woods. That night, as she snuggled into her bed, the moon shone full and bright in the sky, its silvery light a gentle reminder of the day's adventure. Ivy drifted off to sleep, her dreams filled with the warmth of friendship and the quiet satisfaction of a mystery well solved. And so, in the heart of the Whispering Woods, peace was restored, and the gentle hum of life continued, cradled by the magic of Moonshadow Hollow, a place where the moonlight never truly faded, and the wonders of the world awaited those with open hearts and curious minds. Story 82. In a quaint village nestled within the lush, whispering woods of Elderglen, where the trees seemed to hum with secrets, and the air was perpetually scented with wildflowers, there lived an inquisitive young girl named Sylvie. Sylvie had a heart as warm as a summer's day, and a curiosity that danced like the flickering flames in the hearth of her family's cozy cottage. The village of Elderglen was a place where magic was not only a part of life, but a cherished companion. Every corner of the village held a touch of enchantment, from the cobblestone paths that glistened like stardust under the moonlight, to the quaint cottages that appeared to be spun from sugar and dreams. Yet, despite the ever-present magic, the villagers lived in harmony and simplicity, tending to their gardens and sharing stories by the fireside. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Sylvie noticed something peculiar. As she sat beneath the ancient willow tree that stood sentinel at the edge of the village, she saw a flicker of light, like a firefly but larger and more vibrant, weaving its way through the branches. Sylvie's eyes widened with wonder as the light danced closer, revealing itself to be a tiny luminous creature with wings as delicate as gossamer. "Greetings, Sylvie," the creature chimed, its voice as soft as a lullaby. "I am Leora, a messenger of the forest." Sylvie smiled, her heart fluttering with excitement. "Hello, Leora. What brings you here?" Leora hovered gracefully, casting a gentle glow over Sylvie's face. "Strange whispers have been carried by the wind," she explained, her voice tinged with mystery. "It seems the glowberries that light the forest paths have grown dim, and the woodland creatures are puzzled." Sylvie listened intently, her mind already whirring with possibilities. The glowberries were beloved by the villagers and creatures alike, for their gentle luminescence guided travelers safely through the woods. Determined to solve the mystery, Sylvie knew she must seek the wisdom of the forest's oldest inhabitant, the owl known as Sage. The next morning, with the sun peeking through the trees, Sylvie set out on her quest. The path to Sage's ancient oak was lined with wild violets and the sound of cheerful birdsong. As she walked, Sylvie's heart was light, for she was accompanied by Leora, who flitted beside her, sharing tales of the forest's rich history. Upon reaching the oak, Sylvie called out softly, "Sage, wise friend, I seek your counsel." From the depths of the tree's gnarled branches, a pair of golden eyes blinked open, and Sage, with feathers as soft as moonlight, emerged. "Ah, young Sylvie," Sage hooted warmly. "What brings you to my branches today?" Sylvie explained the mystery of the dimming glowberries, her voice filled with concern. Sage listened thoughtfully, his head tilted in contemplation. "The glowberries are nourished by the laughter of the river," he mused, "and the whispers of the wind. Perhaps something has silenced their joy." Intrigued, Sylvie thanked Sage and set off towards the river, the thought of laughter and whispers swirling in her mind like leaves caught in a gentle breeze. As she approached the riverbank, she noticed the water was unusually still, its surface like a silken sheet rather than the usual playful dance. Kneeling by the edge, Sylvie dipped her hand into the water, feeling its coolness slip through her fingers. It was then she heard a soft sobbing, carried on the breeze like a forgotten melody. Following the sound, Sylvie discovered a small, tearful sprite perched upon a mossy rock. The sprite's eyes were like droplets of dew, and her tiny wings drooped with sadness. "Dear sprite, why do you weep?" Sylvie asked gently, her heart reaching out to the forlorn creature. The sprite sniffled, wiping her tears with a delicate hand. "I am Mirabelle, guardian of the river's laughter," she explained. "But a shadow has clouded my heart, and I cannot find the joy to share with the river." Sylvie knelt beside Mirabelle, her presence a warm balm against the sprite's sorrow. "What troubles you so, Mirabelle? Perhaps I can help." Mirabelle hesitated, then whispered, "I lost my precious shell, a gift from the river, and without it, I feel incomplete." Understanding bloomed in Sylvie's mind. The missing shell was the key to rekindling Mirabelle's joy and restoring the laughter to the river. With newfound determination, Sylvie promised, "We shall find your shell, Mirabelle, and bring back your smile." Together, Sylvie, Leora, and Mirabelle searched the riverbank, their eyes scanning the pebbles and reeds with hopeful diligence. The sun began its descent, casting golden light upon the water, when Sylvie's gaze fell upon a glimmer beneath a cluster of daisies. Gently parting the flowers, she uncovered a shell, iridescent and shimmering with all the colors of the dawn. "Mirabelle, could this be your shell?" Sylvie called, her voice tinged with excitement. Mirabelle fluttered over, her eyes widening with joy as she clasped the shell to her heart. "Oh, thank you, Sylvie," she cried, her wings lifting with renewed energy. "You have returned my joy." With Mirabelle's laughter restored, the river began to ripple once more, its merry song echoing through the woods. The glowberries absorbed the river's joy, their light growing bright and steady, illuminating the forest paths with their familiar glow. As dusk enveloped Elderglen in a gentle embrace, Sylvie returned home, her heart aglow with the warmth of friendship and the satisfaction of a mystery solved. That night, as she lay beneath her patchwork quilt, The stars twinkling through her window like old friends, Sylvie drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams filled with the laughter of the river and the soft glow of the enchanted forest. And so, in the village of Elderglen, where magic danced through every leaf and petal, the mystery of the dimming glowberries was solved through the kindness of a young girl, the wisdom of an ancient owl, and the joyful laughter of a river sprite. The villagers continued their lives, surrounded by the gentle hum of enchantment, knowing that in their midst was a girl with a heart as bright as the glowberries themselves, always ready to unravel the mysteries of their magical world. Story 83, title, The Whispering Woods and the Silver Locket. In a quaint little village nestled at the edge of a vast, whispering forest, there lived a young girl named Mia. The village, with its cobblestone streets and cozy cottages, seemed to hum with the warmth of community and the gentle rhythm of everyday life. Mia was a curious soul, with a heart as wide as the sky and eyes that sparkled with the light of hidden wonders. She often found herself drawn to the edge of the woods, where the trees seemed to murmur secrets in the wind. The villagers spoke of the Whispering Woods as a place both enchanting and mysterious. It was said that those who ventured too far might lose their way, ensnared by the forest's ancient magic. Yet it wasn't fear that kept Mia at the forest's edge, but rather a sense of respect for the unknown. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves danced gracefully to the ground in a flurry of reds and golds, Mia decided to explore a little deeper than usual. She wore her favorite woolen shawl, its colors reminiscent of the very leaves that swirled around her. As she walked, the crunch of leaves beneath her feet was accompanied by the soft whispers of the forest. It was then, while she was admiring the way the golden sunlight filtered through the canopy, that something caught her eye. Gleaming among the roots of an ancient oak was a small silver locket. Mia bent down, her fingers brushing against the cool metal. As she picked it up, she noticed intricate engravings that seemed to shimmer in the light. The locket was closed tightly, and no matter how she tried, Mia couldn't open it. Curiosity piqued. Mia decided to take the locket home. Perhaps her grandmother, who knew many of the village's secrets and stories, might have an idea about its origin. With the locket clutched in her hand, Mia retraced her steps back home, her mind buzzing with possibilities. Her grandmother, a wise and gentle woman with silvery hair and eyes that twinkled with mischief, sat by the hearth knitting a scarf. The warmth of the fireplace cast a comforting glow over the room, and as Mia entered, she felt enveloped by a sense of peace. "Gran, look what I found," Mia said, holding out the locket. Her grandmother took it, her fingers tracing the engravings. A soft smile curved her lips. "Ah, the silver locket," she murmured, as if speaking to an old friend. "You know what it is?" Mia asked, her eyes wide with wonder. Her grandmother nodded. "This locket is a key, my dear. It is said to hold the power to unlock the heart of the forest." "The heart of the forest?" Mia repeated, her voice barely above a whisper. "Yes," her grandmother replied, her voice soft and laced with nostalgia. "Long ago, the locket belonged to a guardian of the woods, a spirit who kept the balance between our world and theirs. But the locket was lost, and with it, the connection to the forest's true magic." Mia listened, enraptured by the tale. "But how do I open it?" she asked. "With kindness and courage," her grandmother said, handing the locket back to Mia. "The locket will open when the time is right, and only then will it reveal its secrets." Mia nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility settle in her heart. She spent the evening by the fire, the locket resting in her palm, pondering the mystery that lay before her. The following morning, Mia awoke with a sense of purpose. She decided to return to the forest and see if she could uncover more about the locket's origin. The sun was just peeking over the horizon, casting a soft golden hue over the landscape as she set off. As she entered the woods, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, as if welcoming her back. Mia walked deeper into the forest, following a path she had never noticed before. The air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and earth, and the sounds of chirping birds and rustling leaves created a symphony of nature. After what seemed like hours, Mia came across a small clearing. At its center stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled with age. The tree's branches stretched skyward, creating a canopy that shimmered with an ethereal light. Mia felt drawn to it. an inexplicable sense of familiarity tugging at her heart. As she approached, she noticed a small door set into the base of the tree, barely visible among the roots. Her heart quickened with anticipation as she realized the locket might indeed be the key her grandmother had spoken of. She hesitated for a moment, then held the locket up to the door. To her surprise and delight, the locket began to glow softly. A gentle warmth spread through her hand as the locket clicked open, revealing a small, intricately carved key. Mia fit the key into the door's lock, and with a deep breath, she turned it. The door swung open, revealing a hidden world within the tree. It was a world of light and shadow, where the air seemed to shimmer with magic. Mia stepped inside, her footsteps silent on the soft moss that carpeted the ground. The inside of the tree was vast, far larger than it appeared from the outside. Luminescent flowers lined the walls, casting a gentle glow that illuminated the space. At the center stood a pedestal, upon which rested a small, glowing orb. As Mia approached the orb, she felt a sense of calm wash over her. The orb pulsed with a gentle light, and as she reached out to touch it, a voice, soft and kind, spoke in her mind. "Welcome, keeper of the locket," the voice said. "You have brought balance back to the forest." Mia listened, her heart swelling with a sense of wonder and responsibility. "What must I do?" she asked. "Protect the locket and the forest," the voice replied. "The connection between our worlds must remain strong, and only through kindness and courage can it be maintained." Mia nodded, understanding the gravity of her task. She carefully replaced the orb on its pedestal, feeling a sense of fulfillment and purpose. As she made her way back to the village, the forest seemed to hum with gratitude, the leaves whispering their thanks in the breeze. Mia knew she had found her place, a bridge between her world and the magic of the woods. Upon her return, Mia shared her adventure with her grandmother, who listened with a proud smile. "You have done well, my dear," she said, hugging Mia tightly. "The forest chose wisely." From that day on, Mia visited the Whispering Woods often, nurturing the bond between the village and the hidden world within the trees. The locket remained a symbol of her connection to both the magic of the forest and the warmth of her community. And so, the village at the edge of the Whispering Woods thrived, its inhabitants living in harmony with the enchanted forest. The tales of Mia and the Silver Locket were passed down through generations, a reminder of the power of kindness, courage, and the magic that lies within us all. As the years went by, the locket continued to glow softly, a beacon of hope and friendship between the two worlds. And in the heart of the forest, where the ancient tree stood, the whispers of the woods sang a song of peace, echoing through the ages. Story 84, The Enchanted Lantern. Once upon a time, nestled between whispering woods and a gentle, winding river, lay the quaint village of Briar Hollow. It was a place where time meandered like the river itself, where cobblestone streets were lined with cottages that wore ivy like a beloved shawl. The village was renowned for its annual Lantern Festival, a celebration that turned every corner into a flickering tapestry of light and shadow. Yet, it was not the festival that concerned young Finn that particular autumn evening, but a peculiar discovery he had made in the attic of his grandmother's cottage. Finn was a boy of tender heart and curious mind, with eyes the color of the twilight sky. He had spent countless afternoons exploring the nooks and crannies of Briar Hollow, but it was in the dusty attic, amidst forgotten trunks and cobwebbed corners, that he found the object that would change everything, a lantern unlike any he had ever seen. It was crafted from silvery metal that seemed to shimmer with its own inner light, and instead of a candle, it held a small, swirling orb that glowed in hues of sapphire and emerald. His grandmother, wise and gentle, had once told him tales of an enchanted lantern that could reveal hidden worlds and grant glimpses into the unseen. Finn, with his heart thrumming with the possibilities of adventure, could hardly believe his luck. He decided to test its powers that very night, under the watchful gaze of the crescent moon. As dusk settled over Briar Hollow, Finn wrapped himself in his favorite woolen cloak, its fabric soft and comforting against the crisp evening air. He made his way to the edge of the village, to a place where the river murmured secrets to the stones, and the trees stood like ancient sentinels. The lantern, cradled in his hands, felt warm and alive, as if it too anticipated what was to come. With a deep breath, Finn turned the ornate dial at the base of the lantern. The orb within flared brightly, casting a glow that danced across the trees and painted the river's surface with ethereal light. Suddenly, the world around him shimmered, as if it were a painting come to life. The trees parted like curtains, revealing a hidden path bathed in moonlight. Intrigued and unafraid, Finn stepped onto the path, the lantern's glow illuminating his way. The air was filled with the scent of pine and the sweet, earthy aroma of fallen leaves. Each step seemed to echo with the whispers of ancient tales, and the path unfurled before him like a story waiting to be told. As he ventured deeper, Finn came upon a clearing where the trees formed a natural amphitheater. In the center stood a figure, cloaked in robes of midnight blue. Her hair was woven with stars, and her eyes held the wisdom of ages. She was the guardian of the hidden world, and she greeted Finn with a smile that warmed him like the first rays of dawn. "Welcome, young traveler," she said, her voice as soft as the breeze. "You have found the Lantern of Leora, a gift from the realms beyond. It reveals not just hidden paths, but also the truths within one's heart." Finn listened, captivated, as the guardian spoke of the lantern's power to connect worlds, to bridge the seen and unseen, and to illuminate the bonds that tied all creatures together. It was a beacon of friendship and understanding, and Finn was its chosen bearer. "There is a journey you must undertake," the guardian continued, "one that will lead you to the heart of the forest and beyond. Along the way you will encounter challenges, but fear not, for the lantern will guide you, and you will not journey alone." With a gentle wave of her hand, the guardian summoned a companion for Finn, a creature of grace and whimsy. It was a fox, its fur a cascade of autumn hues, with eyes that sparkled like the lantern's light. The fox trotted to Finn's side, nuzzling his hand in greeting. "This is Solus," the guardian said. "He will be your guide and friend." Finn felt a warmth spread through his chest, a sense of belonging he had never known. Together, he and Solus set off, the lantern lighting their way through the mysterious moonlit forest. Their journey led them through glades where fireflies danced in constellations, across streams that sang crystalline songs, and beneath canopies that whispered tales of old. Finn discovered that the world was vast and filled with wonders, each step a new chapter in his unfolding story. As they traveled, Finn and Solus encountered creatures of all kinds, a wise old owl who shared riddles and laughter, a family of rabbits who offered a feast of berries and roots, and a mischievous sprite who taught them the art of finding joy in the simplest of moments. Each encounter was a lesson, a reminder of the harmony that existed when hearts were open and kind. Yet their journey was not without its trials. One evening, as they rested by a tranquil pond, a shadow fell over the water, and a chill wind stirred the leaves. It was the presence of a dark spirit, one who thrived on fear and discord, seeking to extinguish the lantern's light. Finn felt a tremor of doubt, a shadow of fear that threatened to dim the glow within him. But Solus, with a gentle nudge and a reassuring gaze, reminded him of the strength that lay in friendship and courage. Together they stood firm, their hearts united in a bond that the darkness could not breach. The spirit, seeing the unyielding light of their friendship, faded into the night, leaving the forest peaceful once more. Finn realized that the greatest magic of the lantern was not its ability to reveal hidden worlds, but its power to illuminate the love and unity that bound all beings. With renewed confidence, Finn and Solus continued their journey, reaching the heart of the forest, where the trees sang with the voices of the ancients. There, in a glen bathed in starlight, they found the source of the lantern's magic, a crystalline spring that mirrored the heavens above. As Finn gazed into the waters, he saw reflections of his journey, each moment, each friendship, each challenge overcome. He understood that his heart had grown, that he had been transformed by the connections he had forged and the love he had shared. The guardian appeared once more, her presence a gentle embrace. "You have learned well, dear Finn," she said. "The lantern's light will forever guide you, for it is now a part of you, as are the friendships you hold dear." With a grateful heart, Finn thanked the guardian, knowing that he would carry the lessons of his journey into every corner of his life. As the first light of dawn painted the sky, he and Solus turned back towards Briar Hollow, the lantern aglow with the promise of new adventures. When they returned, the village was waking to a new day, its streets alive with the bustle of preparations for the Lantern Festival. Finn's grandmother greeted him with open arms, her eyes twinkling with understanding and pride. That evening, as the village gathered to celebrate, Finn shared the story of his journey, the wonders he had seen, and the friendships he had forged. The lantern, now a cherished part of the festival, cast its warm, magical light over the village, a symbol of the bonds that held them all together. And so, under a sky filled with stars and lanterns, Finn realized that his story was just one of many, each person a light in a tapestry of infinite connections. His heart was full, his spirit at peace, for he knew that he was never truly alone. As the night deepened and the village settled into dreams, the lantern's glow flickered softly, a gentle reminder of the magic that lay within every heart, waiting to be discovered. And in the quiet of Briar Hollow, a young boy and his fox friend drifted into slumber, their dreams woven with the light of 1,000 stars. Story 85. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a shimmering silver lake, there was a cobblestone street lined with charming cottages, each with its own story to tell. Among these cottages stood the home of a young girl named Maeve, whose heart was as curious as the twinkling stars that graced the night sky. Maeve had a knack for finding beauty in the most ordinary things. She would spend her days wandering through meadows, listening to the whisper of the wind through the wildflowers, or tracing the patterns of the clouds with her eyes. Her world was small, but full of wonders, each awaiting their turn to be discovered. One day, as the golden sun dipped below the horizon, painting the skies with hues of lavender and rose, Maeve stumbled upon an old, weathered book in her grandmother's attic. Its cover was faded, worn with the love of many hands, but it shimmered with a subtle, mysterious glow. Intrigued, Maeve carefully opened it, and to her amazement, the pages were blank. Disappointed yet undeterred, she tucked the book under her arm and decided to take it to Mr. Waverley, the village's wise old librarian. Mr. Waverley had a silver beard that seemed to dance in the breeze and eyes that sparkled with the wisdom of countless tales. He welcomed Maeve with a warm smile as she entered the library, the scent of old parchment and ink enveloping her like a comforting hug. "Ah, Maeve, what brings you to my humble abode this evening?" Mr. Waverley asked kindly. Maeve placed the book on the oak desk, its glow catching the last rays of the setting sun. "I found this in Grandma's attic, but all the pages are empty." Mr. Waverley's eyes widened ever so slightly as he examined the book. "Ah, you've found the Book of Whispers," he whispered, almost to himself. "The Book of Whispers?" Maeve echoed, her curiosity piqued. Mr. Waverley nodded. "It's a magical book, you see. It reveals its secrets only to those who listen closely to the world around them. The stories it holds are not written with ink, but with the experiences of the heart." Maeve's eyes shone with excitement. "How do I begin to read it?" Mr. Waverley chuckled softly. "You must embark on a journey, dear Maeve. Listen to the whispers of the world, and the book will guide you." And so, Maeve set out the next morning, the book clutched close to her heart, eager to discover the stories hidden within its pages. Her first stop was the edge of the village, where the silver lake lapped gently against the pebbled shore. As she sat by the water, she noticed a family of ducks gliding gracefully across its surface, their reflections painting ripples in the water. Maeve closed her eyes and listened to their gentle quacks and the soft rustling of reeds. When she opened her eyes, the book's first page was no longer blank. Etched in delicate silver script was a tale of a duckling who had lost its way but found comfort in the companionship of its family. With each new discovery, Maeve's journey continued. She met a wise old tortoise named Tilly, who moved as slowly as the passage of time, teaching Maeve the virtue of patience. Tilly spoke of how the world often revealed its secrets slowly, and how rushing only led to missed opportunities. In the forest, Maeve encountered a mischievous squirrel named Felix, who taught her the importance of playfulness and laughter, even when the days seemed long and tiring. Felix would chatter endlessly about the wonders of the forest, urging Maeve to see the magic hidden in every leaf and branch. As Maeve listened to their tales and learned from her surroundings, the Book of Whispers continued to fill with stories, each more enchanting than the last. It was as if the world itself was a tapestry of narrative threads, woven together by the experiences of those who took the time to listen. But the journey was not without its challenges. One chilly evening, as the first snowflakes of winter began to fall, Maeve found herself in a dense part of the forest, surrounded by tall, silent pines. The wind howled, and clouds obscured the guiding stars. Maeve felt a pang of fear, wondering if she had strayed too far. In that moment of uncertainty, Maeve remembered the lessons from her new friends. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes, listening not with her ears, but with her heart. The forest, once intimidating, now seemed to whisper secrets of strength and courage to her. With renewed determination, Maeve followed the trail of stars in her mind, guided by the gentle wisdom she had gathered along her journey. She soon found an opening in the trees, and there, under the glow of the moon, stood Mr. Waverley. "You've come far, Maeve," he said with a proud smile, "and now you understand the power of listening." Maeve nodded, holding the now-filled book tightly. It was no longer just a collection of stories. It was a testament to her journey, her growth, and the friendships she had forged. Each page was a reminder of the lessons learned and the beauty discovered in the world around her. As Maeve returned to her village, she felt a comforting warmth within her heart, a gentle glow that mirrored the shimmering cover of the Book of Whispers. She had learned that wisdom often lay in the quietest of places, waiting patiently for those who chose to listen. And so, as the village settled into the embrace of the night, Maeve tucked herself into bed, the book resting by her side. The crackling of the fireplace filled the room with a soothing melody, and Maeve drifted into a peaceful slumber, dreaming of new adventures and the wondrous stories yet to be uncovered in the whispers of tomorrow. Story 86. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and lush, whispering forests, there lived a young girl named Lily. Her hair shimmered like strands of spun gold, and her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 unanswered questions. Lily was known throughout the village for her kindness and her insatiable thirst for adventure. She spent her days exploring the woods, where sunlight filtered through the canopy like liquid gold, dappling the forest floor with patches of warmth. One crisp autumn morning, as the air was filled with the sweet scent of fallen leaves and the gentle hum of nature's breath, Lily set out on her usual wanderings. She wore a cozy cloak of deep green, which rustled softly as she moved. Her heart was light, for the forest was her home away from home, a place where she felt truly alive. As she meandered along a familiar path, her attention was caught by an unusual glimmer from the corner of her eye. Turning towards the source, she discovered a small, ornate box nestled among the roots of an ancient oak. The box was beautifully carved with intricate patterns of leaves and vines, its wood polished to a soft sheen. Curiosity piqued, Lily knelt down and gently lifted the box, marveling at its craftsmanship. Lifting the lid with care, she found inside a delicate, shimmering feather. It was unlike any feather she had ever seen, its colors shifting with the light, from the deepest azure to the palest silver, as if it contained the very essence of the sky and the moon. As she held it, a warm tingle spread through her fingers, and she knew instinctively that this feather was something extraordinary. Lily decided to take the feather to the wise old storyteller who lived at the edge of the village. Known for his vast knowledge of the world and its mysteries, he was a beloved figure to whom villagers turned for guidance and tales of wonder. As she approached his cozy cottage, nestled amidst a garden of vibrant flowers and herbs, she felt a sense of anticipation mixed with a touch of trepidation. The storyteller, a gentle soul with a long, silver beard and eyes that twinkled like the stars, welcomed Lily with a warm smile. His home was filled with the comforting scents of herbs and old books, and the crackling fire in the hearth cast a soft glow across the room. "What brings you to my door, dear Lily?" he asked in a voice as soothing as a lullaby. With careful hands, Lily presented the feather, watching as the storyteller's eyes widened in recognition and awe. "Ah," he murmured, "this is a feather from the fabled sky dancer, a mythical bird that is said to soar between worlds, carrying with it the dreams and hopes of those it touches." Lily listened, enraptured, as the storyteller revealed the legend of the sky dancer. It was said that the bird resided in the hidden realm of Etheria, a world invisible to the untrained eye, where time flowed differently and magic lay thick in the air. The feather, a rare gift, had the power to reveal this hidden world to those pure of heart. As the tale unfolded, Lily's heart swelled with wonder and determination. She realized that the feather had chosen her for a reason, and a deep longing to discover Etheria took root within her. But the journey would not be simple. The path to Etheria was fraught with challenges that tested the courage and wisdom of those who dared to seek it. The storyteller, sensing Lily's resolve, offered her guidance. To find Etheria, you must follow the river until it splits in two, he instructed. There at the fork lies the gateway, hidden from sight. Trust in yourself and remember that the journey is just as important as the destination. With gratitude in her heart, Lily set out the next morning, the feather safely tucked into the folds of her cloak. Her journey began along the riverbank, where the water sang a gentle melody that harmonized with the rustling leaves and the soft chirping of birds. She felt a deep connection to the earth and sky, as if nature itself was guiding her steps. As she traveled, she encountered many wonders. The forest came alive with vibrant colors, and even the smallest creatures seemed to greet her with warmth and friendliness. Along the way, she met a wise old turtle basking in the sun, who shared stories of times long past and imparted a nugget of wisdom. In the quiet moments, listen to the whispers of your heart, for they will lead you true. Inspired by the turtle's words, Lily continued on, her steps lightened by newfound clarity. She journeyed through fields of wildflowers that danced in the breeze, their petals a riot of colors that painted the landscape in joyous hues. She climbed hills that offered breathtaking views of the world below, where valleys stretched like a patchwork quilt and clouds drifted lazily across the sky. Finally, as the sun began its descent, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, Lily reached the fork in the river. Here, the waters parted ways, one stream continuing on its familiar course, while the other wound deeper into the heart of the forest, where shadows lengthened and mystery beckoned. Lily paused, taking a deep breath as she looked towards the hidden path. She felt the feather stir against her skin, a gentle reminder of the magic that awaited her. With a heart full of courage, she stepped forward, leaving behind the known and embracing the unknown. As she ventured deeper into the forest, the air grew thick with enchantment. The trees towered overhead, their branches intertwined to form a vaulted ceiling that filtered the light into a soft, ethereal glow. The forest floor was carpeted with moss that cushioned her steps, and the scent of pine and earth filled her senses. Lily soon found herself in a clearing, where the moonlight bathed the scene in a silver luminescence. In the center of the clearing stood a magnificent archway woven from vines and flowers, pulsing with a gentle energy that resonated with the beat of her heart. She knew she had found the gateway to Etheria. With the feather clutched in her hand, Lily stepped through the archway, feeling a rush of warmth as the world around her shifted and changed. She emerged into a place of breathtaking beauty, where the sky shimmered with hues of lavender and gold, and the air was alive with the fragrance of blooming flowers and sweet nectar. Etheria was a realm of wonder, where time seemed to dance to its own rhythm and magic sparkled in every breath. Here, creatures of legend roamed freely, their forms as varied as the dreams of those who imagined them. Lily marveled at the sight of unicorns grazing in meadows of silver grass, their manes flowing like liquid moonlight. Above them, dragons soared gracefully, their scales catching the sun's rays like prisms. Yet as awe-inspiring as this world was, Lily soon discovered that not all was as it seemed. Etheria, she learned, was in peril. The balance of its magic had been disturbed, causing the land to slowly unravel. The Sky Dancer, the guardian of harmony, had vanished, leaving the realm vulnerable to the encroaching shadows. Determined to help, Lily sought out the Council of Elders, a group of wise beings who guided Etheria with gentle hands and open hearts. They welcomed her with kindness, their eyes full of both hope and sorrow. The eldest among them, a majestic stag with antlers crowned in blossoms, explained the dire situation. The Sky Dancer's disappearance has left a void, he said, his voice a melody of ancient wisdom. Without its song, the threads of magic are fraying, and soon Etheria will be lost to the shadows. Lily listened, her heart aching for this world she had come to love. She knew she had to do something, but she couldn't possibly face this challenge alone. Sensing her need, the elders bestowed upon her a gift, a small silver pendant shaped like a feather, imbued with the essence of Etheria's magic. It would guide her to those who could help and protect her on her journey. With the pendant around her neck, Lily set off once more, her path illuminated by the glow of the pendant. She traveled through enchanted forests, where trees whispered secrets of old, and across crystal-clear lakes that mirrored the sky in their depths. Along the way, she encountered companions who joined her quest, each bringing their own strengths and wisdom. First, she met a clever fox named Finn, whose eyes sparkled with mischief and intelligence. Finn was a master of finding hidden paths and seeing through illusions, skills that proved invaluable as they navigated the ever-shifting landscapes of Etheria. Next, they encountered a gentle giant named Rowan, whose heart was as vast as the mountains he called home. Rowan's strength and kindness were unmatched, and he pledged to protect Lily and her friends with all his might. Together, the trio ventured into the heart of Etheria, seeking the Sky Dancer and the source of the disturbance. They faced many trials, each designed to test their resolve and unity. In the Forest of Echoes, they encountered shadows that whispered fears and doubts, but with Finn's cleverness and Rowan's steadfast bravery, they emerged unscathed, their bond stronger than ever. In the Caves of Reflection, they faced their own fears and insecurities, but with Lily's determination and the support of her friends, they found the strength to overcome their inner struggles. Each challenge brought them closer together, and their hearts resonated with a harmony that echoed the magic of Etheria itself. Finally, their journey led them to the Valley of Whispers, a place of profound beauty where the very air sang with the melodies of the past. Here they found the Sky Dancer, trapped in a web of shadow and silence. Its once vibrant plumage was dulled, and its eyes, those windows to the soul, were filled with a deep sorrow. Lily approached the Sky Dancer, her heart filled with empathy and understanding. She realized that the Sky Dancer's song had been silenced not by force, but by the weight of loneliness and the burden of carrying the hopes of so many alone. With gentle hands, she reached out, her touch as light as a whisper. The feather in her cloak glowed with a soft, comforting light, resonating with the pendant around her neck. She began to sing, a melody from her heart, woven with the threads of friendship and love she had discovered on her journey. Her voice was joined by Finn and Rowan, their songs blending in perfect harmony. Together they created a symphony of hope and unity, a song that reached deep into the Sky Dancer's soul, reigniting its spirit and breaking the bonds of shadow. The Sky Dancer rose, its wings unfurling in a glorious display of color and light. It sang once more, a song that echoed through the valley, weaving the magic of Etheria back into place. The land responded, blossoming with new life and vitality as balance was restored. The journey had changed Lily in profound ways. She had discovered the strength of her own heart, the power of friendship, and the beauty of a world she had once only dreamed of. With a grateful heart, she bid farewell to Finn and Rowan, knowing that their paths would cross again in the tapestry of time. As she stepped back through the archway, the magic of Etheria lingered in her heart, a gentle reminder of the wonders she had witnessed and the bonds she had forged. She returned to her village, her spirit aglow with the light of 1,000 stars. And though the world may have seen her as the same young girl, Lily knew she had been forever changed by her journey. She carried with her the lessons of Etheria, the strength of friendship, and the wisdom of the Sky Dancer's song, a melody that would guide her through all the adventures yet to come. As the sun set and the stars began to twinkle in the vast tapestry of the night sky, Lily sat by the hearth, the warmth of the fire wrapping around her like a comforting embrace. She knew that her journey was but one chapter in a story that would continue to unfold, weaving its magic through the lives of all those who dared to dream. And so, with a heart full of wonder and the gentle whisper of the Sky Dancer's song in her ears, Lily drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams filled with the promise of new adventures and the beauty of a world where magic danced in every breath. Story 87. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Clara. Willowbrook was known for its lush gardens and winding cobblestone streets, where the scent of blooming jasmine danced in the air, and laughter from the villagers filled every corner. Clara was a curious soul, her heart as open as the sky above, and her eyes sparkled with the mischief of 1,000 adventures yet to be had. Clara lived with her grandmother, who was the village's beloved weaver. Her grandmother's shop, a cozy nook filled with vibrant threads and soft yarns, was where Clara spent many of her days, learning the delicate art of weaving. Her grandmother often told her stories of the magical loom that once belonged to their ancestors, a loom that was said to weave the dreams of its users into reality. Clara listened intently, her imagination painting pictures of faraway lands and fantastical creatures. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves crunched underfoot and a gentle breeze rustled through the branches, Clara's grandmother called her into the weaving room. "Clara, my dear," she said, her voice as soft as the wool she worked with, "I have something special to show you." She led Clara to a dusty corner of the room, where an old, wooden loom stood. It was unlike any loom Clara had ever seen, with intricate carvings of vines and flowers winding through its frame. "This," her grandmother explained, "is the magical loom of our family. Today, I believe you are ready to learn its secrets." Clara's eyes widened with excitement and a tinge of disbelief. She approached the loom, her fingers brushing against the cool wood, feeling a gentle hum beneath her touch. Her grandmother guided her hands to the threads, whispering, "Close your eyes, Clara, and let your heart guide you." Clara took a deep breath, feeling the warmth of her grandmother's presence and the loom's subtle energy. As Clara began to weave, something extraordinary happened. The threads glowed softly, colors swirling and intertwining like a sunset reflected on a tranquil lake. The room was filled with a gentle, resonant hum, as if the loom was singing an ancient lullaby. As Clara wove, she felt a connection to something vast and profound, a tapestry of dreams and possibilities. When she opened her eyes, Clara found herself not in her grandmother's weaving room, but in a forest unlike any she had ever seen. The trees were towering and majestic, their leaves shimmering with every color of the rainbow. The air was filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle and the trill of birdsong. Clara knew she had entered a world woven by the loom, a place where magic lingered in every shadow and sunlight danced on the forest floor. As she wandered through this enchanted realm, Clara met a fox named Finn, whose fur glistened like copper under the dappled sunlight. Finn had a twinkle in his eye and a gentle, wise manner. "Welcome, young weaver," he said with a nod. "I've been waiting for you." Finn explained that the forest was a place where dreams took form, and it was Clara's task to learn the ways of this world, to bring back its wisdom to Willowbrook. Clara and Finn journeyed deeper into the forest, where they encountered a myriad of creatures, each with unique personalities and stories to share. There was Luna, a soft-spoken owl who could see into the future, and Thistle, a mischievous rabbit with a knack for finding hidden paths. Together they formed a bond of friendship and trust, each contributing their own strengths to the group. Their journey was not without challenges. They soon came upon a river that sparkled like liquid silver, its waters swift and treacherous. To cross it, they needed to solve a riddle whispered by the wind. Finn, with his sharp mind, pondered the words, but it was Clara who realized the answer lay in understanding the heart of the river. "It's about trust," she said softly, "and letting go of fear." With this realization, the river's current calmed, creating a gentle path for them to cross. As they continued their journey, Clara learned to listen to the whispers of the forest, to understand the language of the trees and the songs of the wind. Each step took her closer to understanding the true magic of the loom, an ability to see beyond the surface, to weave connections between the seen and unseen, to create harmony where there was once discord. Finally, they arrived at a clearing bathed in moonlight, where a great oak tree stood, its branches stretching toward the stars. This, Finn explained, was the heart of the forest, where all dreams began and ended. Clara approached the tree, feeling the hum of the loom in her heart, and she understood what she must do. With her newfound wisdom, Clara wove a tapestry of light and shadow, capturing the essence of the forest, the laughter of friends, the strength found in unity, and the beauty of dreams shared and realized. As she finished, the tapestry shimmered, and the world around her began to dissolve like morning mist touched by the sun. Clara found herself back in her grandmother's weaving room, the loom humming softly as if in approval. Her grandmother smiled, her eyes filled with pride and love. "You have learned well, my dear," she said, embracing Clara warmly. From that day on, Clara wove not just with her hands, but with her heart. She shared the stories of her journey with the village, inspiring others to see the magic in their own lives. The loom became a cherished part of Willowbrook, a reminder that the greatest magic of all lies in the bonds we create and the dreams we dare to weave together. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars, with the gentle crackle of the fireplace and the comforting scent of jasmine wafting through the room, Clara's story became one with the tapestry of Willowbrook, a tale of discovery, friendship, and the quiet, enduring magic of the human heart. Story 88, The Whispering Grove. In a quiet village nestled amidst rolling hills and bordered by a dense forest, there lived a young girl named Amara. Her days were spent wandering the meadows, collecting wildflowers, and listening to the stories of the wind as it danced through the tall grasses. Amara was known for her kind heart and her boundless curiosity, always eager to learn more about the world around her. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the sky with hues of gold and amber, Amara set out on a path that led deeper into the forest than she had ever ventured before. Her feet brushed against the fallen leaves, their gentle rustling harmonizing with the distant call of a lark. The forest, with its towering oaks and whispering pines, seemed alive with secrets, and Amara felt a thrill of excitement as she stepped beneath its leafy canopy. As she wandered, Amara stumbled upon a clearing bathed in soft, dappled sunlight. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk gnarled and roots sprawling like the arms of an old friend. Amara was drawn to it, feeling a peculiar warmth emanating from the tree, as if it were beckoning her closer. Upon closer inspection, she noticed something unusual. Nestled in the crook of one of the lower branches was a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with delicate patterns of leaves and vines, and seemed almost to glow with an inner light. Amara felt a tingle of anticipation as she reached out to touch it, her fingers brushing the smooth surface. As she picked up the box, a gentle breeze stirred the air, carrying with it a soft, melodic whisper. Startled, Amara looked around, but saw no one. She glanced back at the box, her curiosity piqued. There was a catch on the side, and with a slight click, the lid sprang open. Inside was a shimmering crystal, no larger than a robin's egg, glowing with a soft, ethereal light. As Amara held it in her palm, the whispers grew louder, forming words that she could finally understand. "Guardian of the Whispering Grove," the voice intoned, gentle and wise. "This is the heart of the forest. With it comes the power to understand the language of nature. Use it wisely and with kindness." Amara's eyes widened in wonder. She closed the box and tucked it carefully into her satchel, her mind swirling with questions and possibilities. Could she truly understand the language of the forest? What secrets lay hidden within its verdant depths? With a newfound sense of purpose, Amara continued her journey. As she walked, she focused intently on the sounds around her, the rustle of leaves, the chirping of crickets, the babbling of a distant brook. Slowly, she began to discern meaning in the cacophony, snippets of conversation as if the forest itself were speaking to her. "The rains are coming," whispered the leaves, their voices soft and rustling. "Beware, the fox is near," chirped the sparrow, its tone urgent yet not unkind. Overwhelmed yet exhilarated, Amara realized the immense gift she had been given. But with it came a sense of responsibility. She knew she must protect the heart of the forest and use its power to preserve the delicate balance of nature. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of lavender and rose, Amara found her way back to the village. Her mind was a flurry of thoughts, but her heart was calm, filled with a profound sense of connection to the world around her. In the days that followed, Amara used her newfound ability to help her village. She guided the farmers on when to plant and when to harvest, listened to the concerns of the animals, and even mediated disputes between creatures of the forest. Her wisdom and kindness earned her the respect and admiration of both humans and animals alike. One day, however, a shadow fell over the village. a drought had gripped the land, its parched breath scorching the earth and withering the crops. The villagers grew anxious, their eyes filled with worry and fear. Amara knew she had to do something, but the solution eluded her. Determined to find an answer, Amara returned to the Whispering Grove. She sat beneath the ancient oak, the heart of the forest in her hands, and listened. The forest was quiet, the usual chatter of its inhabitants hushed, as if holding its breath. Then, faintly at first, Amara heard a voice, soft and gentle. It was the voice of the heart of the forest, and it spoke of a hidden spring deep within the woods, a source of life-giving water that could save the village. With a sense of urgency, Amara set out on her journey, guided by the whispers of the forest. The path was arduous, tangled with brambles and steeped in shadows, but Amara pressed on, her determination unwavering. As she journeyed deeper into the forest, Amara encountered various creatures, each with a story to tell and wisdom to share. There was the wise old owl who guided her through the darkest nights, the playful fox who taught her the art of navigation, and the gentle deer who showed her the beauty of patience and grace. With each encounter, Amara learned and grew, her heart expanding with kindness and understanding. The journey was not just a quest for water, but a voyage of personal transformation, teaching her the true meaning of friendship and the interconnectedness of all living things. Finally, after days of travel, Amara reached the hidden spring. It bubbled forth from the earth, crystal clear and shimmering in the dappled sunlight. The sight filled her with awe, a testament to the resilience and generosity of nature. Amara filled her satchel with water and began the journey back to her village. The return was not without its challenges, but she was not alone. The creatures of the forest accompanied her, offering their assistance and encouragement. When Amara finally arrived back in her village, the sight of the life-giving water sparked hope in the eyes of her people. Together, they used the water to revive their crops and quench their thirst, saving the village from the grip of the drought. As the villagers celebrated their newfound prosperity, Amara reflected on her journey. She realized that the true power of the heart of the forest lay not in the ability to understand the language of nature, but in the wisdom and compassion it had taught her. With the heart of the forest safely returned to its place in the ancient oak, Amara knew that the whispers would continue, guiding her and others in times of need. And as she watched the sun set over the village, casting a warm, golden glow over the land, she felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. For Amara had learned that the greatest magic of all was the magic of friendship, understanding, and the unwavering bond between all living things. And with this knowledge, she knew she could face any challenge, with the forest and its secrets by her side. Story 89, The Whispering Woods. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between the gentle arms of rolling hills and the edge of an ancient forest, there lived a young boy named Finn. The village, with its cobblestone streets and thatched roof cottages, was a place where the air always carried the sweet scent of blooming flowers. The villagers went about their daily tasks, always under the watchful gaze of the towering trees from the forest known as the Whispering Woods. The Whispering Woods had a reputation that left the villagers whispering tales of its magic and mystery. They believed the woods were alive, that they whispered secrets to those who dared to listen, and hidden within its depths was a world unseen by ordinary eyes. Finn had always been fascinated by these stories, often wandering to the forest edge, gazing into the shadows that seemed to dance and shift with a life of their own. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and orange, Finn sat at the edge of the woods, his heart filled with curiosity and a yearning for adventure. He could hear the soft rustling of leaves, a symphony of whispers that beckoned him closer. It was then he noticed a peculiar glint among the roots of an ancient oak tree. With cautious steps, he approached and found an ornate, golden key partly buried in the soil. The key was unlike anything Finn had ever seen, its surface etched with intricate patterns that sparkled in the fading light. As he held it in his hand, a warmth spread through him, a gentle assurance that whispered promises of discovery. Driven by an unexplainable urge, Finn pocketed the key and decided to return home, feeling a flutter of excitement for what might come next. That night, Sleep eluded Finn as his mind danced with possibilities. He awoke before dawn, the key safely tucked beneath his pillow, and set off towards the woods, guided by the first light of morning. The forest was cloaked in a soft mist, lending an ethereal quality to the surroundings. It felt as though he had stepped into a world untouched by time. As he wandered deeper, the forest seemed to come alive around him. The whispers grew louder, and he felt a gentle tug at his heart, pulling him towards a clearing where the sunlight broke through the canopy in beams of golden light. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone pedestal, its surface worn by time, yet unmistakably majestic. To Finn's astonishment, the key in his pocket began to glow softly, as if urging him to take a step forward. With trembling hands, Finn approached the pedestal and placed the key into a small key-shaped depression on its surface. As he turned it, there was a soft click, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. The ground beneath him shuddered gently, and before his eyes, a great door materialized, shimmering with a light that seemed to come from within. The door was carved with scenes of the forest, depicting creatures both familiar and fantastical. Birds with jewel-toned feathers, gentle deer with antlers like branches, and tiny sprites that danced between the leaves. With a deep breath, Finn stepped through the door, leaving the familiar world behind. On the other side, he found himself in a land of wonder. The sky above was a brilliant shade of azure, and the air was filled with the melodious songs of unseen birds. Trees towered above, their trunks wide and ancient, their leaves shimmering with a silvery sheen. The ground was covered in soft moss that felt like walking on a plush carpet. Finn wandered through this hidden world, his senses alive with the beauty that surrounded him. He soon encountered creatures that seemed to embody the forest's magic, a fox with fur that glowed like embers, a rabbit whose ears twitched with the rhythm of the wind, and a wise old owl with eyes that held the secrets of the ages. The owl perched on a low branch, its eyes fixed on Finn with a gaze that seemed to pierce into his very soul. "Welcome, young Finn," the owl spoke, its voice a gentle echo of the forest's whispers. "You are the first in many years to find the key and step into our realm." Finn, though surprised that the owl knew his name, felt warmth in its presence. "What is this place?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. "This is the heart of the Whispering Woods," the owl replied, "a place where the forest's magic is strongest and where those who seek may find what they truly need." As Finn explored this enchanted realm, he discovered a village nestled within a grove, much like his own but filled with creatures that spoke and moved with a grace that was almost otherworldly. The villagers welcomed him with open arms, their faces kind and their smiles warm. Among them was a young girl named Lyra, whose laughter rang like the sweetest chime. Lyra and Finn became fast friends, sharing stories and exploring this magical world together. Through Lyra, Finn learned of the village's history, of how the forest had always protected them, and how they, in turn, cared for it. He discovered that the key he had found was a symbol of unity, a bridge between his world and theirs. Days turned into weeks as Finn and Lyra embarked on countless adventures. They climbed trees that reached into the heavens, swam in crystal-clear streams that sparkled like diamonds, and danced with the fireflies that lit up the night like stars fallen to earth. Each day brought new wonders, and Finn felt a sense of belonging he had never known before. But as much as he loved this hidden world, Finn knew he could not stay forever. The time came when the forest whispered of his return home, of the life awaiting him beyond the door. With a heavy heart, he shared his thoughts with Lyra, who understood his longing for home, but also the pull of the forest's magic. "You have changed, Finn," she said, taking his hand in hers. "This journey has been as much about discovering yourself as it has been about discovering this world." With the owl's guidance, Finn made his way back to the door, the weight of the key heavy in his pocket. As he stepped through, he felt the forest's blessing upon him, a gentle reminder of the magic that would always be a part of him. Finn returned to his village, the familiar sights and sounds welcoming him home. But he was not the same boy who had left. He carried with him the wisdom of the forest, the kindness of its creatures, and the friendship of a girl who had shown him the beauty of a world beyond his own. Though the door to the Whispering Woods remained hidden, Finn knew it was always there. waiting for those with the heart to find it. And as he grew, he shared his tales with others, whispering of a world where magic lived and friendship knew no bounds. And so, beneath the warmth of the sun and the gentle rustle of leaves, the village thrived, forever connected to the heart of the forest, and the whispers that told of a journey that had changed a boy into a keeper of secrets and dreams. Story 90. In a quaint cobblestone village nestled amidst rolling green hills and dappled with the light of 1,000 stars, there lived a young seamstress named Lila. Her days were filled with the rhythmic hum of her sewing machine and the soft swish of fabric under her nimble fingers. Lila was known for her beautiful creations, dresses that seemed to shimmer with the hues of dawn and cloaks that whispered the secrets of the night. One crisp autumn evening, as the golden leaves danced their way down to the earth, Lila discovered something most peculiar. She was tidying up her small workshop, the warm glow of a single lantern casting long shadows on the walls, when her foot nudged a small, forgotten box beneath her work table. Dusty and covered in cobwebs, the box was unremarkable at first glance. Yet as Lila brushed it off and carefully opened its creaky lid, she found inside a tiny pair of scissors unlike any she had ever seen. The scissors were intricately crafted, their handles shaped like delicate ivy leaves, with blades that gleamed sharper than moonlight on a still pond. As she held them, a gentle warmth spread through her hands, and Lila felt a curious tingling in her fingertips. Intrigued, she decided to test them on a piece of scrap fabric, and to her astonishment, the scissors cut through the cloth as if it were water, leaving behind a trail of glimmering stardust. Excited yet puzzled, Lila knew these scissors were not ordinary. That night, beneath the comforting quilt of her bed and the soft lullaby of distant crickets, she resolved to uncover their secret. The following morning, with the dawn painting the sky in hues of rose and amber, Lila set out on a journey to seek answers. She tucked the magical scissors into a pocket of her satchel and began her walk through the village, where the air was filled with the scent of freshly baked bread and the cheerful chatter of early risers. Her first stop was the home of old Thomas, the village's wise elder with a beard as white as winter's first snow and eyes that twinkled like a child's. His house was a cozy, cluttered abode, filled with books and trinkets collected over a lifetime. As Lila explained her discovery, Thomas listened intently, his fingers stroking his beard thoughtfully. "Ah, my dear," Thomas said, his voice as soothing as a warm breeze, "those scissors are indeed special. They once belonged to the great tailor, Elias, who was said to have a gift for crafting garments that could change the fate of those who wore them. It is said he imbued his tools with a magic that comes from kindness and creativity." Lila's eyes widened in wonder, but Thomas continued with a gentle smile. "To unlock their full potential, you must be guided not by greed or ambition, but by the purity of your heart. Seek out the one who can help you understand their true purpose." And so Lila's journey continued. She wandered through the village, her path leading her to the edge of the forest where the leaves whispered secrets in the wind. There she met a peculiar character, a rabbit named Oliver, who wore a waistcoat and had a penchant for riddles. Oliver was kind and clever, with ears that perked up at the mention of magic. He hopped alongside Layla, his fluffy tail bobbing merrily, as they journeyed deeper into the forest. "The scissors, dear Lila," Oliver said with a twitch of his nose, "may reveal their magic through the art of creation. But first, you must face a challenge of the heart." Before long, they arrived at a clearing where the trees stood like ancient sentinels, and the ground was carpeted with soft moss. In the center of the clearing sat a large, smooth stone, etched with symbols that glowed faintly in the light, filtering through the canopy. "It is here," Oliver declared, "that you must prove your wisdom. The stone holds a question, and only by answering it with truth and clarity can you proceed." Lila approached the stone, her heart fluttering like a bird's wings. As she placed her hand upon it, a gentle voice spoke within her mind. "What is it that you truly seek, and why do you seek it?" The question resonated deep within her, and Lila paused to reflect. She thought of her little workshop, the joy she felt in creating something beautiful, and the wonder she experienced when the scissors first revealed their magic. She realized that her journey was not just about discovering the scissors' power, but about understanding her own heart's desire. "I seek to create beauty in the world," Leela answered softly, "to bring joy and wonder to those around me, not for my glory, but to share the magic of kindness and creativity." As her words filled the still air, the symbols on the stone glowed brighter, and a gentle hum resonated through the clearing. Oliver clapped his paws together in delight, his eyes sparkling with approval. "You have found the truth within, dear Lila," the rabbit said warmly. "Now the scissors will guide you, just as your heart guides your hands." With renewed purpose, Lila thanked Oliver and returned to her village. As she worked with the enchanted scissors, she found that her creations took on a life of their own. The dresses she sewed shimmered with unseen stars, and the cloaks seemed to whisper tales of courage and adventure. The villagers who wore her garments felt a newfound sense of hope and joy, and Lila's little workshop became a place of inspiration and community. In the days that followed, Lila discovered that the true magic of the scissors lay not just in their ability to transform fabric, but in their power to weave connections and dreams. Her journey had taught her that the greatest magic of all was the kindness that resided in her heart, and the wisdom she had gained along the way. And so, as the seasons turned and the village continued to thrive, Lila's story became a cherished tale shared by the fireside on long winter nights. It was a story of discovery and wonder, of a young seamstress who, with the help of a wise elder and a clever rabbit, found the magic within herself to change not only her own life, but the lives of those around her. And each night, as the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Lila would sit by her window, her heart as warm as the glow of the lantern beside her, knowing that her journey had only just begun. Story 91. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled comfortably between whispering woods and babbling brooks, there existed a curious little shop known simply as the Curious Corner. Its wooden sign, swinging gently in the breeze, was elegantly carved with whimsical designs of stars and moons. This shop was a treasure trove of the unusual and the extraordinary, known to locals as a place where one might stumble upon objects with stories just waiting to be told. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the golden sun began to dip beneath the horizon, casting a warm amber glow through the leaves, a young girl named Lila wandered into the Curious Corner. Lila was known for her inquisitive nature, always seeking out the hidden wonders of the world. Her eyes sparkled with a mix of curiosity and adventure as she stepped over the threshold, the faint scent of aged paper and polished wood welcoming her like an old friend. As Lila meandered through the shop, her fingers danced lightly over peculiar trinkets and curious gadgets. There was an air of enchantment about the place, each object whispering tales of distant lands and forgotten times. However, it was a small, unassuming music box that caught her attention. Tucked away on a shelf, it was crafted from a dark, lustrous wood, its surface etched with intricate patterns of vines and flowers. Drawn to it, Lila gently lifted the music box and turned the delicate key. To her amazement, instead of the expected tinkling melody, the box emitted a soft, shimmering light that enveloped her like a warm embrace. In that moment, the shop around her seemed to fade, and Lila found herself standing in a meadow bathed in moonlight, the air filled with the sweet scent of night-blooming jasmine. Before Lila could question her surroundings, a soft voice broke the silence. "Welcome, dear one," it said, gentle and soothing, like the rustle of leaves in the evening breeze. Lila turned to see a small, ethereal creature hovering nearby. It was a luminescent butterfly, its wings shimmering with hues of blue and silver, casting a gentle glow in the night. "I am Luna," the butterfly introduced itself, "a guardian of the secrets held within the music box you carry. You have been chosen to embark on a journey of discovery." Lila listened, her heart fluttering with excitement and a touch of apprehension. "What kind of journey?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Luna fluttered closer, its light casting playful shadows on the ground. "A journey within, as much as without. The music box has revealed to you a world that exists parallel to your own, a world where dreams take shape and possibilities are endless. But this journey is not made alone. You will meet those who will guide you, and together, you will uncover the magic that lies within your own heart." Intrigued and eager to learn more, Lila nodded, feeling a sense of purpose unfurling within her. With Luna leading the way, she began her journey across the moonlit meadow, the grass whispering beneath her feet. As they walked, the landscape transformed around them, revealing hidden groves and sparkling streams, each step bringing a new wonder. Their first stop was a grove of ancient trees, their branches entwined like the arms of old friends. Here they met an elderly tortoise named Oliver, whose shell was adorned with tiny, twinkling stars. Oliver spoke slowly, his voice carrying the weight of many years. "Patience, child, is the key to understanding the world around us," he advised, his wise eyes twinkling like the night sky. "Not everything is as it seems, and sometimes the greatest truths are found in the quietest moments." With Oliver's words nestled in her heart, Lila continued her journey, each encounter deepening her understanding. She met a family of playful fireflies who taught her the importance of joy and laughter, even in the face of uncertainty. She crossed paths with a gentle deer named Serafina, who shared tales of the forest's history and the interconnectedness of all living things. As Lila traveled, she began to notice changes within herself. Her senses seemed heightened, her mind more open to the nuances of the world around her. She found herself listening more intently, observing more keenly, and her heart swelled with a newfound appreciation for the simple beauty of life. However, her journey was not without its challenges. One evening, as a soft mist began to blanket the landscape, Lila and Luna arrived at a crossroads. The path ahead was obscured, shrouded in an eerie silence that sent a shiver down Lila's spine. It was a place where many had turned back, daunted by the unknown. Luna settled on Lila's shoulder, its wings brushing softly against her cheek. "This is the veil of doubt," it explained gently. "To pass through, you must confront your own fears and uncertainties. It is a test not of strength but of wisdom and courage." Taking a deep breath, Lila stepped forward, her resolve strong. As she walked into the mist, she felt a flicker of doubt gnawing at her. What if she couldn't find her way? What if she was not worthy of the journey? But then she remembered the lessons she had learned from Oliver, the fireflies, and Serafina. She remembered the laughter, the wisdom, the interconnectedness. Closing her eyes, Lila listened to the quiet, steady rhythm of her heart, allowing it to guide her. Slowly, the mist began to recede, revealing the path once more. With each step, her confidence grew, and the shadows of doubt dissipated like morning fog under the sun's warm gaze. Emerging from the veil, Lila found herself standing at the edge of a serene, glistening lake. The moon hung low in the sky, casting a silvery path across the water. Luna hovered beside her, its light shimmering in harmony with the moon's glow. "You have done well, Lila," Luna said, its voice filled with warmth and pride. "You have discovered the strength within you, the wisdom that comes from understanding and embracing who you are." As Lila gazed across the tranquil lake, she felt a sense of peace and fulfillment wash over her. The journey had changed her, not through grand adventures or heroic feats, but through quiet revelations and gentle lessons. She had learned to see the magic in the world around her, and more importantly, within herself. With a grateful heart, Lila turned to Luna, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. "Thank you," she whispered, knowing that this was only the beginning of many more journeys to come. As dawn began to break, casting a soft golden hue over the landscape, Lila found herself back in the curious corner, the music box resting quietly in her hands. The shop was just as she had left it, yet everything felt different. The world was filled with possibilities, and her heart brimmed with a newfound wonder. With one last look around, Lila placed the music box gently back on the shelf, a smile playing on her lips. She knew that the magic of the music box was not just in the journey it had taken her on, but in the way it had opened her heart to the endless wonders of the world. As she stepped out into the crisp morning air, Lila felt a gentle breeze caress her face, carrying with it the promise of new adventures and discoveries. And as she walked home, the village of Willowbrook lay bathed in the warm embrace of the rising sun, a world where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, waiting to be uncovered by those willing to see with the eyes of a dreamer. And so, with the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant melody of birdsong, Lila's story echoed softly through the village, a tale of discovery and wonder, of magic found in the quiet moments and the steadfast belief in the beauty of the unknown. Story 92. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and a whispering forest, there stood an old cobbler's shop at the end of a sun-dappled cobblestone lane. The cobbler, a kind and gentle soul named Rowan, was known far and wide for his exceptional skill in crafting shoes that seemed to fit like a second skin and last a lifetime. But what few knew was that Rowan's shop held a secret hidden within an unassuming pair of shoes that sat quietly on a dusty shelf. These shoes, crafted long ago by Rowan's grandfather, were made from a silken material that shimmered with all the colors of the dawn. They were known as the Wanderlust shoes, and legend had it that they possessed the power to reveal hidden wonders and lead their wearer to places where magic danced with the mundane. Rowan had always been a curious lad, even as he matured into a gentle and thoughtful man. His heart was light and filled with dreams of adventure, yet he had never dared to try on the mysterious shoes himself, for fear of what might happen. Instead, he spent his days mending soles and stitching leather, content with the world he knew. One soft autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of amber and lavender, a traveler entered Rowan's shop. She was a spirited young woman with hair the color of ripe wheat and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew. Her name was Lila, and she carried with her a map that seemed more a tapestry of dreams than a guide. Lila had heard whispers of Rowan's craftsmanship and had come seeking a pair of shoes for her journeys. As she browsed the shelves, her eyes fell upon the Wanderlust shoes, their colors catching the dying light like a beacon. Intrigued, she asked Rowan about them. Rowan hesitated, his voice caught between caution and the thrill of sharing a secret. Finally, with a fond smile, he relayed the tale of the shoes and their supposed magical properties. Lila listened intently, her curiosity piqued and her adventurous spirit kindled. "May I try them?" she asked, gesturing to the shimmering shoes. Rowan nodded, feeling a strange sense of anticipation. As Lila slipped her feet into the shoes, a gentle warmth spread from her toes to her heart, as though she had stepped into a sunbeam on a chilly day. The shoes fit perfectly, as if they had been made just for her. With a twinkle in his eye, Rowan suggested that she take a walk to see what wonders the shoes might reveal. And so, with the cobbler's blessing, Lila stepped out into the cool evening air, each step filled with a lightness and a sense of possibility she hadn't known before. The shoes carried her to the edge of the village, where the cobblestones gave way to a winding forest path bathed in moonlight. The air was sweet with the scent of pine and earth, and as she walked, Lila felt a gentle tugging, as though the shoes themselves were guiding her. Deeper into the woods she ventured, where shadows danced playfully among the trees, and the night was alive with the soft chorus of crickets and the distant hoot of an owl. It was here that she met her first companion on this unexpected journey, a wise old tortoise named Thistle, who was enjoying a moonlit stroll of his own. "Good evening, young traveler," Thistle greeted her, his voice as slow and comforting as the turning of seasons. "What brings you into the heart of the forest on such a fine night?" Lila, filled with a sense of wonder, explained about the Wanderlust shoes and her desire to see where they might lead her. "Ah, the shoes of discovery," Thistle mused, nodding sagely. "They have a way of finding those who seek more than they know. Perhaps I might accompany you a while. There is wisdom in company, and much to be learned from the journey." Together they walked, the tortoise's steady pace allowing Lila to absorb the beauty surrounding her. As they traveled, Thistle shared tales of the forest, of its hidden glades and the creatures that dwelled within, each story a gentle lesson wrapped in enchantment. Their path soon led them to a clearing where a gentle stream meandered, its waters glistening like liquid silver under the moon's watchful gaze. Here they encountered another companion, a mischievous squirrel named Pippin, whose eyes sparkled with mischief and mirth. "Ho there, travelers," Pippin chattered as he bounded from branch to branch. "What brings you to my neck of the woods? Surely not just for a stroll under the stars?" Lila laughed, her heart buoyed by the squirrel's infectious energy. She shared her tale once more, and Pippin, ever curious and ever eager, decided to join them. "Every good adventure needs a touch of whimsy," he declared with a flourish. And so the trio journeyed on, their path illuminated by moonlight and the gentle glow of fireflies that danced like tiny stars among the trees. They spoke of dreams and desires, of fears and uncertainties, each conversation weaving a tapestry of understanding and friendship. As dawn's first light tinged the sky with soft pinks and golds, the shoes guided Lila to a hilltop that overlooked the awakening world. Here the air was crisp and filled with the promise of a new day. It was a place of peace and reflection, where the heart could speak freely. "Here we are," Thistle said, his eyes twinkling with a knowing light. "This is the place where journeys end and begin anew." Lila stood in silence, feeling the warmth of the rising sun upon her face, and the gentle breeze that whispered secrets only the wind could hear. She realized then that the journey had changed her, not through the distance traveled, but through the wisdom gained and the friendships forged. She turned to Thistle and Pippin, gratitude shining in her eyes. "Thank you," she said softly. "I see now that it's not the destination, but the journey itself that holds the magic." With a nod and a wink, Pippin scampered back into the forest, his laughter echoing like bells on the breeze. Thistle, with a slow, deliberate nod, began his return to the heart of the woods, his presence a gentle reminder of the patience and wisdom found in stillness. Lila made her way back to Rowan's shop, her heart full and her spirit light. She thanked Rowan for the gift of the shoes and shared the tale of her journey, her voice filled with the wonder of discovery. Rowan listened, his heart warmed by the knowledge that the shoes had once again revealed hidden wonders. He placed the shoes back on their shelf, knowing that they would find their next traveler when the time was right. As Leela departed, she felt the gentle pull of her own dreams, ready to set forth on new paths with the wisdom of her journey as her guide. And Rowan, with a quiet smile, returned to his work, content in the knowledge that magic, like friendship, is best shared and cherished. And so the village remained a place where ordinary days held the promise of extraordinary secrets, and where every journey, no matter how small, was a step towards discovery and wonder. Story 93, The Whispering Lanterns of Elderglen. In the heart of a forest where the trees were so ancient their bark seemed to whisper the secrets of time, there lay the village of Elderglen. It was a place woven by the threads of enchantment, where the sun dappled the earth in hues of gold, and the air was thick with the scent of pine and wildflowers. Elderglen was secluded, nestled in a valley where the mist rolled in like a gentle sea, and the villagers lived in harmony with the rhythm of the natural world. In this quaint village, there was a girl named Leora. She was a curious soul with eyes the color of the forest canopy and hair that tumbled down her back like a cascade of autumn leaves. Leora possessed a gift, a rare ability to hear the whispers of the forest, a talent passed down through generations. It was said that those in her family could understand the language of the trees, the songs of the rivers, and the murmurs of the winds. One cool evening, as the village prepared for the annual Festival of Lanterns, Leora sat by the edge of Cinderglow Pond. The water mirrored the sky, a tapestry of twilight hues, while fireflies danced above its surface. She listened to the gentle rustle of the leaves and the soft croon of the frogs, feeling the tranquility seep into her bones. Her musings were interrupted by a peculiar sight. Upon the water's edge, half buried in the soft earth, was an object that caught the dwindling light. Curious, Leora reached out to unearth it. Her fingers brushed against something smooth and cool, a lantern, unlike any she had seen before. It was crafted from a material that seemed to shift between glass and mist, its surface swirling with colors that defied description. Leora's heart skipped a beat as she lifted the lantern. It was lighter than air, and as she held it, she could feel a gentle warmth emanating from within. Intrigued, she brought it closer, and as she did, the lantern flickered to life, casting a soft glow that enveloped her in a cocoon of warmth and light. As she gazed into the lantern's depths, Leora heard a whisper, a voice, gentle and wise, like the rustle of leaves kissed by a summer breeze. "Seek the heart of the forest," it said, the words resonating through her very soul. "There you will find what is lost." Her heart fluttered with a mix of excitement and apprehension. The heart of the forest was a place shrouded in mystery, said to be where the oldest trees stood, their roots entwined with the earth, their branches reaching for the heavens like ancient sentinels. Determined to heed the lantern's call, Leora set out the next morning, her footsteps light upon the forest floor. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of dew-kissed leaves and the promise of adventure. Her path was illuminated by the soft glow of the lantern, which seemed to pulse in time with her heartbeat. As she journeyed deeper into the woods, the trees grew taller, their trunks thick and gnarled, their leaves whispering secrets only they could understand. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs filling the air with a melody that was both haunting and beautiful. Along the way, Leora encountered creatures of the forest. A family of deer paused to watch her with gentle eyes. A fox darted through the underbrush, its coat a flash of fiery red. Each creature seemed to acknowledge her presence, as if recognizing the lantern's aura. She followed a stream that wound like a silver thread through the forest, its waters babbling in a language of laughter. The stream led her to a glade where the sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting a mosaic of patterns on the ground. It was a place of serenity, untouched by time. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak, its branches spread wide like welcoming arms. Leora's breath caught in her throat as she approached, for beneath the oak's boughs lay a hidden entrance, a doorway woven from vines and shadows. With a heart full of wonder, Leora stepped through the doorway, finding herself in a realm unlike any she had ever imagined. The air was alive with magic, shimmering with possibilities. Here the trees were taller, their leaves a vibrant tapestry of colors that seemed to hum with life. The ground was carpeted with flowers that glowed with an inner light, their fragrance sweet and intoxicating. In this hidden world, Leora felt a sense of belonging, as if she had been here before, in dreams or stories whispered by her ancestors. The lantern's glow brightened, guiding her deeper into the heart of this enchanted realm. As she walked, she came upon a circle of stones, each one etched with symbols that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. In the center of the circle stood a figure, cloaked in robes that shimmered like the night sky. The figure turned, and Leora found herself gazing into eyes as deep as the forest, filled with wisdom and kindness. "Welcome, Leora," the figure said, their voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I am Eldrin, guardian of this realm." Leora felt a sense of awe and gratitude. "I was guided here by the lantern," she said, holding it up as proof of her journey. Eldrin nodded, a smile playing at the corners of their lips. "The lantern is a key, a guide to those who seek the truth. You have been chosen to restore balance to both our worlds." Leora listened intently as Eldrin explained that the balance between the hidden realm and the world of humans had been disrupted. The lantern, once a beacon of harmony, had been lost, its light dimmed by the growing divide. "To restore the balance," Eldrin continued, "you must find the Well of Whispers, where the voices of the forest converge. There, you will learn what has been lost and how to mend the rift." Determined to fulfill her purpose, Leora set out once more, guided by the lantern's gentle glow. The journey was not without its challenges. She crossed rivers that sang of distant lands, climbed hills that whispered of ancient battles, and braved storms that roared with the fury of the elements. Yet, with each step, Leora felt herself growing stronger, her spirit intertwining with the magic of the forest. She learned to listen not just with her ears, but with her heart, attuning herself to the subtle rhythms of the world around her. Finally, she arrived at the Well of Whispers, a place of profound serenity. It was a pool of crystalline water nestled in the roots of a massive tree, its surface reflecting the sky like a mirror. The air was filled with a symphony of voices, each one a thread in the tapestry of the forest's consciousness. Kneeling by the well, Leora closed her eyes and listened. The voices told her of the harmony that once existed, a delicate balance maintained by respect and understanding. They spoke of the lantern, a symbol of unity, and how its loss had sown discord. Moved by their words, Leora understood what she must do. She held the lantern high, allowing its light to merge with the well's waters. The glow intensified, spreading like ripples across the pool, illuminating the surroundings with a radiant warmth. In that moment, Leora felt a shift, a gentle realignment of the worlds. The air resonated with a harmonious hum, a melody that spoke of renewal and hope. The lantern's light spread through the forest, touching every leaf, every creature, infusing them with a renewed sense of unity. As the light faded, Leora knew that the balance had been restored. She felt a sense of peace, a connection to the forest that would never fade. Eldrin appeared beside her, their eyes filled with gratitude. "You have done well, Leora," Eldrin said, their voice a gentle caress. "The lantern's light will guide you always, reminding you of the bond between our worlds." With a heart full of joy, Leora returned to Elderglen, where the village was aglow with the light of countless lanterns, their flames flickering in the twilight. The Festival of Lanterns was in full swing, a celebration of light and life, of unity and friendship. As Leora joined her friends and family, she felt the warmth of the lantern in her heart, a reminder of the journey she had undertaken and the bonds she had strengthened. The forest had whispered its secrets to her, and she had listened with an open heart. And so, in the heart of the forest, where the trees sang and the rivers laughed, the village of Elderglen thrived, a beacon of harmony in a world woven with magic. Leora knew that as long as the lanterns glowed, their light would guide her and her people, a testament to the power of understanding and the beauty of a world united. With the echoes of the whispers still resonating in her heart, Leora drifted into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the gentle embrace of the forest, where dreams danced like fireflies beneath a starlit sky. Story 94. Once upon a time in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there was a little cobblestone street lined with cottages, each with its own unique charm. One such cottage, with a bright red door and ivy cascading down its stone walls, belonged to a young girl named Lila. Lila was known for her boundless curiosity and a heart as warm as freshly baked bread. One drizzly afternoon, as the rain pattered softly against the window panes, Lila sat by the fireplace, flipping through the pages of a dusty old book she had discovered in her grandmother's attic. The book smelled of age and adventure, and its pages whispered secrets of forgotten times. As she turned the pages, a small, delicate feather slipped out and fluttered to the floor. It shimmered with a light that seemed to dance and flicker in the dim glow of the fire, catching Lila's attention. Intrigued, she picked up the feather, noticing how it felt warm and vibrant in her hand. As she held it, a gentle breeze swirled through the room, though all the windows were shut tight. The breeze carried with it a soft melody, like the distant echo of a lullaby sung by the forest itself. Lila felt the feather tug gently at her heart, as if urging her towards something unknown, yet wonderfully inviting. Guided by an irresistible sense of wonder, Lila tucked the feather into her pocket and donned her favorite woolen cloak. She ventured out into the rain-kissed world, where the scent of petrichor filled the air, and the earth felt soft beneath her feet. The feather seemed to lead her along the winding paths of Willowbrook, past fields of wildflowers nodding in the breeze and streams that chuckled quietly over smooth stones. Lila soon found herself at the edge of the whispering woods, a place where trees stood tall and proud, their leaves whispering secrets to those who cared to listen. She hesitated for a moment, feeling the ancient eyes of the forest upon her. But the feather glowed warmly in her pocket, filling her with a sense of courage. As she stepped into the woods, the trees parted gently, as if welcoming her into their embrace. Deep within the forest, where the sunlight dappled the ground with patterns of gold, Lila met a peculiar sight. There stood a grand old oak, its trunk twisted and gnarled, with a hollow at its base that seemed to beckon with a soft, inviting glow. Curled up beside the hollow, with fur as white as snow and eyes like shimmering sapphires, was a small fox. The fox opened one eye lazily, then yawned and stretched, its tail flicking playfully. "Hello there," the fox said, its voice as smooth as silk and as warm as a hearth on a winter's night. "I see you've found the Feather of Whispers." Lila blinked in surprise, but her heart told her that this was a friend. "I found it in an old book. It felt special," she replied, her voice soft with wonder. The fox nodded wisely. "Indeed, it is special. It has chosen you for a reason. The Feather of Whispers holds the power to hear the truths that lie beneath the surface of things, if one has the heart to listen." Lila knelt beside the fox, her eyes wide with curiosity. "What should I do with it?" The fox sat up, its eyes twinkling with a hint of mischief. "The feather will guide you, but remember, the greatest truths are often found in the simplest of whispers. Let your heart and kindness be your guide." With those words, the fox stood and trotted into the woods. disappearing among the shadows and leaves. Left alone, yet not lonely, Lila felt a newfound sense of purpose. She turned her gaze to the hollow in the oak, where the soft glow seemed to pulse gently, inviting her to explore its depths. As she approached, she heard a low, gentle hum, like the murmur of the ocean in a seashell. She reached out, and the glow enveloped her hand, warm and comforting. In that moment, visions filled her mind, images of the forest in its vibrant beauty, of creatures living in harmony, and of the balance that was the heartbeat of nature. But then, the visions shifted, showing her a part of the forest where darkness crept in. A sadness lingered there, an imbalance that threatened to tip the scales. The trees were silent, the streams stilled, and the creatures hid away, their songs and laughter hushed. Lila understood then that the feather had led her here for a reason. She resolved to help restore the balance and bring joy back to that part of the forest. With the feather as her guide, she ventured deeper into the woods, where the shadows grew long and the path less clear. As she walked, she listened, truly listened, to the whispers around her. The leaves rustled with stories of old, the wind carried tales of distant lands, the earth beneath her feet hummed with the wisdom of ages. Each whisper was a thread in the tapestry of the world, and Lila began to see how they all wove together. Her journey led her to a clearing where the trees were twisted and the grass lay flattened, as if a great burden had pressed down upon it. In the center stood a willow, its branches drooping and leaves dull. It was here that the darkness seemed to gather, a heavy presence that weighed upon the heart. Lila approached the willow, feeling the feather in her pocket grow warmer, urging her onward. She placed her hand upon the tree's trunk and closed her eyes, letting herself become still and quiet. She listened, not with her ears, but with her heart. A soft sigh reached her, so faint it was almost lost to the wind. "I am tired," the willow seemed to say. "Once I was vibrant and full of life, but now I feel the weight of sorrow. The laughter of the forest has faded, and I am forgotten." Lila's heart ached with compassion. She knew that she needed to help the willow find its song again. She thought of the fox's words and realized that the answer was not in force, but in understanding and kindness. From her pocket, she drew the feather of whispers. It glowed brightly, casting a gentle light that danced upon the willow's leaves. Holding the feather, Lila sang softly, a lullaby her grandmother had once sung to her. It was a song of hope and renewal, of love and connection. As her voice carried through the clearing, the feather shimmered, and something wonderful began to happen. The darkness that clung to the willow began to lift, unraveling like mist in the morning sun. The leaves, once dull, now shimmered with a vibrant green, and the branches lifted slightly, as if awakening from a long slumber. The forest around them seemed to sigh in relief, the air growing lighter, and the birds beginning to sing once more. The willow, rejuvenated, whispered words of gratitude to Lila, its leaves brushing her cheek like a gentle caress. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Lila knew it was time to return home. She left the clearing, her heart full of joy and a sense of accomplishment. The path through the forest seemed brighter now, each step lighter than the last. Upon reaching the edge of the woods, Lila turned back for a moment, feeling a connection to the forest that would stay with her forever. She knew she had found a friend in the feather and in the whispered secrets of the world. With the feather of whispers still glowing softly in her pocket, Lila returned to Willowbrook, her spirit lifted, and her heart full of the forest's melodies. She knew that she had only begun to understand the wonders hidden in the world, and that many more adventures awaited her. As she climbed into her warm bed that night, the feather resting on her bedside table, Lila felt a deep sense of peace. The forest was alive with song once more, and she had found her place within its harmony. With a smile, she closed her eyes, drifting into a gentle sleep filled with dreams of whispering woods and shimmering feathers. And so, the feather of whispers continued to glow softly in the night, a reminder that even the smallest whispers can hold the greatest truths, and that kindness and understanding are the keys to unlocking the magic of the world. Story 95. Once upon a time, nestled in a lush valley cradled by misty mountains, there lay a quaint village named Willowbrook. It was a place where the seasons painted the landscape with vibrant hues, and the gentle babbling of streams sang a lullaby that echoed through the air. In this serene village lived a young woman named Lyra, whose heart was as restless as the wind that rustled through the weeping willows by the riverbank. Lyra had always found comfort in the predictable rhythms of Willowbrook, the familiar cobblestone paths, the comforting aroma of freshly baked bread wafting from the village bakery, and the gentle nods of neighbors who knew her since she was a child. Yet deep within her there was a whisper, a yearning for something more, something undefined and vast. Change, however, was something Lyra feared. She imagined it as a storm that could uproot her life, a fierce wind that could scatter the pieces of her well-ordered world. Her nights were often spent under the starlit sky, watching the constellations and wondering what lay beyond the comforting embrace of her village. One evening, as the sky blushed with the colors of twilight, Lyra walked to the edge of the forest that bordered Willowbrook. There she found an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching toward the heavens. She often came here seeking solace, for the tree seemed to hum with an ancient magic that was both soothing and mysterious. As Lyra leaned against the sturdy trunk, she noticed something unusual. Nestled among the roots was a small, glowing orb, pulsating with a soft, inviting light. Curiosity piqued. She reached down and cradled the orb in her hands. It was warm, and as she held it, a sense of calm washed over her. Suddenly, the world around Lyra shimmered, and she found herself in a wondrous place, a realm where the colors were more vibrant and the air hummed with enchantment. The forest seemed alive with a gentle energy, and in the distance she could hear the melodious laughter of unseen creatures. "Welcome, Lyra," came a voice as smooth as the river's flow. Turning, she saw a small, wise-looking creature perched on a nearby branch. It had large, kind eyes and feathers that glimmered like moonlight. "I am Eldrin," it said, "a guardian of transformations. You have found the orb of reflection." Lyra blinked in amazement, yet felt no fear. Eldrin continued, "This realm exists in harmony with the desires and fears within your heart. Change is the essence of life, and it is here you will discover what you seek." Over the following days, Lyra explored this magical realm with Eldrin as her guide. They wandered through groves where trees whispered secrets of old, and meadows where flowers bloomed in patterns that seemed to echo her thoughts. Each step was a journey inward, each path a reflection of her innermost struggles. In a glade where the sun wove golden patterns on the grass, Lyra encountered a mirror-like pond. When she peered into its depths, she did not see her own reflection, but glimpses of her life, the moments of joy, the shadows of regret, and the dreams she harbored but never dared to voice. To embrace change, Eldrin explained, one must first embrace oneself. The pond reveals truths that are often hidden, yet essential for growth. Lyra watched as the images shifted, and she saw herself as a child, dreaming boundlessly, unencumbered by the fear of change. She was reminded of the joy of exploration, the thrill of discovering the unknown. As days turned into nights filled with the symphony of crickets and the glow of fireflies, Lyra began to understand. Change was not a storm to be feared, but a river to be navigated. Each bend brought new experiences, each turn a chance to learn and grow. With Eldrin's gentle encouragement, Lyra embraced the lessons of the realm. She learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to dance with the shadows, and to find light in the darkest corners of her heart. Slowly, her fear of change transformed into a quiet strength, a newfound courage to embrace the unknown. When the time came for Lyra to return to Willowbrook, she did so with a heart no longer burdened by fear. The village was the same, yet she saw it with new eyes. The cobblestones beneath her feet spoke of journeys yet to come, the aroma of bread, a promise of warmth and comfort on new paths. As she stood by the ancient oak, the orb still glowing softly in her hands, Eldrin appeared one last time. "Remember, Lyra," he said, "growth is a journey, not a destination. Cherish each moment, for each is a step toward becoming who you are meant to be." With a grateful heart, Lyra thanked Eldrin and watched as the orb dissolved into a shower of light, its magic now a part of her. She turned toward her village, her path illuminated by the light of newfound understanding. And so, Lyra returned to Willowbrook, where the familiar and the new merged in harmony. She carried within her the lessons of the magical realm, And though she still loved the comfort of her village, she no longer feared the call of the world beyond. Each day was a new chapter, each moment an opportunity for discovery. With the support of her beloved village and the wisdom gained from her journey, Lyra embraced life with open arms, knowing that the magic of transformation lay not in the destination, but in the journey itself. And in the heart of Willowbrook, under the watchful branches of the ancient oak, Lyra found her place, a place where change was not to be feared, but celebrated. For in the dance of change she had found herself, and in finding herself, she had discovered the true meaning of home. And so, in the gentle embrace of the valley, Lyra's story wove into the tapestry of Willowbrook, a tale of courage, friendship, and the beauty of personal growth. A story to be told by the flickering light of the fireplace for generations to come. Story 96. In a quaint village nestled deep in an enchanted forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Blessed with an insatiable curiosity and a heart as pure as the morning dew, she often found herself drawn to the wonders that surrounded her. One crisp autumn day, as Willow wandered among the golden-hued trees, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. A shimmering sphere, no larger than an apple, hovered just above the forest floor, emitting a soft, otherworldly glow. Entranced, Willow reached out, and the moment her fingers brushed against its surface, a warmth unlike any she had ever felt coursed through her veins. It was then that she heard a gentle voice, seemingly emanating from the sphere itself. "Willow, you have been chosen to embark on an extraordinary journey. This orb will be your guide, and together you shall unveil the hidden realms that exist within the heart of this forest." Willow's eyes widened with wonder and trepidation. She had always known the forest held secrets, but never could she have imagined such enchantment lay just beyond the veil of the ordinary. With a deep breath, she followed the sphere's gentle pull, and before she knew it, the world around her began to shift and transform. The trees grew taller, their branches twisting into intricate patterns that seemed to dance with the breeze. The air itself shimmered with an electric energy, and the very ground beneath her feet thrummed with life. As Willow ventured deeper into this newfound realm, she encountered beings unlike any she had ever imagined. Graceful fairies flitted among the wildflowers, their gossamer wings leaving trails of glittering dust in their wake. Towering traints, their bark-like skin etched with ancient runes, stood as silent guardians, their watchful eyes following her every move. It was then that she met Oakley, a wise old traint whose branches had witnessed the passing of countless seasons. With a warm, rumbling voice, he welcomed Willow and introduced her to the wonders of the verdant realm, a hidden world that existed in perfect harmony with the forest she called home. Over the course of her journey, Willow learned of the delicate balance that sustained this enchanted place. The traints, fairies, and other mystic creatures all played a vital role in nurturing and protecting the land. However, a dark force had begun to stir, threatening to disrupt the fragile equilibrium. Oakley tasked Willow with seeking out the 3 sacred gems, each imbued with the essence of the verdant realm's most precious elements: the fire of life, the water of renewal, and the earth that nurtured all. Only by reuniting these gems could the darkness be vanquished and the realm restored to its former glory. With her newfound friends, a mischievous fawn named Puck and a loyal sprite named Glow, by her side, Willow embarked on a quest that would test her courage, her resolve, and her ability to see beyond the veil of the ordinary. Their first challenge lay within the heart of a towering volcano, where the fire gem burned with an intensity that could scorch the very soul. Through wits and determination, they navigated treacherous lava fields and overcame fiery trials, ultimately emerging victorious with the gem clutched tightly in Willow's hands. Next, they ventured into the depths of a crystalline cavern, where the water gem shimmered like 1,000 stars trapped within a single droplet. Here they faced riddles and illusions that threatened to drown them in their own doubts. But with Puck's quick thinking and Glow's unwavering light, they persevered, claiming the gem as their own. Finally, they journeyed to the heart of the verdant realm, where the earth gem pulsed with the rhythms of life itself. In this sacred grove, they encountered a cunning trickster, a shapeshifter who sought to claim the gems for himself. It was only through the strength of their friendship and the purity of Willow's heart that they were able to outwit the trickster and secure the final gem. As the three gems were reunited, a blinding light erupted, banishing the darkness that had threatened to consume the verdant realm. In that moment, Willow understood the true power of her journey. It was not merely about collecting gems or vanquishing foes, but about the transformative nature of friendship, courage, and the belief in oneself. Oakley smiled warmly, his ancient bark creaking with pride. "You have proven yourself worthy, young Willow. The verdant realm is forever in your debt, and you shall always have a place among us." With a heavy heart, Willow bid farewell to her newfound friends, knowing that her path would one day lead her back to this enchanted world. As she stepped back into the familiar forest, the orb that had guided her pulsed with a warm, comforting light, a reminder of the magic that awaited her return. From that day forward, Willow walked with a renewed sense of wonder and appreciation for the natural world around her. She knew that even in the most ordinary of places, extraordinary realms could exist, waiting to be unveiled by those with open hearts and inquisitive minds. And so, as the seasons turned and the years passed, Willow shared the tales of her journey, inspiring others to seek out the magic that lay just beyond the veil of the everyday. For in a world filled with endless possibilities, the greatest adventures often began with a single step into the unknown. Story 97. Once upon a time, nestled on the edge of the Whispering Woods, there was a quaint little village known as Willowbrook. The village was a tapestry of cobblestone paths and thatched cottages, each surrounded by gardens that burst with color and life. Here, the gentle hum of bees and the melodic calls of songbirds filled the air, weaving a serene melody that lulled the village into a perpetual state of peace. In this tranquil haven lived a young woman named Marigold. She was as vibrant and lively as the flowers she tended in her garden, yet a shadow of doubt often clouded her bright demeanor. Marigold was known for her skill with plants, but she harbored a secret fear of change. She preferred the comfort of her routine, the predictability of the seasons, and the steady rhythm of village life. One crisp morning, as the first autumn leaves began to fall, a peculiar whisper rustled through the trees, drawing Marigold's attention. It was not the usual rustling of the woods, which she knew by heart, but something different, something inviting. With a curious heart, she followed the sound into the forest, her feet crunching over the golden carpet of leaves. As she ventured deeper, the air grew thick with a sweet, earthy scent, a blend of pine and moss that tickled her nose. The path led her to an ancient oak tree, its boughs stretching towards the heavens like open arms. At its base, nestled among the roots, was a small, shimmering pool. Its surface was as smooth as glass, reflecting the dappled light filtering through the canopy above. Marigold knelt beside the pool, peering into its depths. As she gazed, the water began to swirl and shimmer, casting images that danced before her eyes. She saw herself, not as she was, but transformed, radiant and assured, her heart open to the possibilities of life. It was a vision of who she could become, if only she embraced change. Startled, Marigold pulled back, her heart racing. She felt a hand on her shoulder, gentle and reassuring. She turned to find herself face to face with an ethereal figure, a guardian of the woods, with eyes as deep and knowing as the forest itself. "Fear not," the guardian said, their voice a soft melody that resonated with the trees. "Change is but a river, and you are the vessel. To grow, you must allow yourself to flow with its current." Marigold listened, her heart swelling with both fear and curiosity. "But what if I lose myself in the current?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The guardian smiled, a gentle warmth emanating from their presence. "You will not lose yourself, dear Marigold. Rather, you will find the essence of who you truly are. Trust in the journey and lean on those around you." With that, the guardian gestured to the pool, and Marigold watched as the water stilled once more. She saw her reflection, still familiar, yet subtly changed, as if the potential within her had begun to stir. Determined to uncover this potential, Marigold returned to the village, her mind a flurry of thoughts. She shared her experience with her closest friends, Rowan, a kind-hearted carpenter with a penchant for storytelling, and Ivy, a wise herbalist who seemed to know the secrets of every leaf and petal. Rowan listened with wide eyes, his imagination alight with possibilities. "Perhaps," he mused, The forest showed you a glimpse of your future. We can help you explore this path, if you're willing. Ivy nodded, her gaze steady and full of understanding. The forest's magic is a reflection of the soul. Embrace this change, Marigold, and we will walk beside you. Encouraged by their support, Marigold set out on a journey of self-discovery. She began to step outside her comfort zone, taking on new challenges with a heart open to learning. She tried her hand at crafting, guided by Rowan's patient instruction, and found joy in creating objects that held both beauty and purpose. In the evenings, she sat with Ivy, learning the art of herbal remedies and the stories each plant held. Through this, Marigold learned to listen, to the earth, to the whispers of the woods, and to the quiet voice within her. As the days turned to weeks, Marigold found herself changing in ways she had never imagined. She became more confident, more in tune with the world around her and with her own heart. She began to see change not as something to fear, but as a journey to embrace. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Marigold returned to the ancient oak tree. The forest welcomed her with open arms, the leaves whispering secrets she was now ready to hear. Kneeling by the shimmering pool once more, Marigold gazed at her reflection. This time she recognized the person staring back at her, a woman who had grown through the challenges she faced, who had learned to trust in the flow of life. The guardian of the woods appeared again, their presence a gentle reassurance. "You have found your path, Marigold," they said, their voice a soft caress. "Remember, the journey is ongoing. Continue to embrace the currents of change, and you will continue to grow." With a heartfelt smile, Marigold nodded. She understood now that change was not something to be feared, but a part of life's natural rhythm. It was a dance of transformation, a journey of discovery that would continue to unfold. As she made her way back to Willowbrook, the stars began to twinkle above, casting a gentle light over the village. The familiar sounds of the night surrounded her, the croak of frogs by the stream, the rustle of leaves in the breeze, all a comforting reminder that she was home. Marigold's heart was full, her spirit light and free. She had learned that growth was not a destination, but a journey best traveled with friends by her side and an open heart to guide her. And so, in the quiet embrace of the night, Marigold drifted off to sleep, her dreams filled with the promise of new beginnings and the gentle magic of transformation. The village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, its people bound by friendship and the eternal dance of change, their lives a testament to the beauty of personal discovery. Story 98. Here is a 4,000-word captivating bedtime story. In a hidden valley tucked deep within the mist-veiled mountains, there lived a young girl named Willow. Though her home was a humble cottage nestled among the ancient cedars, Willow's eyes sparkled with wonder at the magic that seemed to emanate from every moss-covered rock and whispering stream. For you see, Willow possessed a remarkable gift. She could communicate with the spirits of nature, the fleet-footed deer, the wise old oak trees, even the fleeting dragonflies that danced in kaleidoscopic swirls. To her, the valley was alive with the hushed voices of the forest, sharing their joys, fears, and secrets in a language only she could understand. One crisp autumn morning, as Willow wove wreaths of wildflowers by the burbling creek, she heard a strange, mournful cry. She froze, straining her ears until the sound came again, a faint whimper like the forlorn mew of an abandoned kitten. Following the pitiful noise, she ducked under a curtain of ferns and gasped. There in a mossy hollow lay a tiny creature, the likes of which Willow had never seen. It appeared to be some sort of miniature dragon, its delicate scales shimmering with rainbow iridescence. Two gossamer wings twitched feebly as it let out another plaintive wail. "Oh, you poor little thing!" Willow cried, scooping the diminutive dragon into her palms. "What happened to you?" The dragon's jewel-bright eyes fluttered open, and to Willow's astonishment she heard its faint, trembling voice in her mind. "I've been separated from my colony. I can't find my way back. The predators will surely find me here." Its fears vibrated through Willow's mind, filling her with a fierce need to help this vulnerable creature. "Don't you worry, I'll get you home safe and sound," she soothed. "Just tell me where your colony lives." But the tiny dragon only shook its head mournfully. "I was born in the Dragon Mist Vale, deep within the highest peaks. but none can find it unless guided by an elder wing. Willow frowned in thought, gazing up at the towering, cloud-wreathed summits in the distance. The Dragon Mist Vale was a place of legend, rumored to be an ethereal hidden realm where dragons made their home. She'd always dreamed of seeing such wonders, but the treacherous mountains were a maze of pitfalls for those without experience or a way to navigate them safely. Just then, a familiar flutter of wings caught Willow's eye as a plump robin landed on a branch nearby. "Little Wing," she cried joyfully. "Thank the forest you're here. I need your help getting this little one back to the Dragon Mist Vale." The robin cocked his head quizzically, and Willow heard his bright mental voice. "The Dragon Mist Vale? Why, no one has walked those misty paths in 100 cycles of the sun. It is a place forbidden to those without the sight." The tiny dragon let out a mournful keen. "Please, friends, you must find a way. The colony needs me, and I them." "Well then," Willow declared firmly, her heart filling with determination, "I was born with the gift of the forest tongue, and if anyone can lead the way to this place, it's you, Little Wing. After all, you flies higher than any bird in these mountains." After pondering her proposal for a moment, Little Wing bobbed his head in a brisk nod. "Very well, I shall take you as far along the perilous path as a robin might go, but you'll need powers greater than my own to pierce the misty veil and find the hidden veil." And so began Willow's journey into the unknown. With the minuscule dragon cradled in a satchel and Little Wing winging ahead as her scout, she set off into the looming peaks. Their path wound ever higher through hushed glades of ancient firs and mirror-still tarns reflecting the endless sky. Willow's eyes grew wide at the majesty around her. The jagged, snowy pinnacles scraping the bellies of clouds, the ethereal ribbons of waterfalls tumbling from on high, the wildflowers clinging impossibly to the merest crevices in the sun-baked rock. At last they reached a towering cliff face that stretched as high as the heavens. "This is as far as I can take you," Little Wing called, circling above ominous banks of encroaching mist. "Beyond these vapors, not even my eyes can perceive what lies in wait." Willow's heart fluttered with trepidation, but she steeled her resolve. The tiny dragon had burrowed deep into her heart, and she was determined not to fail her new friend. So with Little Wing's blessing, she pressed onwards alone into the spectral shroud of pearly fog. She walked for what seemed like an age, buffeted by phantasmal winds and robbed of all sense of direction in the featureless whiteness. As the mist thickened to a blinding curtain, Willow felt something awaken within her, a long-dormant power stirring to life in her very bones. It pulsed through her veins in a rapturous cadence, and suddenly the veil began to part before her in shimmering waves. Willow held her breath in awe as the mists slowly unveiled an ethereal valley glowing with hues of rose, azure, and pearl. Sculpted spires soared to dizzying heights, wreathed in delicate clouds that skirled like living silk. Waterfalls cascaded over cliffs of sparkling crystal, rainbows glinting in their diamond spray, and threading through this breathtaking wonderland shone gleaming paths of what looked like molten moonglow. But most magnificent were the creatures themselves, graceful sinuous shapes that glided on wings like sheerest stained glass. Dragons of all shimmering hues sailed through the clouds, scales sparkling like jewels as the light danced upon their prismatic forms. "Behold, the Dragon Mist Vale," a voice seemed to whisper through the very fibers of Willow's being. "You have been granted passage beyond the misty veil." Cautiously, she approached the nearest of the moonlit paths, removing the precious dragon from her satchel. "Hello?" she called in a tremulous voice. "I've brought a little one back to you." Within moments, a dozen iridescent shapes were arrowing towards her through the pearly air. Willow felt a thrill of fear, but the power within her remained steady and calm. A magnificent dragon easily thrice her size alighted before her, scales glittering like sunlight on a crystal lake. "Welcome, gentle walker of forest paths," the dragon's rich voice resounded in her mind. "We are the elders of the Dragon Song colony, and you have returned our most precious treasure." The tiny dragon that had nestled against her heart let out a gleeful chirp of recognition. "Mother, father, you found me!" In a shimmering blur, the little one had flown into the elder's embrace and was soon surrounded by a shimmering kaleidoscope of joyous draconic forms. "You have passed the ancient trials," the elder went on, and shown the heart of a dragon rider. For your kindness and courage, a gift shall be bestowed. And from the cloud of sparkling wings emerged a radiant object grasped in the dragon's talons, a lustrous opaline egg that seemed to smolder with its own inner light. One of our unhatched younglings shall bond with you for all your days, little one. May you both soar on wings of light and music wherever your path takes you. Reverently, Willow accepted the iridescent egg into her cupped palms, staring in wonderment at the lambent glow cradled against her skin. She could feel the precious life force within, thrumming with promise and potential. A tear of joy trickled down her cheek as she realized the incredible bond and responsibility she was being granted. Just then, 3 hairline fractures spidered across the opalescent shell, and a tiny muzzle protruded through the gap. In a shower of sparkling shards, the little dragon tumbled into Willow's palms, blinking up at her with eyes of polished amber. Through the awakening of her forest song gift, Willow heard its first thoughts pulse into her very spirit. I am yours, and you are mine, now and for all the turning of the world. As Willow gazed raptly at the newborn dragon, she felt an unbreakable connection forge itself to this fragile, wondrous being. The elders' voices joined in a reverential chorus of wing beats and hushed sibilants. We name this youngling Ravenwing, and bestow the title Dragon Rider upon you, beloved Willow. May your spirits and souls be knit as one across all the journeys yet to come. And so it was that the little forest girl found herself bonded to a dragon in a celestial realm beyond her wildest imaginings. Over the days that followed, Willow dwelt with the Dragon Song colony and forged an unbreakable friendship with Ravenwing. The precocious little dragon became both her constant companion and her gateway to a world of ancient knowledge and teachings. For Willow soon discovered that the dragon's minds reached back untold generations, a vast river of ancestral memories flowing through them all. In their presence, she peered into ages past through gossamer wings of recollection. She learned of the primordial wars between Claw and Fang that had once rent the very earth, and the hard-won pact that finally brought lasting peace to Dragonsong and all the creatures of the hidden peaks. She beheld visions of the first Mullings who had flown on rainbow wings through skies ablaze with the fiery births of stars. The elders revealed hidden glades where the earliest dragons had tended the mystic drake trees, using their dragon's flame to coax forth blossoms of prismic light from which each new generation was hatched and joined with its dragon rider guide. Most precious of all was the celestial music through which dragons gave voice to their ancestral lore, an unearthly harmony that resonated in the spaces between realities. Willow would sit for hours, entranced, as Ravenwing and her kin transformed into airborne lutes, their trailing voices braiding together in gossamer strains only she and those bonded could discern. Seldom had this ineffable dragon song been caught by mortal ears, and never before had a human learned to sing the haunting spirit melodies alongside her draconic brethren. As the days passed in an enchanted dream state, Willow and Ravenwing's bond transcended all boundaries until they were as kin, needing no words to convey their encompassing, fathomless love and devotion. And yet, the young dragon rider came to understand that this paradise was but a gateway, and she must one day return to the world below the peaks to share what she had learned. As her time in the Dragon Mist Vale drew to its appointed end, the elders gifted her with an infinitely precious, infinitely fragile seed. This seed was sung into being by the drake tree's most hallowed melodies at the very hatching of the world, their voices intoned with grave reverence. It holds the power to take root wherever it is planted and foster life and restoration, even in places consumed by desolation. Guard it well, and when the time comes, allow it to blossom into its truest purpose. Grasping the lustrous diamond-like seed with utmost care, Willow began her descent from the pinnacled spires of the Dragon Mist Vale, astride her winged companion Ravenwing. The path through the ethereal mists disoriented her senses until the eldritch realm seemed to unspool like a dream. After an untold span of blurred time and space, Willow found herself emerging from the vaporous veil, Little Wing swooping to greet their return. To her shock, when the mist finally cleared, the familiar emerald slopes and dales had been replaced by scorched desolation. Where towering firs had swayed now rose only twisted, blackened trunks clawing at the smoke-wreathed sky. No birdsong disturbed the aching silence. Scarcely believing this devastation, Willow soared lower on Ravenwing's back. At last the awful truth dawned. Her journey to the dragon's realm and back had defied the boundaries of mortal time itself. While mere days had passed in their celestial haven, whole eons had come and gone in the realms below. Her heart breaking, she surveyed the wasted world she had inadvertently abandoned, the lush forests razed, the crystalline creeks choked by ash. But then she remembered the miraculous seed clutched reverently in her palms. With renewed hope blazing in her breast, she turned Ravenwing towards the lifeless hills at the heart of the blasted lands. Flinging the seed into the barren soil, Willow poured her very soul into the dragon song gift. She felt it take root and spread like quicksilver rivulets through the charred waste as twin saplings burst through the cracked ground. They grew in moments into towering drake trees, their branches sprouting vibrant emerald fronds, their blossom-kissed boughs dripping diamondine flows of prismatic light in burgeoning waves of healing. As the celestial melodies blended into a swelling chorus, verdant life spread in radiating circles. Wildflowers, ferns, and soaring trees arose even as Willow poured more of her boundless dragon song into the sacred unfolding. Streams sprang from the bare rock, lacing crystalline rivulets of health through the land's resurrection. And everywhere the drake trees blossomed anew, the spark of life regained its foothold. Rivers teemed with fish, deer grazed in sun-dappled glades, and on the warm winds rode the songs of a million feathered voices. Forests and meadows sprang from the scorched earth, reaching out in endless rolling waves of emerald splendor. Tears of joy streaked Willow's face as she beheld the miracle she had helped unleash, the polar opposite of that long-extinguished apocalypse. Ravenwing arrowed through the prismatic blossom falls in rapturous loops, her rainbow wings shimmering with the embodied ecstasy of rebirth and renewal. As the shining landscape reached completion at last, Willow saw it not just with the eyes of one remade soul, but through the radiant prismatic memories of her dragon's kin. It was the ancestral paradise they had guarded since time immemorial, a sanctuary for all life to flourish anew with each passing age, seeded from the eternal blossoms of their songs. In this transcendent revelation, she saw too how the dragons had withdrawn to their ethereal realm aeons ago, allowing the reckless expansions of lesser beings to scour the world clean of its beauty and grace. But now the cycle of destruction had been short-circuited. The earth was awash in healing energies, and the primordial balance between claw, fang, and wing could be restored by their chosen emissary and dragonchild. Her dragon's heart overflowing with hope and purpose, Willow felt the unbreakable bond between herself, Ravenwing, the drake trees, and the infinite song that had hatched the world itself. All was in resonant harmony once more, ushering in the luminescent age of rebirth for both wingless and winged children alike.